Welcome to the latest edition of Primetime League, where... No. What? Where are the lines in my teleprompter? What a bunch of amateurs. You have to be kidding me. This is absolutely unacceptable. The f is going on right now? Where are the lines in my prompter?
Whoa.
There is nothing in that prompter. How can I work like
You didn't give him a
this?
script?
Sorry, Riv, we've been working on the finals.
Yeah, I mean, we got to boost ticket sales.
Yeah, this is great. I'm going to be able to read this on screen. Boost ticket sales. How? You did great for the finals in North America. You didn't even give Immortals a game.
Well.
It was like people came and left. What do you have for the finals in Vegas?
It's easy. It's going to be...
Ci arriva già da parte di Uri, la differenza si è assinato quadruple para Shassir.
GG, the red hot rookies will knock off the reigning champs.
All 5 members are alive and all 5 of them deserve this one. TSM are heading to the finals.
Hello and welcome to Primetime League. I'm Rivington Bisson III, and this smelly pirate hooker is David Freak Turley, and all bets are off as we head to Rotterdam and Las Vegas. Ha ha.
What the hell, smelly pirate?
What a weekend it was for TSM, who turned Immortals into mere mortals with their punishing 3-0 victory in the semifinals. It was a victory that propelled them to their 7th straight finals appearance this weekend at Mandalay Bay. You're going to be there.
I am going to be there. So are you. It's going to be exciting. There are some great teams, and overall, this was actually a huge weekend. And let's talk about LCS teams that have managed to repeatedly make it to the LCS finals. Fnatic did it 6 times, CNA did it 4 times, CLG did it twice in a row now, Origin did it twice in a row as well. All of the splits they've been in the LCS. It's actually pretty awesome. To talk about traditional sports teams that have made it this far as well, you can see the Yankees, Buffalo Bills, etc. You can see NBA teams, LCS teams, MLB teams, Champion Leagues, Real Madrid, etc. Lots of teams. Well, actually, I should say very few teams have actually managed this sort of level of success in a row.
And then 7 times, it's actually pretty crazy.
Yeah.
And not only is it the 7th straight appearance for Team Solo Mid, but it's also the 7th straight finals appearance for their support, Yellow Star. This guy has been around since the early ages of League, and he had previously taken Fnatic to 6 European LCS finals and is the only player to now achieve this feat.
He's super impressive, honestly. A great player overall, and you know he's done this with 2 different teams. He's also done it on 2 different roles, by the way. Back in the very first split, he was still an AD carry with N-rated as his support, but there's a couple of LCS players that have done this as well. Dyrus and Wild Turtle did it 6 games in a row on TSM, or 6 splits in a row. Bjergsen did it 5 in a row now that he's joined the roster as well. C9's original group with Lemonation and Meteos had 4 in a row as well. And there's also, of course, a lot of traditional athletes who have done this as well. You can see all those names up on your screen, as well. And again, you can see how sort of limited this club is of players that dominate for this long. Now, yes, the LCS records are twice per year, so in sort of total time, it's less, but the fact that it's still a continued sort of realm of domination is very impressive.
The only thing this means is we're going to have to build the Hall of Fame soon.
At some point.
The records are
I should be in first.
Okay.
For no good reason.
We'll put that on the table for now. And now it's time of the show, that time of the show, I should say, where we get to take a listen inside the cons from the semifinals and find out just how #calculated that double TP play was from CLG. That's it. It's time for mic check.
Will all 3 G2 fans please stand up? We have at least like 5 fans.
What? Do I hear G2?
No, they're saying we want the Gangplank, no?
No, they're saying G2, G2.
That will never happen.
That's only what I hear.
I'm gonna join Fnatic.
It will happen at the end of the night.
Okay, kill him all!
Go back, push back, push back.
Go back.
We can end.
I flash time.
Kill him!
Go back, I got it.
Okay, I mean, I will recall as well.
Yes.
I mean, just for the stream.
Go back, test.
Can for Echo top.
Can we end?
I mean, maybe, just go try.
H2, what?
GG, guys, GG.
Oh, okay. Of course I'm dead as usual.
Yes, that's true.
Noise boys!
Yeah.
Remember, guys, take initiative, be confident. We got this.
I can back and TP back, and we can do this, boys. I can TP too. I can TP back. We can TP mid, Jay. Double TP mid. All right. You have GA, right?
Yep.
No, not yet.
Just play with Piglet.
Please, guys, let's win.
Let's TP.
Oh, the TP.
I'm coming to you, Guanchen.
Poppy.
Swapping. Oh, both.
Oh, shit.
Command. They can end, I think.
No, they can definitely end.
They just waste TP.
They're 80 carries up. They can end.
Fighting!
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 And?
And let's go in!
Nice.
Yes!
I saw Spirit and I called him Monkey and he hugged me and we were laughing and then Taylor looked at me like this. Like he's gonna kill me, you know? Like he was like passing by, he just looked at me. And I was like, no, nothing wrong.
It's intimidating here.
Don't talk with enemy.
Okay.
Don't look at him. We're not going to party after the game. Yeah.
We're not going to
As Taylor would say. I can flash bork him.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm almost here. I'm almost here.
They're moving. We're all coming. We're gonna fight.
Go Graves here. Go Graves.
I'm at 10 seconds. Look at Liz.
Nah.
We're moving.
Yeah.
Run toward us. Run toward us. Call us a kiss.
I have to hit Lee Sin.
Lissandra.
I have flash still.
Lissandra have flash. Care Maokai.
Maokai. Play with Jin.
Jin.
I'm on Rek'Sai again.
Kill the front. Go.
Yeah, okay, guys. We're low.
Okay,
We can go.
I'm on Jin. Kill Jin. Can you
Burn. Wow. What is happening? We played real well, even last game and the other game, and
Yeah,
we should just focus on the late game.
Just focus on, just keep everything the same.
Yeah.
Just play normally.
Yeah, just color your cooldowns, say what you're looking for ahead of time so we can all react. Just say how far away you are from the play, tell people to play it slow.
Graves.
I can't see anything.
Graves? I'm on Graves.
Kill.
Yes!
Live broadcasts are a delicate thing. Sometimes us casters slip up and accidentally say things we don't mean.
One win separates TDK from a spot against Renegades. Don't go anywhere.
Then there are times when we might want to say something, but we can't, out of fear of being fired by our broadcast overlords.
It was pretty interesting to see, to be fair, because I really...
It's a nice way to put that.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
And what happened then was a super interesting mid-game.
Why are we replacing bad and Cloud Fiesta with interesting? It's like, yeah, this pick and ban phase was very interesting.
What's also interesting is here at PTL, it's pretty damn hard to get fired. So with that in mind, let's take the gloves off for a little bit of real talk with my man Zyrene.
Fuck off, Riv. I'm here to talk about the question that's on everybody's mind. Why did Immortals choke and suffer one of the biggest upsets in LCS history when they lost to 6th place TSM last week? I honestly believe that Immortals tilted after realizing they had misread the meta and trusted in their strengths, which were relics of the previous patches. But as a coach, what call do you make? Reignover has always selected champions that play to his specialty in the macro game, and your star top laner hasn't played a tank all split long. He never even purchased a completed armor item in all 21 of his games. Huni plays aggressive top laners, and he has been wildly successful with that style. In fact, Immortals killed the most enemy top laners pre-15 minutes by an enormous margin. It actually ended up being the most smashed role across all 10 teams, 5 positions, and 50 players. If you were against Huni in lane, you statistically had the highest probability in the league of getting wrecked. Based on their performances from the split, Immortals came into Sunday's matchup thinking nothing is certain except death, taxes, and Huni getting fed. But how could this 17-1 team look so lost? Their weeks of practice turned out to be fool's gold. In scrims, you fight early to test your limits, and because of that, this gave Immortals a bad read on the patch. After losing a 7K gold lead and Game 1, Immortals seemed scattered in their focus, causing multiple errors in positioning, team fighting, and judgment. So yeah, Doublelift was right. Just tilt them. Aggressive top lane players that get shut down become a walking bag of gold. Would Echo, Maokai, and Poppy all be better top lane picks? Yes. But would they be better picks for Immortals? Not necessarily. Huni has never been effective on tanks in his entire career. I don't fault Immortals coaching staff for playing to their strengths. I fault Immortals players for lacking flexibility and the staff for not pushing their players out of their comfort zone earlier in the split. And this isn't a new thing. Huni and Reignover have pigeonholed themselves into one play style. It has been effective, but this needs to be a wake-up call. With best of threes around the corner, it is a necessity that Immortals add true versatility to their playbook, or they risk watching Worlds from their gaming house. This isn't salt. It's just being real.
Hello, PTL fans. Freak here. I'm about to deal tons of damage to your hopes and dreams of making it into the PTL Hall of Fame, because it's Twitter question time. Last week we asked you who would be the semifinal MVPs across the 4 LCS semifinals, and for a spot in the Hall of Fame, you had to guess what color tie I would have been wearing on that Sunday TSM vs Immortals series. Well, if your answer looked like Sven, Hybrid, Darshan, and Svenskeren, and Iridescent Celadine, then you might have made it into the Hall of Fame. Turns out, none of you know anything about our LCS script writers because none of you got it right, not even the MVP Hall of Fame question. It was truly a terrible effort, and look, I'm not even gonna bother telling you that I'm disappointed in you because you probably hear that enough in your own lives already. Now, I know what you're thinking. Freak, why are you being such a dick? You still haven't gotten anything right yourself, and that's where you're continuing to be wrong, because I now have made it into the Hall of Fame. Last week, I correctly guessed all the MVPs and the color of my tie, as the next video will definitely prove. Now, my answer is going to be from
TSM,
because I think they're going to win.
Svenskeren, CLG, Darshan.
Once again, we're going to have probably
Origin
win, and I'm going to say
Sven.
And we're going to have, I'm going to say G2 win, and I'm going to give it a
Hybrid
for that one. As for the color tie, it's going to be Iridescent Celadine. Now, you guys hopefully can get that all correct. I know I'm going to. I told you. I mean, I slightly misspoke saying Celadine, but we all know that I was correct about this one. So, I'm amazing. Now, look, the PTO Hall of Fame really isn't big enough to house my giant ego, so I had them build something a little bit bigger. Now, it's beautiful. It's really just amazing. And before I go on and thank everyone who helped me get where I am, which is really just me, I want to drop some stats before we talk about this week's Twitter question about the LCS finals. Now, TSM have made the most finals appearances. They've won 9 games, they've lost 14. It's a 39% win rate. It's not amazing, but look, they've gotten there a lot. CLG, when they do make it to the finals, well, they're 100%. They're 3-0. Origin are 2-3 in the finals for themselves, and G2 are, of course, newcomers, so they've got no record at all in LCS finals. Now, last split also in terms of kills. North America in their 3-0 had 96 total kills. Europe in their 5 games had 123 total kills. So that you have those numbers for context, this week we're going to ask you who are going to win both of the spring split finals in NA and EU, and for a chance in the Hall of Fame, tell us the total number of kills across the 6 to 10 games that it's going to take to crown both champions. I'm going to say TSM and G2 and 220 kills. Maybe I'll get in the Hall of Fame a second time. The gauntlet has been thrown down, so hit us up on Twitter, @LOLEsports, #PTL with your answers, and tell us who's going to take the cake, who's going to get all the kills. Well, just tell us how many kills are going to be. If you want to tell us who's going to get them, feel free, but it's not part of the question. And we'll see just how right you guys really are. You won't be, but it'll be fun to watch.
Hey everybody, I'm Quickshot here with Pyra as we're just about to pack our bags and head to the Netherlands, where we're going to head to the Spring Split Finals, where G2 Esports and Origin will be taking to the stage. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be a title on the line and a spot at MSI. Let's talk about these two teams, maybe with a young, hungry squad of G2.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the place we've got to start, Quickshot, because G2 is a team that has just taken the European LCS by storm. They have the highest KDA out of everybody, team-wise, and you can just know that they're playing together and getting those kills and fights together all the time. On top of that, they also happen to have only lost 4 games, and not that many teams can say that, especially not this split.
No, not at all. It's absolutely crazy. I mean, Origin have lost 2 games just in their last semi-final. Was against H2K. They had to take them down 3-2. It was a major upset. Like, Origin, they pulled the expected card and managed to work. This is the team that was behind in gold at 15 minutes on average across all of their games in playoffs. That includes their 3-0 sweep of the Unicorns of Love, despite being down 800 gold on average at 15 minutes. Now, I'm impressed with Origin because this is a team that has grown over the split. They've solved a lot of problems, and they've been looking at G2, and they've been watching G2, and I think they're going to be able to play around all of these good things that G2 have been doing.
All right, let's not get ahead of ourselves now, because G2, they're a team that's got stars in every single role. Let's just zero in on a couple of them. Hybrid, top KDA out of everybody as a support. That's insane. You got to look at Trick, our MVP of the split. He has some of the best kill participation, some of the most team damage, and you know he's getting in there and enable him. You did the voiceover yourself. Yeah. Come on. And then, of course, we got Perks. He dominates the mid lane against everybody.
Okay, look, they're fantastic players, but they're all young. They're all inexperienced, and they're going up against an entire semi-final Worlds team. This is the same 5 guys that made it to the top 4 in 2015 that'll be on stage with FLICKR. We know the possibility he's going to swap with Power of Evil. Power of Evil's looking better than he has all split long. And with the stage and the crowd and what I think will be the fan favorite squad, that's a lot of pressure on G2. And Origin have a lot of tools to deal with the threat that G2 can put forward.
All right, well, I guess we'll have to find out when the European LCS will finish off in Rotterdam, 5 p.m. this Sunday. Don't miss it.
On Tuesday, we asked if you could sniff out which LCS pro this nose belonged to. If you doubled down and guessed that the nose belonged to none other than TSM's Doublelift, you would have been correct. Just kidding, you're wrong. It's Afro Moo, the other half of the infamous Rush Hour bot lane that helped take CLG to their first North American LCS championship. They have quite a history between them. Let's check it out. As a dynamic duo, they have 83 wins, 67 losses, 855 kills, 755 deaths, and 2,207 assists for a KDA of 4.1. Pretty impressive. But this weekend, they will face off against each other, and only one will get to hoist the LCS trophy for 2 straight splits and earn a trip to the midseason invitational. And now for another look at this weekend's North American Finals, it's time for us to bust out the Death Timers. Today's fight card features the Sultan of Salt, Zyrene, duking it out with the only caster at Riot on TSM's payroll. It's Jack.
Welcome to a special finals edition of Death Timers, where I'm going to be going up against Zyrene in a debate about who will win the finals this weekend. Zyrene, we've seen the script. Who do you think I'm going to be arguing for?
TSM?
That is how the script goes. I cast a TSM game, they win the game.
Yep.
You know what? We're going off script. Man, that worked well.
Yeah.
You know what? I think it works great. I'm arguing for CLG. Count me in.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
CLG is better than TSM, defending champions, #2 seed against a 6 seed. I think the way that TSM worked in the quarterfinals and semifinals, they got a little bit lucky, and a lot of it was based off coincidence. You think about their games against Cloud9. Rush played Kindred 4 games. He wasn't very good at that champion. Huni, for some reason, played Lucian top lane when plenty of other better options are available. There was bad pick and ban prep from the Immortals, and I think CLG has proved that they can play well on this meta, for the most part. They beat Team Liquid, who was a well-adjusted team, just as well-adjusted as TSM, but better throughout the regular season. I think Team Liquid is better than TSM. I think CLG played their finals in the semifinals, and they won.
Nope, that's it. That's all your time right there, man. You went full CLG. Never go full CLG.
CLG!
All right, you should have stuck with TSM, man. I think you're going to lose your crown here. There's a reason that this is the special edition.
All right,
it's the final boss.
3, 2, 1, TSM.
TSM literally cannot lose this matchup, right? Top lane. They've already shown that they can shut down, carry top laners. Darshan does not stand a chance against Fnatic and Hanser. They've shown improved synergy. Fnatic is having the best season he has ever had in his entire career. Bjergsen and Doublelift lead their roles with CS differential at 10 and have crushed games previously. Stixxay also had very bad games against TL. It's a Doublelift favored matchup. He's going to be able to crush that. And they're up against the newest members on CLG, so that synergy may not be there to help those members out when they get behind. TSM, they might also have a certain caster casting that game, so...
A certain CLG favored caster, as you can tell from this awesome, it's actually really plain CLG shirt. Anyway, you've heard what we had to say. Hit us up on Twitter at LL Esports. Let us know who you think had the edge in this final Death Timers for the spring split. Use hashtag ZyreneWin if you want to look foolish in front of your friends, or hashtag JatWin if you believe in faith and common sense. You can check out TSM vs CLG this weekend, 12 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Central European Summertime.
Now over to the LCK, where the Afrika Freaks dream is dead. Sad days. Despite having swept Jin Air Green Wings back in Week 12 and having a huge streak leading up to the playoffs, they just couldn't hold on to the momentum. Jin Air, on the other hand, did a loop-de-loop and shot down the Freaks in a 2-0 convincing victory.
Yeah, it was actually a pretty impressive series by them. Game 1, Kuzan's rise in the mid lane, definitely super great. Also, Pilot, the AD carry, had 2 great Lucian games as well. Also got a couple of Maokai games up in the top lane. Overall, a strong team and one that their fans can be happy about.
Yep, and taking a look at the updated playoff bracket, Jin Air will face off against FLICKR. And the defending world champions SKT. Should be a good one.
Yeah, of course, though, this is SKT, the 3rd seed coming into the playoffs in the first place. And talking about their seasons overall, SKT and Jin Air had split series. In week 1, Jin Air swept SKT. In week 10, SKT got revenge and swept Jin Air. FLICKR did incredibly well when they had the head-to-head matchup. I think it's still a very important series, and an important player, actually, to watch in that series.
Yep, FLICKR was smashing. You can watch SKT try and work their way back into a final boss battle versus Rox Tigers when they take on Jin Air this Friday at 2 a.m. Pacific.
Or 11 a.m. for the Central European summertime folks over there, which you're much more likely to be awake for.
He's always got the math. Over to China and the LPL playoffs, where higher seeds Vici Gaming and Snake Esports started with 1-0 leads in their best-of-5 series. Why? Because China. Vici crushed LGD's hopes for another miracle run into the finals, knocking both Marin and Imp out of the playoffs. Sorry, fans. It was Marin's former teammate EasyHoon that controlled the mid lane, while Vici's all-world jungler Dandy turned the forest into a dark and scary place, as he does.
Yeah, it was not fine on Dandy for the other side of the teams here. No, not at all. EasyHoon went off on Lulu, 11-1 and 15 across those 2 games. Dandy, you mentioned him, 13-2 and 17 on Graves. Honestly, very impressive. Also, some more Maokai in the top lane. Again, he's definitely back as one of those big tanks to watch out for.
It's going to be good. And the second LPL playoff series saw Snake Esports put a stranglehold on Invictus and slithered their way into the quarterfinals in 2 straight games. Didn't look hard.
No, it wasn't. Snake honestly played very well. And it's funny because this series had a couple interesting things in it. First of all, Invictus brought out Tabe. He was in there playing in the support role out of nowhere. That was kind of interesting. But also, both games had the same team comp for both teams. No one changed any champions between game 1 and game 2. And Invictus, when you get wrecked in game 1, you're supposed to change things up, not give them the same matchups and lose the game again. So that was a little...
We played the comp wrong. It wasn't the comp.
Yeah, typically. That's always a funny excuse. When you're 1 game away from elimination, changing nothing is usually the wrong choice.
There you go. So up next, Vici Gaming and Snake Esports will meet Team WE and EDG in the quarterfinals, respectively. Those look good as well.
They are going to be really fun. Now, these teams only played each other once during the regular season because they were cross-group games overall. Vici swept their meeting against their opponents against WE back in Week 5. Also in Week 5, Snake squeaked past Edward Gaming. So maybe those are going to be the teams that win, but honestly, it's going to be a very close series.
Very, very close indeed. Now, finally to the LMS, the last of the 5 major regions, where the Taipei Assassins look to reclaim some of that Season 2 passion as they take on Machi Esports this Friday.
Now, these guys played best of 2s twice during the regular season. TPA 2-0'd over in Week 1, but when they met just about a month ago, it was a 1-1 series overall. Yep. Honestly, though, this series, in some fans' eyes, just means the battle for 3rd, because next up is Flash Wolves and next up is AHQ. However, as we saw in North America, upsets can happen. If you can knock down the Giants, then it goes a lot better. So we'll see if these teams go any farther.
Anything can happen, right? We are seeing it, these splits. I said this split, but every region split. Yeah. We know you're all itching for the spring finals, and big plays are just around the corner. But if you can't wait that long to get your fix, don't freak out like this guy. We've got you covered with this week's best plays, or as Snake's Crystal and SKT's Bang can now call it the Penta.
Nice.
Coming in at number 5, SKT's Bang was on the hunt for a pentakill.
Full card drawn yet again, but he's taking a lot of damage from Soul. Getting locked up at the Papazonia Sasson. Looking like he's going to go down secret as well. FLICKR barely staying alive. Wolf to consume him yet again. Sasson falls as Bang is finding more kills. Can he get it? They want it pretty bad. They want it really badly. They just cannot find it. Soul able to retreat back into the fountain, but that is going to be the base crumbling here as Super Creeps start knocking down these Nexus towers. Soul playing with Bang's emotions, saying like, I know you want me. Can he get it? One more crit, there it is. Comes out with the kill in the end. 13-0 and that still counts.
Slithering into number 4, Snake's Crystal gunned down all 5 members of WE.
Very, very low. Nice ult comes out from 957, but Crystal able to lock down 0. They're seeing whether they can chase everyone down. Crystal with the aggressive flash forward. Defending her. Triple kill comes in as the big one's going to smack him in the head. It's a quadra kill. They're looking for the Penta Mystic. The last one here as he's still throwing them through the cocoon. Is it going to be enough Penta kill for Crystal?
CLG's time was up as Liquid landed the perfect setup for Phoenix's quadra kill in our number 3 play. the outer line of turrets fully up as they were taking them apart. Here, Liquid's about to lose
they're
one.
still down 5,000 gold, so even in a 4v5, Team Liquid wants to fight.
Mac gets absolutely deleted, but huge damage from the Mantra Inner Flame coming in from Phoenix. They're able to clean up a triple kill now on CLG. It's Lorlo versus Huhi. Here comes another Inner Flame. Huhi's gonna go down. The quadra kill for Phoenix.
The Soul Flare from Phoenix on top of the stun. Bard, Matt played that perfectly, and the follow-up from the rest of TL, we were talking about they don't have too much damage. Well, when you're this far ahead...
Yep, it's all about the snowball game right there. Was 5,000 gold up, and Team Liquid willingly takes a 4v5 outside of their turret. They just womboed CLG right there.
Popping in at number 2, it was CLG with a surprise double teleport to secure their spot in the NALCS Spring Finals.
Yeah, Piglet is definitely in hypercarry mode right now, but Darshan wants to kill him.
That's a little ambitious.
Whoa, the double TP!
It's two of them, the double TP!
He only thought it was one.
And now CLG with the kill onto Piglet. Punch their ticket to the finals.
In our number 1 play this week, from Latin America North, it was Lion Gaming's Yuri with the 5-mana Zero ultimate and the quadra kill to complete their sweep in the finals.
Esta puede ser de las últimas. ¿Cómo se va a dar esto? Definitiva de parte de Kindred para aguantar un poquito más. ¡Oh! El Sharima ya fue perfecto de parte de Uri. La diferencia, asesinato cuádruple parece decir. No lo pueden parar, es un destructor.
Nothing feels better than rounding up the best players from around the world. But you know what tickles us just right? When you help us by sending your nominees to @LOL Esports and using the hashtag #ThePenta. What were you thinking?
Absolutely agree. Riv is right about all this stuff. And last week, not only had some big plays, but also hailed the end of an era as Team Dragonites knocked out Team Dignitas in the North American promotion tournament for the LCS. Team Dignitas is one of the oldest teams in professional League of Legends. They've participated in every single LCS split and have been featured in some of the biggest plays and the best moments in the LCS.
That is true. Now we want you to raise your dongers one last time and salute a team that, while gone, is certainly not forgotten. Thanks for the memories, Dignitas. We are looking forward to seeing you back in the LCS very, very soon. Until then, we will send you off with one last hit.
Yesterday, all my troubles seemed so far away, but now I need something that seems to stay. 2, 1.
Happy New Year!
Killer here. Perfect CS.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Whoa, yeah, that guy's got a really good KDA. All right.
No. All right, good luck, guys. I'm out.
Clear calls, good plans, guys. Clear
Calls, good plans.
Good night, baby.
No.
Oh yeah, if we win, we don't get a ramen festival.
No.
Oh my god.
Wait, what's ramen festival?
It's
a festival with ramen.
No.
No, we lost. Trust me.
Otherwise playing a pretty slow game. The thing is, I don't know if Gravity... Oh, there's the... What?
Not the play I was looking for.
What?
He saw a ghost. Hello?
Woo! Billy! Oh my word. Take it to Kiwi!
Quick, take the turret so you get the gold back, right? Did they shut down the turret?
Oh.
The last fight for Complexity. Can they make it happen? Westrice in the front, but he's going to explode. Double kill there for Shifter. Explosion, triple kill. Brogashard stuck inside the base. Everyone going down except the Lee Sin. Quadra kill for Shifter. Will they give it to him? Penta kill for Shifter in his first game on Dignitas.
Go. Nice, Gamsu. Okay,
go. Okay, I'm big. Go.
3 seconds. Go.
Quadra, penta aqui.
Penta.
Okay.
Nice. So all we have to do is play the map and then map the plays.
That's actually
correct.
Keep talking. We got this game pretty much in the bag.
Well, not really, but just keep talking.
Thank you very much, guys. Kiwi Kid, want to get a little closer personal on this one, so we did.
Kiwi Kid is only 3 autos from being killed. He's just zoned to the back line. A 5-man knockup, and in they go.
That's the difference between life and League. There's not one path. There's not one lane.
There's 3 paths in League.
Yeah. Well.
In the semifinals against Origin, we panicked a bit. We played the wrong champions, kinda, and that is what costed us the last two games.
It's a tough thing for not only me and my team, but also Fnatic as a whole.
performing in this series against H2K and actually putting up a fight that we can kind of be proud of when we leave the stage is the most important thing for me.
We will try to make it up and not disappoint the match for like 3rd, 4th place.
He's down! H2K may have won it! Triple kill, quadra kill for Forgiven!
We only get stronger from this, and I really want to perform there.
Febiven on a hunt, looking for Trick, and he manages to take him down. Absolutely fantastic from Fnatic.
For me, it's just really important that we put up the performance as a team and give the people in Rotterdam a good time.
We'll do our best to win this game for 3rd place.
It might be a much closer series than people think.
We have to fight for the championship points.
To the 2016 European LCS Spring 3rd place match. We've hit the road and are coming to you live from the Ahoy in Rotterdam, where earlier we saw the action unfolding here as we find ourselves at the Analyst Desk already. Hello, everyone. And there, the fans, they lined up really early and we got to see them actually in the morning as well. Some cosplayers, Fnatic, of course, a very popular team here taking to the stage. And there's Fnatic themselves, of course, very concentrated to take to the stage, as well as H2K fighting for that 3rd place match. And with today's match just minutes away, the arena is absolutely electric. Hello, I'm Evie Supporter, here behind the Analyst Desk, where I'm joined by Mitch Kreppel Voorspoels, the jungler for Team Vitality Shuk, and Martin de Fisio Lunge. Nou moeten wij toch een beetje Nederlands praten eigenlijk, want...
Ja, want we zijn wel in Nederland hier. En gezellig hier, leuke sfeer.
Gezellig, leuke sfeer, veel volk, netjes.
Mooie arena.
Danish, please.
I mean, you should do an effort here. We are in Rotterdam.
I know nothing.
Yeah, of course. Well, no problem at all. We're going to switch back to English because we want to take a look at the bracket and how the teams that are playing here today got here in the Fisio. You were mentioning to me beforehand that even if you take away the moniker of 3rd place match or final, these are some hype matchups.
Yeah, basically both matches we have here, if you swap them around, I still think a final of H2K Fnatic would have been absolutely fantastic. So it shows how strong our top 4 has been. Also because Vitality were kind enough to leave it a little bit early, Shuk.
You're welcome.
No, just kidding, of course. They would have done fine here as well. But these 4 teams are all fantastic. And this game between H2K and Fnatic, it's 2 teams who obviously want to come in here and finish as high as possible.
Yeah, and I feel like for both teams, they want to look today what they looked like, actually not in the most recent round that they played, both for H2K and Fnatic, who of course got knocked out just last week.
Yeah, but if you look at how they got here, though, for Fnatic, it's kind of started at the bottom. Now they're here. H2K, they came down from the top and they started crashing down. They did not expect even to play this 3rd place match, let alone have such disappointing results in some of their games. So I think they're really looking to prove a lot more, whereas Fnatic, we have to say, they have some experience with losing, so they may take the series a little more easy, but they have performed very well in front of crowds overall.
And we have to remember that not only, of course, pride here on the stage is at stake, but also championship points. Sole possession of 3rd place banks you a lot more points. That is so important with that race for Worlds.
Yeah, last year the difference was only 10 points, and 10 points must be familiar to Shuk, because that's what you guys have right now.
10 points is not enough for us to get the Worlds, so in the summer we have to step it up, and we're going for it.
You simply have to win the splits or run the gauntlet?
Easy.
Easy, yeah.
Well, it is only has been your first split. We'll see what Vitality can do. Then we take a look at the side selection as well for this match. And H2K is blue for all possible 5 games. That means that Fnatic also elected to be on the red side.
Yeah, a little bit surprising with the way they've decided to pick sides here. H2K, I think they're just going straight for jungle picks as like the first one, because Jankos was not happy playing the Graves, obviously into Kindred and Italy. So I think they're looking for Kindred first pick and Italy first pick. A little bit risky, because I feel like the best player in Fnatic is Febiven. And if he gets counterpicked with Castadin, Zed, these assassins he can play, that can be scary for Rio in the mid lane.
Yeah, we have to remember that Febiven definitely stepped up in the quarterfinal and also had a good series in the semis. How much do you think that mid lane matchup will be of importance?
I think if Febiven gets good counterpicks going this series, he's going to have a lot of impact on the game and maybe just snowball his team into vision control into the victory.
Yeah, that's why I think it's really important for H2K that they make use of that first pick. In the last series, they kind of first picked Sivir for Forgiven. gave up the Braum kind of a couple of games too, and then Forgiven, all he did was press R in the most random moment you could possibly do. So hopefully either he has learned how to use that Sivir for his team, or H2K have learned to just not put Forgiven on Sivir.
In any case, a lot at stake here. And a reminder, after our series here in Rotterdam, we're going to head over to Las Vegas, Nevada for the NA LCS's third place bout between Immortals and Team Liquid. Quick prediction maybe for that one?
I'm going to say Liquid. I don't think Immortals has learned to play the patch yet.
I'm going to go with Liquid too.
Okay.
I mean, I hope they don't pick 380 carries into a Maokai. Maybe they'll learn at least that much. But yeah, I'm going to say Liquid as well. Matt's going to whip out the Bard and just 3-0.
Oh, it's Crepo talking about Bard again.
Oh, again. Yay, nice meme.
In any case, as always, you can also reach us on Twitter. Tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag AskTheDesk. And throughout today's games, we also want you at home to join in on the excitement here in Rotterdam. So add LOL Esports on Snapchat and get an inside look at the competition all weekend long.
Yeah, interesting. I was actually following another Snapchat account, Shocks or something,
Yeah?
also daily updating.
A Kryptonite also has good stories about that.
Way better than LOL Esports.
No, not better.
Nice sellout.
Not, not better. We're all together, all good. But it's time to go to the stage because it is finally time to meet the contenders for today.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2016 European League of Legends Championship Series third place match.
Vander's found his man, and Forgiven sent him packing. Odo's looking to go bowling, and he hits 3 on the back half. That is a massive wipe, and H2K are just gonna end it here.
Starting on the blue side of Summoner's Rift, 2015 World Championship contenders, H2K. In the top lane, Odoamne. Roaming the jungle, Yankos. In the mid lane, Ryu. At AD carry, Forgiven. Supporting, it's Vander. And their coach, Prolly. Ladies and gentlemen, H2K.
Double kill from Benedict, and that has got to be it! Fnatic with the comebacks!
Starting on the red side of the Rift, 2015 World Semi-Finalists and reigning European champions, Fnatic. In the top lane, Gamsu. Ganking from the jungle, Spirit. In the mid lane, Forgiven. Their AD carry, Reckless. His support, Clyde. And their coach, Daylor. Give it up for Fnatic. Let's hear it one more time for tonight's third place competitors.
Well, there they are, H2K and Fnatic taking to the stage, and obviously a bit of a louder roar for Fnatic and Forgiven. He's also wearing an amazing cape. He has the whole flag already.
I saw it from very far. It's like, why is he wearing a French flag? And then I realized that was stupid.
Oh, Crepo. That's the other way, tilted around.
Even for you, Crepo, that was really stupid.
That was pretty stupid.
It must be familiar also at World Semi-Finals when they took on the Ku Tigers. Fnatic also took the same setup in the round here and walked that stage, so at least they are.
And then they lost 3-0.
But you are on edge today. I meant to say that the circumstances must be more familiar to them. Shook, do you think that will help them in any way here?
I think they're just going to go do their best. Like, they have experience on the world stage. Some of them are new in the team still, and they're just going to go do whatever they can do.
And I think we have seen H2K, if we go to the other side, struggle a little bit under pressure. I feel like almost every time they have to perform, some of the players are not showing up. As an example, Forgiven has never won a playoff series, ever. I'm not saying it's because he's playing poorly or anything, but it seems something goes wrong with some of these players. Now they're here, of course, in the arena. It is going to be tough.
I think it's very important, though, to have that kind of stage experience. LCS is one thing, but when you play in a big arena, and especially when your opponent is a crowd favorite, when you lose like one team fight, which you will, in this series, H2K will at least lose one team fight. The crowd's going to be cheering massively for Fnatic. And at that point, H2K need to make sure that it doesn't affect them, because if it affects them, they're going to lose another team fight and then another one, and they may even choke out of the series. So mental stability is very important when you play in front of big crowds.
And also with that in-the-round setup, that adds an extra element that you can see your competitors right in front of you, which you can't in the LCS. Talking about H2K and maybe not showing up at the times that it is most important. Obviously now another split where they did fantastic in the regular split. They ended in second place, but find themselves once again in third place. And again is the question, hey, that macro level play that is so crisp most of the time, how come it doesn't translate to this moment, and what do they need to do to make it click?
So I personally think that getting better and better as a macro team is very difficult. Like once you are the best team in your region, it's very small things you will upgrade all the time, while every other team will scrim you and try and catch up and learn how you're lane swapping, how you're rotating on the map. So I think for H2K, they might start really strong, but then improving from there is very hard for them. Where other teams, it's more about player mindset. It's a player maybe stepping up individually, he needs to play a bit better, and then catch up in terms of macro, where you're learning from this one team you play over and over. And that makes it easier to go even with H2K coming into playoffs. And then suddenly we get these games against Origin where it's 5 games and it went both ways.
Yeah, Shook, of course, with Vitality, you guys also have a good hold on the meta. Do you see kind of similarities between you two? And how do you think H2K should overcome that in this match?
I think both us and H2K were ahead of the meta by far. Like we were rotation-wise, macro-wise, we were super far ahead of the teams, but everyone just caught up, and now it's super, it's super tight.
But when it comes to picks and bans, though, I feel like both Vitality and H2K were a little unprepared for the 6.6 patch. Just in their approach, Vitality is a little more than H2K. That's why H2K is still around here. But still, from a team that we praised so much, I expected a little bit more from them in their previous series. So there are many reasons why they're playing the third place match. But I just really hope they kind of learn from their mistakes, show their flexibility, and have improved.
Yeah, we will see. In that series versus Origin, they were actually only ahead in gold in Game 3, which was that game where they decided to pull out that old H2K style, or...
That was a gift from Origin.
Yeah, Origin allowed them to play it.
Yeah, obviously very poor pick and ban phase for Origin in that game, set up for the beautiful rotation play we saw from H2K. We know they can play that style. I just want to see them not fall into the same problems they had last week, because again, if you walk into teamfights over and over as H2K, we didn't see the coordination, we didn't really see the synergy, and I feel like Fnatic will then have a chance in this series to beat them in teamfights. Do you agree on that one, Shook?
I think it can go either way. I think Fnatic is a good team, H2K is a good team. Whoever is the strongest mentality is going to take it, I think.
Sorry.
In terms of junglers, though, from your experience playing against Jankos, what we saw in the previous match, that wasn't the top level of Jankos. So from a jungler that has actually played and scrimmed a lot against him, what makes him so strong usually, and what was lacking last week?
Last week it was not Jankos. Like he was not really refreshing super well. He was not doing anything with any advantage he had. But this week I expected different Jankos, and I think he's going to go hard. And do as he wants to avenge himself.
Yeah.
And this also fits in with them picking blue side. In every single game, if you are H2K, try and get that Kindred and Italy for him, or in case it's a Graves with the other two bans, still you have a stronger jungle matchup, and he can then have an impact, because it's going to be a lot about these two junglers and then, of course, the mid laners.
Yeah, Vander also said when he was on the desk the day after that Jankos really wanted to prove himself here up against Fnatic. The first time for the organization that they don't find themselves in the final of the LCS, and mentally that might also do something to them. And when we look at last week, something they really have to improve on is that pick and ban versus G2, and a priority they gave to some players.
Yeah, Cly was just a little bit targeted in that series overall.
A little bit?
Just a
tiny bit.
It's like, yo, new kid, show us what you got. And sadly, he didn't get everything or had everything ready. So that could be another strategy right here. The Thresh pick could ironically be a cornerstone, because I think it was banned a lot against Vander too in that series, despite Braum and Alistar kind of being the more stable picks. I think we'll see more a potential Braum first pick though on the side of H2K. Just lock in that really safe support that can then cancel just a lot of what Fnatic bring to the table in teamfights, and H2K can still function as long as they enable Forgiven.
What would you think the most important element in the pick and ban phase is? Who would you give priority to? Jankos on the side of H2K and Fnatic?
I think Jankos is going to go for strong jungle pick. Spirit is going to do the same. It's going to be down to whoever pushes mid lane can get the space to go invade and get vision control down.
All right, I did get to cue that the teams are ready, so we're going to kick it over to the casters and get the series on their way.
Dankie Yves, hoe gaan het Rotterdam? My naam's Quickshot. Ons kan nie Dutch praat, maar ons kan 'n klein bietjie Afrikaans praat from South Africa. Ek's bly om hier te wees en dit's showtime.
Well, now that you're done going full South African, Trev, I'm Pulse, this is Stress, and it's almost time to get into picks and bans between H2K and Fnatic.
It is, and in this series, you've got to look now with the side selection. The desk talked about it, but we have to continue to talk about the danger that is Fnatic always having a counterpick in this series. Every single game, Febiven will have the option to counterpick mid, and we know what a danger he can be with that. We've seen the Kassadin in playoffs. We've seen these big-ticket picks really help Fnatic out.
And he's going to have to step up this series because Fnatic looked lost against G2 throughout a lot of their games. We're getting set up for game 1 of Picks and Bans. We know the match and the meta. Patch 6.6, Aurelion Sol will continue to be disabled. Look, Siva, Maokai, the desk has spoken about the junglers. Stress, what else are you looking at?
Yeah, always looking at Lissandra on blue side, especially for Rio as well. For H2K, it's been a big pick, so I would actually expect Fnatic maybe to lock that out in a couple of series. You know, we've seen just some big picks all around. A lot of jungle focus in the bans. Nidalee banned out, I believe, in 12 games. Just, you know, it's always 2 jungles banned, 1 gets through on the first side. That's what the desk is saying Jankos is looking for. We haven't really seen much Kindred out of him yet, but surely H2K have picked that up in the last 3 weeks at least.
I mean, of course, right, but you've got to also look at like ADCs, because looking at Sivir specifically, both the AD carriers not good track records, both 1 and 3 of the pick, even though they're exceptionally good ADCs. So I want to see if it becomes like a trap card going into picks and bans.
Yeah, especially with the power and the versatility that champion offers the current meta. Ladies and gentlemen of Rotterdam, we are jumping into game 1 of Picks and Bans between H2K and Fnatic. And right out the gates, Braum is denied to Fnatic.
Taken away, and that's one we didn't really pick too much up on, as we were talking at least, is that Braum pick had such high priority in the last series for Fnatic and for H2K just in general. So a big number of picks we were expecting to be gone are already taken from this game.
Yeah, the Nidalee also being banned up against Jankos. We were talking about how maybe H2K will prioritize those junglers coming into this champion select, and throughout the whole series, since they are always going to be on the blue side, Zed is the next ban, followed by Lucian out from Fnatic.
And this is something we were actually discussing now back before the show, is do we see Lucian bans come out from Fnatic? And, you know, we were thinking about that because just of how H2K with the Sivir really weren't effective. It either forces H2K to pick it now or give it to Fnatic in the first rotation. Echo is still available in this pick and ban. We've still had some priority on the support with the bans, but there are a couple available that we've seen come out. Fnatic may be getting a little pinched in that regard, though.
And of course, talking about some of the other meta picks and the fact that H2K went for that first pick Sivir last weekend, it didn't work out for them. Could be that trap card, that Pulse we were mentioning before we went into picks and bans. The last ban is a Twisted Fate, once again targeted towards H2K, and now they're put in a difficult position. Will they lock in a jungle, a top, or that Sivir, the top line ADC?
Very interesting. We see the TF rather than the Lissandra. Lissandra is a little bit better at, you know, coming in and setting up team fights properly. But Lissandra going to be available for H2K should they want to go for it. That Echo was passed over in the first pick.
So interesting. First pick's actually going to be Kindred, and now do Fnatic just pick up Echo?
And I like this decision actually by H2K. They give Jankos a strong champion, and Odoamne, his Echo wasn't particularly impressive in their last series anyway, so they don't have the rush to pick that up. I expect Odo to have really bolstered his performance on Echo in this series, and I expect to see them pick it later. But as for last week, it wasn't great.
That's actually real smart. So Gamsu's going to be picking up the Echo here. He did have a couple good games on that champion in the last series they played, though, and that's going to be paired with Trundle coming out as well.
And now this you might look at and say, well, that's got to be Trundle support. That's got to be Echo top, right? Wrong. SKT earlier today, FLICKR pulled out the AP Echo mid. We've seen Trundle in both roles. Double flex coming out from Fnatic. They have the last pick in this game, and they will be able to decide those solo lanes later on in this draft.
Very important being on that red side. It has somewhat taken me by surprise with the Lucian banned out, not picking Sivir first rotation, knowing that Echo was up, Maokai was up. These are these top priority champions in that top lane. H2K have now got their backs against the wall. They've stolen away the Kindred. This was a champion that I want to see Jankos perform on, because he's only played 2 games all year on that champion and has trended away from it. And in the last few seconds, will steal away the Thresh and lock in that Maokai. So we're still sticking to the trends that the EU LCS has shown to be powerful.
Again, H2K, though, are in a kind of a rough situation playing this dangerous game, because now you pick Maokai. The Trundle matchup is available. The Echo matchup is available. Both of these matchups are good for Fnatic, regardless of how they choose this to go. You can see Fnatic, they've decided their AD carry. There's still a lot of options available for them. Support not picked up unless that trundle is going down there. Again, so much versatility now on the Fnatic side.
Man, but you can just see the priority in where H2K lies right now because they're focusing it towards the jungle and not top lane anymore.
They've done it again. I mean, this isn't, you wouldn't expect the Graves to go top, but it's another pick. That if something in this last rotation goes crazy and they need to abort mission, they can change it around. I'm expecting that to go to Spirit, though, with Kindred gone and the Nidalee banned away. This is his kind of champion. He can farm up for a little while, get massive damage and massive impact in fights.
And now there is an opportunity for Jankos to try and take over some of this early game. We'll see if he can get his hands there. Forgiven, he's been pushed in the champion zone, but Sivir is available all the way down to the last rotation. If Forgiven wants to go for it, he went 1 and 3 during the semi-final against Origin, and instead will lock in Kalista. So it's going to go a slightly different route. Ryu, one last pick. It will be potentially blind pick, should be, and it will be that power pick Rise, which has come to fruition in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's going to be Rise going into the middle lane as well. So now we get to see where the puzzle pieces lie. No priority in Sivir in this entire draft. And keep in mind, Sivir up until this game was 100% pick and ban in the playoffs here in Europe. And neither of these teams want to take it. We know H2K struggled with it. They want the Kalista instead, a team-fighting AD carry. They've got a Maokai, they've got a Thresh. They're looking to pick people off, and now they've got some Rise for extra scaling.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting if they lock in the Azir mid lane. A lot of people have been talking about how Rise is actually good into that matchup, and some have argued against it as well. So we'll see what that one is, because as you mentioned, there's so many flex picks on Fnatic, it could really be anything here. Glad to see Rise come back in, though. Machine Gun Caster back in the mid lane.
Yeah, and in the last few seconds, Fnatic most likely going to switch away. I think the majority of voices we've spoken to feel that Rise does well into Azir, and Febiven says, I cannot. He dares to challenge and locks in the Azir to complete the Fnatic comp.
Now, this for Febiven has not been the best pick for him. He's only really played a handful of games, and his Azir KDA coming into last week's games was 0 in the previous game. It was actually his worst performance since week 6. So let's see, with the home crowd behind him now, if he can use a tank buster of Azir to break through Odoamne's Maokai.
It's going to be very challenging, because one big difference I see between these team compositions, H2K can point, click, and kill anything they want, whereas Fnatic is a lot more situational. They need the right angles for the trundle pillars. They need the right, parallel convergences for Gamsu's Echo to set it up. And it's going to be a lot more tricky on the Fnatic camp.
It is, and Fnatic are going to need a little bit of extra time as well. Not only does Azir need the time, Ezreal needs to stack himself up. And typically teams that have had that, as a weakness in the playoffs have been very slow out of the gate. They're not really getting the objectives very early on. So if we end up in a lane swap, maybe we'll see it.
Yeah, but a lot of this is going to be on Fevkin's shoulders in terms of late game damage. And if there's any time to turn up, it's here in Rotterdam for him.
Yeah, especially sitting in his hometown in front of the Dutch crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time on the third place battle, jump onto Twitter and let us know who you think will be victorious. Will it be H2K with hashtag H2K win?
Or will it be Fnatic with hashtag FNC win?
We're going to have to find out as we get into this game. The crowd is hyped for this series. We're getting ready to head on to the ring.
Armed and ready for this third place deciding match between H2K and Fnatic. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see where the cookie crumbles, lane swap or head-to-head lanes. That's going to be my first question, and it seems like Fnatic have grouped themselves up in the top quadrant of the jungle. Maybe going to get some early information here.
Oh, look at that. Jankos already with the extra damage on Spirit. You can see why they put the priority on him getting a good pick in the jungle. But it's jokes, but it's really going to pay big dividends in this series.
Yeah, we will have to see how that affects things. Of course, both, Spirit likes to farm. Jankos typically is, that first blood king. We'd love to see him get involved in the action. And, Kindred, Maokai, it's a pretty good pairing to get early damage and early kills, potentially in a gank if we end up in standard lanes, but it is not going that way. You can see how Gamsu is headed down to the bottom lane, and a kind of an interesting point here. Typically, over the last few weeks when we've seen lane swap wards put down, normally they've covered every single entrance to the bottom lane, and it allows you to spot out a lane swap very early on. This time there is no ward hugging the base wall or the inner tower in the bottom lane here for H2K, so they won't have the vision. Then again, neither will Fnatic. Looks like we're ending up in Australia lane.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case. So H2K may be calling Fnatic's bluff, anticipating the move and sending Forgiven and Vander up top, so we will get somewhat traditional lanes despite them being inverted. And also important to note, as we are early on, double teleports on the side of H2K versus no teleports in the mid lane for Fnatic. I want to see how H2K play the side lanes in the early game, because they were overly aggressive in their semi-final, and it was very sloppy and very messy.
But in this kind of situation for H2K, this is where they want to be. We had Vander as a guest on the analyst desk last week, specifically talking about how Fnatic's weakness has been their bottom lane, getting caught out in standard lanes and getting pushed in. Fnatic like to drag their bottom lane to the middle lane very early on, so knowing Vander knows that weakness, look at how aggressive Vander is being, zoning Fnatic off the Krugs here, but he is taking damage in response.
Yeah, it's interesting. Fnatic backed away from the Krug there just to try and push him away, and so Vander just straight up stopped him by himself in that one.
Yeah, manages to interrupt. Vander not running Exhaust either. So I'm keeping track on these summoner spells. We'll find out how impactful that Exhaust is later in the game. And Wind Speakers on Rise.
Yes, so Rise
Storm Raiders.
Storm Raiders, that's where I was going to go. Rise deals a lot of damage very quickly to people, so you get to proc that very effectively. Also, Rise just benefits off movement speed, being able to keep chasing people down. But the effect of what Vander did there in the top lane was actually get the level 2 early. It meant that Fnatic couldn't really do too much. Then again, they have an Ezreal. You don't really want to go aggressive on a Kalista this early on. So H2K will be fairly happy with the lead that they've got themselves so far in that top lane.
I just want to see how much Forgiven can do up there, because you put Forgiven and Vander in a straight-up 2-on-2 lane, they will do some work. And against Reckless, who honestly is a pretty passive player with Fly in that lane, I think they could do some real work. Jankos already invading the enemy jungle, just trying to find Spirit, trying to find something, hopping over the wall. He knows this is getting taken, so he's going to be poking Spirit a little. Just contesting this Krug. This smite goes down. Jankos is out of there.
Yeah, Spirit didn't have his smite available. It was coming up just as Jankos hit his, so easy smite away. That's going to slow Spirit down just a touch, but also now Jankos, he's a bit afraid to go into his own jungle now. He's like, uh-oh, there's a Kindred somewhere in here. I can't really stick around too much.
Yeah, decides to play that one a little safe. Have a first glance of this mid lane matchup, even as far as the farm is concerned. Ryu's already back to pick up what is a very early tier. Teleport down. And he's just going to continue stacking that and farming it up while Forgiven and Vander, they're shoving away with him. This is what we've seen time and time again out of H2K in standard lanes.
It is. I mean, H2K are dominant in standard lanes. Forgiven normally at that 10-minute mark averages about a 9 CS lead up on his lane opponent in standard lanes when we looked at the games. And they actually get so much presence in this lane, so much dominance, that when it comes to their pushing, in the 11 standard games for H2K, 6 of H2K's 9 first towers were taken by Forgiven. That is the most of any player we've got here in the EU LCS.
And that strength of H2K in pushing the lanes, getting a tower down, will in theory be exemplified by Fnatic, because they are a reactive bottom lane. They're already seeing some pressure on these crabs. Jankos actually picked up his first passive stack earlier in the game, and with that Scuttle Crab being killed, it'll at least deny one of those spawns for Jankos. Already showing up just a little earlier than he did in the semi-final.
Spirit also pushing into the enemy jungle as well, so he's not just going to sit back and allow Jankos to take all of his camps. And now he's just trying to track him through the jungle. So he places the first ward down. He's got the Razor Sharp buff, and they will be meeting each other here very briefly, you would think. He's now backing away.
The problem here, though, is if Odo comes up and catches out Spirit in the jungle, there is a lot of damage on Jankos still, even though it's early on in this. Spirit, however, is going to find the time to recall out. Problem is, if Odo goes across, and Jankos somehow gets himself, Spirit gets himself away, Gamsu will get so much experience advantage down in the bottom lane. He's got a good lead as it is.
There's that ward we just saw getting placed down from Spirit, so we're going to see that early information go over to Fnatic, so at least they have a general idea of where Jankos is. They know that he's in the top sides of the map right now. There's no crabs who's not going there, so he has two options. He either goes for his grump or he goes into the jungle, and Spirit knows this.
And at this point, really, unless Spirit can get some presence on the top side of the map, which is why you can see Jankos here trying to at least track Spirit and see where he is, there's no real respite for Reckless and Clyde unless Forgiven and Vander recoil, because look at the advantage they've got. Look at how far up in the lane the H2K duo are sitting. They are really forcing Reckless to Q farm and try and get anything that he can, and it's got to a point where we're already 10 CS up for H2K.
And we just caught a glimpse of Jankos again aggressively invading, trying to challenge for some of Spirit's camps, but on the side of the map where his duo is, enabling Forgiven and Vander to play as aggressive as they currently are. Jankos gone for the Skirmisher Saber, Spirit the Trackers, so first items completed in the jungle, or moving their way in that direction. And I want to reiterate, when H2K were playing somewhat standard in Australia lanes in the semi-finals, their tower dives in the first 2 games were very messy, very uncoordinated. They gave Origin time to respond. Then later in the series, when H2K were meant to dive, they were then too scared because of all the sloppiness and the mistakes. So I want to see how much they can improve from last week to this week, Pulse.
They just need to go back to the regular season H2K, because they were an entirely different team. You're just seeing how hard that matchup is from Maokai in the bottom lane. But here they've had more time to prepare as well, and Kalai getting dragged in the top lane. This is a really brutal lane, and the Ren hasn't even come out yet. There it is, and you see how low it takes him. Just need to see H2K come back on form. So far, looking pretty good.
And in this situation, you know, a lot of people have talked about how Thresh typically isn't the best support. We had a lot of support bans in this matchup, and we're seeing that even Vander on this Thresh into Clay, he just lands one hook, the damage goes down, still got the potency as ever, it's just not top tier.
No, not this time around. Febiven's being run down by Rio, the power's been unleashed, and Febiven will just slide and glide his way out. Fan vote on the side of Fnatic, no real surprises there. But we're even as close as it can be in the opening minutes. Nobody has made a major mistake yet, with the exception of Rekkles being bullied in this lane. But you kind of expect it in that matchup.
Also in the mid lane as well, you can see why Ryze is good into Azir, because it doesn't matter if you're kind of long range, Ryze is going to run at you and you're going to have to run away, and at some point he's going to catch up and just hit you with 5 or 6 spells, and you just simply lose the trade. You can't deal as much damage as him in a shorter time frame.
But the one thing you do have to really warrant is that Azir is fairly free to farm at this point.
Oh, defensive flash from Clyde. Ignite wasn't thrown down though, so flash blown.
Yeah, yes he is, Russ.
Yeah, and there's been a fair amount of you know, presence when it comes to the damage going down onto Ryu. Forced him back, even used the teleport to come back. Febiven is up in this lane by about 2 waves of creeps as well, so despite even going back himself, Febi is in a good spot right now, and to be honest, Fnatic need that. And this is what we were talking about. This relentless pressure in the top lane again results in the first tower in a standard lanes matchup for H2K going to Forgiven. Just push, push, push all day long, get that advantage, and crack Fnatic open.
All right, cracking Fnatic open. Febiven's used the Emperor's Divide, but Ryu's not locked in. Flashes over the pillar. The chase is coming in from Fnatic. Throws in the soldiers, and first blood to Fnatic.
First blood from that middle lane. It goes over to Spirit, and that could be such a crucial part here, because Spirit, we know how much Fnatic are going to have to rely now on his damage. They've got an Ezreal still needing time. The Azir is still powering up. Get some of that earlier damage down onto the Graves and get yourself into the mix.
Jankos is heading into the mid lane, also with Vander, so maybe trying to set up a play here. Vander's in the bush, charging up the Q. Depth Sentence doesn't land today onto Forgiven. He'll be backing off. And honestly, H2K not missing a beat so far. Picked up 4 pink wards. They just placed 1 down, and they'll be continuing to do that. Odoamne clearing 1 in the bottom lane, Vander clearing 1 in the top jungle, and complete vision control over H2K.
It's really well set up. This is one of the things that I wanted to see from Fnatic. Good coordination and synergy, because it's a difficult CC to land.
I don't know about Ryu running an obstacle course, but he had to go around a wall, around a pillar, up and over, and he still ended up falling in that. But H2K do have double teleport advantage right now, so I'm kind of expecting Fnatic to attack one of those, kind of similarly to how Gamsu's doing in the bottom lane, but bring more people in at some point and really attack that. We spoke about how Fnatic like to bring their bottom lane to the mid lane. This is around the time they do it, but that's only really when they have side lane presence, and without a teleport on Azir, you have to leave the Azir in the middle lane.
And I think we have to talk about the tank battle as we catch a glimpse of Amazing and Perk sitting side by side, and Mithy getting some information ahead of tomorrow's final.
Well, you know, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. So
That's it, finding out some information. Glad to see them in the crowd watching, but Gamsu's been bullying Odoamne the entirety of this match. Plus 10 CS, shoving Odo in over and over and over. And this is a good sign for Fnatic, with Febiven being ahead, with Gamsu being ahead, even though Rekkles is down. He's more of a utility ADC that will scale later into the game. Hopefully his front line will buy him all the time he needs.
But look at this giant valley that is opening up between Forgiven and Rekkles. I mean, it was manageable at first, but because we spoke about how Fnatic's weakness is their duo lane getting caught in these standard lanes, they picked themselves into this corner with Azir, who is just a pick that has to sit mid. You have to clear mid. You cannot really move into a side lane. Otherwise, what H2K do is, as soon as he pushes slightly too far up, 2 TPs come down, that's a dead Azir. he's never getting away. So, you know, Fnatic have to be careful how they play around this. They have to slow H2K's pace down, and that is by buying a little bit more freedom for their duo lane. The warding you can see from Fnatic is so heavily focused on that top side where they want Reckless to sit.
That's actually a really good point, because we've seen so many teams fail with Azir in playoffs because he's a really difficult champion to play around. You've got to go like 1-3-1 and play a different style entirely, and we've seen teams just fall apart. So in this game, they're in a much better place because they have a good foundation, as Febiven is already ahead of a matchup that should have been bad for him.
I think, though, there is a difference when you look at Febiven playing on the Azir to, with no disrespect, Nukeduck's Azir sits fairly far back in the lane, and that was one of the drawbacks for Vitality, is when playing with this, they just didn't have presence to move forward, whereas Febiven, he's always constantly trying to trade in lane, constantly trying to get himself ahead and push back against H2K.
And the moment he's not pushing forward, brings in some friends to play in the middle lane. Klein Spirit with a good roam. Jankos was able to pick up the first Rift Herald here in Rotterdam, and will be pushing aggressively to once again enable Forgiven to play forward, to farm safely.
And Fnatic for a second there slipped back into old habits by bringing Reckless down, and what this means is they actually lost control of the easy path to top lane here. You can see Vander managed to pressure them out with Jankos, and now Fnatic have only just got up to the top side to defend. Ryu just used his teleport to come back, but this Rift Herald push coming from H2K is going to be difficult to stop.
A lot of pressure coming out. The Death Sentence didn't land, so Fnatic can go a little further forwards and clear out these caster minions. Remember, because that's Herald, no extra tanking down, so that will dissipate real fast, and H2K have to back away. Didn't get a lot of chip damage on that tower.
Not a huge amount, but we needed to take some stock of the situation. Fnatic are still marginally down on gold, despite having first blood. Spirit is farming up a Storm, plus 20 over Jankos. That's great in the jungle, and he's not really been needed. And then obviously the advantages for Febiven and Gamsu over their opposite. It's going to be an interesting mid-game with all these lane shenanigans, considering the power is in such different areas of the map.
Yeah, for now it's going to rest a lot more on Forgiven's shoulders, and you know, it was so interesting, the discovery, which took me a moment to internalize when Tafisio was talking about this. Is like, Forgiven actually hasn't won a playoff series. And to put that kind of pressure now, H2K, on this early game, we know Forgiven is exceptionally strong when it comes to his presence in lane, but now once this game opens up, how's he going to do in team fights? There was that discussion, you know, H2K's team fighting was kind of lackluster, and part of that was Forgiven. Will we see that come and undo H2K once again here?
This will be a stun here in the bottom lane. It would at least stun Odoamne to fight Gamsu for a couple seconds. But he is Maokai, and he's actually winning against Echo with a last auto attack with Grasp of the Undying. He jumps back in with phase dive, now even up the trade. But Odoamne actually winning in that one-on-one.
Yeah, for now, of course, when you're playing into the Maokai matchup, it means that Echo has to take up that Spectre's cowl early. He'll sit on the cowl and just have that and go then the Sunfire Iceborne route. So it does mean that Gamsu's actual presence in trading is a little lower now.
Oh, Ryu's in some trouble. Cell just go up. Early cleanse from Febiven, and he'll slide away. Ryu putting the stamp on who owns the 1v1.
I'll be honest, I don't think Ryu knew his own strength, because that last overload hit, and he was like, oh, I actually could have killed him if I wasn't going for these minions, and he had flash. So Febiven will have to go back to base, and he gets the push, but still.
Yeah, cleanse down. There's a cannon minion wave denied, and some damage placed onto the tower. So Ryu, despite not getting the kill, will do quite a lot of control and some damage. Already getting closer to the Rod of Ages, and this is a very scary champion if he is not controlled in these team fights.
But what that means for now is Febiven will have to drop back in the lane. Without cleanse, you can't afford to get rune prisoned and take a full combo. It'll be so easy for Jankos to just come mid if Azir steps too far forward now, and Febi doesn't want to succumb to that fate. He doesn't want to be the first member of his team to fall on home turf. That's not the kind of play that you want to come out, and I'm pretty sure Febi is not going to let that happen.
Not at all. H2K constantly staying on the toes, constantly making plays. They were pinging the bottom tower, and they also went for Dragon, so they have Forgiven setting up the wave, so that Vander and Jankos, after taking the Dragon, can conveniently just arrive and take the tower.
So H2K have got the first Rift Herald, they've got the first Dragon, they've got the first tower. They're going to get themselves the second tower as well. Yes, Fnatic secured a good kill onto Ryu in the mid lane, but truthfully, the map is everything about H2K. Second one has fallen, and they've extended this marginal gold lead.
But we can't neglect to look at the farm difference, because although we were talking about how H2K is so good with the objectives, Fnatic in this setup have been able to get themselves previously a gold lead. Now they're going to re-establish it with this tower going down. It's a fairly even back and forth game. First tower goes for Fnatic.
But H2K, while all that was happening, was still pushing the bottom lane. There was still a minion wave there. And Fnatic, yes, they respond with an outer, but they're just simply too slow. And this tower will fall. There's plenty of minions there.
Absolutely no contest from Fnatic. They are behind the tempo of the play. H2K have managed to secure an additional tower at the cost of one outer. Odo's caught the wave up top, and H2K plays a lot of good vision inside that right quadrant of the jungle before they maybe group middle to see if they can set up some additional pressure on Febiven's tower.
Yeah, it's pretty much the only place that H2K can go right now. No Rift Herald, no Dragon. They've taken both of those off the map already. And now we're in a situation where for Forgiven and the rest of H2K, they're going to look towards the mid tower, but the problem is you've got to go through the Azir to do that. And that is very difficult to do. At this point, I mean, Febi, his cleanse is coming back up fairly soon. He's going to be able to push the wave back, you know, somewhat effectively, and you've got Spirit there for wave clear as well. It'll be tough to push the top inner as well, because Gamsu, we've spoken about this, one of the only tanks that really has the ranged wave clear on Echo with his Time Winder, so you can push the wave back preemptively and stop people from pushing into your tower.
That's actually very important for Fnatic if they want to continue to stall the game out. Take a look at your itemization as we continue to scale up at 17 minutes. Another bunch of pink wards inside the H2K inventories. Not seeing quite as many from Fnatic as they start with Herald, Rod, Blade of the Ruin King, Man Immune, so everybody's starting to scale up, and we could have some very explosive team fights.
And I like this out of Fnatic, utilizing the timer that they had on the Rift Herald. Of course, everybody gets it now as of a long time ago. So what Fnatic did was say, well, H2K only got 2 places to go. Let's make it 1 place, and let's make it really difficult for them. Let's take away the Rift Herald. Do not allow them to push with that. We'll take it for ourselves and see what we can get done.
Well, it's like the Hurricane coming out from Jankos, seeing that build more and more nowadays, but it just kind of shows his mindset. It's like, I'm a carry now in this game, rather than being a facilitator in the jungle. So he's trying to get those stacks, trying to kill people, and trying to hit multiple people.
And you know, a lot of the times we see the Hurricane, there is always the Sterix Gauge option as well. This Hurricane obviously allows you to stack up on people during a fight, assists in wave clear as well, which is something that H2K do need a little bit of a hand with. Kalista fairly short range, Ryze fairly short range when it comes to his wave clear, and you have to basically use the ultimate to do it as well. So now just a little bit extra on top of that from Jankos, from Odo Amne, gonna help them out.
It's just interesting because it pushes back more Sterix, obviously, in this game, and especially when you have an Azir mid lane where most of that damage is going to come out from him, as you just saw in the mid lane as Test Subject Ryu walks up to him. And now he'll walk back to base. But yeah, so he needs that more at some point, but he's going to be doing damage for now. He's got Lance Respite anyway.
Yeah, we'll see how effectively Jankos can make use of it, because this is another game.
Oh, that's a dangerous
very
TP.
little impact. TP will complete from Ryu. Soldiers get thrown into his face. I'm looking for support on the mini-map. Nobody has responded. So the tower stands, but that was brave from Ryu.
Kind of interesting. Febi did only have 1 Arise, so couldn't get both onto the tower, which pretty much would have killed it at this point and made that teleport null and void. But Fnatic didn't want to commit. They didn't have the vision around the river and the entrances to mid to really go aggressive onto that tower. Would have been overstepping.
Small skirmish maybe opening up. Ooh, Jankos, 2 spear soldiers onto him. A lot of damage comes out, but he'll be backing up briefly, and H2K just pushing up the mid lane. They won't be able to siege because Fevman's there with Spirit, and Jankos will back into his jungle, probably looking up onto the stage from the sidelines. And Ryu fighting
game
Clyde.
to watch. Exhaust has been used. Clyde very much afraid of those overloads. Will throw down the summoner spell, so that's one of them removed if any shenanigans were to break out. And that is potentially what H2K are looking for. I feel they're in a pretty good position right now. A lot of power stacking up. Ryu has found Febi. Emperor's Divine is flashed over. Febi's going to run for his life, but the hook!
The death sentence lands, but it's not going to result in anything because Spirit's there to cover Febiven as his bodyguard, and they'll have to back away. That will defuse the situation.
Spirit with the potency of the damage right now, and we saw Prawley looking at this game. He'll be happy that he's brought H2K to the point in this game where they've utilized their strength, that 2v2, but now it's all on H2K as a team to figure out which fights are worth taking and how to take them, because that's been H2K's weakness, and it could have gone that way again as Ryu was stepped into parallel convergence.
Yeah, I think Ryu actually stepped forward. He's like, the pillar's behind me, I dare you, Clyde. Come at me, bro. And obviously, without the stun landing from Echo, meant Ryu was able to get away clean. So we're 21 minutes in. Still just a single kill on the board, but a number of skirmishes across the map. I think Devourer was upgraded there for Jankos a little while ago, became sated. And H2K still ahead in the majority of the objectives when it comes to the towers, the dragon, the heralds, etc. Let's see if they can continue to press the lead, because they've not been able to crack open this mid lane outer turret because of how well Fabi's controlled that lane.
Even though it's been 21 minutes, though, we're hitting breaking point because you're seeing a lot of skirmishes go on. A lot of people are kind of itchy to get into a fight. Dragons now spawning. More objectives on the border starting to open up for people to contest. So we're going to start seeing some bloody fights very shortly.
There are only a few members of Fnatic that are easily locked down, whereas Vander...
Oh, he's on the wrong side. Throws out a Death Sentence to buy some time. Teleport cancelled by Odo. Yeah. And there was a kill elsewhere on the map as Reckless
completed by Gamsu.
1v1.
Oh man, Jankos, he's going to have to flash away. And Gamsu is not arranged to follow up. Forgiven was also there to back him up. So they will back away very briefly.
Odo cancelled, Gamsu didn't, and looked to go aggressive on a different part of the map. I was looking for where Gamsu actually arrived, and always looking for those kills on a low health, but obviously with that Lamb's Respite available, it's a little bit more difficult to kill than you would normally expect.
Yeah, of course, Jankos was able to 1v1 Reckless.
Oh, here comes Odo!
Caught in the middle!
Flash over the wall, and Roots down Bevan, but he's out of the slide and glide back to Cly, and he's still safe. So many close calls in this game.
It really, really is. Balancing on a knife edge. Pulse, you mentioned the fights were going to get bloody and exciting, and they started off with 22 minutes. H2K, they're going for a Baron already. The rest of Fnatic can respond, but this is going to be close.
Yeah, it's going to be close, but H2K, they've got the Callista.
Spirit over the wall, he's trying to blind some targets. Hook doesn't land, tries to steal the collateral damage, and Forgiven, he's going to secure it. Two-shot barrage doesn't take anyone down, and H2K get away with murder.
Fnatic had absolutely no time to respond. H2K sneak that Baron from under Fnatic's nose. We're going to go all the way back to the team fight that set this one up. Stress, top of your screen, there's Jankos and Reckless.
Yeah, this is Jankos and Reckless. We actually didn't see that kill initially, and that's what pulled Jankos so far up. You could see that was where Gamsu was trying to go aggressive afterwards, but you know, Fnatic, they're going to take a Dragon in exchange for the Baron going over to H2K. H2K will favor that time and time again. This is what they want. They want to be able to keep pushing on this map.
I'm going to go ahead and say not worth for Fnatic on that one. Not a trade you won at 23 minutes into the game. And it was literally just from chunking down Fevman. You don't always have to kill your target to open up pressure on the map, and H2K identified that. And this is one of the signs to me in this series that H2K really are on the ball.
I already feel like H2K are reading the map and the game somewhat better than what they were last week. Now, in that 5-game series, they were a little bit slower. Jankos is caught by the pillar. Will be able to find the Lantern from Vander, jump out to safety, but the tower is down. So all outers for Fnatic are knocked over. There's Baron pushing minions in multiple lanes, and H2K have stamped some control and authority across the entire map again.
Yeah, just go back to that point, quick shot. I really feel that was the problem that H2K had. The further the series went on, they were making aggressive plays, and then they stopped because there were a lot of hesitation. They didn't pull the trigger. In Game 5 of that series, they 100% would not have pulled the trigger on a play like that.
And of course, looking at the games last week, H2K felt like they tunneled on the kills.
Yeah.
They were looking for the tower dives. They were looking, hey, see hero, kill hero. And it didn't work for them. Today, game 1 of this series, H2K say, see tower, take tower. See herald, take herald.
Yeah.
Hey, Baron's free too, I'll have one of those.
Yeah, we'll see whether they're doing that seafood diet in the end, because they may not be so svelte afterwards if that's the case. I know Itzper normally has them on a pretty strict regime for that, but they've seen another tower, Trevor. They've taken it down with that Baron buff push.
Very, very well played from H2K. 2,600 gold in the Baron power play. Still available in all 5 members, 45 seconds before it times out. So the numbers are on the top of your screen. And of course, H2K. This is a long series. It is a best of 5. And these teams are fighting for championship points, fighting for a shot, one step closer to get towards the World Championships at the end of the year.
And there's something actually with Fnatic in a best of 5 that I've noticed is game 1 is normally a little bit of a feeling out process. Ooh. Normally where they've run the Kassadin, see what they can get away with in a game, see how passive they can play. And Forgiven.
They don't want you to make your point.
Fnatic will increase the pace gradually throughout a best of 5 if they need to.
I concur.
Yeah,
I concur.
I was just waiting for another skill shot to almost kill Forgiven.
I pieced out. I was like, that's all I'm saying. I'll get back to this later.
All right, well, we will follow up with that point a little bit later. Because Fnatic have to play from behind. They've got a lot of wave clear with Echo, with Graves, the Zia, obviously a little bit from Ezreal as well. But another Baron makes it significantly harder to clear out those minion waves. H2K, both teleports still available. We've not seen any teleport plays. One of them was cancelled in the jungle, but that's something I'd like to see how H2K can unlock the deeper parts of Fnatic's map.
And that's one of the things, really, is the only places that Ryu has really used his teleport is getting back to lane. It's always been, well, I'm just going to keep my lane alive, keep it going. Now Ryu's over in the side lane, pushes it out. So it's H2K's prerogative to try and look for a weak spot. If the Azir, if the Ezreal are pushed further up in the lane than they should be, slam those 2 TPs down, get yourself into the fight and crack open Fnatic once again.
But that's been like the old joke, right? It's just like, yeah, I run TP to get to lane faster. But in this game, it's actually really good because he's been able to put pressure on Febvin. And while Febvin's still in a really good place, now we're getting into that mid-game and going back to some of the questions we're asking very early on whether Fnatic can play around the Azir correctly. That's what we're about to find out. But this has definitely been an H2K game where 3 kills in almost 30 minutes.
Yeah, it definitely has been an H2K game when you look at it. But Fnatic, not to be outdone, have said, okay, well, we're going to slow your push by putting up the Azir Sun Disc in the middle lane, and I'm going to slow you down for a bit.
All right, so take stock of the time, and we'll find out how much time it'll buy Fnatic. As Jankos and Bandit are teaming up again, this time is to provide some support to Ryu, pushing in the top lane. Some slightly different boot enchantments than I'm used to. Alacrity on both Odo and Jankos. Make sure they can lock down the very slippery Fnatic team composition. And at nearly 30 minutes into the game, 2, 3 items are being completed on a lot of these carries. It's going to be very scary if somebody's out of position or makes a mistake.
But a lot of these items for Fnatic, looking for Jankos. Ryu comes in from the top.
He's going in, he's gone out.
A lot of these items for Fnatic are all about, you know, the ability to either kite or move faster, get away, disengage. There's a Rallies here. You've got 2 Iceborne Gauntlets. You've got a Blade of the Ruin King. It's not often used for that, but at the same time, everything is going to help Fnatic distance themselves slightly. Plus the Azir ultimate, if H2K don't absolutely...
94 gold in the bank.
If H2K don't lock somebody down quickly, Fnatic have the chance to run.
All right, have the chance, and they're going to have to be running for their lives for a little bit longer because H2K are playing on the front for Gamsu and Odo. They're going to go toe-to-toe. Iceborne and Spirit Visage for Gamsu, but he does not want it. He instantly backs away despite what looked to be control and zoning earlier on. He's the one playing defensively now.
Really weird. I see both of the junglers coming to the bot lane, so I did have a point about Maokai, but we're going to have a fight instead. Gamsu, Q's going to land, Arcane Smash, Jankos is coming in, marks him with the E, and now he'll back away because Maokai wants farm. And they'll back off. But to talk about Maokai Echo, it's a really interesting matchup because Echo generally should win that lane. There's a lot of times where he's just straight up stronger, like he can farm from range, he can poke from range. Maokai just can't get in range of him. But then when you hit certain item break points, like when Odawame had a full item versus Gamsu, Maokai can actually trade against him. And then when Gamsu starts completing items, which is around about now, he should be able to trade back. So it's interesting that he backed away from that fight.
And the thing is, Gamsu, something which isn't always standard, he's actually completed the Spirit Visage before a Sunfire Cape. A lot of times, as I was saying, we kind of see them sit just on Spectre's cowl, so never really underestimate that. But it's the Dragon attempt from Jankos. Here comes Fnatic.
Parallel convergence means Jankos has to dance of arrows over the wall. Vander looks for a death sentence, finds it onto Cly, but decides not to reactivate. Dragon secured by Fnatic. That is the second of the game. Allows them to get that damage over time onto some towers, but it could be a sign that the control is shifting. Fnatic, back-to-back Dragon.
Look at what H2K have done, though. They've said, okay, we'll give you the Dragon, but we're going to push with Ryu in the top lane. Look, it's pushed all the way to the inhibitor tower, and nobody has gone to defend it. Odo on the bottom side has pushed out as well. Only one member of Fnatic has a teleport. They cannot defend both waves at the same time, so at a minimum, they're going to lose one of the waves' worth of experience.
While it seemed like Fnatic had the tempo, H2K were literally dancing around like a bull in a matador because Fnatic, they were all in a group, and H2K was like, fine, we'll just push up, we'll push bottom. We see you going for Baron, but we have TP on Ryu. We can stop you if we want.
And the other thing that, of course, pushing the side lanes is going to do is open up this Baron pit for H2K. They have so much more vision on the map with that present Spirit. Ooh, that's a lot of damage.
Yes, it is. Out from Jankos by himself. He actually jumps over the pillar into 2 people. He knows that Flanders there with the dark patches to save him.
And the teleport comes down for Odo onto the back line.
But here comes Gamsu.
Spirit, the low and not around. This could be trouble. There is a Kalista on the Baron, looking for the fight. Fnatic decide to engage it, secured by H2K.
And Forgiven will pick it up. Empress Divide comes out, and Forgiven's onto him. They will be trading back. Vander is fighting in the bottom side, but Jankos is the first to fall. Ryu's being chased after. Gamsu's coming in for the kill.
They've traded back and forth for Forgiven is still alive. He's flashed forward for Featherman, and Forgiven's taking him down. It's a double kill for Forgiven as Gumsu's trying to chase down Odo. 4 members of H2K are dead, only with the cost of 3 members for Fnatic. But H2K secured the Baron and the gold. Fnatic win the fight.
Fnatic turn that fight around. What looked like an almost certain Baron for H2K. Well, it was. It goes to them, but they've only got it on one person. H2K wanted to peel back, but the problem, look at where Fnatic choose to fight in the Baron pit with the Kindred ult on top of it. Spirit was so low here that he actually gets helped out here. He goes over, in goes Jankos into the fight, has to selfishly ult himself, and look, Spirit, he had the more proc on it as well, so he was getting healthier and healthier. All this time, Reckless is dealing damage. Featherman, for the most part, was safe until Vander deals with the problem head on, flashes over the wall and deals with him. But look, Reckless is almost full health. This entire fight, he was able to just poke people down from inside the Baron pit after the buff had gone. And look at it, we are about down to 0 for H2K's power play.
Extremely key in that fight. Reckless, as soon as he saw the fight turning, there were 2 squishy targets in the backline over the Baron pit. He flashed and E'd over the Baron pit to go for both those targets, and he single-handedly picked up 2 kills, which turned the fight.
So despite the fact that H2K have been in control for nearly 30 minutes, Fnatic win a pivotal team fight. They are still down in gold, but it is very, very clear that Fnatic's team composition, when they find the right opportunities, can win a fight, and Spirit was low. He was very, very low throughout the entirety of that engage. So this could reset the entire map. Once again, it pushes later and later, more items, more scaling, which actually both of these teams will be very happy about.
They will be. There's a Ryze on one and a Zir and an Ezreal on the other, and you know, from that Baron buff, all that meant was now Odo Amne will have the Baroned up minions, and he really wants to be away from the rest of his team, so it means the rest of H2K's push is actually diluted somewhat if he chooses to go to the side lane. He doesn't have his teleport available right now, so that option is a little bit risky, a little flimsy, but H2K want to play multiple lanes, even to the point where Vander has opted for a banner of command because he knows it's going to be difficult for Gamsu and Featherman to clean that out. Only one of them can with that teleport, and H2K playing around the parallel convergence. They don't want to get locked down in that.
Also playing around just having one person with Baron is hard for them because they, as you mentioned, they want a 1-3-1, but they have to group as 5 to try and utilize that on Odoamne. And because it's awkward because he's the tank, he's not really the split pusher. If he was on Ryu, maybe it'd be better, but this is a really unfortunate situation. So they're caught in the mid lane where they're just like, well, we have to do something, and it's like Sundisc, and then they just stand here and play Aaron.
Yeah, Febby's like, what's the time? Oh, time for me to put this up. Like, my passive's up, I got this, guys. And look, even Febby's starting to deal damage to Odo now. This is one of the strengths of the Azir. You break through the tank line very efficiently, and if you don't get taken down, those Sand Soldiers just keep going.
Ryu looks to be taken down. Vander throws out the lantern and saves Ryu's life. No cost of summoner spells yet, but Fnatic playing very aggressive, very forward, and they continue to put pressure on this middle lane while Gamsu has backed away, as have the rest of Fnatic.
But that situation is exactly what Fnatic want. Everyone grouped up so Rekka can land poke, Featherman to land poke, and H2K get punished.
But Gamsu has to go bottom lane. The Bannered minion is down there in that bottom lane, stacking up a wave, and Gamsu actually not too bad at clearing it once it was already dropped fairly low by the minions in the wave previously, and now H2K have their opportunity to continue to push. But Fnatic will be constantly looking for decent areas to fight. Both teleports are about up from H2K, so it's their sort of time to divulge which lanes they want to go to, which exactly parts of the map do they want to pressure.
So the last dragon was quasi-contested. Jankos tried to steal that one away or sneak it away, and Fnatic were having none of it. They brute forced him out. That's 30 seconds away from the next dragon spawn, and of course Baron will be up in about 2 to 3 minutes time. Forgiven's gone for a lot of sustain on this build with that Bloodthirster Blade, as well as the Morma Mortius. And of course, Reckless with the QSS and basically a fully stacked Ezreal build. Has a lot of poke and kite in his utility, as long as he's got some mana to play with. So keep your eyes on that mana bar when this next fight breaks out.
This is going to be a pretty important game, though, for the psyche of Fnatic when you look at their previous results with Azir. They are 0-2 this split with Azir for Febiven. And you know, if they can actually win a game with this, it will give them that other option, because if you go 0-3 with a champion, you're like, okay, maybe this just really isn't working for us. Maybe this isn't the pick to play against this team, but Fnatic have managed to claw themselves into a situation where it could work for them. They are still behind though, and H2K are still looking for opportunities to close. Here comes the teleport into the backline from Odo.
This will be the flank. Who's he going to jump onto? It's going to be Spirit. He dashes away. Gamsu now coming in. Forgiven is being zoned away. Kalai finds him. Ryu gets the first kill onto Spirit. The ultimate out from Fevin. He's looking to tear apart the tree. Odo one is dropping low. And Forgiven, he's still kiting away. Gamsu finds him. Just back to safety. That's the double kill. 4 kills over to Fnatic. That will be the wipe.
Everything's coming up Fnatic in these team fights, and H2K are showing the same weaknesses that cost them a spot in the finals. H2K have fallen apart at the seams in these team fights, and difficult picks to deal with have completely torn them apart.
And how pivotal was not having an exhaust. Gamsu completely solo Forgiven on their back line. Death timers are up to 45 seconds for H2K, and Fnatic, they've taken down an inhibitor turret. They've taken down an inhibitor. They've set their sights on the Nexus.
They're actually just going straight in for the kill here, guys. And with the death time is so low, there's nothing that H2K can do. The second Nexus tower will fall, and Fnatic find the first win in its best of 5.
Fnatic had to dig deep for that one. A sly grin on the face of Febiven as he turns to his teammates, and they punish H2K in that engage. They punish H2K with a better reactive fight.
Much better team fights. 2, integral fights to winning this game. The Baron fight and then the final fight of the game. It looked like H2K were in a good position to fight. They get the teleport from Odo into the backline, onto the carries, but it's Gamsu. Messes up the entire fight and manages to deal so much damage, so incredibly annoying on this Echo. Can't actually kill him in that kind of setup on the matchup. And man, Fnatic, even though H2K had such a crisp opening, Fnatic come up big at the end of the game.
What a way to take a game though, being down throughout pretty much the entire game, constantly losing objectives. H2K pushing them all over the map. Looks like they were dancing around them, and it's like, oh, no, it's going to win the team fight and just win the entire game.
And if you actually step back and you look at it, despite the fact that H2K had the tempo, had the control, the lead was never bigger than about 3,000 gold, 4,000 gold at the max, and that was 35 minutes in after a Baron. So yes, H2K were controlling the game, but they were never in absolute control to shut Fnatic out.
And what I've noticed from H2K in general throughout this playoffs run is they are exceptional at the first 20 minutes of the game. Okay, you could argue they were fighting a little too much in the first couple of games of playoffs, but they have a plan. They come in with a plan and they can carry that part through, but when it comes to their own decision-making, they somehow just can't get the right fights, and it undoes them.
Yeah, that is the case. All right, that's it from us. Let's head over to the analyst desk and find out what they have to say about Fnatic's first win.
Thank you so much, Quickshot. Indeed, Fnatic making it in that first game, even though it didn't look great for them. Start everything off with in the picks and bans, though, that Lucian ban. What do you guys make of it? Was it trying to bait out the Sivir? Then they came out with the Ezreal pick to maybe contain it before it even came out. And what, in the end, did it net them?
I think they did try and bait out a little bit the Sivir pick, or they said, okay, Forgiven is probably not going to play it after he lost so many games, so we expect him to play Lucian. Therefore, we banned away. Ezreal, to me, was just a very safe option. The safest of basically all the AD carries. We know Rex like to sit back and play very passive in the early game, and therefore, if he had picked a Sivir and a Kalista would have gone in against him, he would have been absolutely destroyed, even more than he actually already got destroyed.
Yeah, I think they just wanted to deny Forgiven from getting Lucian, because when he gets Lucian, he just pushes towers down one by one, and it just opens the game for H2K.
Yeah, and H2K in standards lanes, in a game where you're playing tanks in the bottom lane, 1v1ing, mid lane is generically just farming away. A way to break open the early game can be your bot lane if you can translate that tempo to the rest of the map. But H2K kind of failed to do that, and that's why the game felt like it stalled out very long after that first blood.
It did. We are going to take a look at that first blood, though, and as you said, they were able to push in. They got the 2 versus 2 in the top lane, and the tower fell fairly quickly. Let's run it through.
Yeah, so obviously they win the 2v2 top, and then mid lane.
Mid lane happens, yeah. Like Ryu is hugging hit the wrong side here. I think he should be hugging the bot side. Like, he doesn't see where the enemy is right now, so Forbidden gets a really good ult onto him. And we can see it right here, soon.
Yeah.
And like his dual lane is just left. First of all, he doesn't flash disengage because he doesn't see anyone. There's a pink ward on that side. But when Azir goes aggressive there and you have no vision on top side, I feel like you have to play it safe and just flash instantly, so you don't get into a situation where they can then follow up with more CC and damage.
Yeah, and honestly, that was one of those plays where I think Ryu in a comfortable environment may just flash that wall immediately. A player that I had my eyes on overall in the series was Vander, because in that lane that they were convincingly winning the Thresh Kalista into Ezreal, I think they could have poked out Cly a bit more. I think at certain times when Vander hit a hook, he felt some hesitation to immediately put that box down into Flay. I remember the instance in mid lane. And then in the kind of game-turning fight around the Baron, Vander went a little bit deep to look for the play on Febiven, and sadly in that moment it was the wrong decision. So I just really wonder how that's going to affect H2K as a whole, the way they lost this game. Just what I want you to keep your eyes on here is after the Baron starts later on, just when Vander flashes over and goes for the Azir here, because it all starts very well for H2K with some poke, and then they start a Baron with Kalista, so this is all a good setup.
Obviously, yeah, and H2K has been having good Baron control, good river control, and they have almost all the tools they need to win the game. And then we get to late game and these kind of fights start.
Yeah, fight comes in, like Fnatic contest from all angles, but then H2K, they make the mistake of over-chasing here. Like, Azir is doing so much work, but then he gets out of the fight over the wall top, and look what Vander does here. He goes for the aggressive flash chase instead of peeling down and dealing with the threats in the backline or potentially the full HP Ezreal. Reckless jumps over, Forgiven's forced to flash in and chase, and suddenly that fight that looked oh so good for H2K starts going downhill.
Yeah, it looked like, and you guys mentioned as well, before that fight happened, that H2K had built up a lead, but they were playing with almost too much respect in the matchup versus Fnatic. We know that it is a slow meta, but they could have pulled the trigger earlier, and it came to bite them because here they hang on, but then in the end game team fight, Fnatic totally aces them and ends the game. We can take a look at that replay as well. Should they have been more proactive in the mid game, and how should they have done that, Shook?
I think with a Kindred pick, you should focus more on the early game setups. You have double TP with the Kindred. Kindred has to go inside the enemy jungle, get deep wards down, TP on them, dive them, get a tower. They should just tempo play more.
Yeah, and we can just let their team fight run here because, in my opinion, H2K should never get into this situation in the first place. Once they take the tower, 2v2 top lane, they kept playing on top side because they wanted the 2v2. They kept just pushing further for another tower. It's very slow, but it's very safe. I would much more prefer if they actually went bottom side there to get dragon control, because normally it's not very sexy to play around dragons. European teams don't really like to do it that much. But when you have no siege, and when you play into a comp that's going to outscale you, I think having control over early dragons is actually very underrated. So had they gone bottom side with the Kalista and Thresh, they would have taken bot tower, take the first dragon, and start the snowball, basically. It was one dragon for H2K at like 30 minutes in and 2 for Fnatic, so there was obviously no 5 dragons.
We are looking at a lot of mistakes here from H2K, but at the same time, we have to praise Fnatic because they play kind of their signature style that got punished so much throughout the split, where it's a little bit slow, you know, the Ezreal pick, but they're finding ways to make it work, I feel, in playoffs, especially in front of like some of the bigger crowds. They just play their own style, calm and collected. The other team is a little bit more passive than people expect it to be, and somehow it works to get into the late game. I do want to see a challenge, though. I want to see what happens when that pressure from the Thresh Kalista lane gets put up and really goes across the map, like Deficio says, swap around, maybe in the next game.
Shook, is this, when you watch this first game, is this the Fnatic you felt you played against when you lost?
I think Fnatic is a team you have to go super aggressive against. Just don't let them scale up. They like playing the late game, so go for early plays, get them where they're sort of weaker, and just attack them.
All right, well, that was game 1. I didn't ask you guys for predictions, actually, in the beginning, and you said, well, few. After this one, do you dare give one, Deficio?
I mean, originally I was like 3-1 either team.
No, you didn't.
Okay, H2K at first, so it can still happen. But I mean, look at this game. I actually don't really trust in H2K too much as a team playing these very important games right now. I think they are too slow in the way they're playing. The shot calling, they're too passive. So I actually think Fnatic right now looks like the better team, but obviously it's only one game so far.
Foregone conclusions, go.
Yeah, like in short, 3-1 coming into the series for H2K, provided they fix their issues. I thought Jankos was going to show up, Vander was going to show up a lot more, but they seem a little shaky. And then I think H2K is a team that gets affected a lot by losses, sadly. So I think Fnatic may actually have to take a very important step towards winning this series.
I also think Fnatic is going to have the edge now because of this win. H2K is indeed going to have mental problems, I think, after this game. They're like a bit down, I think, after losing this game. And yeah, I think Fnatic is going to win it.
Well, we will see what happens after Fnatic's win. To start the series, the pressure is now on H2K to tie things up as we approach game 2. We'll see you back here in just a few minutes.
Armed and ready for this third place deciding match between H2K and Fnatic. The chase is coming in from Fnatic, throws in the soldiers, and first blood to Fnatic!
Ree is being chased after, Gamsu's coming in for the kill.
They've traded back and forth, but Forgiven is still alive. He's flashed forward for Featherman, and Forgiven's taken him down!
Nice. Kindred. Nice.
I'm moving. Nice.
We can end the game.
We can end the game.
And Fnatic find the first win in its best of 5.
Hey guys, Jat here with Teamfight Breakdown. In this series, I review one major teamfight that happened in the last week of pro play. Check out our latest episodes on YouTube and tweet hashtag TFBD if you see a great teamfight you want us to break down. And this is where things get really crazy. Wild Turtle's Jhin would have killed Haunter's Maokai here with an auto attack, except at the perfect time, Haunter goes untargetable with Twisted Advance, dodging the attack.
Welcome back to the European LCS Spring Split third place match where Fnatic are up 1-0 after taking the first game of the day. And as we load up for game 2, we're going to get a closer look at the other team behind Rotterdam's very own master of the mid lane.
He left the house, he was just 17. He left with tears in his eyes. He left home. But after a few weeks, we could see he was growing. He didn't miss us. And during the year from LCS, Spring Split, Summer Split, we saw he's going to be an adult. My name is Pieter Diepstraten. I am the father of Fabian Diepstraten, known as Verbiven. Yeah, Fabian, he is one of the 4 kids we have. He is number 3 and always a happy guy. He always played lots of football, and on Saturday he always played competition. He always was one of the little guys, and he was not pleased with that. And often he had to sit sides away, so he could not play all the match.
Hello. Hello. Yeah, he was a little bit addicted, I thought, to gaming. Yeah, I thought he was always a lot of hours spending on gaming, and on the same time he was going to school, but he wasn't really interested in school, so there was like a no for him.
He sometimes told me that he played League of Legends. He told me, Papa, maybe I can have a contract. Yeah, I said, a contract, you have to go to school. You are 16 and yeah, you can't play games for your whole life.
I was personally just a little bit worried about him, because I thought, yeah, you have to do some work for school because this is going nowhere, you know. But eventually the contract came, and then I was like, oh, you can earn your money with gaming. So yeah, that was pretty exciting and surprising, yeah.
And it became bigger and bigger, and we began to understand that he was really good.
That's another tower going down. The total is now 5-2-3. G2 looking to try to make that 1-6, but in comes Febiven, and he gets the frozen tomb off. Self-cast, look at all that damage coming out there.
A lot of teams approached him, and yeah, always his dream was Fnatic. So his first year in the LCS, he, as a rookie with Rooney and Rijnover and Yellowstar and him, and there's where the success story begins. My parents were also there, and the parents of my wife. My brother was there, so we went in Brussels with about 10 of the families. Yeah, it was a great experience. He was very focused, and I think they missed the finals on small things, because they were still maybe too much rookies. But maybe when they stayed together this year, I had to give them a good chance. Yeah, the generation of Fabian is a generation of gaming. When I see him, I always try to push him up in a good manner. And, but he understands that he has it's his profession, and that he has to play like a professional.
Is it going to be enough here as Kabashard trying to disrupt the back line here, throwing the barrel out. Spirit is actually going to walk away, and Kabashard's going to have to down. Oh my lord! Fnatic are coming up huge!
I'm very happy, proud. Yeah, now, if it was not the finals, then the semi-finals. But he had to play in Rotterdam. That was very important for us, that he can represent his own country and his city as a Dutchman. The Dutch sniper. Now, of course, we miss him, and as a father and a mother, you sometimes want to smell your child. You want to smell him, not only speak.
Well, so incredible to see that family support come out from Fnatic and Febiven's dad. You can see him right there on screen.
It brings me to tears, hearing the support from the family, from parents, getting behind the superstars of Europe. And Febiven, he showed up on home soil in his hometown to pick up a win for Fnatic.
Oh yeah. Yes, he did. And also going into... we had an Echo in that last game as well, so there you go. But yeah, in that last game, really good on Azir. But you also have to look at H2K right now and the blue side choices, and they're going to be like that for the entire series. So any choices that they make or any changes that they make will have to be in-game and not in picks and bans.
If you'll excuse the bad pun, considering what just happened, well, they did give the Echo over and take the Kindred for themselves. We'll see whether that is going to be the case again as we head into game number 2 here. H2K, as we said, always on the blue side in this series.
And I have to question that Kindred again. Jankos was invisible for the majority of the early game. It was Spirit that got first blood. He out-farmed Jankos as well. And that was a first-pick Kindred. And Jankos didn't really show up in the semifinals, so I want to find out if he continues to have that priority in picks and bans and if he can improve his performance, because it simply wasn't there in game 1. We are into picks and bans, and we've already got a few to catch up on.
All right, so Zed and Braum out from H2K as their first 2. And that was the same in the first picks and bans, but they banned the Braum first, so I don't know if there's anything there. And Nidalee and Lucian were the same from Fnatic, so not really changing anything up in the ban so far. I want to see if the priority changes, because last time, remember, H2K heavily prioritized Jankos and his picks.
No changes yet with the Alistar. If the Twisted Fate gets banned once more, and it does, that is 7 games out of 7 playoff performances that Ryu has not had access to Twisted Fate. He must be tearing up scrims with that champion.
Yeah, it's one of those interesting picks where we've seen Ryu playing it kind of last year, I believe it was. There was that one game where we saw him just go in and blow Fox up when Fox was playing the Victor and trade 1-for-1, but certainly has not been the highest priority pick for the regular split for H2K either.
And no changes here. Kindred lock in relatively quickly on the side of H2K. I mean, technically, they were in the lead. Technically, they had a lot of objectives. It wasn't a great lead, but if their playstyle could change in game with the same picks, maybe they can get more out of it.
And that's the thing. You know, I was kind of joking around about are they going to give the Echo. I still think it works for H2K to take the Kindred because we spoke about how their early game was so good. They need to focus on how they close out the game because that has been the difficulty for them, going to the wrong place on the map.
We'll take a look at this one. It's Echo and Trundle again. So we literally have the same champion select from last game. And you're right. I mean, Fnatic didn't really need to change anything. They won the game. H2K, they were winning the game up until they lost. So maybe they just need to execute that late game a little bit better or just be more aggressive in the early game because they have the champions that could do it.
Yeah, and of course, team fight decisions, right? Committing to the engage, trying to lock down Spirit on that Graves, who was super tanky. Right, 30 seconds on the clock. If we go by game 1, Thresh, Maokai. Though I don't think the Thresh was as pivotal, I think the Maokai was still okay.
I think at that point then, if you can substitute out, perhaps look for the Civet. I know Forgiven didn't have the best performance on it. It was a pick that we were talking about how we didn't really want to see H2K play it, but it does make team fighting a whole lot easier. Kalista has the same kind of, factor in the team fighting with her ultimate as well. So they're going to stick with what worked for them and maybe look for a different set of solo lanes.
This is an earlier pick though. Last time they picked up the Maokai and the Thresh, but they will pick up the Thresh as well. So now waiting for the next 2 picks from Fnatic.
But in this situation, H2K have good options available. They could go Lissandra here out of the middle lane and maybe look for the Maokai again. There wouldn't be too much in any problematic way of doing that. And can you think of much better team fighting out of the top of mid laner when you look at like Maokai, Lissandra, pair it with a Kalista?
Well, yeah, the theory's good, but the double teleports weren't used at all. With the rise in the Maokai, like for 35 minutes, it didn't get used. The first time they did, H2K lost the game. So
true.
I need to see H2K change their mindset and their decision-making in game to make it work.
The other thing is there are fairly few matchups for the Lissandra actually then for Fnatic to pick into it. They could look for one of the other matchups they played. Actually, is this just going to be a repeat? This could just be the Azir again.
Same lineup, the Rise and the Maokai going into the top lane. You raised a really good point, Trevor. Talking about the mentality of the team, Alan's desk was saying that H2K is a team who can tilt real hard, and we saw it in their last series. The later the series went on, they was making bad decisions, so they can't let that happen to them in this arena.
No, they absolutely cannot. And if this bird gets locked in, Fnatic and H2K have just gone...
Remake!
Let's do it again, and let's just see if decisions can be altered. It is very, very rare that 2 teams will face off with exactly the same compositions back-to-back.
Yeah, exactly, because now we're in a situation where do we see Fnatic lock themselves once again into a 2 versus 2 and end up getting pushed in a lot on that? You know, if that happens, it's on H2K to go, okay, well, we've won the 2v2. Let's now transition that into a push on the bottom side of the map and try and get some more objectives, because it looks like we are in for an exact copy of the last game's Champion Select, and it's locked.
It's Groundhog's Day, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see if there's any changes on this day.
It's a funny-looking groundhog.
It is a funny-looking groundhog, and last game it was very interesting because the deep vision was not particularly deep from either squad, and the lane swap, I think, initiated by Fnatic, reactively swapped by H2K to make it Australia lane, so to speak. And it was H2K that came out ahead early, at least in that lane. But the other two, Febiven and Gamsu, had a very good start.
Yeah, and I saw a lot of people commenting on the Ryze, the Azir, the scalings on both sides. I think it was Yamato Cannon in the break was kind of tweeting that, you know, don't be deceived by Ryze's normal scaling in the matchup. In this case, Azir is just going to burst through him. So we have to watch out for the later this game goes. H2K maybe can't put quite as much behind Ryu, but you've always got that potency in a team fight. If you get the freedom, put the damage down from a Ryze, you're still that machine gun caster.
The discussion, though, was also that Ryze still has a really good early game and mid game against Azir. And also from the analyst desk, they were saying that maybe you just need to speed up the game against Fnatic. You can't let them scale up and then take a team fight against you, especially when you're H2K and one of your biggest weaknesses is team fighting. So in this game, I would like to see H2K just go balls to the wall and go ham.
They've got 2 teleports, they've got point and click CC, they've got a Thresh for safety. The tools are there. Let's find out if they can use them. It is the same comps again. The fan vote was in favor of Fnatic earlier today. You know how this works.
Yeah, it's H2K. What? H2K win is the hashtag if you want them to take it. Hashtag FNC win if you think Fnatic, with one of their members on home turf, can lock in a second win.
The pivotal member on home turf, as Febiven led Fnatic to a Game 1 win in the series. We're loading up onto the Rift for game number 2.
And Fnatic are going to be opening up and sending all of their members into the bottom side of the map. Feben's going to go mid as normal. So now Jankos is pushing up. He expects to see Spirit, but maybe he's in the bush. Maybe where is he? And now they're closing in on Ryu. There's the pillar, actually.
Oh, let's see if it's going to lock him down. That's the real problem.
He skilled it.
Going to come in and gets a club and a shot. Damage advantage Fnatic. They're in the lead.
All right. Standard Saturday night then, Trev.
There we go. There we go. DPM is off the charts in the early game.
Yeah.
I'd actually have to find out if Cly landed that auto attack, because by about 25 minutes in the last game, he'd only dealt 350 damage to champions.
So
it's not a super pivotal stat, but it is a fact.
Well,
nice fact.
Yeah.
All right, so what is the bait? Recall. I didn't see if that ward came down from Fnatic actually after Forgiven had already run past. So some shenanigans there, as Odo's going to take an interesting route back to the jungle, and we may once again even have the same lane set up.
So this is the difference, though, in warding between Game 1 and Game 2 from Fnatic. Now, look at what this deep ward the observers have just shown us on this bottom side. This is fairly typical now of any kind of opening. Last game, Fnatic didn't have that vision. Oh, they just, I believe, spotted Vander on that ward. He just clipped into the vision, so they will have the knowledge that it's going to be at least standard from H2K's point of view. They want the bottom half of the map.
So Fnatic will then send 2 members up to the top side. Now we get the double jungle from H2K. Okay, so everything as normal. So we will get this lane swap up now, and that's instigated from Fnatic. So kind of once again get to that point in the game where they can start team fighting. But it'll be interesting to see how a lane swap scenario goes for these 2 teams.
Well, I've got to feel like it benefits Fnatic in this setup. We spoke about the 2v2 extensively in the last game, and you know how we expect Fnatic to be kind of broken apart by that, and Fnatic in the early game suffered. In this point, now you dodge that matchup, and suddenly H2K's big strength of Forgiven and Vander just really is not anything they can stand behind for the very first parts of this game. Now, of course, we're going to have the age-old tower swaps going through, trade them 1 for 1, and we'll see where the second part of the lane swap ends up playing out.
I think it's fairly unlikely we're going to see a lot of tempo open up from these 2 teams in this first tower going down. H2K are taking it slightly faster, and maybe they'll be a couple seconds ahead, but I don't think it will ripple effect into anything too massive.
And the real question is, what comes next? Who's going to play out these next few stages? Who looks at, how they make use of that Herald? And of course, difference in approach to the game. Last time we had the Australia lanes, and H2K dictated the tempo. They got a lot of the objectives very early on, at the cost of farm, where Febiven and Gamsu was able to pick it up. This time around, Now Fnatic are going to have to try and match the macro strength that H2K have really had an advantage on all year long.
And also in that last game, because there was a situation where they were trading towers and Fnatic only took the top tower, and H2K, they took an inner turret, and H2K were gradually getting ahead from that. So if H2K can make something bigger happen from that, then that's maybe how they'll get into this game. Vanda looking for a gank in the mid lane. It's going to go down to the hook, though.
Hey, he gets the auto, lands the death sentence.
Whoa.
Very early cleanse from Febby. It's not the greatest cooldown, but a good, aggressive play from Vanda in a lane swap.
Yeah, and look what, oh, hang on, Forgiven has pushed up. I was about to say, look at how far Forgiven has managed to get himself up in the lane, but in fact, he pinged out on Spirit as he was in vision. So one thing that H2K do pretty effectively is be one of the first teams to recall out from that, get Forgiven up into the top lane to receive some of that farm. And that's one of the things that really went wrong last week for H2K, was they were putting Odoamne in that kind of situation and really punishing him because he was extending a little too far, got caught out, and H2K now dodge that kind of aggressive play. Spirit was looking for that gank.
And the knock-on effect is that Vanda can then go to other lanes and try and make plays happen, because you don't need a support holding the hand of the ADC to start farming in that lane. And I'm a little surprised that Feb been positioned near the wall, because it gives you two options when you go from literally just going down to a skill shot coming from your enemy. You always want to have open ground, so you have three choices, and you have to guess where they're going to dodge.
Of course, that option was not given, so therefore Vanda lands the first hook. Opted into the Ignite once again. Double TP still available for H2K, and they've been on this top outer turret for a good 3-5 seconds longer than their opposite number. Catch a quick glimpse of Jankos securing a mark. And once again, H2K will still be ahead in the tempo, ahead in the lane swap game, as they will secure this, and they can peel back to the Heralds.
It's about a quarter of the turret's health difference right now when you look at it. Also, Fnatic, they've got a bit of a deceptive push when you look at Ezreal's attack speed stacking up. He's also got the Essence Flux, can help out other people taking down that turret, but it still does go down in favor of H2K because of how early they put Forgiven up there. Now H2K, obviously, it's their prerogative to take the Rift Herald right now, and Gamsu is just taking his time here, letting those minions die to the tower.
Doing the best that he can, but Gamsu's already down 12 CS and a level to Odoamne. The tower should die very, very shortly. One last auto will just about do it. And it looks like that wave will be slowly pushing back towards Gamsu for the time being. But look at all support in the bottom lane. So H2K, again, still playing ahead, still already pushing Fnatic to be reactive.
Yeah, and at that point you saw Gamsu have to concede a little bit of distance there. No ward was down to spot whether it was just Forgiven or Forgiven and the rest of H2K. There was a moment perhaps where it could have been a couple more members. And, you know, for Gamsu, he's like, I don't want to do a chachi here. I don't want to die. Just needlessly trying to farm.
A thing now.
I'm sorry.
But kind of immortalized there. But Klein Reckless hiding in this lower bush here. Maria's going to go down to ward, I think. So I don't think they'll be able to catch him. And Spirit's also waiting in the sidelines as well.
Oh, this is going to turn into a surprise party by the looks of it.
He's going to chase after it. Spirit has the ultimate. He's going to knock him into the rest of the team. Ryu's just going to go down. First blood over to Reckless. Jankos is a little too late to show up. No lamp just by from Jankos, but he won't need it.
Surprise! It's all of Fnatic in the middle lane at 6 minutes 50 into the game, and down goes Ryu at this point. Had just used his teleporter as well. Now he's got no flash.
The same picks, the same bans, a different lane setup, and still first blood on the same man. Ryu gets shut down early. He's already behind in CS, and Fnatic put the pressure on. This was just a really good layer of CC, really making Ryu suffer.
Yeah, suffer. Jankos didn't have his level 6 at this point, so pretty easy setup from Fnatic. They even brought Spirit back up in the topside jungle to just farm out because they didn't need him in that situation. So difficult for Ryu to do too much there. Pushed up a little too far, gets picked off by the Azir ult.
Spirit getting caught out by Vanda. The Flay and the hook will land, dash away from Spirit, so he'll survive for now and didn't even have to use flash. So actually not too bad for Spirit.
Yeah, collateral damage helping out, put some distance away. And I didn't actually catch a glimpse who got that blue buff. Spirit did not, so I think it was stolen away.
We're trying to find the blue buff.
Having a nosy. I don't actually know who got. Maybe it was Febby that just picked it up.
Febby does have one.
Yeah,
so
Febby picked it up. Yep, Febby picked it up. I just went to double check.
We see inside the
that was why the death sentence hit Spirit, because there was no blue buff to target either. Regardless, that's going to keep Febby pushing up on this middle lane. And Fnatic, they are the ones that come out of the lane swap ahead. They have the gold lead and the kill lead, and the pressure lead at this moment in time.
So it's kind of weird, right? Because at the start, I was like, no, there's not going to be a big advantage picked up from this lane swap. They were generally taking the towers at the same time. Ryu is just going to aggress onto Fevin. Should be a kill, as the sliding glider will get him back to the tower. And then H2K start getting these small advances, like a cleanse in the mid lane and taking the tower a little bit faster, being able to rotate, getting some vision. And then Fnatic, once again, just being smarter when it comes to fights, are picking up the advantage.
The thing is, for H2K, they kind of haven't got quite the same game plan as they would have had in game 1 right now, because they were looking to 2v2 Fnatic as much as they possibly can. Now they're in a lane swap, they kind of have to default to the usual, and for H2K, that was running ahead of the, you know, the play. They were the ones dictating the pace, but now they've been slowed down because Ryu, with that kill on that middle lane, it makes it real difficult for Ryu to actually sit there. It's so easy for Fnatic to just drop off the map maybe and look to attack that middle lane and see if they can catch Ryu again, that H2K always have to people around.
Fnatic are putting a lot of pressure on that mid lane. We're coming up to 10 minutes, and comparing games 1 and 2, Fevin was up 17 CS at 10 minutes over his opposite number. He's around that exact number already, and also has an assist, much like game 1. But Fnatic and H2K, they were even. There was 100 gold that separated the two teams up until 15 minutes, and then from there on, H2K pulled ahead by about 1,000 gold at 20. That was when H2K came alive. They took more towers than Fnatic, and I want to see if they can do it again.
They've played this game already, though, so the question is, what do H2K do differently? Because so far, yes, we've been in the lane swap, but they're playing the early game fairly similar. Passive, not really pressuring Fnatic, and then we'll get into mid-game, and will the same thing happen? Will H2K get drawn into the same bad fight?
If they don't use their teleports earlier and more effectively, I think the answer is yes. I think H2K have to make gameplay choices around those double TPs to allow this composition to work. Jankos walked over a couple of wards that Fnatic have placed, getting a lot of value out of that vision, just making sure they're in the right place at the right time.
I think one of the real difficulties, though, for H2K when you look at it, was Ryu wants this. Just a little tap. He just was like, I have damage, beware. For H2K, they're running the likes of like a Maokai, a Kalista, Thresh. These are picks that you can't really win the game without, you know, cracking a few eggs and team fighting slightly. So they're looking for picks and some kind of skirmishes, but the problem is Fnatic were grouping very effectively when those fights kicked off. So, you know, it's on H2K to pick and choose the right fights, which I'm getting a little bit nervous when I say that, because that certainly has been the difficulty for H2K. Fool me once, not going to get him again in that situation.
Well, kind of point the case in point on screen, because we saw Clyde just basically disengage a potential engage from H2K, so they're never really able to find their own fight. It's always reactive to Fnatic, and that's actually what led up to the losing fight last game.
Let's take a look how this pressure goes down. Fnatic are able to wave. The H2K don't really commit to any sort of damage with very short-range champions, and the fact that Forgiven was shoving out down bottom. He's got himself plus 12 CS over his opposite number. Had to pause to actually count. Now H2K are moving, once again placing vision, once again enabling aggressive farming for Forgiven.
Yeah, but look at the aggressive positioning from Gamsu in this situation. He can push up fairly effectively. The only thing that really will undo him is if somehow Ryu gets the right position to TP into this lane, which is tough against an Echo. He's got the mobility in a long lane to keep himself alive fairly easily. So it would be on H2K actually orchestrating that and baiting Gamsu down the lane, which is very tough against an Echo.
Gamsu and Spirit will also take away this Herald, which is actually fairly nice when you're against the Devourer jungle, because that gives 2 stacks over them. So denying that is just an okay play. This will probably go to, okay, it's going to go to Gamsu. But this is eerily similar to the last game, because top lane Odoamne slightly ahead in farm. Mid lane Fevin is in this not great matchup for him. He's ahead in farm, and then Forgiven has a farm advantage himself.
I think crucially though, Reckless is not as far behind. The Cull is about 14 CS away from wrapping up. He's close to even, despite the fact that he's actually sitting in a wave, and Forgiven will be able to catch one coming towards him shortly. But Fnatic, in theory, will have slightly more power going into those first fights, where they needed 30, 35 minutes of scaling. Now they may need just slightly less because of the farm that they've been given.
That's fair. And for Fnatic, when you look at it, this early game, even if they have a slight disparity, as we said in the last game, they showed us that it didn't really count too much against them. So despite Febiven's matchup, despite Reckless needing time, they'll be fairly happy that they're in a situation here where, as you said, they're better off than in the last game. So for Reckless, we saw his team fight decision-making and mechanics were what turned that game around for him. It wasn't the fact that he gained a whole lot of extra farm by freezing. It was just purely outplaying in team fights.
Well, that's a scary thought then, because now he's not going to be behind and he still has those abilities.
Yeah.
So H2K continue to apply some pressure where their duo, Forgiven and Vander, going to have some support coming up the mini-map. As Dragon is live, that will be one indicator of potential conflict. We didn't really see massive fights around it in the previous game. It wasn't like hugest priority, but you know, the teams were jostling for control without necessarily committing to giant fights.
It's all about vision right now, though. Jankos places one over the wall there. Dragon is live, and I mean, when you're playing up against H2K, or you are H2K, 5 Dragons is always something that can happen in the game, even if you give one over to the other team. So priority has to be risen a little bit when you're playing into them.
Yeah, and that is somewhat the case. Fnatic were able to bounce back in the previous game. Dragon picked up by H2K as Gamsu and Odo. They'll continue their trading. Slightly different itemization here for Gamsu as well. Got the chain vest and the Balmy Cinder. Previous game, he had the Visage and the Sheen, and wasn't able to bully Odo around.
In this game, he hasn't really had too much time up against the Maokai 1v1 until this point, so he's able to go the standard route of, you know, the Iceborne Gauntlet will be coming up next after the Sunfire Cape. But when you look at exactly how this game is panning out, Febi and Spirit managed to orchestrate that. Looked a little bit like a steal, but it was a pretty safe take. So one of the things that Vander actually talked positively about Cly when he was on the LCS was Cly's ability to ward and his actual just emphasis on vision control. And you can see that Fnatic, they've got a couple of wards out right now, but I'm not quite seeing it yet from Cly. They haven't had too much presence to get out onto the map. They've got a couple now deeper into the jungle that have been set up in the last minute or so. But Cly, coming into last week, was actually the second highest ward per minute for supports, whereas, you know, a couple of his other counterparts ward a little bit less, but Cly, you know, the story is he's kind of been caught out a little too much at times, and over-warding, over-aggressive warding can be a cause of that.
Maybe also clearing walls and getting caught by Vander. There's a ward over the wall. Cly knows there's someone there. Don't go for it.
The tension was building.
It really was.
I was like, come on,
the setup is just too good.
Swing and a miss. You know, cast a curse, talking about warding, and then all of a sudden Vander's there. Although Vander's got a juicier target. He's looking for Reckless, connects with the death sentence. Teleport comes down early from H2K. They're going to carry on chasing. Reckless gets knocked up into the air. The support is there. It's Vander that secures the kill with the help of a box. And H2K get one on the board. It's a flash play forward.
Flash play, and they won't be able to get any more onto Spirit. He also flashes away, and Feven over the wall, commanding those soldiers to put some damage onto Ryu. That would just be one kill over to H2K.
It looked a little risky as Reckless managed to create a lot of distance, but one of the problems that H2K have to deal with now is Gamsu pushing in the top lane. So this was the catch onto Reckless. So immediate flash as soon as it's available from Reckless into the Arcane Shift. And from here, look, the teleport only just completes from Odo to get himself into the fight. So H2K didn't feel confident enough to just continue this fight at first, but he got Ryu around the side, looked for it, and got a couple more flashes out from Fnatic. So H2K are looking for these small skirmishes, and that one was successful for them, but they did then have to kind of get dragged back around the map to deal with Gamsu.
It's also just small things, but that play shouldn't always be so easy for Vander, because usually you walk back and forth when you're hitting a target, you keep stutter stepping and make it harder for someone who is in that position to land a skill shot against you. But Vander played it perfectly. He waited until Reckless was going to be an auto attack animation, and even if he did decide to back off, he would hook him regardless. So it's small mechanical things like that which just separate the pros from everyone else.
Yeah, very well played by H2K, and they're going to need more of those moments, more of those opportunities which really were not available or not taken from the previous game. He's going to run forward. Desperate power to clear out the wave. Looks way more menacing than it actually was.
Not really desperate, is it? It's
no.
Like overkill.
Yeah, exactly. I want this. Right, Rift Herald will be challenged for because we are in Europe, and that's what these teams do. Rift Herald is secured by H2K, and they're chasing down Jankos. The Lambda Spy will buy some time, but here comes Febiven.
Well, Febiven is incredibly low. He's going to be chased after. That's a 1-for-1 trade. Ryu is also caught out, and the jump into it from Spirit. Point blank range, he'll take him out with a shotgun over the wall. But Vander will be 0-1. They save you 2-for-1 to Fnatic.
And at that point, Fnatic managed to, despite losing the Rift Herald, managed to take the fight again once they group around Spirit's damage. And Featherman tried to shuffle his way into the Lamb's Rest, but Odoamne, hooked by Gamsu.
Gamsu dragged into the tower. He still has Chrono Break, and he'll have to use it there to get back to his team.
Whew. Everything getting a little tense over the last minute or so here. Fnatic with a couple of picks.
And they managed to put some pressure onto H2K. They are the ones in control, and another team fight around the Herald. Fnatic may be reading H2K's priority on that objective.
So Spirit didn't smite during that, couldn't get himself the steal. Featherman, so much damage came out here. He was just trying to edge around that Kindred ultimate. Ultimately fell, but look at the damage Spirit has right now. This is what we have become accustomed to seeing. That damage-focused jungler can really, help bolster the team fighting presence of a team like that. And Spirit just comes out, end of the line, really chunks through H2K.
I think the real tragedy was no one picked up Doom Team.
Yeah, yeah.
The spike came out from Jankos and they couldn't get to it. Mid lane Featherman, oh, the damage. I really underestimate the last overload coming out. It's just like chunks them with like 20% of their health. And Featherman will walk back. He's good to go for now.
Yeah, manages to survive the trade, and that's something Featherman did multiple times in the previous game, and was able to just farm his way up to an itemization point where it didn't matter. Jankos will almost catch Cly out, and H2K are going to continue ward up, and look at Forgiven. Forgiven always has support from the rest of his team placing vision.
Much better early game out of Fnatic, though, when you look at it. I mean, despite H2K getting the gold from Rift Herald here, that extra 250 that added to them, Fnatic still coming into this 20-minute mark ahead. Big departure from the last game, about 1,000 gold up for Fnatic. But look at what H2K is going to do in response to that. Push that bottom lane out, and that's one of the things we really didn't see H2K focusing on, was pushing down into the weaker points. This time, yes, Reckless was there. It was going to be a 2 versus 2, but they brought the third person over in time for Dragon, push the tower, pull back for the Dragon. Then they may even look to cut across to mid. Depends on whether Fnatic choose to fight here or whether Fnatic put any resistance up.
The timing is always so perfect from H2K, but Fnatic's just going to say,
stolen!
I'll just steal it from you. Spirit will take that one away. Two-shot barrage lands with Vander and Ryu, and Jankos survives with the Lambs for Spite. Meanwhile, on top lane, tank battle.
And Gamsu's still trying to push here.
Let's find out who wins it as they two back away.
Whoa, Fnatic.
Super tanks. Fnatic say, hey, H2K, you think you're good at Barons? That is what Fnatic is famous for. They have moved towards the pit, and instead going to be playing the bait game. Nobody from H2K has responded just yet.
But they got a TP from Ryu in that situation. So again, here they go!
And they find Forgiven, the slide, the glide, the kill over to Featherman. Picks up the kill onto Forgiven.
Slam dunk for Fnatic, their 4th kill of the game. They throw 4 members into this middle inner turret, and Vander's death sentence does not find a target. Fnatic extend their lead, and they take the tower lead as well.
And just as we were saying, H2K were doing the basics pretty well. You push out bottom lane, you come across to Dragon, take the objective and back away, reassess the situation. H2K get drawn into a situation where the communication maybe isn't quite on point. The Dragon gets stolen away, and then Fnatic managed to bait them back into the Baron pit and force a teleport out.
The big question is this what Tilt is made of? That could be such a pivotal
moment.
Sentence on top, baby! He's in trouble, but luckily there's some support. Odo is now on the front line. Reckless did not back away, and nobody's died yet. There may be a re-engage from H2K, but they simply can't get there.
They're going to go for the Baron instead at this point. Look at how they're baiting them in.
Fnatic are scattered, and H2K, they want to start this, but it's risky. The longer they hesitate, the more chance there is for Fnatic to contest this. It's a couple seconds late.
Let's find out what H2K can do. There's 3 members of Fnatic still nearby. Baron down to 4,000. The rest of Fnatic, they're deciding to move in. Parallel convergence could stun 3. Yes!
2,000 health left. Jankos goes down.
It's stolen!
They can't get it. Spirit with the steal, and that's 2 kills. Fnatic, this could be a second game in the bank.
6,000 gold in the lead. Baron buff on their team, and they're barreling down the middle lane.
Spirit is dancing in his chair here at the Ahoy in Rotterdam, and they are pushing to perhaps take an inhibitor.
No way is this happening. Fnatic pick up the Baron. They go into the tower. They take the inhib. 20 seconds left on Forgiven. They'll put
probably back away after this.
They're gonna play this one safe. The inhibitor drops, and Fnatic in a flash. As Reckless gets away with his life, they take a commanding lead in Game 2 in this series.
H2K are rolling the dice on objectives time and time again, and this time it is really going to punish them because Fnatic, they came out of this game on the even point at 20. Fnatic are looking to maybe engage again. Jankos
H2K, don't contest this. This is an inner turret. This could cost you the game if you go for this fight. They have the potential flank from Odoame. It was like, no, pull out.
4,000 gold in the first minute of the Baron power play. Fnatic are gonna go spend all of the gold in the bank and just extend that lead even further. Now H2K have to play from a massive deficit. Here was the play that turned it all around.
And it's Gamsu. Watch your minimap. The teleport that comes in into the parallel convergence. H2K are grouped on the corner. They do not have enough room to move, and the lockdown is enough to take Jankos out of this fight without his ultimate ever going off. It's an easy smite down despite the Kalista being there. Forgiven couldn't really move as Fnatic had him surrounded, and that resulted in the push. Man, Fnatic have blown this game apart.
Every single time these two teams are drawn into an interaction that involves more than like 5 people, Fnatic always pull ahead. And H2K, they simply do not win these fights.
And H2K do not defend their tower either, opting to wait in the base. Super minions just about on the steps of H2K, and the rest of Fnatic, they're setting themselves up. Jankos is almost soloed by Spirit alive. The Lamb's spike goes down, and here's the fight!
Well, I thought Spirit was caught, but maybe the entirety of H2K are caught. Forgiven's dropping out. The true shot barrage from Reckless. That's the double kill, and they will be cleaning up house. That's everyone going down from H2K. Ryu's the only one alive.
Oh, not for much longer if Fnatic can stop him. Ryu makes it to the step, gets the fountain for help. Fnatic dive him, kill him, and Chrono break their way out. They turn their attention to the Nexus turret, and in 25 minutes, destroy H2K in the second game of the series. If you blinked, you could have missed the ending to that game.
Well, certainly H2K were caught a little sleeping, trying to blink maybe, fell asleep at the wheel and let Fnatic take control because, man, it was even. Fnatic maybe with a slight lead coming out of it. Only 1,000 gold separated the teams. And Fnatic, it all started with the Dragon Steel. H2K pulled back away and then ended up in a situation where they get drawn into a bait, one of them dies. Forgiven is pushed too far up, they lose the middle tower. H2K think they've caught Forgiven on the top side of the map, go aggressive, and get punished. They turn to the Baron and lose.
Another game where we have the same picks, and it ends almost in the same way, where they go for a fight and just straight up lose. Now, they need to make a change in this series. They're one game away from losing this entire series, guys.
And look at the guys on screen. Fnatic are ecstatic. What a commanding, convincing victory. As you see Febiven meeting all the local fans. What a great performance, really, from all of Fnatic.
Oh, yeah.
They responded well. They played the lane swap. They got first blood again. Same picks, same bad, regame, they say, and they come out on top.
Yeah, but it's not quite over yet. This is a best-of-5 series, and H2K, surely they've got something left in the tank here, because although that was a quick game, that was a game that Fnatic were basically pulling the strings of the entire time until, you know, it exploded open at some point and everybody lost the plot. I forgot the name of the arena we're in a little bit.
Yeah.
I stumbled over my words. I saw Spirit dancing. Crazy things are happening with Fnatic in playoffs.
Yeah, it really is. And yeah, but Spirit dancing as well is so awesome to see. Like, the team is just in such high spirits. After the first game, there was like a smirk from one player, but now they were just straight up ecstatic that they won the game, and they are so close from claiming the third place match now.
And it's so important. Championship points looking towards summer. Fnatic were a team that openly said at the beginning of the split, we are here to look for Worlds. We are here to prepare for summer. We want to build towards it. They made a mid-split substitution, you know, replacing Noxiac with Cly, and they was like, hey, IEM's 3 weeks away, we want practice. So there's always a bigger picture in mind when you talk about Fnatic.
Yeah.
And the big picture now is close out clean in one of the next 3 games.
Well, 50 points is a big deal. Sorry to step over you, Scress, but like an extra 20 points here is really big in terms of the road to Worlds. And you're right, even though Fnatic haven't made it to the finals, which is something they've historically done for many, many splits, they can still make the Worlds run.
I mean, you've got to now look, though, at H2K in this situation. Yep. This has been almost a catastrophe for H2K in this playoffs. We were saying, you know, G2 H2K, absolutely, through the regular split, they were looking on top of everything in Europe. And H2K do not look like the same team as we've come into playoffs. Their team fighting and team fight choices is atrocious.
Yeah. But the pressure's really been on them because they were saying themselves, like Odawame was saying that we have to do better than we have previously. Always had the curse of being 3rd place and not the 4th place curse of curse. But, you know, it's not worked out well for them, but maybe they will be locked as that 4th place now.
It looks to be the case. H2 what? H2 many problems that makes this not okay. Because this is a team that is consistently, you know, falling apart, and it is looking worse than it has in a long time. I will expand on that thought when we get back. The series is at match point. Fnatic could be locking in 3rd place and those 50 championships points. Stay right there. We'll be right back. It brings me to tears, hearing the support from the family, from parents.
I was looking at Fabian's parents. I mean, I was just looking at the reaction because the video was over. They seemed happy about it, at least.
Gonna chase after it. Spirit has the ultimate. He's gonna knock him into the rest of the team. Ryu's just gonna go down.
Some time, but here comes Featherman.
Well, Featherman is incredibly low. He's gonna be chased after. That's a 1-for-1 trade. Ryu is also caught out.
Virgil's good stuff.
Hit 3! Yes! 2,000 health left. Yankos goes down. They can't get it. Spirit with the steal. And that's 2 kills. Fnatic. This could be a 2nd game in the bank.
What is Thresher's passive called?
Damnation.
Ooh, good start. How many hard pillows and how many soft pillows do you sit on in the LCS?
1 hard, 1 soft.
Well, I guess you would know that one. Right, which of these is not a type of pillow? The Daikimakura, Koshari, Abrazador, or Husband?
Koshari.
How much of the Earth's 36.8 billion acres of inhabitable land does the Queen of England own?
6.6 billion.
I'd love to know how you know that answer. What's your best pickup line?
I love you.
Oh, I'd get a new one if I were you.
They were number 2 in the league, and I think they have a lot of problems as a team. For them, it must feel 10 times worse than it may look for us, but people had expectations and they expected themselves to be in the final too, and so did everyone. And yeah, I think they got a pretty hard hit from that as well.
Welcome back, everyone, with Fnatic looking to take this series in a 3-game sweep. H2K need a win for a shot at 3rd place. We just heard from Febiven over there, who is on the brink of taking it home here with Fnatic, and he hits the nail on the head. It must feel so bad for H2K, a team that had the hugest expectations coming into the spring split once again, and now they're on the brink of falling even deeper than the previous splits around. What does that do with the mentality, Shook?
I just think H2K in playoffs, I don't know what's happening to them, but they're not in the spring form, like they're not in the form they were in the split, and it surprised me, actually.
Well, let's take a look at picks and bans. Obviously, we had a carbon copy in game 2 of game 1. We're going to get them up on the screen. Obviously, when you're on the side of Fnatic, you don't need to change anything at all. What did H2K have to change, Crepo?
It's just, Fnatic is just getting away with murder. If you look at this comp, what H2K drafts here is just a super snowbally, strong comp that can take domination of the game, both in lane swaps and standard lanes. But every time H2K go for a 1, 2, 3 build-up, at least at one of the steps, it fails. And Fnatic say, oh, thank you very much. I'll just take this farm right here because, I mean, you have it Ezreal basing coming back with tier co on the map. You have momentum, you have tempo, call it what you want. And then you have silly stuff like Rio just overextending, disrespecting completely, and H2K dropped the ball.
Yeah, I mean, people might question why go for the same comp twice when you just lost with it, but H2K were winning their last game for like 30 minutes, you know. This game, however, was very different because while they changed a few things, first of all, they had more focus on Dragon, which was something we wanted them to do because you need to start snowballing. You have no siege. You don't outskill the other comps to get early Dragons. Again, as you said, Rio dying mid lane, and then people getting caught out, picking wrong fights. The Kalista is solo split pushing. The communication seems to be completely gone. As soon as one mistake happens in game, everything breaks down.
Yeah, we've got a couple of replays here of both game 1 and game 2 where Ryu overstepped his boundaries and gives up that first blood. Shook, things we were looking at in terms of H2K coming into playoffs were Ryu and his performance in the beginning of the split, pre-career rather, and then coming back. In general, what are your impressions of his play?
I think Rio's a really good mid laner, but right now he's having a little issues, like he's getting caught for no reason, and yeah, like here, like he's just not respecting flashes, like he's holding on to his flash. And yeah, he just dies for free. And
the same thing in the second first blood. He kind of smells the gank. Yeah, we have the replay here too. He's been hovering right here for maybe like 10 seconds, 5 seconds already. He knows people are missing on the map. He knows that H2K right now is setting a massive play in the bot lane. And then he refuses to flash at any given point until he's already caught out. This completely here, right down, breaks the momentum for H2K because they can't go for that tier 2 push that they're setting up. And they take the Dragon Constellation prize.
Right, it was such an easy play for H2K. Push up bot lane with 3 members, walk into enemy jungle, put vision, either then take Dragon or go mid lane first, push that one in, go back to bot lane, take Dragon, and then if you didn't do it the first time, keep doing that while you have the pressure on bot side, and then you can swap it top for Rift Herald after. But then these mistakes happen, and that's why they come from H2K. It's not a bad composition. They're just playing it extremely poorly.
Yeah, Fnatic was ganking mid lane with their 80 carry with
he
tier co in the lane
swap. He had nowhere to go.
Maybe Fnatic was a bit behind, and H2K failed to punish.
I mean, we also see a lot of people question, why no Sivir in this? We personally think it's because, one, we want to see a kill lane, or H2K wants to play a kill lane with their Kalista. And then two, obviously, Fnatic knows that, so they're saying we're not going to draft Sivir into Kalista and lose that lane even harder. We take Ezreal and just get scaling, and we just rely on H2K not being able to snowball.
Yeah, that's what they assume. And they're actually shutting down Forgiven a little bit, because right now in this series so far, he had his worst game in terms of damage dealt to champions in that second game. It was 4,000 overall. His second worst game was game 1 of the series. So overall in this series, Forgiven is 4th in damage share of his team, so just above the support. Usually 80 carries are first, and this is a guy where usually the team plays entirely around Forgiven. There's these memes of Forgiven having his 2 little helpers to set up vision and pushes for him, and he was split pushing on the map as Kalista.
Alone.
Yeah. I think if you have double TP, you have to play around your 80 carry, get the ward sync, get the TPs down, and dive.
I think that's a really good point. We've seen 0 double TP plays from H2K overall.
Because they always end up dying. And again, Rio is one of the most vocal members on this team. He yells a lot. A lot of communication goes through him. He dies early on. Maybe he isn't able to perform then after getting a bad start. But pick and ban wise, now we're going into the third game. I actually don't want to see this Braum Alistar bans anymore because by banning one, you have to ban the second one to remove it completely from Cly. He's just picking Trundle, which is good into your Maokai anyway. So instead, don't ban supports, take Zed away as you're doing right now. I say remove Echo because Gamsu's playing it extremely well. And then I say remove the Azir. You try and get the scaling composition now because you are not able to snowball as H2K. You are not playing well enough. Get the scaling comp, remove Azir, remove Echo, and just give those supports.
Yeah, we just saw the players entering the room again. They are taking some time to set up, so we can talk a bit more about the decider in the end. Could be where Fnatic takes it home. We talk a lot about H2K and where they have to improve to pull it back. We have to put some praise on Fnatic. We have to put some praise on this guy right here. Febiven has had 2 fantastic games so far, and I don't believe just removing him from Azir will be the solution.
Yeah, he's just playing so damn well. He's in his comfort zone as well. And just there are things that are just plain out going wrong, dude. We have like the final replay coming in here. It's the game 2 Baron steal. So when things do look a little okay for H2K, it's like, you know what? We just made a pickup, force Fnatic back. I guess we'll just start up and rending up this Baron and then just keep your eyes on the HP. Eventually Fnatic's gonna come to this beautiful parallel convergence here. Don't get me wrong, but this rend right here, it's gonna snap to like, what, 20 HP? And then, yeah, that's what Broken Dreams and Crushed Hearts are made of, because Fnatic, they just say thank you very much, one all attack, and then the momentum, the tilt, the mental broken, whatever you want to call it, it's pretty much over for H2K at that point.
Shook, are you a tilter?
Yeah, I'm a tilter.
Yeah, he's a tilter.
I'm glad you're
super tilter.
Okay,
well,
what advice would you give?
What can you do?
I don't know, just try a different comp. Don't go for the same comp, you're not playing it well. Get some scaling champions in there and fight scaling with scaling.
But isn't that the problem? Because they are playing it well to a certain degree. They build up leads in the early game.
Yeah, but go even in the early game then and say, you know what, guys, we don't need to rely on being able to play a perfect early game to snowball because your team is outscaling us. Give us a little bit more time. If we do fall slightly behind, we can rely on outscaling. Get a Sivir, don't ban the supports, remove the Azir.
Can they fix their team fighting though?
I don't know. No. Usually when you tilt in LCS, you have a best of 1. Then you go on tilt at the club, and then the next day you're fine again. But right now in the best of 5, like H2K just having to come back immediately.
I just think Fnatic is the superior play of teams here today. So.
Yep, I think that is a good summary. We'll see if they can close the deal. It is time to load up picks and bans for Game 3. So let's check in with our casters.
Thank you very much, Shucks. Well, we'll see if they've untilted. I've calmed down a little bit. We're all ready for a Game 3.
There's a dent in the deck.
I didn't realize we were going so hard. I like hulked out. I was like, wow, okay, I'm sorry, Des.
But the game went from like really even, let's contest, let's trade back and forth, to over in 3.5 minutes.
Yeah.
One bad call or one punished call, that would be a better term, where Fnatic were able to bounce back and take H2K out. Expand on some of the picks and bans thoughts. What are you going to see blue side again for H2K?
So I kind of echo the analyst desk with the support bans. It's not working. Ply's Trundle is fine. It's doing well into what H2K are picking. Maybe look and change it up completely. I agree that the Azir to get it off Febiven maybe isn't going to just win them the game outright, but still it gives you the opportunity to pivot other ways. It denies one of the avenues that Fnatic have really been looking for, which is scaling for later in the game. Without that, what do they have to go to? Maybe the Kassadin, and that changes the entire mid lane dynamic because you no longer have that safe wave clear. You can more easily push in against it. So there's a few different options for picks and bans.
I'm on the get rid of those late game champions train right now because Echo, it was a problem, but Oduwame was containing him, and Gamsu, he hasn't been the main cause of the games going awry. He's just been a part of it. One of the main problems has been Azir late game.
But I do like taking it away from team fight presence.
Yeah.
Gamsu has hit some really big parallel convergence stuns. One that even pretty much turned that game, allowed them to take out Jankos for his ult. So unfortunately the Ren Smite combo wasn't available and you saw what happened.
Yeah, not taken away from Gamsu's performance, but in my opinion it was like a win more pick. It was that everything else was being set up and they secured the deal with the Echo. Lucian will also be banned away and hey, there's the Azir. So hit the nail on the head on that one.
So we are still looking perhaps at that first pick, Kindred for H2K. I don't think that actually changes the dynamic of the first rotation here, because if Alistar and Braum are both available, one gets through, the other gets through. You know, if we see one banned, it could, however, be the first pick, but I still think we're on for that first pick, Kindred.
All right, so 2 things. This is the first time that H2K have had access to Twisted Fate all playoffs long. Secondly, even if Kindred is locked in, I think Fnatic won't mind because Jankos has not had any early game impact on that champion, and the few team fights that we saw him take part in, the Lamb's Respite was not game-changing. You contrast it to how, for example, Amazing used it with Origin last weekend, There you've got a game-changing Kindred player. So 30 seconds on the clock, a lot of time available for H2K to decide what they prioritize, and we'll find out what it'll be.
Also, as the last ban being Rise instead of Twisted Fate, that's now available for Ryu, so that's a potential mix-up here from H2K. And the big question is, do they carry on putting priority onto Jankos? Answer, yeah.
I like it still. As I said, I don't think much of the H2K's first rotation gets changed from this. You still want the jungle matchup. Yes, the Graves would have been available as well, but this has, been a pick that H2K have focused on for their first pick, and it's been working fine. Both supports get through. Sivir should be a priority, but in this series hasn't been at all. No team's been wanting to touch it. So we may see it.
The trap card has not been activated yet.
Yet.
2, 1, and 3 records. I don't know. I just think I'm very critical of this performance because we had quite a big discussion around Jankos and Kindred, and I was not a believer coming into the series because he only played it twice. My personal opinion is he's better on a champion that can set up ganks rather than the guy that has to get the kills in the ganks. And I don't know, I'm just not seeing the performances from what was one of Europe's best junglers in the regular split.
I think it's fair to say that he works better on those enabling junglers. Okay, that is a first rotation Ezreal. I cannot believe I'm saying that, but in this series it seems to make sense. We know that the Sivir is not working for H2K, and you've got a Braum to go alongside this Ezreal, so Sivir's effectiveness is lowered in team fights. That kind of means, do we get to see the Kalista matchup again? That while it worked in the lane against Fnatic, was not an effective pick for H2K in the team fights, which is where Kalista in the mid and late game should be excelling.
And now that puts pressure onto Forgiven's champion pool, but we know he has a big enough champion pool to do it. We've seen Corki, we've seen Caitlyn, but where does he go from here? Because I absolutely agree, he was getting caught out a lot. Also in individual picks, that pick in the mid lane by Fevin as well, he just can't get out of it as Kalista. So we'll see if he goes for something else here.
I am really wondering, now that we've seen this Ezreal, what is it Fnatic are wanting from their jungle? Because Graves would be the obvious option here, which you could have taken then. Maybe they were scared of Forgiven, taking away the Ezreal for Ezreal Alistar lane that we have seen a couple of times out of H2K because the Alistar has been locked in.
So definitely a steal possibility. And on the side of H2K, very, very stern faces. The camera was cutting there between Prolly, Forgiven, Vanda, and very serious looks on their faces as we get into what could be H2K's last game of the spring split and potentially their first time placing 4th. It will be a Gragas lock-in, so a pivot for Spirit, or rather for Gamsu in that top lane. Although, yeah, we could see flex, but I'm expecting it.
It's much more likely to be the Graves jungle Gragas top lane, so gives you engage and disengage potential, another source of AP, wave clear, tankiness. It's kind of nice. It's good. We've grown accustomed to it from Sartorius and Challenger.
Indeed.
Before it exploded into the world. It's a fairly common pick all world round now.
And also because Gamsu's a tank player, so it's not difficult to make the guess on that one.
There are champions that I can play that tank and do damage?
No way! Yeah, he just goes full tank Graves, like, am I doing it right? No. Looking at those last 2 pickups from H2K now.
So that's going to be mid lane as well as their ADC to round out the comp. Just to finalize that Gragas point, Gamsu played it once, lost with that already, so will be the second time. Corki comes out for Forgiven instead of Sivir. This was an interesting turn in this third place matchup and that Lissandra final.
And instead of Kalista here, so with their mid lane they go, let's set up fights. With their AD carry, he's like, I want to poke people down, I want to siege, and then the Lissandra can maybe go in, set us up for the fight. So if H2K botch these fights with Alistar, Lissandra, Maokai, and Kindred, there are massive problems in this game because these 4 champions are so effective at diving. It is unreal.
And somewhat the opposite of what yourself and the analyst desk were talking about. Not really that scaling, let's go even for long and just out-survive them. Last pick for Fevin. It will be a mid lane counter. He has run Kassadin once before. It is almost the quintessential Fnatic champion. Something that has been used by the organization in all of their years of League of Legends.
Is that the reason why they run it, Trev?
Yes, yes, it is attached to the name.
It's the brand.
They're just wishing that it hadn't have been like Shushei on Gragas back in Season 1, so they could have like Fnatic Kassadin, but it has been locked. The Kassadin for Forgiven. This is the thing that we thought was going to get punished in Game 1 of the Vitality series when Fnatic just got pushed in super hard. Now you've got that side lane control. First game, we're going to see Fnatic with the double teleport here.
Now, we'll definitely change up the dynamic, but that's exactly what you said at the very start of the day, that FEVN will always have those champions to counter out Rio. There we have it, final pick in this game on match point.
Yeah, and I'm just a little nervous about the wave clear from Fnatic. It is okay, but it is not great, and I think if they get shoved in, it could be problems.
And that's the thing, is the pushing potential from, if you look at the likes of a Corki where he wants to siege, you've also got the Kindred, the Lissandra's pretty good as well when you look at the push potential and the dive potential that H2K want to set up. Problem is, locking down a Kassadin is always going to be difficult. If you can hit him pre-6, it's kind of okay, but if he ever gets 2 kills, good luck.
But you've got to take the teams into account here as well, because H2K are just historically, and from what we've seen today, just not good at team fighting. And now that they have this very good team fighting comp, you're right, if they fail here, then nothing will work. But you could also go for a different type of composition, but it's hard to in the current meta. Like, it's just a lose-lose situation. That's what it feels right now from H2K, and they can't think like that, but I know if I was in this situation, I would be.
And the problem gets compounded more because H2K lost a series where their aggressive team fights and aggressive tower dives cost them games against Origin. Not only do they have to get over all of those problems, they also have to deal with this 6,000 person crowd in Rotterdam that is so clearly behind Fnatic. It is a mental challenge in every single regard for what could be the last game of the day.
It's an uphill struggle, and we're now on match point. H2K, they are 1 loss away from Fnatic securing this series.
And let's see if Verbibben goes off in his hometown on the quintessential Fnatic pick, that Kassadin. Maybe we'll see some crazy stuff. But honestly, H2K, they've got to be looking at this game, saying to themselves, what's gone wrong in the last 2 games? How can we fix this? They've got themselves a little bit more of a simple setup for team fights. And that should, in theory, be easier to execute now as Fnatic have gifted you. They've gone like, hey, we'll take an Ezreal, we'll take a Kassadin. Let's see.
Indeed, we shall. Fnatic going for this 5-man invade for the Vision in the early game. Took a couple shots from Jankos. And then that will equally mean that Forgiven and Vandal will get 2 wards on the bottom side, so got the lane swap wards, and Fnatic will be backing out now. No, they will not. They will be setting up a Fnatic death push over a ward.
Well,
are they just trying to do...
observers.
It's like everything that Fnatic's famous for is like, we'll pick the Kassadin, we'll do a death push.
Everybody be quiet. Let's just don't give the game away. Fnatic right now, they're waiting.
Like, FEVN doesn't care, he's out. I'm opting out.
It's like, I'm done with this. I've only been on the roster a little while. Why do you guys do this? Why do you make me do these silly rituals?
All right, we'll find out later, hopefully. But for now, it looks like lane swap is going to be initiated. The jungle has been divided in half, with Spirit and Gamsu currently holding hands. And Reckless and Clyde are going to be clearing out the Gromp before they make their steps out. Pretty exciting wave going on in the crowd at the minute as Vanda and Forgiven will find themselves uncontested in the bottom lane. So it is another lane swap game, of course.
Yes, indeed. Fnatic and Gamsu, of course, taking away this blue buff, and their strong side will be on the left-hand side of the map. And they'll be controlling the wave.
Hey, there is a lot about minion wave manipulation here in a lane swap pulse. You've got to do
crowd
it right.
manipulation.
Crowd manipulation. I'm kind of wondering, Cena, how Fnatic handle the second phase of the lane swap, because, their first phase was good. They came out ahead. They, did a decent job on the second wave, and
so is the crowd.
Yeah, they are. They've kept this going for quite a while, actually.
There's a lot of energy still in there. Yeah, usually it dies out in like the second round.
I love being in the round. Certainly provides a different dynamic.
Yeah, because it kind of
It
dies
actually
on one
makes it
side.
a lot easier to go around for the wave. But gentlemen, towers will be dropping shortly. Hey! Yes, sir.
Hey! Actually, yeah.
Are we on the other side?
I think we're the other side.
That's fine, doesn't matter. It was a 50-50.
We tried.
It was a 50-50. But let's take stock. H2K will be dropping the tower marginally ahead of Fnatic, so no real difference. Both top laners going to secure that additional local gold. And really, lane swaps are determined by the next steps, the next stages. Who looks at Herald and who looks at those next outer towers?
Yeah, I mean, looking at this situation, it's going to be the same or a similar situation as last time. H2K will prioritize the Herald because they now put their duo lane up to the top side. They're going to push that in. Then they can come down for the Herald, but it's mid lane. Ryu has been ganked in both games of this third place series. Oh, top lane!
It's actually Vander who's going to go in for the kill. He gets the combo onto Gamsu, a nice flash over that very thick wall. It's actually hard to land that flash.
Ryu's getting chased down into the lower jungle here.
It's like, not again!
Oh, no real CC chances though. First blood is avoided. Claw of Doom goes in, locks Clyde down in place. Jankos is coming to support. This is a 2-on-2 and Clyde doesn't have the damage to back.
Here's Vander.
There goes Wolf, looking for more damage. Defensive flash over the wall. Vander gets the headbutt pulverized onto Clyde. First blood secured by H2K.
It's like, why is there an Alistair in my lane? But it's because that top lane trade happened and he was already in the right area. So well played by H2K.
Very well played. As you look at how they grouped, they know Forgiven has the freedom top lane to push that in. They'll rejoin him later on in this lane swap phase of this play, but man, at this point, Ryu, all of the pressure was on him, and he goes, yeah, I've got my team behind me. It's all good. Now, flashes.
Flash away from Feather.
Yeah,
under risk. Alistair was coming in from behind, trying to set something up. H2K change their picks and bans. They get a lane swap, and they are the ones playing on the aggressive foots.
That's the key thing here. They're playing extremely aggressively, but Fnatic were the ones who actually invaded into the jungle first.
And this is one of the things that I am actually quite liking Ryu's Lissandra for, and just in general Lissandra play, is you can set up the start of these fights very effectively, and from here, it's a done deal. For Fnatic fans, they may kind of, sigh there. A sight of Clyde getting picked off is one that, at least once he joined the team, was something that people have become accustomed to seeing. Started to be tightened up a little bit, but maybe regression here in Game 3. They've gone back to an old setup with their picks and bans and an old start to the game for Fnatic as well.
But if you're a Fnatic fan, you can be like, well, it's just unlucky Alistair happened to be there, because he was really the reason they picked up that kill, because he was coming down from the top lane trade.
Haven't spoken to a lot of pros. Unlucky is the exact reasoning for that momentary play. Regardless, Fnatic will even out the tower trade, so there's still 1,000 gold down, thanks to the CS advantages for both mid and top on the side of H2K, and obviously the first blood gold, which will be helping them out. I want to take a look at how Fnatic decide to play. They're once again from behind. They're once again in a team comp that can get pushed in lane, and they got limited wave clear.
Yeah, very limited wave clear, especially early on here. Of course, Ezreal True Shot Barrage is going to be used fairly effectively off cooldown every time it's available, but in between those points, Reckless doesn't have the greatest ability to actually hold mid lane. He'll sit in mid as this game opens up. We'll see Featherman go to the bottom lane. We'll see Gamsu stay up on top and kind of alternate depending on who their lane opponent is. And Fnatic will just sit their mid lane with a duo and go, okay, try and push in. And in this game, I actually think H2K will just ward up the sides and dive.
That was good timing on the ward from Jankos. Had he gone into the bush, he probably would have been dead. Fnatic was setting that up. You can usually tell, like when the Ezreal starts putting Essence Flux onto his team, it's like he's got to go for a fight.
Well, talking about going for a fight, Jankos is looking for one in the middle lane.
Here they go!
86 though, that's locked in place by the tomb. Easy pickup for Jankos. That was the tower dive you were talking about.
Tower diving by the numbers. Just completely go in, take one person down. Spirit had no chance, no flash, nothing to save him. Easy kill.
Just perfect play from H2K, and they're just speeding up their game, which is what the analysts were saying, what we were saying on the caster desk. You have to try and challenge Fnatic. I just didn't know if H2K had it in them. Apparently they do.
Yeah, at least for the first 7 minutes. 2,000 gold advantage for H2K. That's going to get extended even further once that mid tower goes down. Reckless is like, oopsie, didn't want that trade, because Forgiven comes out in a better scenario, and there we go. Nearly 3,000 gold, H2K have a lead.
And when you look at the timing on this, we're only just past 7.5 minutes. Normally a mid-tower and a lane swap goes down on average around 19 minutes in the EU LCS here, at least in the regular split. So now we're seeing this H2K aggression earlier on in this game. They've cracked that all-important mid-tower. You can get the vision control down now, constantly look to move between lanes and set up the lanes that you want here. You only have one teleport available, but that's one more than Fnatic have right now.
Hey, and maybe Jankos had a cup of coffee between these games, because he's 2-0. He is a guy who is famous for his early game impact. He picked up first blood, and he's continuing to apply pressure and find weaknesses in the Fnatic game in this match 3.
I find it funny you talk about Jankos, and he just like pulls his sleeves up. It was business time for Jankos.
Well, return of the First Blood King. He's finally back. And 2-0-0 in this game. Large impact, again going for that Devourer.
Is it like probably lifts him up on like a rock formation? All of the H2K fans.
He is not Simba. He is not Simba.
That wasn't the film reference I was going for, but I'll take it.
Regardless of that fact, Fnatic now have to play from a very big deficit, and the double teleports from H2K can be used to extend this lead if they don't botch the plays. They've had a very good start thus far. We're approaching 10 minutes. H2K stamping some control in this bottom lane. Look, again, Forgiven farming while the rest of his team clear out the jungle nearest to him, and Odo's left alone to deal with Gamsu up top.
Yeah, at this point, you know, speaking about H2K and their team fighting, I mean, from this series alone, you'd have enough to fill an episode of Botchamania at this point, but H2K are looking to push down on the bottom tower here. This is the kind of thing they need to do, however. Look at Fnatic grouping behind the tower. Two-shot barrage comes out, but H2K have this.
Yeah, it's actually not enough to clear the back line of minions, which is really unfortunate because that allows them just to take down the tower. 9 minutes into the game, almost a 4,000 gold advantage for H2K. If they can convert this into an early win and continue to keep pushing in, we could actually open up this series.
Yeah, that's what H2K are going to be hoping for. But they are still very, very far from that Fnatic Nexus. It is 4 towers to 2, and H2K have inner turret available, both the top and middle lane. And some good vision to allow H2K to secure a very safe dragon.
We're starting to hit item breakpoints as well. Ryu, Abyssal Scepter in the mid lane, opting to, away from the Rod of Ages. Bot lane, of course, Triforce is going to be the item of choice for Forgiven. Top lane, Oda Wame going towards Spectre's Cowl against Gamsu, but we haven't really spoken about the top lane because they're 2 tanks and they don't really do anything.
Yeah, I feel a little bad for Odo and Gamsu. The only time we've watched them in the series is they've been bashing heads, but not really in threat of killing one another. It's going to be a similar scenario. And I just want to keep an eye on how good Gamsu can use that explosive cast, because it can be very game-changing once the mobility spells have been used from H2K to just disengage the fights and find something opportunistic for Fnatic.
Gamsu's got to be careful there with his positioning. If he pushes too far up, reactive TP could come out, but Ryu needs to clear mid, and the rest of H2K are on Rift Herald. But, you know, it's very interesting, especially, Pulse, for you and I, when we look at Odo Amne. As a player, typically he's been one of the ones in legacy teams to look to break a tank meta all the way back in Season 3. You and I casted him when he was on Cloud9 Eclipse, and he was one of the very first people to look at the Trundle into Shyvana matchup before it exploded worldwide. He was one of the leading charges, and he hasn't been able to do that in this tank meta. At this setup for H2K, it just hasn't quite been his... But Vander tries to go in.
Nice flash by Spirit, and they'll clear out the wave there. But yeah, I totally agree, Stress. I mean, we've seen it in so many different metas that he's trying to innovate, but he's just like, I'm just going to play tanks in this one.
Well, flash for flash. Vander didn't get a kill, but was able to at least apply pressure to Spirit. Big minion wave is lost down bottom, as Reckless was able to just usher the minions to that inner turret. And H2K, look at the vision they've set up around the top half of the map. We could be on for a Herald fight, gentlemen, at some point.
I mean, the last Herald fight was very interesting. Swords might come out, and H2K got forced away from it.
It is still active on Jankos, though, right now, so we're a little way away from that.
I'm getting excited about what could come. Don't kill my dreams.
I'm trying not to kill them. I'm trying.
Just means I've got to wait longer, that's all. But look at the middle lane, gentlemen, because H2K are going to use that Herald, that was so rightly pointed out to me, to push down the turret as best as possible. Jankos is going to back away. Going to continue to farm up and just pressure in multiple lanes. Fnatic are being forced to defend with this limited wave flare, and they're in some trouble.
And this is the thing, like, even though they don't get the turret on that push, what they do is they push top, drag multiple people up, and Fnatic can't really defend this early on without multiple people in the lane. Then they come mid, get damage down onto the tower. Immortals can pick it off very shortly. The next kind of push that comes mid is going to get that tower, so overall, H2K just chipping them down.
Just rinse and repeat, really, as soon as these objectives keep coming up. Big farm advantage in the mid lane, opening up for Ryu, 35 CS. Bottom lane, Forgiven's actually behind Reckless, but has been moving around the map a lot to make the objective happen instead.
I think important to note as well, Jankos just got a glimpse of them there. 5 stacks from Mark of the Kindred. Already a real threat to anybody on the Fnatic squad. And H2K will be happy. They've got early game champions. They've got the ability to find picks. They've played it actually as you would have expected H2K to play it, up until we'd seen them in semifinals. Now they take the next step of getting past those inner turrets.
Yeah, getting past them is the key. I mean, for a minute there, I thought Reckless was excited at Clyde perhaps playing Taric in future, because he was just sitting on a whole bunch of gems, just waiting, but he turns one into the Sheen. It was a good back timing for him. and is able to look towards that Iceborne corner. But right now, we're in a situation where Fnatic, on the back foot, have to deal with what H2K are offering.
H2K are still continuing to pressure as well, and they've really started to open up the 1-3-1, and Fnatic have identified this and are looking for a fight, but so are H2K. Double teleport coming in, Clyde is going to be backing off, and Odoane flashes in. He's going to knock Clyde into his team with the Arcane Smash. Spirit is now under attack, Ryu goes in.
They're not done yet. H2K have found themselves 2 kills, have found themselves a tower, and they've even got minions still left to play with. They're looking for more.
They're going to continue to push into the inhibitor tower. It's 14 minutes into the game, but apparently H2K just don't realize.
No, they do not, and they don't care. 6 towers down, plus 7,000 gold, and they've broken open Fnatic's base.
The entire time, Gamsu was down in the bottom lane, but H2K sees the opportunity and just go aggressive on Fnatic. Once again, they pick up Clyde to start this off. Clyde and Spirit responsible for 100% of the deaths so far in this game. And just look at this, Fnatic trying to go aggressive into the teleport. If you're trying to go aggressive here, Gamsu has to react. Gamsu cannot allow you to go in because against double TP, that is your bread and butter. You have to group with 5, and H2K just go, okay, try us on the size, bring in the other 2 members, and suddenly they win the fight before Gamsu could ever have even thought about being there.
But why? Because Gamsu had TP.
Yeah.
Like, they went for that play, and it was like, well, we have 4-1, and they have a 1-3-1, so we're going to engage and have Gamsu surround them. Nope. I don't know why you wouldn't do that.
I don't have an answer for you, unfortunately, Pulse.
That comes to backfire for Fnatic. No trigger pulled, and they're in trouble. Down 7K at 15 minutes, which is crazy. Forgiven's already picked up the package, got that Trinity Force completed, and a BF sword. In comparison to the stacking Manamune and Sheen, significantly more powerful than Reckless at this stage.
But you've got to maybe look at the comparison now between this series and H2K series versus Origin, where H2K didn't have the best game 1, Fnatic.
Well, so please do continue.
Didn't have the best game 1 for H2K, and then game 2 was rocky. Game 3, they just show up and it's just like, okay, we're just going to win this game, get back on form. Unfortunately for them, it wasn't the win of the series for them, but man, H2K, they're showing us what they can do, given the right tools.
Yeah, and also maybe Fnatic just drawn into this series where it's like, we just need to do the same thing over and over, and H2K have finally identified that, but great mental fortitude as well from them as well, not just tilting. Maybe they tilted and went 360 and then are untilted.
The complete 360.
Yeah.
Which in this case would actually put them back to where they started, and not the case. Regardless, Gamsu, I think, giving some respect to Vander. The moment Vander showed in lane, Gamsu threw the ultimate down. Vander has already played very aggressively this game, looking for those flash headbutt pulverize combos, and not going to be falling prey. Gamsu, Dragon number 2 picked up by H2K, completely uncontested.
And it's at this point that you have to look at it. How much did Fnatic really give away in this pick and ban phase? They first rotation in Ezreal, which basically says, well, please don't pick any of the game. Which they got away with before because they were playing a different playstyle with the Azir, you know, being able to wave clear mid. And then they lock themselves with a last pick Kassadin. I mean, come on, if anything's screaming like, just go aggressive early at us, it's that. I mean, you lock in 2 scaling carries, and man, H2K just go, okay, we'll play Lissandra, we'll play Maokai, we'll play Alistar, it's good.
I mean, they have the cushion, right, in this series because they need to win 1 more game, but you just want to end it. You don't want to try and play around, you don't want to just try and style on your opponent, you just want to finish off the series. And yeah, there was some curious decision made in pick and bans.
Yeah, it is very different. I also have to give some props to Jankos. I called him out quite heavily for that Kindred first pick. It didn't work in games 1 and 2. It is so clearly working now in game 3. And this is a good demonstration of what Jankos can do when H2K have a good game plan that they all execute as a team.
But this is one of the reasons why picks like Kindred and Nidalee work so well right now in the Graves, is because you look at these lanes, Maokai, crowd control, Lissandra, crowd control. Great, you've got an Alistar in the bottom lane if you need to go there as well. So the facilitation comes from strong lane crowd control, and that allows Jankos to get the damage off. In previous games, perhaps he just wasn't really feeling it with the Ryze there. Yes, Ryze has crowd control, that is not what I'm trying to get away from. But
Ryze was losing as well.
Then certainly this is a lot more comfortable from H2K to be aggressive, rather than just trying to find aggressive openings.
A significant difference when you see the strength of those lanes, because Febiven was able to bully Ryu in those earlier games, plus the added ganks really made Ryu's life difficult. Rift Herald has been picked up. There's vision being placed in the top quadrant of the jungle in H2K. Hey, let's go back in time. They're looking for a dive. Ryu does not follow the glacial path through to completion, and instead H2K just do the best they can. Clyde playing on the front foot to defend the tower. Tower is being dropped very low. Vander forced to use Unbreakable Will, and Fnatic have engaged.
They'll back away real quick, but they did manage to get the chip damage on the tower, and that's all H2K were really looking for.
But the timing is very awkward for H2K. Ryu had the goal to finish his Zhonya's Hourglass, so he's actually wanting to back right now. He's like, guys, let's not do any stupid fights, because I've just got my Zhonya's. There it is. He just crested 1050, so, I mean, he's like, oh, well, I've got this claw, and it's kind of going in, but I don't want to die, because then I'll look like a fool. Yeah. So, but this does now slow H2K. They will be fine, because they got the teleport available for Lissandra, but they can look to engage like that at another time.
Definitely pulled out. Jankos, he's going to be finding Clyde, but Feathervent as well in this game, it's like a different kind of late game threat, because you have Caston, you stick him in the side lane, and generally he just like wins against anyone in that long lane. Last time it was Azir, and you go into team fights and he just murdered everyone. So Fnatic's late game is very different in this game.
Of course, for Jankos, 19 minutes in, 7 stacks on his passive. Sated Devourer just completed as well. That is a terrifying carry that Fnatic have to try to deal with, and their front line is simply not tanky enough yet. Spirit has a Hex Drinker and Swifties. Like, he's gonna melt.
Because, I mean, realistically, you look at this team fight. Ryu goes in, he ults himself, he Zhonya's, Jankos ults on him, you've got a Maokai for damage reduction. There is no real clear threat outside of Forgiven, who's going to be on Corki and sat further back in this team fight presence. There's no real threat to pick off if you're Fnatic. It's so difficult to kill anybody from H2K in the initial fight that they just kind of kill someone to win.
We'll find out if Fnatic can find that opportunity. They're still down 7,000 gold at 20 minutes. On the third attempt at taking that inner top tower, H2K secure it, meaning there are no more towers to fall outside of Fnatic's base. And H2K have done a very good job of keeping the deep vision, of keeping Fnatic defending, and you can see in the CS totals falling behind in almost every regard except for Spirits.
And Fnatic now are just in a really tough situation. 7 towers over to H2K now, and they're constantly just in the jungle, warding up, going from lane to lane, and just trying to probably just take down this last inhib. Well, the first inhib that is now exposed in the mid lane.
Right now, though, it is the danger zone for H2K when you look at it, because this is where they've struggled at this point. And, I mean, at this point, really, H2K have got to look for the aggressive options where they can look for objectives. They don't have the Kalista. They don't have the ability to just take the Baron down, and even last game it didn't work so well for them.
Luckily, they do still have 2 TPs and 2 very important point-and-click CCs.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can coordinate to use them at the right time. Infinity Edge was picked up by Forgiven not too long ago to go with that Trinity Force as well. So a lot of damage coming out of that Corki, and Odo shoving bottom. So H2K, safe, controlled, secure, and they'll be looking for opportunities to punish Fnatic.
They've been very close to death there. It's so difficult to play the situation as Fnatic because you really want to defend this in here, but H2K, they have so many ways to just instantly pick someone up with like Lissandra, with Maokai. If you step an inch too forwards, you're probably just losing this game.
Yeah, 1 inch from Fnatic. If they step over the line, Ryu or Odo, they'll look for the target. Look at those claws of doom being thrown out by Ryu. He wants it to find a pick. Gamsu's waiting in the wings. The tension is slowly building as H2K are trying to set up, but they're taking some poke from Reckless.
And Fnatic are forced to just group mid. They can't play all Spirit!
There's the engage, and Spirit is locked into a frozen tomb. He's going down. Inhibitor will be picked up from H2K, and they have broken the base of Fnatic.
Yeah, I have no idea how Spirit got deaded there, but H2K just made it look so easy. Super minions in the middle lane. They can even back away, get some control of this jungle, and maybe look to play around Baron.
It looked about as clinical from the minimap as a ward being there, and Spirit just steps towards it, maybe even tries to clear it. I didn't see exactly what happened, and then H2K just come over the wall, blow him up because he had no way of escaping. That's going to mean the Baron attempt here from H2K is on, and with Spirit 5 seconds away, this would have to be a massive mistake.
Dropping very low, true shot barrage. Good timing. Close. But Jankos is there, so he has smite. That would not be a smite you want to mess up in this series, but Baron goes over to H2K, got those 2 dragons as well.
And the audience is stunned here in Rotterdam as H2K extend their lead to 10,000 gold. 100% kill participation for Jankos. 23 minutes into the game. I mean, it is as one-sided as a game can be. at this level of play.
I must admit, I was wondering what the reaction would be like if Fnatic were to fall behind in a game. You know, it's one of the great things about having a large crowd. You kind of, each crowd has its own personality. You know, in rugby, Croke Park goes quiet, silent to give the respect to a kicker. And here, clearly behind Fnatic, but unfortunately, Fnatic not ahead in this game. We'll see if they can find an opening. It's going to be tough here with H2K with this Baron.
Very, very tough. I mean, looking at the ways they can bounce back into this game, like Caston really can't go on the side lane now. They're now looking into team fights getting drawn into that because H2K will force them, and they have a team fighting composition. So Fnatic, again, if they get caught out, like Spirit was, they'll just lose more and more of the base as Odoame goes in.
He's tower diving, the tower's down. Already an objective secured by H2K. Teleport for Gamsu defensively, but he's running around saying, what do I do? Who do I look for? The answer is Yankov. He's got the first kill of the fight for Fnatic, with Spirit's locked down. H2K looking to find another. They won't be able to shut him down, but they'll be content with the fight and the base from Fnatic.
They'll back off. They take down the inhibitor. Rest of the minions are flooding in. Had they not lost Yankos there, maybe they could have pushed for more. But that was a 1-for-1. But ultimately, more inhibitors going down.
And Febby just could not find the angle to get into that fight to deal damage. There's too much going on with Ryu's crowd control. Odoamne in there. Yes, Yankos got picked up because it was Gamsu coming in from the side, blasting him away. So let's take another look. A twisted advance came out from Odo onto Clyde. Reckless manages to get himself back and out of the fight. But this TP from Gamsu, and he TP's in, doesn't instantly have the option here. You can see there we go, off to the side goes Yankos, picked off, but it's still a win for H2K. They get a second inhibitor down. And at this point, it's going to be so difficult for Fnatic to come back into this because it would take a monumental error from H2K in this kind of situation. H2K just want to fight. They are so far ahead.
This is a lose-lose situation for Fnatic, though. They step forward, someone gets caught. If they go for a team fight, they still lose because H2K are one so far ahead and have team fights. In this game, they just, as you said, Stress, they have to wait for H2K to mess up.
They fell too far behind too early on, and H2K, they're looking for one more dive. This will not be a mistake for H2K. They've broken another tower down. The inhibitor will fall shortly thereafter, and Ryu's taking a lot of damage from Fnatic, but it simply will not matter. It's a 5v4. Supers are inside the base of Fnatic, and H2K with the Baron buff. We're going to be looking to finish this one off. It just wears off in the last few seconds. And a teleport coming to re-engage.
Nah, they're going for round two. They have the minions coming in. They're just trying to set up the waves. And Ryu, he's looking for someone. But that's the great thing about sending Lissandra back is with Home Guards, you can very easily find a target who doesn't expect you to go in there.
Yeah, Ryu just wants to be in the picture as this game ends at this point. It's like, I've got disguised. H2K just waiting for the situation to go in.
And they may have found it. Gamsu's taking a lot of damage, and he'll be killed before he can even use the ultimate. The Nexus turret will be the target for most of H2K. Lamb's Spike gets thrown down from Yankos to buy time, and Forgiven's buying all the time that H2K need. This is the first game in the series that H2K look to be picking up. The fight's not over yet,
but they're dropping so low. 3 people go down, shut down over to Forgiven. Double kill for Reckless. Odoamne, the only one left around him, and that is 5-4-1 triple kill to Forgiven.
Fnatic will not go down without a fight, and despite being behind, they hold on for at least one more fight.
The slight overstep by H2K trying to end the game too quickly, and Fnatic have punished them for now, but Fnatic are locked inside their base right now.
All 3 inhibitors are down. There are double supers coming through, and this was the fight that brought some breathing room for Fnatic.
You can see, look, H2K just trying to push up to take that second turret down. Ryu did not have his survival tools available, and this is the dangerous point for a Kassadin, for an Ezreal in these fights where they're able to get up kills. All of the kills from this fight went over to the carries of Fnatic, but you are entirely correct with the inhibitors being down. Mid lane has respawned, and there is no Baron available yet for H2K. It had only just dropped off them for that fight. So it means H2K's real only place to go is that middle inhibitor. They will have to think twice about fighting Fnatic again, though, but still H2K have a good lead in this game.
And Fnatic holding on by a thread in this game. But yeah, there's only one place to go. That's the mid lane.
And here's the
teleport from Odoamne. That means that Fnatic can't go up as 1 or 2 people because they'll get caught. So inhibitor goes down. H2K just need to play this safe because they still have all these super minions flooding into the base. So realistically, Fnatic can't fight them. And there's those 2 Nexus turrets alive.
Oh, we'll find out if H2K
Dead.
look for a target. It's an engage from Gamsu. He's managed to throw Jankos to the front line. Featherman's waiting in the wings, but H2K have too strong a front line. And there's the package. Forgiven sends Fnatic reeling. It's H2K with 3 kills. Forgiven even survives, and Reckless is forced to run away. The Nexus will be going down, and H2K will not go down without a fight.
That's the H2K that people talk about when they say this team could potentially have made it all the way to the finals. The problem is they've had mistakes in other games and they are still only 1 win on the board in this series. I mean, Fnatic have looked better in the first 2 games, apart from maybe the beginning of H2K's game 1.
Shell-shocked look on Featherman's face there, after what was a very, very heavy-handed defeat. The Pix and Band screamed, "We need time," and H2K said, "Nope, we're not giving it to you."
Fnatic taken out of comfort zone, honestly, in that game because they were pressured early, and I wasn't expecting H2K to be that good in the early game to actually get the ball rolling and be able to pressure on Fnatic. They turned up in this game, and that definitely caught them off guard.
And the question is, can H2K do it again? Because this is what H2K tried to do multiple times against Origin, and they failed. They didn't pull the trigger earlier in the series, and now everything just seems to fall into place.
But I think the interesting thing is game 1, the beginning of game 1 seems so far away. That H2K that came out swinging, crushed the 2v2, and managed to keep themselves in that game, ultimately to lose it, seems so far away. This was a little bit more of what we expect from H2K, like the start of game 1, but I'm glad they at least showed us something. They showed us a good, strong game in that one, and I'm glad to see it because it means that we've at least go into game 4.
Yep.
Yeah, but we know they can team fight now. Like, if you give them, okay, they had 4 champions who are just like very difficult not to team fight with, but we know they can do it. And we just need to see more from them.
I think one caveat, we know they can team fight with a 4,000 gold. I think that
and
does
a lead in the early game, and a team fighting competition, but yeah.
But also, the 2 guys who were so heavily criticized in the semifinals, Jankos and Vander, they did not show up last weekend. This game, they both showed up in epic fashion.
Well, now that the series has been blown wide open, we're going to send it over to the analyst desk to see how H2K fired back.
Thank you very much, and indeed H2K very much back in this, or not out I should say rather, 2-1 now, and I am thinking back to last week when we have 5 games of H2K versus OG, and game 3 was H2K being massively ahead, playing their own game, making the right choices, but it was only game 3. So where do you guys see the differences here?
You know what happened last time we played game 3 and did the same? Kassadin was picked in the mid lane one more time. Rio said, "Oh, is that a free laning phase for me? Thank you very much. I'm going to push that one down, not die to a random first blood, of course." And suddenly we can actually play our game 1-3-1 perfect and take all the outer turrets.
And also, you wanted some praise for your prediction of the Pix and Vans in game 3,
I
so
mean, that's
go
on
ahead.
you guys, right? Tell me, guys, what happened in the pick and ban phase? And what did I say would happen?
Well, no, because during the break he said, listen, I predicted it all, ask me about it, and now you give it
No, I actually wanted to bring it up. The Fishy had a good predictor on pick and bans, and I think it was a good pivot from H2K overall.
Thank you.
With absolute disrespect from Fnatic.
Yeah.
I mean, if a team is letting you play your style on stage like that, getting away with murder when it comes to very passive late-game compositions, don't insult them by picking Kassadin. That is just a mark too much, and H2K is like, what, I challenge this position. They push in all these lanes, they start rotating, and suddenly Fnatic just falls super far behind.
I think Fnatic just disrespected H2K a bit. They're like, oh, they're doing nothing early game with their double TPs. They're doing nothing. We can just scale up for free. And they just went for a scaling comp, and we see what happens when H2K plays their game.
Shook, as a pro player, how do teams keep doing this? Because we see this so often. Up to, oh, I know you get in your comfort zone, but why doesn't someone just tell you, hey, don't play risky?
I don't know, it's just a matter of best of 5. Like, I assume they thought H2K would not do anything in the early game again, so they're just waiting to see how it goes in skill. But they go for a scaling comp and they get punished finally, and that's what I like to see.
In terms of how this series, affects certain players, Forgiven, while he had a little bit of a rust spot earlier, yes, the low damage wasn't only due to him. Obviously, it's the way his team set him up. This game, he had the most damage on his team. At least, yes, he's playing a poke champion, so that kind of makes it a lot easier. But at least he had a higher impact. We saw some of those fights, not afraid to go in for the damage, and I think this will be really good for H2K's mental strength in the series, because they show that when they played their style, they can still absolutely dominate an early game.
And I think even more important, they showed in the pick and ban phase that when you take away the Azir, there was right now not a good answer for Bivin to get mid lane control back. I just think for Fnatic here, going Ezreal Kassadin was the wrong move. I think they wanted to take early Ezreal, maybe thinking Forgiven would steal it away now that Kalista hadn't worked for him. And that's why they early picked it, and then realized all the way down with the last pick. They're like, okay, what's our normal counter pick to Lissandra? It's the Kassadin. For a lot of teams, other teams would do like a Zillion. But in this case, they're like, oh, all right, go for that counter pick, see if we can outplay it. But now suddenly we actually have a bad composition if we put it all together. So I think they just looked too much at the individual rotations. Ezreal in that first rotation shook. We didn't like it.
I'm not a fan of Ezreal at first rotation. I think it gives you a free lane. If you can just pick whatever AD carry and have a free lane, and I think Ezreal should be a later on pick.
And also a difference from the H2K in games 1 and 2 to 3. In our last replay, they built up a lead early game, actually 6K lead at 20 minutes, and they just seemed more aggressive in all of their moves. When we said they were too much holding back in game 1, this is where they went all in.
And that just generates such forced engages by Fnatic too, that where then H2K can use a double teleport to come in, because they have enough time. A lot of these picks, whether it's the Azir being off the table in terms of push or the gold lead, it buys H2K time to really punish some of these bold moves by Fnatic, and that's exactly what happened there.
Again, Azir gives you mid lane control, which stops the push from happening, but also that fight. Gamsu was still sitting bot lane.
That wasn't a good fight.
But yeah, what was going on here, guys? And also, Engage was exhausting an Alistar. I don't think Alistar will ever deal enough damage to really force an exhaust unless
I know, man, the ulti.
Alistar thing coming. Yeah. I'm not too sure.
Well, we'll have to ask them if we get a chance. However, how much then going into the next game is now connected to the specific picks that H2K got their hands up, because Fnatic, we will assume, won't be as overzealous next game and maybe not go for that full late game comp. I feel like a lot is obviously connected to that Lissandra mid lane for Ryu, because if anything else fails, you know that he'll be able to do something on that. Anything else that Fnatic has to shut down?
I mean, Fnatic can just steal the Lissandra early as well. I mean, H2K can only get their hands on so many picks in that first pick, obviously, and then they can have a good reaction. That's why Purple Side is sometimes really fun to play, and that means you can leave your counter pick maybe for Reckless on that AD carry if you're putting a tank top anyways.
I also think it's a weak rotation when you take early Ezreal and then you give the Maokai one more time and you pick a Gragas into it. Why not just go Brawl Maokai then as your first rotation in this example? Get either Sivir or Ezreal once you've seen the enemy AD carry, hopefully. And then, of course, steal away Lissandra. It's a fantastic pick for February.
Yeah, I agree. Fnatic should aim to get the Lissandra going if Azir is banned, so he can finally get some mid pressure going and some deeply plays themselves.
Yeah, we'll see H2K coming on strong in game 3, but Fnatic is still just one win away from securing 3rd place in the European Spring Split. We'll see if H2K can bring us all the way to game 5 when we return.
Every solo kill is gonna be the crowd going mental, you know?
Imagine I got pentakill. Flash over the wall. Banda gets the headbutt pulverized onto Clyde. First blood secured by H2K.
We can kill Brown. We can. Okay, go. Someone else. Flash on someone. Speed it, no flash. Speed it, no flash. Flash. Yes. We can kill him. I still have ult. Take down. We take. Maybe we can take Inkip to that. No.
Fnatic are forced to just group mid. They can't play. Spirit.
There's the engage.
And H2K will not go down without a fight. Welcome back, everybody. Fnatic is currently sitting at match point, and H2K needs another win to keep their hopes alive at attaining third place and those championship points. You're back here with Quickshot, Pulse, and Stress as we're about to get set up for game number 4. You can see Gamsu and the rest of Fnatic making their way to the stage, and we've spoken extensively about H2K's mindset and H2K's challenges, not only with their own play, but the crowd. Now Fnatic is wearing those shoes.
Exactly. I think that's one of the biggest things in terms of mentality, because they didn't look good coming off the stage there and going back on. That's a difficult loss to swallow after being so confident in those first 2 games and then losing a game where it didn't even look like they had a chance.
But I think you got to look at it from a Fnatic point of view, and well, or at least looking at the team's perspective. Sure. And this is by no means an excuse, because H2K played so well in that game. But Fnatic, the analyst desk used the word disrespect a couple of times. The Ezreal, the Kassadin, coming out of picks and bans, the strategy just was not the right one to play against H2K in that situation, where H2K are down to the wire and saying, we need to win this game, and they just completely blew Fnatic out of the water.
They absolutely did. But how much ammunition does H2K have of that caliber? Because it's quite clear over the last 8, 9 games that we've seen them play, they don't have many shots. So let's talk a little bit more about the picks and bans. You can see the players on your screen setting up and getting ready. Stress, what do you maybe expect from this game? A smarter, more well-rounded comp from Fnatic, or the same from H2K?
I think Fnatic won't first rotation Ezreal in this game and go, hey, we're going to play late games. So I think Fnatic will probably drop a lot of what they did in the last game, but pick up some pieces from game 1 and 2.
Sivir, maybe if you're going to early pick something that can stall the game at least.
Maybe, but is it the trap card, Trevor? Is it finally coming out now? Because I just don't know. When your AD carries a 1-3 on the pick and you as a team just don't play around the pick well,
well, I mean, that sums it up. Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen?
The thing is, both of these teams have deprioritized that set, right? So if you go into this game now and the assumption is it's still deprioritized, then maybe it's the curveball. So it's a trap card curveball, and just see whichever one hits first.
But the funny thing is, like H2K, the comp they ran in the last game would be the one to put a Sivir in. Like, you got Lissandra, you've got a Maokai, you got Alistair, everything wants to go forward. So I think H2K are just kind of like, well, we tried it the week before, let's just jump off this hype train, we can do well without it. And they showed in game 3 that they can do well without it, playing exactly the same style.
And of course, it was a lane swap, 2 games in a row. This particular lane swap, though, H2K found some very good advantages. You know, managed to pick up an early kill, very good tower dive, really accelerated the speed of the game. And I think a lot of that was because of Jankos's Kindred, which is something he didn't do in games 1 and 2, Pulse.
He was also facilitated by his lanes, because as Stress was mentioning in-game, they had lanes that just set him up really well for it. But yeah, you can't discount how well Jankos played in that game. So what are the adaptations going to be as we head into this 4th champion select? First ban's going to be Zed, so no change there. Yes.
Well, we'll see what the next one is. Nidalee has been banned out by Fnatic. I don't think they need to change that one either. And yes, Jankos had a great game on Kindred. I don't think it was the real problem, though. I think the problem was just Fnatic, in all aspects, could not match the pace of H2K early on.
And that was also facilitated by the fact that Jankos and Vanda actually decided to play League of Legends. They rocked up earlier than 30 minutes. Vanda in particular, I really respected those flash engages, despite the fact they didn't always net kills. Just the message and the signal and the psychological threat it imposes sent big messages. No pivots from the previous game yet. Zed, Nidalee, Echo. Lucian, Azir, and Ryze were the last game's bans.
And you mentioned, you know, how Jankos and Vanda performed, and thankfully we saw a game of them performing. On the other side, Spirit and Clive for a very long time in that game had 100% of the deaths. Right up until that mid-inhibitor tower was going down, it was only those 2 that really got picked off. And here's something I was perhaps expecting later on in the series, and it is coming out now from Fnatic. That Lissandra ban. Take away the strongest blue side flexing mid laner, and you know, you can just, or not flexing, sorry, blind mid laner, and you can really hamstring an aggressive team.
For sure, and I was expecting to see the Lissandra maybe earlier as well.
Yeah.
And the Twist of Fate was the one that Fnatic were banning away, so there could be a chance that we see it out here, but we just haven't seen it from H2K because everyone's banning against them. So is it as magical as people assume?
Well, I am yet to see that coming out. Trevor, you alluded earlier, perhaps there's some secret info from scrims that we do not have, you know, the privileged spot to get the information.
The privilege to watch. I like that term. But the Lucian is banned again. Definitely don't want to give that to Forgiven. It is his most played champion by far, and obviously the utility that it offers in the current meta. And the versatility that it just fits into so many comps. So H2K taking their time. Last time around, they went down to 60, and Jankos, the man on your screen, he just locked in Kindred anyway.
It's probably going to be Kindred again.
It feels like it would.
It's not been banned. I don't think you need to change it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Even though it lost 2, the actual pick and ban priority has been fine for that Kindred first pick.
Very serious discussions there between Jankos and Prolly. Bouncing back and forth. You see, I don't mind the discussion. I don't even mind using the time because you add some, what else could they pick? What did we expect? Did we expect the Lissandra ban? It's something that H2K will have had to have answered in their team comms right now.
Yeah, and I mean, it does, however, give Fnatic a little bit more time to talk, but still at the same time, there was no surprise. I mean, Fnatic would have been sat there going like, so what is the 1% chance they don't pick Kindred? Like, what do we do if that happens? And Fnatic now, will they go straight back to the drawing board and look for other options here? Now, I normally don't like to talk hovers, but Corki is an integral one, not only for H2K, but flex picking as well. If you ever watch an LCK Champion Select, Corki has very high priority still because of its ability to play both mid and AD carry. We see it a lot more in the AD carry role here in Europe than we do in mid lane, but it is still a decent blind pick if it comes to it.
And that's exactly what happens. So maybe Fnatic taking a page out of the LCK book with Corki and Alice being picked up.
And that's the thing, is they've got the counter pick. It's the 4th game, the same situation. They can always switch up in the last pick should they choose to.
We'll find out what they decide to do. For H2K, they've got now Respawn. Options for the mid lane, knowing it could be Febiven's Corki, it could be Reckless's Corki. I actually was not a major fan of Fnatic playing Corki over the last few weeks, when they picked it up at IM and in the subsequent weeks. It just felt like the timing window to really take advantage of the pick just wasn't used super effectively, so we'll see if Fnatic have learned anything in the week since then.
It was just those repeated nerfs to Corki, like patch after patch after patch. So a couple seconds remaining. Is it gonna happen? Yes, it is!
Well,
trap card activated, question mark.
Or curveball that now manages to, get you that strike out.
Question mark.
But the question marks are around, especially as H2K, we saw just some random ults coming out from Forgiven where they just would miss time. So we'll see if he's improved on the Sivir this week.
And that rotation of Sivir Maokai would be the default golden, we wish we could get it red side LCK duo all the time. It's something that is so heavily prioritized over in that region. But what does Gamsu run into it? Echo is banned away. Trundle could be an option. We've seen it run a bunch of times in the past.
Braves.
And with Alistair locked in, no real surprises here.
Yeah, again, Trundle now going to be picked up for that lane matchup, and now comes the flex. Does it leave us in a situation where Reckless, now that he's got some earlier game presence from the Corki, does he just go the Ezreal here and look for a scaler, look for something that can have presence later in the game? I think it's highly dependent now on what Ryu wants to run. Yeah, I'm having visions of Ryu picking LeBlanc here. I'm going to say it. Because that's the kind of comp H2K were running last week. And the Lissandra is off the board, so that's one of the really good matchups, that Lissandra can do into LeBlanc, because he can never kill her. Lulu's available for Fnatic should they want it. If it's a LeBlanc, I am running ahead of myself, but H2K certainly have to find something that Ryu is comfortable with and is blind pickable.
Rules not the twist. Could just be Rise. Like you speed up with. Hey, this is a very similar composition to what we saw in game 2, game 1, when we were like, you could just fit a Sivir into that.
Now, will it be the Cassiopeia that we've started seeing in other regions? I only bring that up.
Melzaha. That's what I want. That's what I want.
I only bring that up because we have seen it in other regions. We've seen FLICKR play it. And of course,
played everything.
Yeah, that's true.
Olaf played Tam Kenchman.
I mean, Febby can certainly play it because we saw Fnatic flex it last year when they had Huni as well. He flexed it top and tilted people forever.
Yeah. Well, the question is, what would you expect? Bevin has got a lot of time to run this clock down. They can either opt into an AD carry. If they wanted to run some poke, maybe a Varus, that would be very different style than what we've seen for Fnatic play. Couple seconds left, and it is the Cassiopeia.
Locked in. There's a scaling component, a lane matchup that Febiven's going to want to favor, and this is going to bring a lot to the table for Fnatic. Land one ultimate, you set up a team fight, incredibly strong, but what this will not allow them to do is control the second side wave. So now the team fight perhaps switches over to some aspects of Fnatic with that petrifying gaze, but it's a difficult one to land, and H2K still want to keep moving forward.
Well, Fnatic won the first 2 games of the series without a teleport mid laner. And if they do not go even, the number of tools that H2K can use to punish with Maokai, Ryze, Sivir is terrifying. So there is no room for error here on the Fnatic squad.
Have H2K learned though with double TP, because we didn't see that in the first 2 games, and they really need to leverage that in this game. This time, however, they do have the Sivir to make it easier to get into those fights. But yeah, I'm really excited to see Fevman on Cassiope. He can really flex those mechanical muscles.
He's going to have to, because this is a matchup that he also has to dominate in the mid lane with. See the coaches on stage, they're shaking hands as Prolly and Daylor make their way off stage. Cameraman has a little bit of fun with that one.
Hey, I mean, we're preparing, though, for... also, remember, everybody, after this, we're going to be heading over to Las Vegas. We'll see which team from America is going to be staring at the lights, maybe knocked out on that. We'll see who's going to win, though, here first. That's the all-important one.
That is the important question for right now, and one that you guys have to answer. Who are you supporting? It is game 4 as H2K and Fnatic once more load up onto the Rift. Cast your votes. Let us know who you think will be victorious. Can Fnatic close this game out?
Yes, hashtag H2K win or hashtag FNC win. Want to hear your thoughts on how this one is going to turn out, because it's still match point. H2K 1 loss away from being secured into 4th place.
And this is perhaps one of the oldest counter matchups, I would say. Not that Ryze is completely 100% out of the game now because of the Cassiopeia. Difficult matchup for Ryze. Very old setup here. We saw it last year come out. We've seen it years ago come out. Even before Cassio was reworked, it was the case as well. So certainly is one I want to see from Forbiven. A lot of damage, sustained damage in fights. Pretty much even more so than Ryze. I mean, we look at mages that can output sustained damage. Certainly one of the best.
Yeah, he's gated a little bit now because he can only have those 5 skills. And then Cassiopeia, she's never going to stop twin-fanging you, especially when she has a couple items. So yeah, in terms of sustained damage, definitely going to outputting that. And it's, of course, all about the petrifying gaze as well, if she can land that against multiple targets.
Just how well can H2K dodge on this low ping environment? Those little cheeky side steps just change the direction of vision and all of a sudden change the outcome of a team fight. We've not really mentioned the early game shenanigans. No deep wards placed by either team, no invades at all, and Australia lanes is the name of the game. Fnatic were up there waiting, and H2K ready to receive both Reckless and Clyde. Oh, damage bonus Forgiven.
Yeah. Got him. That's now the setup here. What that does mean, though, is Forgiven doesn't have that Q available for the next couple of seconds on the wave, so for the actual push. But look at how Fnatic have conceded. They want to go drop back to Krogs.
Deathfire touch as well for a Featherman in the mid lane. There's the pickup there. We'll be harassing away and constantly getting damage over time. And also Twin Fangs being single target. And Vander, he's trying to interrupt. Let's give him a go.
Yeah, not the first time either. Who will get the Krug? That is the question of the day. Watch the HP.
They're blocking it.
Yeah. Well done. Mana expended though.
But Clyde took a lot of damage there as well. Now, he is Alistair. That means with his heal, he's going to have to heal it up. He's going to have to utilize his mana now to exchange for that. Forgiven steps forward and gets hit.
And I want to take a look at Forgiven's build path, because we were talking about his Sivir build, and he has in the past gone for that Infinity Edge first a lot.
Yeah, and when he does do that, it really hinders his ability to fight. He runs out of mana so quickly in fights. We were watching some of the fights he'd come into with that Sivir ultimate and be like, he'd ult and that was it. He had no ability to ricochet or boomerang blade properly in fights because of the Braum, because he was out of mana, those kind of different things all added up. And he's one of the only Sivirs in the world that is going Infinity Edge over Essence Reaver.
And stress, game 1 of the series was these Australia standard lanes, and it played to the H2K dual lane fiddle, where Forgiven takes a tower by bullying and dominating his lane. Now that took, what was it, 9 or so minutes? And I want to take a close look at whether or not Forgiven and Vander can maintain that level of control.
I just saw something interesting in terms of mechanics in mid lane. Heaven, because he had Deathfire touch, auto-attacked Rio, and because it was ticking down, he walked in front of the tower and just got hit by the tower. So that's just like a small thing. It's like, how comfortable are you with the Cassiopeia? Because it's a different play style from everything he's been playing in this series. So a couple teething problems in the first couple levels.
Yeah, I think Febby should be okay on
it. I think he's all right.
I think that's just, man, you're giving him a hard time here. He's like, we're going to mark you down. Home crowd.
If he goes 0-10 later, I'll be like, ha, called it.
I think that's quite intense as Gamsu already getting the advantage of Odoamne. So, 2 lanes that Fnatic can win. That is Feathervin into Ryu, as well as Gamsu into Odo, but at somewhat of the cost of Reckless into Forgiven. Look at that 8 CS difference already between those ADCs because of how defensive Reckless and Fly have to play.
And it's the same thing that we saw in game number 1, H2K powering down that 2v2, making sure that they had the advantage. Of course, for Fnatic, Reckless and Cly, not really too much can happen in this setup. Both exhausts, no real kill pressure from either support or the other. Reckless wants time to get his first item, Forgiven just wants to shove. Bottom lane is the first point of contention. Gamsu, he's got to run.
He puts down the pillar, but doesn't help him a whole lot. Flash from Odoamne as well. But Spirit's now coming into the fight. He tells Gamsu to go back in. But that's the first blood over to Jankos. The first blood king has arrived.
It looked perhaps like Fnatic wanted to try and take that fight. The problem was Gamsu didn't have the damage and dropped too low, and H2K just took him out. So it was a little slow off the mark for Spirit to get down there and group up, and Fnatic get punished.
And the last time Jankos got first blood in the previous game, they went on to win it. I'm calling it now at 5 minutes. Let's see what H2K can do with the rest of this. But I think it's very important for Jankos in particular to have a good start because it's just how night and day his performances have been over the last 2 weeks.
Oh, if that's it, I'm not needed here. I'm just going to take a headset off and walk out. I'll see you in game 5. But H2K right now, oh, deja vu. Vander is going to try and interrupt again. This time not going to happen.
The winter's back. There you go.
Yeah. I'm going to get less excited for this one.
Yeah.
The first, the level 1 was
His
a little
Spirit,
more
though.
enticing, but Spirit wants to try help out.
Yeah, maybe get more excited, or not.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go with or not, if you don't mind. But it is still the same scenario with Fnatic being pushed in. Take a quick look at what that first blood actually means. Odo got some breathing room. He was being bullied and pushed in really, really heavily. Still down in a lot of CS, and no flashes for both of those top lanes. And Feathervin, despite pushing Ryu earlier, has not farmed himself up a big CS advantage. There's a wave that Ryu should be able to catch most of here.
Yeah, there's actually a very big wave going towards Ryu, so not going to be a big difference. Top lane though, nice block from Vander. Good timing on the Unbreakable. And Fnatic are able to push away from the tower. But yeah, big CS lead in H2K's lane, however, would be given.
Yeah, Spirit on the other side is just going to utilize how far pushed up Feathervin is. Now it allows Feathervin to be safe here. He hugs the bottom side of his lane. Big wave pushed out means that this Ryze can't really come past it, and now Jankos has been spotted on a ward, so fairly safe for Fnatic to play on the bottom side of the map here, and Spirit goes, okay, I don't even have to leave the jungle now, I just take away the bottom side. Now does Jankos go into the enemy top side? That's what Feathervin, look at it.
Odo. He opted to engage with the Maelstrom. Gamsu's healing up. He's going to pick up the kill. Subjugate says you shall not pass. And Spirit will help Gamsu on the tower.
What was that engage out of Odoamne right there? He looked like he was just trying to bait him perhaps into the tower, but he was way too far away for that. Odo thought he was stronger than he was. Subjugate comes out.
I think what he was thinking was Gamsu was low on mana. He can't use a full rotation on me in a trade, and I can Arcane Smash him into the tower even if he pillars, but he didn't Arcane Smash into his third ability, and Gamsu had enough for Frozen Domain, so you lose automatically, and then he was committed.
You lose automatically, and that's the end of that
Gentlemen, the potential dive being set up from H2K. This was the mistakes that Origin was able to punish last weekend. This time around, Fnatic have decided to back away. There was no one really in range to support, and no teleport from Gamsu either.
Yeah, no real ability to fight from Fnatic. Look at where Spirit is on the map. He's busy taking away the red buff, so he'll be like, hey guys, I got that red. And Reckless will be like, well, we just lost the tower for it. I hope you feel that's worthwhile in this trade. But certainly, you highlighted the area there that H2K looking to set up these dives. That time they didn't want it because they didn't have a Kindred ultimate, and really couldn't dive it, but Fnatic concede the tower. And H2K, this is starting to become a mirror of game 1.
And Spirit, he's still in the enemy jungle. It's just like, there's no crux there because you took them like 30 seconds ago.
Remember, Odo's got no flash and Gamsu's winning, so I think they're going for it.
Preemptive pillar, Spirit's looking for more CC, but unfortunately it's Trundle, so he'll get a little bit more down. Oh, Odoamne goes back in and pops the eventual Maelstrom. This time it works out, and in the 1-on-2.
I'm not sure why Gamsu gets under the tower there. He didn't have his flash available either, and just stands in the Maelstrom as it's accrued all of that additional damage. damage. It's soaking it up, and bang, down goes Gamsu in that bottom lane. Spirit didn't have the damage himself. Oh no, Spirit's so low.
I don't want this. I want to get out. He flashes over the wall. Quick draw. But Jankos is going to follow him. He's trying to chase him down. But auto attack will proc the bark.
Looking for Dance of Arrows. Jankos, how hungry are you? Not going to find it this time round. And flash for flash in junglers.
But what that does mean right now is that he does have access to the bottom side jungle. So he's forced Spirit out. He gets the flash, has to expend his own, but now he's able to regenerate a little bit of that farm difference that Spirit had opened up from the top side. Fnatic are pushing top at the same time. Odoamne is on his way up to try and stop that, and I believe he's going to get there in time for this wave, but on the next wave, Fnatic should be able to get that.
Still a tower advantage for H2K, even if Fnatic secure the top one. BF Sword and Pickaxe for Forgiven, so we'll be going that Infinity Edge route that we've come to expect from Forgiven. He does not abide by traditional ADC itemization trains of thought. Gamsu will be securing this top tower. Look at the bottom inner though, because Forgiven and Vander, they've not let off. They're still pushing. Look at how much damage they've taken down. Look at that, 50% of the HP before Fnatic can respond.
Yeah, just good rotation. Spirit only now arrives and you can try and push them out of the jungle, but H2K just finding these small advantages, and I found in this series there's always been that bottom inner tower. That's always been the one to suffer.
Oh, gotta leave it alone at some point, guys.
Yeah.
You gotta let
Or alternatively, if Fnatic had double TP or whatever, you know, they could respond in a different way. So, you know, pretty heads-up play from H2K and slow reaction from Fnatic.
But this is the type of style that Fnatic have seen success with here in Rotterdam, as the crowd, I'm sure you can hear them winding up.
They certainly are trying to get that little wave.
Ooh, flash!
Oh. Petrifying Gaze doesn't stun anybody. It's not over yet. Flash from Clyde. They really want Ryu. Twin Bang is poisoning Ryu down. Febby gets the kill. A lot thrown in for that one.
That was the flash into the ultimate from Forgiven, so Ryu had the time to react to it. On Cassiopeia, you can actually ult and then flash to cancel the animation and still get the stun off. So Febiven a little bit antsy, but they still get the kill on Ryu. They still pick him off. That's going to translate into the middle tower going down. H2K have just lost that all-important mid.
A lot of resources thrown into that play, but they still picked up the tower and a kill, which is ultimately a really good trade. That's evened up the goal totals. Exactly 2 towers to 2 right now.
Yeah, exactly 2 towers to 2. We'll see where it exactly goes for Fnatic. Febiven just bought an Abyssal Scepter outright from nothing, and now he's there. So, man, that was a lot of gold stacked on that Cassiopeia.
Look at me, Febiven says. I am in charge now. As he returns back to lane with no combat stats yet from Ryu.
Never look in the eye, okay? Only through a mirror. You don't want to get caught.
That's what Febby wants. He wants everybody to look at him. And he can get that advantage. Other big items picked up. Odo's got the Sunfire Cape to deal with Gamsu for the time being, while Forgiven is being pushed a little bit out of lane by Reckless in that bottom lane. Forgiven 120 against the 104 CS that Reckless has accrued. And the first dragon again goes the way of H2K. I feel like they've got first dragon every match this game, every game this series. I'd have to double check that with Spellsy.
Indeed.
I'm sure he'll tell you in just a second.
I'm hoping so. That was the prompt.
Okay. Well,
you know we have a button to do that.
Yeah.
You can press the button.
If you can hear me right now,
yes, this is one of those like
bestow upon me the stats.
Let's play along. Let's play along with the viewers. That's what we're looking for. So we'll find out in a moment or two. Anyways, taking stock, even on gold, 400 separates, 2-2 in kills, 2-2 in towers. Only the dragon difference for H2K.
There is that Infinity Edge that we were talking about earlier, and you know, the other knock-on effect is not only the mana that really he's going to be missing, but don't neglect the cooldown reduction. Is when you have Essence Reaver plus the Zeal item, you get that extra cooldown. 30% cooldown reduction off a Sivir ultimate is a big amount of time that you can't have that ult to just go aggressive, and if you waste it a couple of times like Forgiven did, unfortunately, no disrespect, yeah, you're gonna just suffer in team fights.
That's exactly what I was gonna say, because if you're just like throwing them out willy-nilly, then you really want them to count when you use them. So maybe that's the change that they're gonna make in this game. But yeah, Forgiven first item Infinity has will do a lot of damage.
Yeah, that is definitely the case. We need to keep track of his mana pool and just how much wave clear he's going to bring to the table. Trinity Force is getting closer for Reckless. He's prioritized those Sork shoes slightly earlier than maybe sometimes we see. Just a difference in builds, and once that Triforce is completed with Gamsu and Feathervin already, that is a very scary Fnatic team comp at this stage of the game.
Trevor, the omnipotent Spellzy, has confirmed it has been first dragon of every game going over to H2K in this series, so you were correct on your assumption. Spirit, found Jankos, but does he really want this?
He'll get into the line as well. A flash over the wall from Gamsu, an instant response with a flash of Jankos from his own, but he stuck around because he really wanted that buff from the Herald.
And what a difference in approach for both of the teams now that we're in Game 4. Game 1 and 2, it was patient, it was slow, controlled, and nearly no skirmishes. This time around, everybody's like blowing the flash the instant a target is available. Both teams are hungry to close the series out, or at least pick themselves up another win to force that deciding game if you're H2K.
Thing is, for H2K, they couldn't really afford to take any kind of skirmish or fight, because down in the bottom lane, Forgiven was quietly accruing himself a lead there on the Sivir, pushing bottom out, 151 to 128 now on the CS. And Forgiven at this point, you know, as soon as he starts a group with the team, that's where you've got to watch for how H2K play these team fights. They've faltered in games 1 and 2. Now they're playing you know, something that is more of a utility AD carry until you get that Critiche going through a team fight. So Forgiven, his decision making now is going to cost his team potentially, or be the turning point to win a team fight.
And the same token, the age-old debate of how quickly will Odo get the QSS versus the Trundle top? And what sort of impact is that going to have in terms of that 1v1? It is something that is very hotly debated. Blue buff was stolen away by Jankos, I believe, in that little contest.
Yep.
And Spirit peeled away, and Fnatic, once again, look, every single time Forgiven pushes a lane, the rest of H2K are invading to put wards down there, enabling that pressure, and it is allowing for him to maintain the CS advantage.
This is definitely the closest early game we've had out of both of these teams. Usually someone has a significant advantage, but this is basically dead even. And now we just have to look at like where the gold is distributed and how the stats are stacking up. Specifically Jankos, he's now on 3 stacks and multiple kindreds, so in a pretty decent place at 15 minutes.
And I want to expand on that because technically this Cassio was the lane prefer, the lane dominant champion into the Rise. And obviously we saw what Trundle could do until the misstep, the poorly timed dive where Gamsu donated a kill to Odo on there. So some small misplays in Fnatic aren't as ahead when maybe they should have been.
But you've also got to look at the Cassiopeia just does very well the later this game goes as well. Oh, in goes Clyde.
That is dropping very low before he pops the ultimate. He may even just go down. Forces the heal out from Reckless, and Jankos takes 2 tower shots. That's a very late ult.
And all Clyde got there was like a spell shield that came from Forgiven on that engage. That's really all he got, and lost all of his health and his flash for it in that situation. So over-aggressive on a target that they hadn't put the shield from.
But will this secure the tower? That's the question. Gamsu's going toe-to-toe with Odo up top and trying to shove the wave in. The rest of H2K, they've backed away. So it did not secure the objective. No summoner spells were traded by H2K, and they got the flash and the heal from Reckless and Clyde, respectively. And all of a sudden, Fnatic, they're now playing again defensively. Well, Gamsu, oh, he's caught out.
Jankos has found him. Do not have those flashes, but Gamsu, he has to walk around his own pillar. And Jankos will take him down.
Oh dear.
Instant regret.
That's the kind of pillar that you're like, oh, well, I was dead anyway. I'm gonna set this as a monument.
Yeah. It ended up being a monument to Gamsu's death. 1-3-1 on that Trundle. Farming very well, but not really that big split push threat that we've come to expect. And interesting that both of these teams have kind of like stalled out this mid game because of the fact that there's actually a lot of towers still standing.
This is just Gamsu being far too far up in the enemy jungle. Look at it, none of his team are around. Nobody's even on the top side of the map for Fnatic, and Gamsu's like, I'm gonna take the Gromp. That's what I want from this right now.
He's also very squishy because instead of Titanic, he went for Ravenous for the sustain as well in that lane. So if someone's ganking you, you're going to die very fast, which is what we just saw.
Yeah, and he's also like, I just want to clear these waves out in front of me. I just want to try and push the Maokai back as much as possible. Now he's building towards you know, the Glacial Shroud. Oh, mid lane Feather and the damage though.
Yeah, he backs away and a lot of damage in return from Rio, because as soon as the Petrifying Gaze doesn't land, you can just turn around and Rise. Like, Cassiopeia doesn't have anything really else there. Jankos flashes into the pit, but he's going to try and dance of arrows over the wall. Oh, the interrupt from Clyde was beautiful.
It's not done yet. Reckless is looking for more. Gets the exhaust from Vander. Vander's going to stand behind me on a minion. Fnatic will pick up the Dragon and the kill. Very good play from Clyde.
Yeah, Clyde being able to interrupt there cost Jankos his life. Jankos didn't even have his ultimate, or at least didn't use it in that fight. Spirit in the middle lane, Forgiven.
He's being chased down. Oh, the Q will be blocked out from Forgiven. And I've got more ultimates to throw at you. And he will actually pop his heal there. Ryu is now caught out, and there's no heal coming in from his AD carry to save him. But Odawane's there as well. Comes out with the Q, comes out with the damage. The Vengeful Maelstrom not even being popped yet. Clyde is going to have to make a hasty retreat.
He's running for his life. The Boomerang Blade rattles across Fnatic, and Forgiven was left untouched in that choke point, helped secure the kill.
And the difference there is Fnatic were not ready to fight in that situation. Febiven right now, no mana on him, sat on 1500 gold, does not have his tier item fully stacked or even completed to try and get that Archangel. So it was just a teleport in from Odoamne, set up the fight from the side and allowed them to save Ryu and turn that fight back around.
So no teleports for H2K. Yes, they're marginally in the lead. We'll talk about that in a moment because H2K, they're sieging the tower. Febi's running out of mana. Will allow him to just clear the wave shortly. No TPs for H2K. Gamsu's got his available. And I really want to see how well he can split push with this Ravenous Hydra instead of Titanic, because I think it's a slightly different itemization, and he has that play once more.
Yeah, certainly difference. This was the interrupt on Jankos as he was going over. And now Fnatic turn their attention down onto Vander and the Dragon. They split focus, which is fine. They get the Dragon. Vander was running out anyway. They even got the exhaust from him. But here's where it started to go a little bit wrong for Fnatic, trying to chase over. Importantly, you just saw in the middle lane, in the bottom part of your screen, they just took the mid tower. So here, look at it. Fnatic want to go aggressive, but Febiven off at the side, fairly low mana. Gamsu goes into this choke point. Again, the pillar here is not blocking his way out, but as soon as he starts to go aggressive, that's when H2K come back up, and he can't really back away through the pillar that effectively. And from here, Fnatic are just like, well, we don't want the rest of this fight. Gamsu's down. We don't want this. This has not been the best of performances for Gamsu.
And this is very hard for Fnatic in teamfights as well, because Odoamne is such a big wall of health that as soon as he turns up, especially in choke point, they couldn't hit anyone else other than Odoamne. So you just kind of auto-lose that situation, whereas Gamsu, he's very squishy, and he's not a tank right now.
You've got a Maokai that is very well farmed, starting to get fed, and has the tools to lock down Febiven, which will allow the rest of H2K to take him out. Forgiven's got himself that rapid fire cannon, second item after Eye-Edge. Really wants to get those crits flying across all of Fnatic.
And wants to keep himself a little bit safer, throw out from a distance, make sure he can chase down those targets a little more effectively. Gamsu, though, has not built for any kind of skirmish or fighting as like a grouped team. And Fnatic have been dragged into that a couple of times now. In the last few minutes, Fnatic had to have that skirmish in the bottom side. Hello. Whoa! Forced to flash away because On the Hunt was used by Forgiven. They were looking to engage there, trying to catch him. So Clyde flashes preemptively, doesn't want to get locked down again.
Yeah, it just looked funny because we didn't see the setup, so he was like, he's just joining his team. It's like, I want to be there too.
It's one of those things where we need to find out, does another play happen in the next few minutes? That means that Clyde's flash or On the Hunt comes back to bite them. Gamsu's going to take a very easy tower.
And this is the opening that Gamsu's been looking for the entire game long. No teleports available for H2K means that now that Gamsu's shoved the bottom lane out, he can continue to push and force somebody to come and try and deal with him. And that then opens up teleport advantage. Gamsu can join the fight, whereas H2K can't.
It will be progressively harder for him to actually take inner turrets, though. The outer turret at 21 minutes is fairly easy to take. But yes, he will carry on pushing and keep that pressure down. H2K currently don't have their teleports, meaning Gamsu can stay in the bot lane and actually apply pressure when Baron is actually on the board, and I just saw some pings towards it.
Wow, that's exactly what Gamsu is doing, trying to pull pressure. Odo's sustaining a lot of his damage, got the Sunfire, got the Glacial. In actual fact, somewhat turning it around. The passive from Odo's working wonders. Subjugate comes up from Gamsu, will buy some time, but not a lot. Jankos decides to come join the fight, but look at the rest of Fnatic. They're going to make a play for Baron. Gamsu will give up his life as Jankos secures the third kill, and the rest of Fnatic, they're on Baron.
Well, this is the gambit that Fnatic were trying to make, but immediately H2K are able to ward them away with those three-man stack, and then they have to back off. So I'm not sure about that one.
The thing is, Fnatic don't really have a viable tank for Baron right now, especially not without Gamsu being there. Gamsu dies and suddenly Spirit's half health trying to do a Baron. Alistair would have to ult to try and keep himself alive, and that's not exactly the best situation because you need that for the fight that's going to surely come when H2K are like, guys, they're on Baron, let's double TP in, or at least Odo had his available. So Fnatic give away the kill for not much in response right now. So H2K still slightly ahead, or at least have just got slightly ahead. Very even game.
It feels like the tools, though, that H2K have are becoming stronger. This Maokai is becoming real beefy. Gamsu can't bully him around. Gamsu's 1-5-1, and he's going to just melt if he's ever caught in the middle of the H2K squad. So it's a difficult situation for Fnatic at 24 minutes, despite being even in gold. And I really don't know who's going to kill Odo. I don't know who's going to have the damage over time. Febiven won't be given the time to do it.
Yeah. There's no percent damage, which is the big issue. And Gamsu, yeah, he can duel him one-on-one when he has Subjugate, but we saw that it takes so long, even with that, then someone can just walk down from mid lane and kill you. They have no answer. I totally agree.
Yeah, it could be tough without that real answer, but the thing is, we haven't seen Febby hit anything recently. So we don't have the true scale on where his damage is right now, and certainly over a prolonged period of time, if that petrifying gaze, God, that is difficult to say.
There's a lot of syllables.
I'm glad I'm
But
not
let's say hypothetically, looking at the items, got Seraph's Embrace completed, Abyssal, as well as the needlessly large rod and another Amp Tome. How much damage do you think Febby actually has, Stress? I'll have to answer that quickly, because it looks like a teamfight may happen.
I'll let him answer it himself, because it looks like this is going to kick off.
And there's a sapling over the Walne, looking for this fight to open up. Spirit, he starts off the dragon. And Jankos, he's going back and forth on the hunt being used. Odoamne goes in. Gamsu, he's going to be flashing away from him. Clyde pops the ultimate. He's not being killed for now. Dragon is still under contest. Fnatic do secure it. Odoamne jumps in. He's so tanky. Jankos, 1v1 duel against Spirit. He's trying to edge him outside of the circle.
It's not going to be enough just yet. Spirit finally goes down once the respite ends. Febiven is still holding on to the petrifying gaze. It misses! Febiven does not find a target, and Clyde loses his life because of it. Febby's in full retreat. Exhausted, your damage does not matter through that summoner spell, and H2K win the ensuing fight.
Oh, Fnatic held on to the ult for so long, and it's because H2K broke themselves apart in that fight. They had two split fights, and there is no real good opportunity for Febby to hit an ult. The point at which Acacio is trying to flash ult over a wall into a team that's kiting down shows you the difficulty of actually getting a good ultimate. Febby would have to step too far forward here, and Forgiven is going to respect it the entire fight by holding on to his spell shield. So here is the split fight. Spirit over at the side, and look, it's a bunch of 3 and a group of 2 over at the side as well. So Fnatic, as they're peeling back, Febby has to try and do something here as H2K are grouping. Ryu turns, it's just not quick enough.
And now Baron has been started off from H2K as a response. Gamsu's trying to get involved. Reckless, Clyde's there, but that's really Jankos finding the Baron. Gamsu's now being chased down, but Forgiven did trade his life for this.
Gamsu's got himself a double, and he's still not dead. Survives on top of the W as H2K now starting to retreat. 3 members with Baron, and Fnatic, they're flashing for more. Clyde's got his available, but I don't think there's any targets.
Ooh,
Fnatic about the kills. Unbreakable comes up from Vanda. Will buy some time. H2K lose 2, but secure Baron.
Yeah, it was just if Clyde wanted to pull the trigger there with Flash, if they could pick any more up, but I like him holding it there, it's important.
Yeah, I like him holding it at that point as well. Look, this was the setup that we missed here. Look at how fast this is dying here to H2K. Fnatic want to try and come in, but keep an eye on the minimap. Where's Forbidden? Oh, he's just respawned. At this point, he wasn't anywhere near, couldn't be there. Neither was Spirit for this whole setup. Maybe if Fnatic had been together, they would have been able to do anything here, but as they try and chase down, Reckless even used his flash to try and go aggressively over the wall because he knew they had to get more from this. They just gave away the Baron, and it's still active on 3 of the 5 members.
Well, that is a big swing in this game and this series with that Baron going over to H2K. Currently, the Baron power play not so strong after that ensuing fight, but now they have the opportunity to take some of these inner turrets from Fnatic.
And all of the momentum Fnatic have built up from games 1 and 2. Is it falling by the wayside? Is it coming apart? H2K looked broken to start the series, and now they are the ones in charge in game 4. H2K still have to do it again if they want to win the series, though. There is still another hurdle to be jumped by either squad, in fact.
I've got to say, mental fatigue is something that I'll be setting in about now. These have been very stressful games and very stressful wins for both teams. But they're holding strong currently. Fevvin, you've got it. You can't discount the Cassiopeia though, late game. It's a lot of damage.
Well, it's going to be difficult to get through those minions. Baron buff, still for another minute for H2K. And Fnatic need to get in real close to get that wave clear. from Spirit. Look at this, top inner turret will be falling without contest.
H2K have been playing really well around the Cassiopeia, though, in this game. They've never really been grouping for a multi-person ult. I mean, Febi's been trying to reach and get ultimates on a target that has a spell shield as well. The later this game goes on as well, you're going to probably see the QSS come out as well, and it'll get even more difficult for Febi to get good ults on multiple people, and that means his damage is going to be fairly reduced.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. 25 seconds before Baron wears out. H2K grouped up as a 5-man in the middle lane. Teleports are available as well, so they can continue to play around the map as much as they want. Jankos going to continue to add stacks to that passive as he moves into the jungle and the rest of H2K in a commanding position.
Commanding position, they want to look for mid as well. Just keep on piling on the pressure. Fnatic having difficulty clearing. Clyde tried to go in.
Well, let's take a look how the fight plays out. On the hunt used just to provide some wave clear, some utility. Fnatic give up the presence on the tower, and this should mean the tower for H2K.
And again, though, Clyde tries to go aggressive with the flash play on Alistair and does not find enough of a target to lock people down, and Fnatic right now are in a rough spot.
Yes, they certainly are. H2K return to the lane. Actually, didn't have the minions to work with, so they've caught Spirit. Spirit's rooted in place. It will not go down just yet.
H2K still sieging up the mid lane, but they realize that they're just hitting a brick wall, so they have to back away here. And they'll just disperse back into their jungle. Dragon is up in 1 minute. That's got pinged out from H2K, so they're going to start setting up this preemptive vision.
Let's find out how they use that vision. 30 minutes, gentlemen. 3,000 gold separates these teams. It is H2K in the lead. 1 tower up, despite being a dragon down, but they secured the purple worm of Baron. That's what allowed them to be in control, and there's the QSS.
There is the QSS.
The first of many, I'm sure.
We'll see if it's responsible for the downfall of Gamsu in this game. There is 6 kills have gone over to H2K at Gamsu's feet, though, unfortunately. Gamsu not had the best series outside of his Echo games.
Yeah.
And maybe that was the linchpin for Fnatic, was getting Gamsu that Echo, which is so good at setting up the team fights. And this game, I don't want to say he's lost the plot, but he certainly has been trying to fight while very squishy. It's only now that he's really started to get any kind of resistance. He's trying to just bank on stealing a lot.
And how pivotal is it that Gamsu overstepped the second gank? Gamsu had some support from Spirit very, very early on and just went under the tower, giving a kill to Odo. That just, it seemed to reset the entire tempo of that lane.
Yeah, but there was disrespect from both top laners in that one-on-one, because Odoamne jumps in and then Gamsu's like, I can trade easily against this, and then vice versa, he just jumps in. There's the pillar out from Gamsu, and Spirit's going to put down the smoke screen, tries to come in for the steal, doesn't quite get it. Now he's a little overextended, but Odoamne is separated from his team. He needs to try and get around this wall, but Fnatic are stopping him from doing that, and they're pulling the trigger.
Odoamne is looking for an engage, throws down the vengeful maelstrom. It's Clyde that's caught Jankos, but it simply may not matter. Glacial Fissure will buy some time for H2K to reposition. Spirit flashes away defensively, and here comes Reckless. It was a reckless move with the package, costing him his life. There is at least 1 kill back onto Vanda. Follow Gamsu as he's being focused down by 2 AD carries. It's a double kill for Jankos. A flash onto Featherman. Petrifying Gaze has already been used, but Ryu will run him down, prisons him with the rune, and Fnatic are in trouble.
Fnatic in major trouble, and again, H2K offer no real opening for Forbidden to turn this fight around. Odo's going top. He wants to push this.
Oh man, he's going in onto Spirit. He's got all those minions helping him as well. Vengeful Maelstrom, but now Ryu's there as well. He comes in with the Vengeful Maelstrom and the W and the ace out for Ryu and H2K.
Fnatic have 30-second death timers. Inhibitors can be exposed. H2K, they can look to finish the game. They've turned their attention to a Nexus turret.
And now with the minions as well, there's nothing that's going to stop them. Clyde has respawned, but now the Nexus turrets are falling. First one goes down, looking towards the second, and Clyde, he's going to try and defend. Reckless is now here as well.
This is going to get close, but H2K are in a 4-on-1. They're focusing down the Nexus. Reckless does not have the tools to deal with it. And engaged from Odo. The Nexus goes down, and ahoy Rotterdam! We're going to game 5!
Impressive game from H2K once again, evening up this series 2-2. I personally wasn't expecting it. I don't think a lot of people were, but they had more in their arsenal to fire out, and really impressed me and I think a lot of people today.
And I think when you look at this game once again, Gamsu gave up too much in the early game. Too many kills went over to H2K, and Odo Omni was so tanky from it. It didn't even matter that Subjugate was there because Odo Omni was just kind of running through team fights. Febby never got the chance to ult in a good target. The Sivir finally works for H2K. They get it going. And they just looked a lot better. This was the beginning of game 1 of this series with the ending of game 3.
And gentlemen, the question is answered. Sivir trap card? No. Very clear, resounding no being thrown out. Forgiven uses on the hunt at the right time, shuts down Fnatic at multiple stages throughout the game. But now we turn our attention to Fnatic. Now, how do Fnatic bounce back? Fnatic are the ones with all the pressure. They've lost all the momentum. And you know, last week, Fnatic against G2, they looked out of sorts. They were quite clearly outclassed, and there was a lot of questions around their picks and bans. Do those questions come back now? Now that we look at this Kassadin Ezreal, now that we look at this Cassiopeia?
So I don't think the Cassiopeia was the problem because it is a decent matchup when you look at it. Like the last pick, we've seen this matchup time and time again. The problem was H2K actually played around it. And that is the difficulty, is if you're playing up against a team that know how to play against a pick like Cassiopeia, who relies on so much time in team fights, and if you get locked down, you can't do it, then it's going to be a tough game.
Yeah, I really echo those sentiments because yes, maybe you can criticize the last game and that pick and ban phase and how they played it, but this one, Fnatic, they had a game plan and they tried to execute, but they couldn't make it work. 4-1 just didn't work out for them because of the aforementioned reasons with Gamsu.
And now the next question, red side again for Fnatic in the deciding game. That counter pick, it worked 2 games. Dare I say Azir was the counter pick. When he was actually counter picking with Kassadin and Cassio, it didn't work for Febby.
I've got to, though, raise a question now. We saw Braum and Alistair get through, and I'm not impressed by Clyde's Alistair. The flash engages onto targets that he's never going to lock down were instrumental in Fnatic not being able to pick their fights properly. And that was a real struggling point for Fnatic in that game.
But that wasn't the only problem. Like, Featherman actually on the Cassiopeia, how many miss ultimates did we see? Multiple ones in lane. We didn't see the one at Dragon either. Yes, there weren't good setups to those ultimates, but he didn't connect it onto anyone.
I think it's one of those things where it's like, yes, technically he didn't find the opportunities, but also some props to H2K for dancing around it. Like, they split so effectively, and, you know, Ryu played around that first flash engage very, very well, you know. But, yeah, Fnatic, they are now the team with the backs against the wall. H2K, they were very serious. You know, we saw them walking off stage just a moment ago, and stern looks here in the Ahoy. And it comes down to game 5, one more match.
One more match. I mean, it looked to be a 3-0. Let's be real. After that game 2, we were like, ooh, Fnatic is just going to crush them. It's how it is. H2K showing up. Second game, this game a little maybe rough around the edges for H2K, but not quite as clean, but certainly still very much in their comfort zone when you look at how they were playing. And Fnatic seem to have been the ones that have regressed in the last 2 games.
But something we can't discount now is momentum from H2K. I mean, in that third game, okay, Fnatic played a little bit weirdly, but they punished them. This game, they just straight up played well with this composition, utilized the Sivir, and now learn how to play with it, even with the interesting build from Forgiven. And I just want to see what they bring out in Game 5. Are they going to bring out another curveball, or stick with what worked in either Games 3 or 4?
Well, we also need to find out if that Sivir card is going to be a trap card and how Fnatic deal with it. Ladies and gentlemen, as we go to an ad break, it is going to be a customary tradition. Scrape yourself some silver. We're going to Game 5.
Flash from Odoame as well, but Spirit's now coming into the fight. He tells Gamsu to go back in, but that's the first blood over to Jankos.
To engage with the Maelstrom, Gamsu's healing up. He's going to pick up the kill.
Unfortunately, it's Trundle, so he'll get a little bit more down. Oh, Odoame goes back in and pops the eventual Maelstrom.
We can go. Trundle. Okay, Cassio wants to flash. Cassio wants to flash. Go. Yeah, we can fight now.
Cassio, I got Cassio.
Keep going. Can we flash on someone?
Cassio,
Go, Cassio. Can we go?
I will base.
Welcome back to the European LCS third place decider, where H2K and Fnatic are tied at 2-2. We're on to game 5, which is fantastic, of course, for the crowd here, and they do seem to be into the fact that it's game 5, even though, of course, Fnatic were on the brink of winning it.
Yeah, I think we had some people change temporarily allegiance here. Game 3 and 4.
Change.
Suddenly we had some H2K fans because but I think the majority will now want Fnatic to win.
Yeah, I mean, they won the 5 games at first, they now have 5 games. Obviously, Fnatic are the crowd favorite, but in-game right now, especially pick and ban-wise, they've not been the favorites. It's been, honestly, very poor. And mini rant, honestly, about this pick and ban phase from them. First, so they banned Lissandra and give the Ryze over, which was picked in the first 2 games. So they should know Ryze is coming from H2K. All right, so in first rotation, they go Corki, Alistar. Why not go Braum, who's extremely strong against the Ryze, first of all. And also, the counter pick you have planned, by the way, because you know the Ryze is coming, is the Cassiopeia, who gets hard countered by Braum in team fights. All right, Alistar is still fine against it, but whatever. Next one, they go Trundle, because of Maokai. So I pick Trundle into Maokai. I like it, but not when you want to play Cassiopeia. You do not pick a pure split pusher who goes Ravenous Hydra in this game with a Cassiopeia, because she can't do anything. She can't siege, she can't, like, peel anything. Like, she literally can only team fight. So you pick this split pushing composition with a team fighting mage who gets hard countered by the enemy support, which you could have taken away, by the way. I'm just surprised. I think this pick and ban phase from Fnatic was extremely sloppy.
Oh, Martin, I love it when you talk.
I mean, I'm saying.
No, but very important indeed, because it's all about adaptation in a best of 5. So it's quite surprising to me that they would drop the ball so hard. You guys are also saying, hey, they took all those red side games for the counter pick for Febiven, but it's not paying off.
It's probably one of those things where you have a list of counter picks in your head, or your team has prepared them, but it actually has never come into fruition in scrims, or you just never had to put in the picks into play, because you get all these champions over and over. You have limited scrim time, so you just feel ready with a few counter picks in addition. But yeah, the red side is not paying off right now for Febiven. I think the crowd agrees with that chant.
Well, we are having a bit of an audio issue here in-house. We're falling in and out, that is why. Oh, we're back.
Hey!
There we go, great. Shook over, yes?
It's actually every time I start talking, the audio cuts.
Don't you get the hint yet?
Yeah, okay, I'll just stop talking now.
I am getting the cue that we have some intermittent audio problems, so we might fall away for the guys here in the crowd. I'm sorry about that, but the guys on stream should still be able to hear us.
I mean, in case they missed anything, the Fisher went on a long rant, and that was pretty much it.
And that's why they cut the sound.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
we
they're like,
heard
come on,
enough.
come on,
They
guys.
enough. They want to hear from Shook now.
Yeah, they want to hear from Shook. Shook?
Yeah, I think the counter picks are not really working out so far for Fnatic. There we go. They should get their counter picks that fit their comps. Like, they just need a counter pick that fits their comp, and if not, then they're just gonna lose the game.
I can't believe you said that to the crowd.
I'm sorry, man.
That was so disgusting, Shook. Ooh, I'm so disappointed with you right now.
Throwing him under the bus. Another thing that was quite obvious.
I actually think this is a good crowd, Shook, and I can't believe you said that.
This is Dutch people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great.
Gaat het nog? Am I? In any case, that's where we see H2K, and we were talking about how they seem to have got it in their head that they are going to take it. We saw a very, very visible change after them winning game 3 and 4, and just they won't be bullied here. And they, unfortunately for Fnatic, seem like they have the eye on the prize a bit more now.
Yeah, a lot of it again comes down to Fnatic kind of, we feel, running out of options and kind of doing the same in-game, and then we get sloppy mistakes. Gamsu dying down the bottom lane after. Okay, he got ganked first, he dies, fair enough. He then gets a return kill. Oda, I'm not sure why he's fighting that in the start.
Yep.
And then Shook, as a jungler, when you see this from your top laner, what happens?
Okay, then I don't know. Like Gamsu, I have no idea what he's doing. I would say, are you trolling or what? This is unreal, yeah. This should not happen.
So yeah, this happens, and then later on there was the Featherman R flash too. That entire lineup from H2K saw coming. I think that kind of gets to your head though.
Oh, yeah.
When you get 2-0 up, you're close, then you lock in Kassadin for whatever reason.
Oh, you have that red side for the counter pick.
So now you start stealing away picks.
Okay.
You don't give H2K what is considered by many probably one of the absolute strongest comps you can get in this meta. You start taking away picks, right? You take away a Sivir, potentially. You maybe don't ban the Lissandra and you early rotate it, because right now the counter pick's not working. So take that Lissandra in first rotation. You know it's a strong pick for them. Just a few examples of things Fnatic can do. I expect them to see them come out with a new plan.
Yeah, I would like to see Fnatic pick an active mid laner, like active on the map, TP. Just put a lot of pressure on the enemy and just go for plays.
Yeah, we will see if that happens on the side of H2K though. It seems that with a couple of games practice now, with their eye on the ball, they've gotten the full package together now. They've gotten the draft right, they've gotten the early game rhythm right, and they've gotten the team fights right. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that they don't make it difficult for themselves in those last drafts.
Yeah, and Fnatic's also kind of helping them in certain scenarios by just having disjointed drafts. Like individual matchups, that makes sense, but when you put it all together, then suddenly it doesn't work out anymore.
Difficile. No, not quite.
I tried to.
I actually wanted to try something, actually. Fabi, Fabi, Fabi. You see a smile, we see it, Fabi.
I would have went with Fabianche, but
next time,
yeah,
next time.
next chance.
So, predictions, guys? Final word?
Oh.
It's gonna depend on draft.
Yeah.
Totally.
That's the safe one.
Yeah, come on, take the gap.
That's the equivalent of it's gonna be a close series.
Hey!
Who takes it? Who takes it? Shook, you're gonna decide for all of us.
Okay, let's go with the Dutch Fabian, Fnatic.
Because if it ain't Dutch, it ain't much.
Exactly, you know it.
All right, Mitch?
I mean, he was gonna decide for all of us.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, he decided for all of us.
Fnatic.
Shook says Fnatic,
But
so...
in case H2K wins, we would have said that.
Yeah, you would have said that. Hey!
I still have faith.
All right, we will see what happens. It is time to settle this series once and for all. So let's send it down to Quickshot and the guys for Game 5.
Thank you very much, Jux and the guys. Deficio finding his way to weasel out of being wrong at all occasions. I am extremely excited to see Game 5, but I'm more interested to find out how Fnatic now respond. This is a team who have gone through a lot of trials and tribulations. You look back at even IEM and their previous playoff games. Fnatic, they've had their backs against the wall before.
Yeah, it's really tough. And in this specific situation, getting reverse sweeps is a horrible thing to think about going onto stage. And Fnatic looked very somber walking up there, honestly.
But they made H2K wait. And you cannot underestimate the mind games that happens in this kind of thing. You hear it all the time. You just let them sit there, stew just a couple of minutes longer. H2K have a clear plan. They're like, let's go sit down. Fnatic are like,
and the added pressure of the Fnatic chance, of the Bebevin chance, and that's all going to weigh on their minds. Just in the break, we had heard that Forgiven in his last 3 best-of-5 series has lost all of them. Going to game 5. So this is a guy, a player who has had his back up against the wall so many times, and every single time has just fallen short at the final hurdle. His Sivir worked wonders in the previous game. You expect to see it again?
I expect to at least see it in maybe the bans column. It's potential. One of the teams is going to prioritize it. I don't think we're going back to game 1 or 2, but you mentioned about Forgiven in best of 5s. Well, we came in today saying, well, Forgiven's never won a best of series. We also came in saying that H2K have consecutively placed 3rd place. We are still having intermittent audio issues. I'm sorry, guys, here in-house. Stream, you can still hear us. For this, I mean, the script is going to get torn up. Either H2K get 4th, or Forgiven wins the series.
It got torn up last week.
True. We're shredding it now.
Yes, we're shredding it here in Europe. We'll see how that works out. But, like, you know, if you were in the heads of these teams, Bols, H2K, Fnatic, where would you be looking to make changes?
It's really tough because H2K, they've had 2 games where it's worked, but the first one was reactionary to Fnatic. The last game was more like we played out our game plan and it worked. And do we have anything more in the tank? Because they were adamant that their first composition was what they needed to do to clear out the series. We just made a mistake, ran it a second time, wait, it still doesn't work.
Yeah, it still doesn't work, but then, you know, they finally maybe start piecing things together. It's like, oh, maybe it's not what we're doing, maybe it's we're letting Fnatic have too much freedom. The Echo gets banned away. Suddenly, Cly gets some freedom on other champions and doesn't look quite so strong, which is weird considering they were banning it away.
And the same thing as well, Zed, Echo, Azir is the 3 champions H2K have banned in the 2 previous games. It seems to have unsettled Fnatic in terms of how their pick down priority goes. Just as an update as well, there is actually a keyboard-related issue that we're busy looking at right now. Once we get that resolved, we'll be jumping into picks and bans. Fnatic, though, they've made some changes. So game 3, Nidalee, Lucian, Ryze. Lucian's not made it through. Game 4, Nidalee, Lissandra, and Lucian. So they don't want Forgiven and Lucian. They've seen him play Sivir. They've seen him play Corki. I mean, is Lucian really ban-worthy when you consider the champions that are available?
So the thing is, when you look at the top tier of AD carry, he has pretty much everything. He doesn't quite have the utility that a Sivir has, but has lane dominance. He has the ability to push lanes, defend a push. He has great skirmish potential when you look at the damage he can output and his maneuverability as well. And for a player like Forgiven, that's what he needs from a champion. It's very rare that we see him play utility, even though he started picking up Sivir and Kalista. That's only been in recent times.
It's based on the style that Fnatic wants to play in this game. It's like, do we want to try an out-mechanic Forgiven, or do we want to try and force him onto utility? It's just the decision that they have to make here, but they will be banning at least one of them away for certain. Zed, Echo banned away from H2K. Once again, reminder, H2K being on the blue side for this entire series, prioritizing the blue side, while Fnatic prioritizing red. Nidalee and Lissandra, first 2 banned from Fnatic.
Let's find out if the next ones are the same. It would be Azir, Lucian, if we were going to go by game 4 standards. Azir was picked as a last pick for Fnatic in games 1 and 2, and it worked. It will not be available, so no changes for H2K.
And Deficio was talking a little bit about letting the Lissandra through. Lucian has been banned. I still think we're going to see first pick Kindred here. I actually disagree with Deficio on letting the Lissandra through. I think it was too good at allowing H2K to play a fast and loose game that it would force Fnatic to first rotate the Lissandra. And that's a situation where you've given away a lot of your pacing in the pick and ban phase, and unless you can get such a favorable top matchup that it can win you the game, then it's a big risk in pick and bans if you don't over-prioritize it.
And is not picking Maokai or Sivir or Kindred a big risk this game? If the trend is to be believed, it'll be Kindred first pick. Now is where the steals come in. This is what the analyst desk was alluding to. Take some picks away from your opponent that are also powerful, and it's not the ones we were expecting.
But the problem is there are still other picks available here. We have not seen Poppy prioritized in this draft at all this series, but she is still there as a top-tier top laner. And Fnatic have gone all in on saying, okay, Odo, what have you got? What have you got for us top lane?
And with the Trundle being picked up as well, Civ is still on the table for Forgiven if he wants it, but it depends what type of composition they want to build here. And now H2K kind of discussing this one. I mean, it's definitely taken away one of those picks that Odo has played in this entire series, but what's for certain is they pick up the first Kindred once again.
Where does the cookie crumble? 15 seconds left on the clock. Again, serious faces for H2K.
It's got to be Braum here. Vander can take away the Braum. You can either go Braum or Alistair. What do H2K want to go with it? I mean, the Trundle has been locked in as a support here, but you don't want to show too much more unless you're that confident in the Rise.
Wow.
It can be a flex. I'm not expecting it to be. I'm expecting it to be mid for Ryu here. Hide the top lane for H2K. Hide the support for now. Fnatic, what are they going to bring out? They're looking at jungle. Graves has been the pick this entire series.
Yeah, I mean, that's been like, what, their second rotation every single game? Graves, Ezreal now coming out.
100% correct, young Padawan. Graves has been picked second rotation for Fnatic every game.
Fantastic. Apart from that game with the first rotation Ezreal. So, yeah, waiting on those last two pickups from H2K. Braum would be fine.
I mean, at this point, Fnatic are in such a familiar position. They have an Ezreal locked in. Now, how scaling is their mid lane pick? Into Rise, where do you go? Do you go early game, put Febiven on something that is all or nothing to win this game? Or do you bank on scaling once again? Try and play something like the Kassadin and play a more passive game.
It's so tough because H2K have shown in the last two games they can play early, they can dive, and they can do it coordinated. So if Fnatic go for that risk, it's going to be a challenge. With 3 seconds left on the clock, the champions that will get locked in for H2K include Poppy and Braum. No real surprises.
But the Kassadin game, keep in mind, was the game with the Lissandra in, with the fast comp that wanted to fight very quickly. In this situation, H2K, yes, they have decent fight potential. They have the Braum, they have Poppy, they have Corki, these tools that are okay earlier into the game, looking at fights, but it is not the same setup as an Alistair, a Lissandra, that kind of setup. And I mean, there's no spell shield this time for Febi's Cassio, but I think that's a riskier pick than perhaps they need to go for.
Yeah, but what are the other options here? Because Azir's been taken off the table, there's no Zed, and then if you're really looking for an outplay champion who can literally just 1v5 the game and make that star outplay which wins the game, Cassiopeia would be the pick, but we just had an entire game of Fnatic not being able to make that work. Really?
Ooh. It's not locked in yet. It's not locked in yet. I don't like to talk about hovers until it is locked in. And with 2 seconds left on the clock, a collective sigh as Fnatic bank on the lane neutralizer Orianna, and they're going for late.
Yeah, they're going for later in the game, but look at what they have though. Maokai, Orianna, Graves. If that combo hits, you win the game in a later game team fight. But man, the collective just sigh, the deflation.
We have 3 playmakers. It was like Ori. But no, Ori can make those big plays late game as well, especially with Maokai into the mix. But Fnatic are basically making the statement that we're going to go late, and we're going to make better decisions than you, H2K, and we're going to out-team fight you.
That is the first Orianna on the LCS stage all year long for Febiven. And we need to see how well he's going to perform with this champion. The Wombo combo, if you get a good ball delivery system with that Graves or that Maokai, it can be game-changing. But I think it's going to be challenging into Braum, into Poppy, into Rise.
It's hard. It's really hard. But from H2K's perspective as well, I mean, it's harder to get into those fights. They don't have the instant point-and-click CC. There's no Lissandra, there's no Maokai now.
For the last time of the spring split, Prolly and Daylor have shaken hands. That is it for them. It is in their players' hands now. Their fate rests with the teams.
It really does, and we'll find out where the momentum lies. This is for 50 championship points, for 3rd place in the spring split. And once this game concludes, North America will take off with Team Liquid versus Immortals. So hello to anyone in NA, in Mandalay Bay that's busy watching. But now, it's Europe's turn. It's Game 5, and it's H2K taking on Fnatic.
And for the final time today, make sure you hit us up on Twitter, hashtag H2K win, hashtag FNC win. See where your heart lies. I think I already know the answer. I know where the audience heart lies in this one.
In the heart of the cards. Febiven and Ryu set themselves up in the mid lane. Crowd seems a little torn between you and NA from what I can hear. Regardless of that fact, no deep wards, all right? No vision being placed by either squad. Fnatic have been the ones that I feel have initiated those deep pushes more than H2K throughout the series. And we'll find out whether or not we're going to have lane swap.
And to revisit The very first set of games from today, the very first game where we were talking about Fnatic will benefit in the lane swap, H2K should benefit in standard lanes for the 2 versus 2. We haven't seen the same impact from that we saw in game 1 of the day. It seems like Reckless and Cly started to play a little bit better around that in the games that we saw with the 2v2, but still it is that strength for H2K.
And also important to note that it was Trundle in both of those games, that yes, Cly fell behind early on. However, as the match played on, he had pretty good pillar placements, applied pressure multiple times, and successfully ganked Ryu in that middle lane, back-to-back games.
I also like this play. When you have Maokai in the side lane, it means that you can set up the sapling preemptively. It used to be 120, which when you place them down, then you can do it earlier, now that those have been buffed up. Just helping Spirit for his early clear.
Yeah, good guy Gamsu gets Spirit out on the map a little bit faster on, and look at what he's doing with it. Spirit is heading down into the bottom jungle, looking for Jankos, who should be on his red buff right now. We're about to have a smite up.
He's got the timing perfectly down, but Jankos, he doesn't know Spirit's here. Q goes down, but you're right, there's no smite war, and Spirit's dragging it back towards him. The patience meter is going down, and it's gonna come down to auto attack. There's the burst. Spirit, he secures it, and now he goes after Jankos. He's gonna be backing away. I mean, he's not gonna get help from the mid lane, and he literally can't. And Spirit shoves Jankos out of his own jungle.
Oh man, that could prove to be crucial there, because Spirit pushes Jankos so far away. Neither one had smite, so nobody could really take advantage of the early invade off that, but still, that is a big win for Spirit. It all comes from that initial sapling onto the Wolves. The 3 saplings, now it's going to allow Spirit to control the bottom side jungle. Will drop back for his blue at some point.
And of course with Jankos playing the day and night champion, the lamb and the wolf. He's had 2 games where he was a wolf and he was eaten alive, and 2 games where he turned himself into the lamb and got destroyed. Which one will it be today? Already under pressure from Spirit. Fnatic, let's find out how they play these Australia lanes. Cly actually moved into the jungle to place a ward on that red buff, so we'll see if there's information provided.
Like, this is just so smart. Like, this is a play they've literally thought about, and it's like, this is exactly how we plan it. Cly, you do this at this time, and then you go for this invade with Maokai. So well thought out. And having something in the bank for Game 5 of this series, knowing it comes down to this game, is incredibly good to flare up your opponent.
And at this point, look at how this plays out for Jankos. He had the Mark of the Kindred on the enemy camp that he can't invade on, so Spirit goes, okay, I'm going to take that. Now there's a ward on this red buff, allows Spirit to know that Jankos wasn't making a very fast play. Vander's going to come and try and ward up just to see if he can spot Spirit out on the way through, but Spirit pulls back away, and now he's looking for mid lane. But again, the warding from Fnatic is just enough to hold this. Spirit's already done, and he's got the information that he's getting out here. H2K are way behind the play. Now they'll see where Spirit is, but they cannot afford to go aggressive on it.
5 games in a row where Jankos first picks Kindred and is the same blue-red delineation. That preparation coming into game 5 could be reading their opponents throughout the previous 4 matches.
And the other point from this is now Jankos has been 3-buffed because he can't afford to go into the bottom side jungle without mid and bot pushing, which luckily for him, now they are. They were not initially as he headed up into the top side jungle, but look at how Ryze is. Febby now needs to push Ryze back slightly, but Poppy is going to push in towards the Maokai. The problem is to group on that blue buff is very risky this early on. You can see Jankos just goes, okay guys, I can't get it. I'm going to have to retreat to my jungle and look to farm this up off smaller camps.
Spirit is so far ahead right now. Jankos will be getting level 4 off of this, and Spirit is like a full half level ahead, if not a little bit more. And you can see the gold difference as well, just between the 2 junglers, because he managed to get that. And looking towards the bottom lane now, in that one-on-one. Talked about the Poppy and haven't seen it at all prioritized in this series so far, but Odawamne finally picking this champion up. And I feel like Odawamne can do more by himself in this game as well with that pick.
But I think the interesting thing is we haven't actually seen it from Odo in playoffs. He played it in the regular season, 3 games, 2 wins on it. And we always thought it was a particularly strong champion for Odo. It gives him a lot of flexibility, tankiness, damage, the ability to skirmish pretty well. Now we're finally seeing it in the last game for H2K of the spring split. Is it going to be enough? Because Gamsu fell behind drastically in the last game.
He also put so much faith on the right pick as well in the middle lane, and now that's been picked up. There's a slight CS advantage to Feldman, but it's really negligible at this point. And also that lane is just going to neutralize as well, so we just have to see what it does later on into this game, but right now that's just a farming frenzy.
Yeah, both of those champions are going to do very well once they become activated in the mid to late game, but also both somewhat reliant on the rest of their team, you know? Either setting up for a good shockwave for Febby or providing enough threat to allow Ryu to run circles around his opponent. I think that's Jankos' first mark of the Kindred, and he's immediately going to make his way up top towards Fly. King of First Blood, is he back?
Well, Fly is dropping low. Jankos, he gets the flash, so we're close.
Oh.
Looping around, there's a ward as well.
I think they might die for this one. There's a teleport available for Oda1 there. He's already started to channel it. They're looking for Reckless and Clyde. There's no flash for Clyde.
But Spirit is very close. They need to pull the trigger. They need to do it right now. Oda1 that goes in, slams Clyde against the wall. Spirit now comes into the fight. Jankos, he's going to use the dance virus to get away. First blood to Oda1 in his 5th game. Now Spirit looking to back away, and that's a clean first blood.
Oh, Febi's here though.
This could be scary. Shockwave is available, but a lot of people are still very healthy. Febi's only got a chalice, not enough AP to work with, and that was a well-coordinated dive from H2K.
And it's all coordinated from the fact that Gamsu used his teleport a little while ago to get down back to the bottom lane. And, you know, we were looking at H2K and the way that they went aggressive in the early games against Origin in the semi-final series. They were very patient, but over-patient at setting up dives. They took too long, and I was worried that that was going to be the same thing, but the problem was Fnatic couldn't group the people in the top side in order to counteract that. H2K managed to get the initial dive off, and you can see Odo was here in plenty of time just to get this gank off. Look, Gamsu, nothing he can do on the bottom side. Mid lane is still running up, no real options there, much better out of H2K, even if it was a little slow.
But as you said, Gamsu, nothing you can really do in that situation. Fevin was also being chased up by Ryu. I kind of feel like Fevin going up there caught H2K a little by surprise. I'm not sure if there was a communication breakdown, because they definitely could have collapsed on him as Ryu was coming in as well, but he just kind of strolled through the entire team. He's like, what's up? And to go to the tower.
Yeah, I think at this point they were just looking at...
Again? Oh, it feels so bad.
Oh, man.
Props to Spirit.
Spirit's just all over this red buff. I mean, you look at that, I think they were just respecting Febi's Shockwave a little too much. Right now, at this point in the game, he doesn't have damage. He's got a chalice. But they certainly didn't want to stack on the ball.
Supportal combat. Do it. Fight. Chomp.
Cheating.
Winter's bite. Reckless is coming to back up Fly. Fella comes down as Vander stands behind. Jankos gets away. Not true 1v1 supportal, but I think it'll still count. Spirit was lingering there behind Ryu, but no real threat to go in. And you know, you talked about Spirit and how well he's playing around that red buff in jungle. Spirit has shown multiple times this year just how big his backpack can be when he decides to show up and when he decides to perform at his best. IM World Championship comes to mind as the most impressive for the year, I feel, of those Lee Sin games over the course of the few days. And now we need to see if we can channel some of that performance into this Graves game.
Yeah, he was like, I've seen MXG from that tournament. I'll try and do the same thing here. And so far, he's just done so well in the early game. He's just definitely just straight up counter jungled and out jungled Jankos.
And I mean, the meta right now in the jungle favors what Spirit wants to do. Coming in through the first week of playoffs, you know, he was ranked 1 when you look at the CSD. Not that it's overly important for junglers, but when Spirit starts eclipsing people pretty handily in the early game, it adds up. It really puts pressure on Jankos to make plays elsewhere.
Yeah, and you can see the rest of H2K making a play on the tower. That will even out the towers. So top and bottom are now down, 1 apiece. Evens out the gold as well. And that will realign H2K as the temporary 100 gold leaders. Does that mean so much as we get to 10 minutes of the game?
They got an extra ward out.
That's it. That's it. I've been warding actually very effectively, slightly more than Fnatic throughout most of the games. And Ryu will be gifted the first blue buff. So lane's going to start swapping around and realigning, while Forgiven's also going to pick the package up.
Yeah, he's again gunning for that Triforce, and because he's not mid lane, he doesn't really need to go Hex Drink. He's going straight up to that top lane. Double pings come out from both teams, so they're aware of where Forgiven is going to, and should be able to collect this wave. Yeah, he's probably going to lose like 1 minion, but he's good to go. No, not even that 1 minion.
But look at what Fnatic have recognized here. As they move up with their duo lane and they hear the package get picked up, that's a big sign that if they hold the 2v2 on the top lane, Reckless and Clyde are going to get double TP'd on. Ryu and Odo are going to show up. It's not quite available for Odo, but if they had stayed there, it would have been. In the long lane, no tower available. That's how you lose the early game. It's by pushing too far aggressive away from towers, and 2 TPs pop up, you die, and that's it. Because there's no one to help you. You've only got 1 on your team, and Gamsu's not going to be enough.
Clearing up his crab as well. That's another mark for Kindred that's being denied. But Jankos is looking towards the Herald himself, and over the water he'll help him. It should be an easy take. Killer coming out from Clyde.
Exploratory.
Yeah, I was like, okay.
It was actually quite distracting because I was focusing on the Herald, and all of a sudden a Pillar of Ice comes up. But regardless, Clyde has access to the ultimate. Subjugate is available. Flash and Exhaust going to be so important against Kindred, Poppy, Rise when somebody gets in their faces. Vander, no Exhaust this time around, but he's much less of a threat because nobody really wants to get in the faces of H2K if you're on the squad.
Yeah, also a reminder, this is another game where H2K double TP versus only one TP from Fnatic, something to keep track of as the game goes on.
And what that has meant, in a completely direct sense, is that Reckless just sat top for like a minute, doing nothing, because he was waiting for the wave to push towards him, because he can't step further forward. As soon as he goes in, there comes the double TP, he's going to get ended. But now it's pushing towards him, he can clear it. This gives Odo the freedom to push bottom lane at the same time.
Ryu just pushing out the mid lane real quick with extra power, and should be good to go. Odo in the bottom lane as well, and there's 1-on-1. How the jungler's doing. Jankos, haven't really seen much from him at the moment. Only 6 stacks on the Devourer so far, only 1 stack on his passive.
Yeah, not as effective as he's been throughout some of the games. But you're taking stock of all these different items. You know, Gamsu's got such a good CS advantage over Odo. This Cly will run away from Vander, but then the opposite is true when you look at Forgiven and Reckless.
Yeah.
You know, really big differences between the respective players. Ryu's looking for fair, but then the Shockwave comes out, but nothing really further comes from that. And again, I'm just getting a bit too excited. It's game 5 with that 3rd place title on the line.
You're looking at a Ryzen and Orianna at 12 minutes in.
Yeah.
Lots of damage, guys.
Their like kill potential is like 50%. It's like you can't kill someone from like anything above that. But yeah, fighting over wards currently, and should be Clyde taking that one away. There you go. But they do know that the pink ward is there now. Just placing this defensive vision. Even from like games like this, you can see how the mentality of the team is from where the wards are being placed. Fnatic right now is just like, I'm going to place this pink ward down, and this will even give me vision and knowledge because we know that someone's going to be there at some point.
Yeah, Fnatic have had to concede a lot of their own top side jungle here just because of how this matchup is played out. They obviously don't have top tower, so they lose a lot of the ability to play here. Spirit, careful.
Jankos actually smites that one away, gets himself another passive stack, which I think will potentially be important as both these teams are still very even. It's only 13 minutes in.
Yeah, only 13 minutes in, but look at this gap that is in the bottom lane. 139 to 97. Reckless is heavily getting outfarmed, and he has to, always step back. Can never really be pushed up against Forgiven here, and Forgiven is just going to utilize that, to his absolute strength. They've got a 3rd of his turret health down already.
Classic H2K, chip away at the turret, people respond, then you back away, just rinse and repeat in a different lane, and then eventually you come back, and that's how it's all set up for you to take another one. Spirit, 3 out of 3 red buffs in this game, but how much does that really matter? Because Jankos has been able to achieve more on the rest of the map.
I think it did somewhat unlock Gamsu, at the very least. That sort of pressure down bottom. So if Gamsu has a pivotal teleport, then I think you can go hashtag this.
Yeah, you can.
But until we see the Spirit Gamsu impact, it is just at the cost of controlling your own bottom of the jungle.
Oh, you got to tie Febby into that though. Yeah, the shockwave off the advance is going to be what realistically is going to win teamfights for Fnatic if they can hit it. Dragon goes down, and you can see Fnatic. That's the first Dragon that they've taken first in a game here in this series. So, that's a lot of firsts. See if Fnatic will be the first to 3 wins in this best of 5.
I mean, somebody has to be.
Yeah.
There's a 50% chance of that.
Just saying.
So that was play-by-play level commentary there, Stress. I expect
it was, I meant it sarcastically.
I'm throwing you under the bus. Well, gentlemen, we talked about that big CS difference between Reckless and Forgiven. Not only is Reckless on a slightly slow scaling champion in terms of the item build, he then Cull as well, and his opponent Forgiven is completed that Trinity Force. So there is just such a staggering difference between what those two can do impacting the game. And, with this blue buff losing some patience, it just delays reuse of kills.
Jankos and buffs in this game, man.
Oh, it's not again.
Oh, no, Dragon's
okay.
All right. I freaked out for a second there. That actually, I thought it was dead, and I think they did too. Anyway, Vander going into the top lane, Fly and Reckless, they know he's there. But still pushing up, and this is the rinse and repeat play. They go back up to top lane, get a bit more damage there, and now Jankos is coming in, so they have the numbers advantage, and they should be able to get some more damage on this tower.
The problem is Reckless can't ult here because Braum just puts his shield up, so there's no real way of clearing this wave of minions without Ori being here, and Fly steps up, gets cleared out. There's the minion wave down, but again, it's a 1/3 of the health gone.
Every single time. And now that's so low, Forgiven's probably just trying to take pot shots at it with the Sheen proc as well. when the next minion wave comes in. And Fnatic don't have a way to instantly get out that wave before it hits tower, because True Shot Barrage not going to cut it against Braum.
Ryu's already in the jungle, teleport's not available, so if anything were to happen, he was relatively close by. Tower will be knocked over uncontested by Fnatic, and they're starting to lose further ground in the top quadrant of the jungle.
I like this though. They preemptively moved to mid lane to see if they could maybe siege against that tower, because Ryu was heading up, and maybe try and trade cards, even though it's inefficient, is better than nothing. But Ryu went back to the mid lane in time, and the top tower died too fast, so they couldn't even respond.
Couldn't even respond at that point. Fnatic, is that going to be the tagline for these last 3 games? Couldn't even respond, because it has all been H2K.
I'm so happy you mentioned that, because for anybody that has potentially just joined us in Game 5, Fnatic were given all the time in the world to respond in Games 1 and 2, because H2K were not aggressive.
Yeah.
Because H2K played very passive. Then they made a play, it was the wrong one, and Fnatic were victorious. We'll expand on that thought in a second. Spirit's not Ryu.
Turns the corner and does not want to find a rise behind it. Tries to jump over the wall, collateral damage, and luckily Devin is there in time to save him, and Ryu will be backing off.
At this point, though, he is still fairly squishy when it comes to a trade against the Graves like that in enclosed areas. If you take that end of the line, you are going to get chunked through. And Ryu, as you said, knew that Febby was coming across, knew the shield, knew the potential for the turnaround was there for Fnatic, but they've managed to zone back Odo from this top side. Now Fnatic want to push top tower themselves.
Clearing away this pink ward, and Odo there's nothing you can do. He just has to back off here.
But look at this, they're trading it for the bottom side as well. Fnatic are going to lose their tower down on the bottom side to Forgiven. In fact, that tower is already down. Excuse me. No, he did just get it. Okay.
Yeah, he did.
I got baited by my monitor. I turned around and was just like, missed the tower going down.
Right, was secured by Forgiven, equaled out by Fnatic, still down in gold. And just to extend on that storyline, when H2K turned up the heat, when H2K applied pressure to Fnatic, they cracked. Games 3 and 4, and we'll find out if it's going to happen again. Yet another inner turret that H2K arrive at first, and will go down nearly uncontested by Fnatic. I mean, that True Shot Barrage really didn't do anything. 2,000 gold ahead, H2K.
Okay, so taking a look at some of the previous games in recap in this general series, I'm going to hold that thought for a second. Like, maybe finds Jankos, but I think he's good to go. Because H2K have had these games where they haven't been able to teamfight. That's been like a mainstay of one of their problems. Fnatic exploited that in the first 2 games. Then they started picking really good teamfighting champions, and they were able to fight back because Fnatic literally couldn't fight them. But now in Game 5, it's not as simple as just Maokai going in and starting a fight up. So that's something that Fnatic could exploit. But then on the other side, H2K have just been playing the H2K game and taking all of these towers. So there's so much back and forth that makes this literally go either way.
Yeah, that is certainly the case. A couple of you might be wondering, like, hey, that True Shot Barrage didn't do too much in that bottom lane. So the interaction between Braum's shield is if the projectile even clips the corner of the shield, it will get destroyed. So that's why it looked like it kind of missed, but he actually caught it despite jumping to the side. So again, it's just such an easy tool for Bandit to just go, nope, nope, not gonna let you wave clear up on this.
Yeah, definitely the case, and it worked out in favor of H2K. Approaching 20 minutes, 1 kill to 0, 4 towers to 2. And despite the fact that Fnatic have a dragon, it is H2K that are in the lead and dictating the game. Now, in the the very first game, when H2K pulled off that double teleport, that's what turned it around for Fnatic. A good team fight, and they've got champions that want to really be involved in team fights. So let's see how H2K played out. 20 seconds to Dragon, 5 seconds to Baron's available. It's a bit early for that one, but it is around the next 5 to 10 that we're going to see these teams focus.
But you've got to look at Fnatic's comp is, yes, they can team fight very well, but once their team fighting tools are down, once the shockwave is down, the collateral damage is down, H2K have a lot more consistent damage with this Rise, with this Corki, so it certainly depends on how the beginning of the fight goes. Also, you've got to key into the fact there is a Kindred here, so even if that wombo combo lands, if it doesn't kill Jankos, he's going to keep everybody else alive.
Yep. What doesn't kill Jankos will make him stronger, but not quite, he's not Ola. Jankos going for Dragon now, and this will be the first one of the game. We've actually not really been getting long games in this series. Fnatic, oh, Reckless is going to be leading on charge, I'm not sure about that one, but now the rest of the squad is here. This is dropping very low, Fnatic. Oh,
it's stolen!
Spirit again, unreal. TP! Here comes the TP, they're actually going to go in for this fight.
Let's find out what they can do. The package has already been used. True Shot Barrage flies across all of H2K, but there's just not enough damage. H2K are tearing through Fnatic's front line. 2 members of them down already. H2K only losing Jankos. H2K are looking for the tower.
Now try and seize this one in. They've got the caster minions there. This should be going down. There's nothing that Fnatic can do about this one.
Fnatic at this point are going to try and just stand there, but again, the shield is too strong from Braum. We're seeing Vander's Braum performances just completely shut down Fnatic, but in that fight, what slowed Fnatic's aggression there was Febby dying early, and they need him if they want to have any hope in team fighting. TP comes in from the back, but look at the damage that went down on Febby. Got caught by everything, and the Braum ult was just the icing on the cake. It didn't matter that Jankos died in this team fight because H2K have enough to keep going forward and continue to take out Fnatic.
Really good, clear communication in terms of the targeting. Every single member of H2K just dogpiled on Febby and didn't give him a chance to breathe. That was something that H2K could not do throughout most of the series. They extend that lead to now 3,000 gold.
It was also really impressive because they all collapsed the instant Odawane came in with that TP. It's like heroic charge is everything. And if they can repeat that, they'll be in really good shape, because if a good shockwave gets off by Featherman and the dream happens with their wombo combo, then H2K could really suffer in these fights, but so far they've had really nice setups.
Well, I mean, Fnatic are banking everything on these shockwaves going off, because Febby, as his second item, has gone the rabbit, and so it's just like, just give me AP, guys. Just, I need to win these fights. I don't care about staying alive. Just give me the shockwave. Give me what I need to be able to do to shield, to use that dissonance, the damage, everything that he wants, that extra AP, rather than keeping himself alive.
Yeah, the strength of that shield in conjunction with the strength of the armor and MR for True Grit for Graves, plus the damage reduction from Maokai. There's actually a lot of hidden tankiness that will come from the Fnatic squad, even disregarding the Trundle Subjugate. So let's find out if they can get those extended fights. But it's going to be difficult when, yet again, Fnatic are playing responsive and reactive, and there's a Sata Devourer in Jankos as well.
And also, Fnatic are playing on 2 lanes. Fnatic cannot play on 3. Whereas H2K, on the other hand, they've got Ryu with a teleport. Oda doesn't have his available yet, but he was pushing up in the top side. It's enough to drag Gamsu up there in a moment or two, and Gamsu's no TP. So it means that H2K always have this option to look for and engage whenever Fnatic don't have Gamsu's TP available.
Odawane was looking for potential flag opportunity. He is off to the side, but he doesn't have the flash either. In fact, there's not a lot of summoners up in this game. Only Gamsu has his flash right now. Oh, Forgiven as well, because we've had so many big skirmishes. H2K. H2K.
I got your pulse.
Yeah. Gamsu as well in the bottom lane. Still 7 out of 10 is not bad. Carrying out this one and 2 tank items. Again, in the situation where Odawane was, where he's just this big wall of health that is very difficult to get through, but his backline is fairly squishy, and we've seen it in those last fights, because yes, you have those hidden tankiness stats, but Graves has to stack up in the fight.
Yeah, he does, and there's a lot of stacking just in this entire series. You look at how both teams have had later game components to themselves. No tier on the side of Fnatic's mid laner this time around, but you know, Reckless has had one, Ryu has had one, just this later game focus. Fnatic have let it slip in the last 2 games.
Yeah, they really have, and it's been H2K that found a gear that they've not found in a while. So, very impressive play. 25 minutes up, Fnatic still only sitting on 2 towers. The mid outer turret is still being defended fervently by Ryu, and H2K starting to set up the Baron plays.
And here it is again. Gamsu has to clear out bottom lane. It's only a small wave, but he has to go down there. Reckless goes up to the top lane to push it out, and that means H2K have the freedom to at least clear and decide whether they want to start this Baron or not. They're going to pull back, because they can't really effectively do this. Jankos clears out the ward, Fnatic start to group, but again, the option is there.
But is Spirit inside Jankos' head now? Because there's been so many smite battles in this game, all we've really seen in the entire series, and Spirit's generally been getting the better of them. I think one went the way of Jankos, one stack of Raptors, and everything else has gone the way of Fnatic. Even that Dragon a little while back. Two of the carries we try and clear out that thing for, because you might aggro Baron.
It's a turn on the side.
Yeah.
A lot of damage onto Clyde by Ryu. Running through that mana pool, but it really matters because Ryu is still defending that tower. 25 minutes in. And this arms race just continues to grow. More tanks for the Tonks up top, more damage for your AD carries, and I think very important for Reckless. He's got that frozen fist. He's working towards a player of the Rune King as well.
Yeah, he is. I'm interested though in Ply's performance in this game, because last game really Gamsu and Ply were the weak points for Fnatic. And in this game, Gamsu is yet to die. Fly has had a much better game this time. He isn't constantly looking to put himself in the firing line by going over aggressive on an Alistair. This time he just puts a pillar up from a distance. He's able to then facilitate the poke that comes from Reckless. And Fnatic possibly could, look to take some kind of skirmish, but the problem is they're behind. And H2K are trying to compound this advantage they've got from having 5 towers up. They have a good lead in this game to just constantly tear Fnatic around the map until at some point H2K go for the Baron, and then it's on that smite wall.
Or on that smite wall. It's funny as well because H2K actually put a lot of bans towards Fly in the first game, and the first couple games with Brom and Alistair, but that's Trundle. He's been performing really well. When he was not on Trundle, he performed worse. So it's just interesting how he's turned up in this game with a different champion.
And also gives you some insight into what your opponents, what H2K felt their opponents were strong at, you know? It tells you ban 2 make Fly uncomfortable, and Fnatic going, well, we're expecting that, so that's why they practice the Trundle. Spirit takes a big chunk of damage here up front, Forgiven and Vander. Nothing really comes of it. Dragon is live. The last time there was a fight and it was stolen by Fnatic. There's no one around from Fnatic to challenge this time out.
The tension is building, but it's not going to be the catalyst, or at least this Dragon isn't going to be the catalyst for a fight right here. Because Fnatic, there's no real chance of H2K getting 5 Dragons in this one, so they can just let one go. Or they could also find Clyde as well, as he's just trying to ward. So they get the flash, which is big.
Very important, because that's the second time Ryu's had a little bit of time to chunk down Clyde. Clyde being too far forward, Clyde being out of position. And Ryu a little early on starting to turn their attention to Spirit. That's a flash away. Spirit's used the collateral damage, and he's flashed over the wall. It was flash for flash, but no ultimate for Spirit either.
Now H2K all back away, back into the mid lane. Everyone goes back to what they were doing. Just trying to find these small picks, but that's what that's going to open up now.
But what this means is if Spirit has to contend to smite down in a smite war, it is a one-way trip for him now. He does not have his flash available to come back out of the pit, so if H2K are in a situation where they start the Baron and have full control over it, Spirit is giving his life regardless of what happens. So has to keep that in mind. Jankos will be fine. He has that mobility with the Q if he's in that aggressive position on the Baron.
And you can just feel the importance of this game. It's game 5. 3 and 4 was so dramatic. There was loads of skirmishes all game long. These champions have barely touched one of them for the last 10 minutes because so much rest on one team fight, one big objective, or more importantly, one mistake.
Hey, we've seen a game end in 25 minutes, now we're already past that point. So yeah, one single team fight could just end it, and these teams are rightfully cautious because we're in the 5th game. All comes down to this. There's no safety net anymore for Fnatic, and that's the way they were playing, I feel, in game 3 and 4. They were like, well, we just need to win one, and even if they win, we're still not out of it, but they are gonna lose the series if they lose this one, so you can just feel it, actually.
Yeah, there is a lot of tension in here. A couple of members of Fnatic support trying to just build throughout the crowd here. I hope you're picking that up on the mics, but it is fairly subdued compared to how games 1 and 2 was. H2K, though, they want to start this Baron off. This is what we were talking about. Potentially the smite fight to take full control of this. No, it's too
look, Odo was down bottom. He has teleport available. There was no vision on Gamsu, and he was running towards the fountain, trying to get those home guard buffs. He's got a lot of tankiness in that Maokai. The front line for Fnatic is strong, but they have to get rid of Ryu, Forgiven, or Jankos quickly to win a team fight. Shockwave is bounced away from. Forgiven is completely aware that he had the timing and he makes it out. There's going to be a turnaround. Odo, he's teleporting in. Fnatic might be caught.
Glacial Fissure comes out. Ryu, he's going to jump in. And they're trying to get a range, but they just can't quite make it happen. Fnatic a little too far back.
Oh.
Far too far back, and Fnatic just, looking for a counter engage, but they haven't got that shockwave. I think they were taking the break a little too early as that sombrero came out on the shockwave, but Clyde now forced to back away.
Is this an H2K teleport from games 1 and 2? This is what we will find out. Ryu has access to his TP, Gamsu does as well. They're locked down. Spirit against the wall. Odo's got 4 members of Fnatic in front of him. The Glacial Fissure's already been used, and Fnatic are trying to peel away. Jankos is in from the side. Collateral damage and the re-engage.
But Gamsu's gone in. Ryu, he's jumping low.
They've got the kill! Ryu is down! Fnatic are looking for more. They've turned their attention onto Odo Omni as the Blade of the Rune King comes out. That's slowing Odo. One more Mystic shot. It's a kill. Reckless has taken him down. Gamsu is so beefy. Lamp Spite will buy time, and it throws Jankos to the borders. seconds left.
Is this
Fnatic are looking for the Nexus. They're onto a Nexus turret. The crowd is on their feet and losing it.
No way is this happening. The Nexus turrets are going down, and Fnatic, as they take down this Nexus, they are in sole possession of third place. 50 points on the road to Worlds. Fnatic, congratulations.
And for another game this series, blink and you miss it. H2K looked for the teleport, did not find it, and got punished for overreaching.
Not only punished, but Fnatic just went through like a freight train. Mid-outer was still standing before that fight. And Fnatic took that, took inner, inhib, and the Nexus.
The faces on Fnatic ecstatic, and rightfully so. What a way to end that series. In honestly true Fnatic fashion. Upsetting H2K at the final hurdle.
Tough. And you know it was a call to go forward that cost the game. But the man on your screen right now, Fabi, smiling ears to ear in front of his countrymen, in front of his hometown crowds.
Gotta feel good.
There was a standing ovation in the hall.
Everyone chanting his name.
You could see that on the same time, Odo looking, you know, at a loss for words.
Right.
I mean, Fnatic don't need words right now. They'll just bask in the glory of winning. But you've got to look at that from H2K. It looked to be a good fight. They knew there was no shockwave until halfway through the fight, but something went horribly wrong as they were moving forward. And Fnatic had the tools available as the fight went into phase 2. Shockwave comes out, Jankos pulled out, and Fnatic are the victors.
Honestly speechless as an ending to that game, and so many of those games in this best of 5 ended that way. But Fnatic, they just knew their limits. They knew how to play the game, and they knew what could be converted into a win. As you mentioned, outer turret was up, and he pushed for the Nexus at 31 minutes.
We asked the question, what did Spirit invading Red Buff accomplish? Step 1, get Gamsu ahead. Step 32, let Gamsu tank a team fight and then win you the game.
They knew, they had the game plan, and as we are in the round, Fnatic will be taking a bow to everyone who supported them here today. Impressive showing. Daylor's got to feel happy, sitting on the sidelines, watching his team do good.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, you know, doing the lap, victory laps of bowing, but for Fnatic, you know, 50 points in the bag. It's a good start on the road to Worlds, and they've shown a lot of growth over the playoffs. Certainly, you know, nobody really had them pinned against Vitality to come through. They take out Vitality and showed us good games against G2. And from here, games 1 and 2 looking very strong. And a good team fight at the end of game 5 there for Fnatic is enough to secure them third place.
It's so important to note that Fnatic as a team are a group of players who show up in best of series and in playoffs. That is something that is integral when you look at World Championships, because you have to be able to perform under pressure. And as a team, from day 1 of this year, they have said, our target is Worlds, our target is summer. They have never once said, we're going to win spring, we're going to be we're building, we're developing. And that's something that they have continued to say and work on all year long.
It's been built in a different way from the Hunian Reignover era for sure, but they look like a good team now.
Yeah.
And this playoff has really shown that to me, and I think a lot of people.
There are still questions, though. Their drafts have been suspect at times, giving a little too much away, and then you have to think in that game, Fnatic will breathe a sigh of relief that that team fight ended up in their favor because they were playing kind of a risky game again, playing double scalers, looking for a fight that would turn it around. And for H2K, they got caught out at the right time of the game, and just enough for Fnatic to blow that open.
I have to jump in there and play a little bit of devil's advocate. Fnatic were a good enough team to catch the throw that was given to them multiple times. H2K was dictating the tempo, was in control of the game, was in control of the map countless times across the series. But they were unable to use that control to really command the game. And when they took that one step too far, Fnatic punished them.
And that's the thing, is that step too far was a little too far into the game, because, I mean, we all know that once you win a team fight past 30 minutes, there is so much that can go wrong for your team. You lose so much. And for H2K, I don't think I've ever seen a team lose that much off a 32-minute team fight. That's kind of insane. Like, just freight train right through mid.
It was crazy. I don't think I've seen a game end in that way before, really. But Fnatic as well, the way they were playing this game, 31 minutes of basically just sitting back, farming, finding some picks where they could. And most of those kills came from that final fight. It was, what, 3-1 before we got to that fight, and they just picked up 5 and 1.
Yes.
So Fnatic, they were still on the ball. I was like, did they just lose it? Because, I mean, the way they were looking at the game is they weren't actively looking to make those plays. And then as soon as they had it, snap decision, and they just won the game.
Managed to work out for them. Just to give you guys an update, we are busy setting up with an interview on stage. Once that's ready to go, we will head down to Pyrotechnics to talk to, of course, your third place team for Europe. But for the time being, we're going to keep talking about the series and what this means in the big picture.
I mean, I'm guessing who it's going to be with, Trev.
I'm
Any
not sure.
Points for
I don't know, but I think with that one, let's find out who Pyrotechnics is going to talk to here in Rotterdam.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot, and congratulations to Fnatic. A massive victory. Febvin, I want to start with you because that game pretty much had everything. It was absolutely insane. But after this whole split, so many challenges, so many uphill climbs, how do you look back at what you just accomplished, and how do you think of it?
I think I cannot speak.
That's completely fair. Give him a minute, maybe.
This split is a whole new experience for me, a new team, and we have grown so much as a team during the split, and I think it really showed off today. We managed to beat H2K, which are a really strong team, and yeah, I think we played pretty versatile in these matches. Like, I played a lot of different champions, so did my team, and it was just a good series from us.
It absolutely was, and I almost am at a loss for words and how you guys managed to pull it off after the first 2 games and then coming back after losing 2 in a row. Spirit, going over to you, you have grown so much on this team, and I want to ask you about your time on Fnatic and how you have changed as a player.
First, I'm getting better English, so we can getting better communication, and we are more practice, work hard together. So we improve more. I improve much micro play. So
Absolutely.
now we can beat H2K. Yeah.
Yeah, it was fantastic. And they love you guys everywhere you go. Also looking ahead for the next split, you guys may have capped this one off with a 3rd place finish. Where do you see yourself and the team going in summer?
Next split, I should keep work hard and practice hard for win for world champion, right? So make sure next split we will champion this series. Also, I need more studying English now, really best. Sorry.
Oh, it's pretty fantastic.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you very, very much. I want to go back to you, Febvin, because you're here, you're at home, your whole family's here to support you, man. Do you want to say anything to them?
Ja, ik ga het in het Nederlands doen. Dankjewel voor heel mijn familie die hierheen komt en al mijn fans die hier zijn. En jullie zijn geweldig en ik hoop dat ik hier nog een keer kan spelen in Nederland. Dankjewel.
I think I got that message. All right, guys, thanks again so much. We are going to send it back to the analyst desk to break it down, close it out, and cap off Fnatic's big victory.
Well, thank you so much, Pyrotechnics, and dankjewel, Febiven, and also Spirit for that interview. I mean, they kind of had to win, obviously, with this huge momentum that was going on for Febiven, but in the end, how it all happened, they weren't actually supposed to win that last game if you look at the course of it.
I mean, H2K, Fnatic could have won,
yeah,
but not that quickly. H2K just straight up threw the game. We have to be honest here. Just like, that's how it happened. But Fnatic, they have a good habit of playing passive, and they wait for their opponents to make the mistake, and sadly, this meta allows it. You can just be the more passive team, wait for a big mistake, and suddenly death timers kick in, and your Nexus is gone from tier 1 to Nexus. I don't really like it.
No, that's the problem, right, about this meta.
Hey, man, don't hate the game, you know, or don't hate the players in the game.
But Fnatic is like that team that can make
Yeah.
it.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
like the combat kings in Europe, like for sure.
Let's take a look at the replay, actually, that closed off the series and then netted Fnatic also the championship points. We'll look at that in a second. Here we go.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, Engage in itself is not terrible. It's not great either.
I mean, where's
from
your jungler?
H2K. Now the problem is also, like, you miss a lot in this Engage, and then you start fighting around towers, so you can't really chase further. And then you start getting caught out. The Ryze has been running forward, and his team's been yelling, go, go, go. Then you realize the rest of the team has already gone back, and he's now in the front, and he goes down.
The whole strength of this composition is the fact that he can dish out so much damage safely with Braum Peel, and the fact if you get engaged on, you have Kindred ulti for the backline.
And that Orianna ult on one person did it.
Both things went wrong there. The Orianna ulti was cool because it knocked people out of the Kindred ulti, but they were disjointed. There was no Poppy flank. Like, they have 3 win conditions. Go in, Kindred ulti to keep backline alive. Poppy flank or Braum Peel. None of them were met in that fight. They just zerged in and then discovered that they were getting wrecked.
Yeah, and another thing you guys wanted to highlight, you mentioned Spirit actually at the beginning of the series, and this time around he absolutely put a lot of pressure on Jankos. Those are the words that I'm going to use. We have a couple of replays of him stealing the red buff over and over and over.
Shook, if you're a jungler, what does that do to you when you see in a game 5 of a best of 5 series, the enemy jungler apparently do a wolf start into a red invade?
I mean, I like Spirit as a person, but as a player, I hate him so much. Like, this guy cheeses so much. And like, he's really good at cheesing. Like, he just knows where the enemy, he's good at predicting where the enemy jungler is. So as you can see here, he's just gonna steal the red buff. Like, you get into the enemy jungler's head, like, you're gonna get so annoyed if you're Jankos here, and it might just snowball the game from there.
And that point, I only have this from limited experience in playing some dynamic queue with him and just watching him play. Spirit seems to be very aware at all points in the game where the enemy jungler likely is, and maybe that kind of helps Fnatic play this somewhat passive style where they seem to avoid getting punished most of the time. When you have good awareness of the enemy jungler, surely there's more to it. But it does seem that that's one of Spirit's strengths overall.
Where we see Pieter Diepstraten as well. He saw Fabian winning another game. Must be fantastic.
The Fabi crew.
The Fabi crew, they go everywhere.
I mean, the crowd got everything right.
Yeah.
2-0 first to get them hyped. Then we got to go 5 games, so 2 wins for H2K. The last one looked really bad. And then, as we talked about that turnaround from one bad team fight, obviously shouldn't really cost you a game, just losing one fight at 31 minutes, but that's how the meta is right now. And yeah, make that mistake, game can be over.
Yeah, we also have to crown an MVP, and in today's fight for 3rd place, the hometown hero stepped up in a big way. We had to give it to Febiven. 11 kills, 20 assists for a 76% kill participation in 5 games. He is our series MVP.
Yeah, and this is mostly based for me on the first 2 games that he played, where I think he had a lot of pressure in the matches, some really good solid openings that allowed Fnatic to get the first bloods. It's obviously a long time ago right now. Later in the series, he was targeted a bit more. But this was one of those series where not a single player, for me, stood out extremely hard.
I think it was very, very difficult for either team, honestly, to pick an MVP. And if we look at this, it might seem a little bit cheesy that Febiven gets it, but honestly, his performance was great, and almost everything Fnatic did in terms of pick and ban was built around Febiven in some way. So obviously, he was the man who had basically all the responsibility when it comes to BT carry. And last game, he didn't really have to do a whole lot. Shockwave on 1 man in the end, but having a pushing lane was enough to make Fnatic hold off.
Yeah, I agree. Like, in the first 2 games, he did the Azir ults perfectly on Ryu and exposed Ryu a bit. And here, he just came out of the 0-2. Like, he lost 2 games in a row and he made a comeback. And yeah, must feel great for him.
Made it happen. As you can see there, we will be moving over to Las Vegas pretty soon for those Immortals versus Team Liquid bout. But first, we got to round up the series here, and with their win, Fnatic have secured the 50 championship points that come with a third place finish, putting them that much closer to the World Championship. Let's look forward to the Summer Split and what these teams have to do. 30 points is actually the same amount that H2K had going into the Summer Split last year around. What are your final thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we have to remember. H2K had 120 points, and they got the second seed in Europe, went to Worlds, obviously, with it, and they started, as you said, by winning this match right here. And then the next split, they did exactly the same. So if Fnatic are not able to make it into the final, they still have a very, very good chance now of making Worlds. Vitality, obviously, on 10 points, and Unicorns on 10 points are a fairly large step behind Fnatic right now.
There's also no team like Origin to come into that equation and kind of stir things up, because they weren't there in Spring Split. They just came in summer and actually had a really high ranking points-wise that kind of shook things up. Right now, 30 may not be enough, I feel, to really get the points berth.
I mean, you got to make the final now.
Yeah, you got to make the final for sure, or just like try and qualify there. If not, it will be the gauntlet.
Yeah.
I just think next split is going to be great, full of competition. Like, every team is want to go to Worlds, so I'm looking forward to it.
Who's making it to Worlds?
Yeah.
Vitality.
Oh, Vitality. Final question about that. Maybe we heard it touch on in the interview as well, and it's something Fnatic has said. We're looking for Summer. How far do you see them going? And H2K, will they encounter that same problem again? I know it's impossible to say. Take a wild guess. How much potential is there for Fnatic and H2K?
They're still playing this super passive style, Fnatic, and the meta just shifted towards them. I'm afraid when it shifts away from them a little bit, that they don't really have that proactive style in them. Yes, there's been growth, but I'm a little worried. However, everything around Fnatic seems to be crumbling down too. If you look at H2K, this lineup on paper should have just convincingly won this match. But they're breaking apart at some of the fundamentals, and I worry what this loss will do to the team. Honestly, health. There are some pretty big egos in there, some confident players. I want to see how that evolves.
Maybe it could benefit H2K, because losing is a big part of the game, and you will always end up losing games here and there, and it's important you can bounce back. If you don't have the players who can do that, maybe you have some of the wrong players. You know, you got to look at your team mentality going into best out of fives, these best of series. Also, if you want to make it to Worlds and be a serious contender for, let's say, a top 4, which the European teams should be aiming for, looking at last year. So they can probably learn something from this, but overall, I think Fnatic has a lot of room to grow in pick and bans. And I think also communication-wise, we still obviously have a way to go with Gamzu and Spirit. So I think they're going to get better. I just don't think they will become the best team in Europe with this current lineup.
Yeah, I agree with the Viso statement. I think Fnatic can improve, yeah, sure, but I don't think they're going to be #1 next split. I think that's either going to be like H2K, us, or Origin even. Like, they're looking super good, and I'm excited for tomorrow, actually.
Yeah, definitely. We'll touch on that matchup in just a bit. We do want to touch in with you guys, because you've been tweeting heavily all day, because we invited you to #AskTheDesk. And at DunkTK wants to know, who is the best jungler in Europe?
For me, it has to be Trick right now. Like, he works super well with perks, like, he gets the vision down, he knows how to play aggressive, and standout player, yeah, for me, yeah.
Any other opinions? Or
100% agree.
All agree. Also.
After playoffs, Jankos, it has to be Trick.
All right, well, we'll see how everything of that evolves, and we got to touch on tomorrow as well, as they get set up over there in North America for their third place match. Here in Europe, there's only one score left to settle in the 2016 Spring Split. Tomorrow's finals between G2 Esports and Origin for the European LCS Championships. That is the first seed versus the fourth seed, and one of those teams was maybe expected to come into these finals all the way at the beginning of the split. They didn't perform in the split, and then G2 steamrolled everyone.
It was a surprise for me as well, actually.
Yeah.
Like, I expected them to be an underdog, and yeah, they surprised me for sure, and I'm looking forward to the matchup. I think Briggs is a really good player, Trick is a really good player, and I think G2 is a favorite.
Yeah, they just bring a lot of pressure from mid lane jungle combination that they can spill over in different lanes. And I think they will perform well in like this best of 5 environment too. They seem to really not be too shaken up, and they seem to really function as a team despite like coming into the split. I thought like Perks, you know, maybe a bit overrated, maybe a bit of an ego, and I was proven super. Nah, I think he's proven already that he's
oh yeah, but coming into the split, it was hard to say like, is Perks gonna go from challenger and just become probably the best mid laner in Europe? No one would have predicted that, because like you always got to remember with predictions, you need to be able to have a reason behind it. And coming into the split, if you said, oh, G2 is going to make the final, and people ask you why, and you can be like, Perks is going to be the best mid laner in Europe. You're like, it's not really a prediction.
Someone said that somewhere.
You can't really base it on that. Like, there needs to be some sort of proof behind it.
That's one of those things where you make 10 tweets with all the mid laners.
Exactly, and one of them will be the right one. You're like, hey, look at me, retweeted. But G2 obviously play a fantastic split. I think right now they're riding so high in confidence, and the meta fits them so well. They understand which champions to play. Youngbuck clearly also knows how this team wants to play, so going into the pick and ban phase, in some way I feel it's their game to lose, because they've been so good all split long now, so the pressure is on them. Origin has just been a weird story of a team we expected to win in the start, and then just slowly sneak in.
The main reason I want G2 to win is because I don't think you should ever be allowed to have a split like Origin and then still make first place, because I felt that that would be almost insulting to the European
What
region.
about TSM? They might do the same.
Yeah, you could just coaster on La-di-da, put Reginald in, win the NA/LCS, and then same for Origin, put in Expect a couple of games for confidence boost, and suddenly they win.
They're almost ready over there in North America. Shook, you some final thoughts about that tomorrow's big matchup here?
I think Gamers 2 is going to take it. Like they deserve it, I think. Like they just performed super well the whole split long, and yeah.
And also thinking ahead of the European representative, of course, for MSI, just to maybe touch on that really quickly. It would be cool to see maybe a totally different representative for you going to an international tournament and see what they can do. Might be healthy as well, but we know that OG, when they're good, they can be really good. Amazing said in an interview recently, just yesterday, I think, we are now at 80% of our strength that we were at Worlds. That's actually would be pretty daunting. What do you think?
That's bold. I'm not sure.
I mean, 80%, yeah. It's a tough call. They are playing a lot better right now. Obviously, last year at Worlds, everything just clicked for the team, also with the way they were playing it. G2 going to MSI, I think they would try hard more probably and actually learn more from it. They're very hungry to keep improving. But obviously, the best team will go.
I do have to cut you off because we're almost ready to move over to NA. And our coverage live from the Ahoy Rotterdam starts tomorrow at 5 p.m. here again in the Netherlands. That is 8 a.m. Pacific. And after we crown a champion here in Europe, it's also North America's turn with Counter Logic Gaming and Team Solo Mid fighting for the top spot over in Las Vegas. You already said it, it might be TSM.
I think they're going to win.
All right. Chuck?
TSM.
I invoked the fifth. I don't know.
Okay, we will see what happens. And speaking of North America, it is time to check in for their third place match between Immortals and Team Liquid. Thank you so much for joining us, Shook. I hope you had some fun.
You're welcome. It was fun.
Yeah.
Great country here.
That pretty much is. Well, be sure to join us tomorrow for the 2016 Spring Finals. We will see you then. Doei.
Doei.
Ciao.
Armed and ready for this third place deciding match between H2K and Fnatic. The chase is coming in from Fnatic, throws in the soldiers, and first blood to Fnatic!
Kindred ult. Nice. Kindred. Nice. I'm moving. Nice.
We can end the game.
We can end the game.
And Fnatic find the first win. It is best of 5. Gonna chase after. Spirit has the ultimate. He's gonna knock him into the rest of the team. Ryu's just gonna go down.
Virgil's could stop three! Yes!
2,000 health left. Jankos goes to the line.
They
get it. Spirit with the steal.
And in 25 minutes, destroy H2K! It brings me to tears, hearing the support from the family, from parents.
I was looking at Fabian's parents. I mean, I was just looking at the reaction because the video was over. They seemed happy about it, at least.
Every solo kill is gonna be the crowd going mental, you know?
Imagine I got pentakill.
We can kill now, we can... Okay, go, someone else, flash on someone. Speed it, no flash. Yes, we can kill him. I still have ult. Take down. Maybe we can take Inkip to that, no?
And H2K will not go down without a fight.
Okay, Casio wants to flash. Go. Yeah, we can fight now. Casio, I go Casio. Keep going. Can we flash on someone?
Go, Casio.
Can we go? Nice. I will base.
And ahoy, Rotterdam! We're going to game 5!
Okay, guys, we cannot disappoint the crowd.
That's slowing over. One more mystic shot. It's a kill. Reckless has taken him down.
Nice! Go! Kindred, Corki.
Nice!
We can end the game. Fnatic, they're in sole possession of third place. Congratulations.
So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the follow, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of the world that we defy. I'm so right, but the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last light.
Team Liquid as a squad should be holding their heads very high. I mean, these three rookies, along with the two veterans, performing as well as they did.
Losses and wins don't really affect me. I just take every game as seriously as possible.
Immortals tilted after realizing they had misread the meta and trusted in their strengths, which were relics of the previous patches. This needs to be a wake-up call.
Right now, like, our team's pretty down, but like, we're just gonna try to work on for the third place.
It's probably a surprise to the community that we're playing against Immortals, but to me personally, based on scrim results, no, not a surprise. Rainover dictates a lot of what they do, and if he has little to no game impact, they kind of collapse.
Jungle is kind of like carry jungle meta, which is really good for Dart. Their playstyle really fits the meta right now.
Always the end goal is Worlds, right? And if you're third place and you get more points than fourth place, after we identify what we did wrong and fix it, I think we can win.
They're completely overhyped and overrated.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Championship Weekend of the North American LCS Spring Split. We're coming to you live from the Mandalay Bay Event Center on the Las Vegas Strip, where fans have packed the arena to cheer on our finalists in their quest for victory. As you can see, there's no shortage of hype in the building, and quite a sweet setup as we are in the round yet again. Earlier in the day, though, fans gathered to show their support for today's teams. Again, lots of energy in the building. Immortals arrived earlier to the venue to prep for their match, walking down the tunnel backstage. And they're going to be going up against Liquid, who entered the arena a short time ago to run through their pre-game checks. Now the players are just about ready. They've done all the checks and preps that they can do, and we're excited to see what they'll bring to the Rift. Thank you for joining us on this epic occasion. I'm James Dash Patterson, and joining me on the analyst desk for this third place match is Joshua Jat Leesman in the center, Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler right to my left, and David Freak Turley down at the end. Gentlemen, how's Vegas been treating you so far?
Great.
Wonderfully.
Good. I'm happy to be here.
And that energy in the building, man, that only serves to help us out here on the desk. Before we get into the match at hand, though, let's take a look back and see what led our teams to this moment. Team Liquid, they beat out Energy Esports in the quarterfinal round, but was knocked out in the semifinals by defending champions Counterlogic Gaming after an intense 5-game series. On the other side of the bracket, TSM defeated Cloud9 to move on to the semifinals, where they defeated first seed Immortals in a surprising 3-0 sweep. Now, despite missing a chance at the Spring Split Finals, both Liquid and Immortals have made it clear they have aspirations for the World Championship. And today, 50 championship points are on the line. Very, very important. So without further ado, let's dive right into today's match. It's a battle for third place between Liquid and Immortals. Now, both teams are coming off a loss, so preparation and mental fortitude will be paramount in this series.
Exactly, Dash. And I mean, one of these teams, they're going to be feeling disappointed. That's Immortals. They were 17-1 and expecting to cruise all the way to MSI. That's impossible now. Whereas Team Liquid felt very upbeat after their 5-game series loss to COG. So I think depending on how well Immortals can recover from that 3-0 defeat, that's the biggest mental game they're going to have to play, because they have to be as confident as Team Liquid coming into this one.
Confidence is something that Team Liquid have never been short on, as you see in all of the intros.
And you can even see the fact that they've had to run in with 3 rookies, 3 new guys who actually played quite well in their semifinal, now can continue to play well in the third place match against Immortals, a team that have literally never won a playoff game now. They did great in the regular season, but now the stakes get higher, and I actually wonder what caliber of a team Immortals really is when the stakes do go up.
Yeah, Freak, talk to me a little bit about some of the missteps that Immortals made to end up in this position. Particularly, I mean, we heard in the intros, Irene talk a little bit about misreading the meta.
Yeah, so it's very interesting. I think there's been a lot of people discussing how Immortals played their semifinal game against TSM. And the primary culprit people seem to point to is, why the hell are they still playing carry top laners? Everyone's playing top tanks. Don't you know that top tanks is the thing? And Pobelter in his interview after the series says, look, it's one of 2 things. We were either right and we misplayed and our champions were correct, or we were totally wrong, we shouldn't have played those things. And the funny thing is, the best game Immortals even had in the semis was Lucian top. That was their best game in the postseason.
And I actually think that Immortals can't make drastic changes in the next week. So if they're coming into this one, I kind of expect, maybe Huni plays Echo. That will be their one tweak. But the rest of it, Graves top lane. Maybe he pulls out the tank Caston he's been playing in solo queue. I still think Immortals is going to continue to try and innovate and play their own style of League of Legends, and I think that's the only way they can win this.
Yeah, and Kobe, in that meta conversation, when you look at the flip side of things in Team Liquid, a lot of people would say, but this is prime time for them.
So yeah, you look at Immortals and you're like, oh, Huni loves playing top lane carries, Reignover loves playing these tank junglers. It's the complete opposite right now, where everything fits Team Liquid. Dardoch loves playing carry junglers. He's this very aggressive guy. He has a very big ego. Those types of junglers where you get in their face and go invade are very strong right now. Fits him perfectly. I just think the team comp that is overall really strong in the meta right now, where you just build a very standard team fight of your main tank in the top lane, your off tank as the support, consistent damage dealers from your mid and AD carry. Those are the role players that Team Liquid have. They have the perfect players for this. With Phoenix and Piglet both having great lane numbers as well as DPS numbers for their team fights. And then Lorlo, even though everyone's going to point to this top lane matchup and say the biggest advantage for Immortals is Huni in the top lane over Lorlo, as his regular season numbers were not very good, he spent all of his time focused on training top lane tanks. And since top lane tank champions and itemization are both very efficient right now, that can even out a lot of that imbalance.
Works out really well for them as far as patches go.
We just saw a lot of tank play over in Europe. We'll
Everywhere,
see.
really.
Yeah, exactly. And it's true, across all regions, but that Echo, the Maokai, the Poppy, the Trundle, all going to be interesting to see how those fall in the meta through this champion select. Now, outside of the top lane, though, I want to talk about some other matchups that could be interesting to consider between these 2 teams. Let's start in the bot lane. 2 of the best performing ADCs through the spring split going up against each other here.
And it's funny because these 2 players, their stat lines look almost identical. Okay, KD is up by 1, but the rest of these are within a couple percentage of each other. And what's funny is Piglet did this with a team that lost a hell of a lot more games, right? It's so easy to be an AD carry on a 17-1 team. If you don't lose, you're the safe guy in the backline getting all the damage. And if you looked at other stats like total kills or total damage per second, it would be higher for Turtle. But Piglet's still putting up very comparable numbers despite being on a more losing team.
And that really highlights my point about the consistent DPS backline for this team. Piglet is all about positioning, and he doesn't take those big risks, so you're not going to lose that damage early on in your team fight.
And that's the big difference in this matchup, right? Like, Wild Turtle's going to be the one that takes a lot more risks. So to speak, you would almost expect Wild Turtle would be more likely to stand in front of 2 people teleporting towards him. But at the same time, that was a crazy play, and that's why Team Liquid is in this series, is because Piglet stood in front of the double teleport. But Matchup specifically wise, I do give the edge to Piglet here because of the numbers thing Freak mentioned and because he's just so goddamn consistent.
All right, let's flip to the other side of that meta conversation coin. Let's go to the jungle. Rumble in the jungle where we've got the spring split MVP in Reignover going up against the rookie of the split in Dardoch. So, I mean, there's a lot riding on this match.
Oh, yeah.
And I love this jungle matchup because they're so different as junglers, but they have both had a lot of success. Reignover, as I said, loves these tank champions. He always has. And you can see this by when people really focus the junglers in picks and bans in the draft phase. What comes out from Reignover are the Sejuani and the Olaf picks. Like, that's because he loves playing these tank junglers, whereas Dardoch, the complete opposite. No, he's that NA Lee Sin. Very, very clean execution, though, on his aggressive jungler.
Yeah, and I think right now the confidence would be in the side of Dardoch, right? Coming in his rookie split, he really looked up to Reignover. The first time he played him in the LCS, he got smashed by Reignover. But now we look at what happened in the semifinals, and Reignover's team Immortals banned Kindred all 3 games against Team Solomid. Dardoch can play that. Will Reignover's champion pool and comfort match his inherent skill? Because it's that inherent game of catch-up, or whether Reignover just goes and plays his core champions, even though they might not be optimal.
All right, well, as we approach the apex of the spring split, we want to look back at some of the incredible moments of the 2016 season so far. Memories are made from unforgettable victories, and sometimes it's just a flashy play. But what we're looking for today are those moments with the greatest impact. Tweet us at LOL Esports with your favorite game-changing moment, and we'll check out your responses and review some of your choices at the end of the show. Now it's time to head over to the caster desk, though, and get this series underway. As we go, Dardoch shares what he expects from Immortals in this series.
From what it seems, Reignover dictates a lot of what they do, and if he has little to no game impact, they kind of collapse because they have generally weak laners in mid and bottom. Like, they normally just put Pobelter on, like, he's like an enabler for Huni, and their bot lane just loses. Like, their bot lane has like a really one-dimensional play style to where they'll put like Turtle on a self-sufficient AD, and Adrian will be on like a supported, like a really supportive, like whether it's Soraka or Janna, like, you know, the meme or whatever. Like, he only has 2 champions, but yeah, that's generally their draft, and they haven't done much outside of that draft, so that's what we can expect, I guess.
Strong words out of Dardoch, and hopefully he can back those words up when he gets onto the riff. Hello, everybody. I'm riffing to biz in the third with Isaac, Azael, Cummings, Bentley, and Aiden, Cyrene Moon. We're going to get right into the game. Let's check out the starting lineups on the blue side. It is going to be Immortals. That means coming out of the top lane with his aggression, it is going to be Huni. Huni in the jungle controlling. It's going to be Reignover. The man in the mid lane, as always for Immortals, Pobelter. And the bot lane duo is Wild Turtle and Adrian, with Coach Dylan behind him as always.
And on the red side, it's Liquid. In the top lane, Lorlo. In the jungle, rookie of the split, Dardoch. In mid lane, Phoenix. AD carry, Piglet. Support, Matt. And Coach Loco Doco.
And as the player said coming in here, they didn't expect to be facing this matchup. A lot of the fans didn't expect to be seeing this matchup, but it's happening.
Yeah, actually in the pregame lobby, Adrian said, this is the finals that should have been.
Yeah. Yep.
They were all expecting it to actually be that. They were scrimming across the bracket, across seeing what each other were actually running in scrims. So this is actually going to be a hard matchup because they know what the other one is going to run, right? Because you scrim across the bracket when you're in the semifinals.
So as we get to Champions Select, the obvious question, or the obvious thing to look for here is there a change in what Immortals have started to bring to the table?
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's really the question on everyone's mind. A big question mark, you know, is always, where's the Echo, right?
Yeah.
And, we'll
Where
see
was the Echo?
It's going to be a pick ban today.
Yeah, I think the bans are going to be Kindred, Poppy, Azir, Soraka, Gangplank.
You cheated.
No, oh no!
You're wrong.
Azir's going to be left up here. They actually had banned Azir in many of their previous games. I'm actually going to go look at it here. And it had been in the last 5 games, Immortals had banned Azir. So they're going to leave it up this game. And the other ban here would be Rise, that you would think would come out from the side of TL. And there it is. So I got 5 out of the 6 right in my prep.
Sometimes we saw that Azir being left up towards the end of the season with the Vel'Koz, but that was more if you had the time to practice it. A lot of teams were in those extended scrim blocks trying to just do regular basics down. so they could come into these games quite strong. We are through the bans, now into picks. The Azir is actually going to be for Immortals.
Yeah, this is what I was going to say, is this is something, you know, I've seen Pobelter play this champion, and it's obviously something that is going to be a highly contested pick. If you can take it away, you don't have to ban it. It gives a lot more flexibility to your pick ban stage.
Exactly, and you assume with Phoenix on the field, you cannot leave Azir up.
Yeah.
So I really like the Echo pick. You know, even though Huni did not take it in the previous series, this is kind of the adaptation. You know, Jat was even saying this should be the one adaptation that's an easy one for Huni to make. Now, Lorlo taking that away is going to relegate Huni either to something out of the meta or something that is more supportive style, you know, like your Maokai, like your Poppy.
Exactly, but you have to assume that because Immortals didn't ban Azir and left the Nidalee as that ban, they could have first picked Echo if they wanted to. They could have picked that up.
True.
So they might have something in store for that top lane Echo, and they're waiting because it could be flexed to the mid lane as well.
Yeah, and I mean, I was going to say the one thing that people had been talking about Huni playing had been the tank acid, and this is something that, you know, if we know, TL knows.
Yep.
So they may even be wanting to look to try to take this away, but Malzahar is actually a pretty strong pick against the Azir. I know mid lane, but we'll see if he is going to just try to go something more for a lane, or if he's going to play a little bit safer.
Yeah, you could play the Echo into the Azir, but we are going to see, once again, Matt's Bard. He played it in Game 5 as well. It had a lot of great ultimates in the first half of the game. The second half, not so much. And that's the thing I'm looking for here from TL. They have 3 rookies on this squad. They seem to have some nerves in front of 300 people at the LCS stage. Now they're in front of 7,000.
I'd also say, to be fair to Matt, there was so much pressure on him to be the one to initiate. You know, his team did not have much initiation that game. It was basically on him to get the picks. Now they do have the Echo, so they do have something to fall back on, and we see Gragas and Janna picked up.
It's Gragas top for Huni. So this is a little bit of a different change for him here. And the thing is, Huni has been playing a lot of tanks. I actually checked his solo queue. He actually plays a ton of Poppy. Poppy is his highest win rate, most played champion on one of his accounts. The guy can play tanks. It's just Immortals haven't gone to that style because they've always needed a big damage threat. And since they have the Azir, it's 100% okay.
Both teams locked in. That Graves is locked in. Just seeing the blinking pick is a spectator visual bug. So
and that last pick is going to be
comps are
LeBlanc,
fantastic.
So Phoenix is definitely going, you know, for a heavy laning style. You know, he wants to be able to pressure out the Azir. He wants to be able to go for the solo kills and try to bully out Pobelter. And you know, Phoenix is known for his Azir. He knows the weaknesses.
Exactly. And one thing I'm thinking here is, how often has Pobelter been that first priority pick where he gets the big champion that's kind of going to be that pivotal point that can change the game around? Gragas still works that way. Huni's still a guy who is very aggressive and makes the game his own. But we don't see Pobelter getting that first pick very often.
Exactly. That's why when you think about Immortals, you think about these top lane carries from Huni. He's not on that now. He's on a tank that's going to be peeling for his team. And then they're putting a lot on Wild Turtle and Pobelter's shoulders. But Adrian does have Janna again. He can peel for this team, and he can keep them alive and allow them to do that damage.
One thing I will say, although, you know, Gragas isn't that DPS carry, he is a playmaker. This is something that Huni can go big on. He can carry the team. He can make those explosive engages, the flash body slams, the beautiful ultimates, and we'll see if he's going to be able to make it.
Get a little more dangerous than you are. So only one team can walk away with third place and 50 championship points. It's going to be nice. So let us know who you think it is going to be. Show your support by tweeting at LOL Esports with the hashtag IMTWin or the hashtag TLWin. And as always, we'll check in with your votes throughout the game and tally those up to see who you are voting for. Obviously, change it throughout. Things are going to go back and forth. You may love, you may hate. That's what we love. It's esports, and we're going to be getting into the third place match right now. It is Immortals versus Team Liquid here at Mandalay Bay in Las Vegas. And ladies and gentlemen, we are on the Rift.
And already a pretty interesting little pickup here. Phoenix actually going to start Dark Seal, which is not something that you see very often. You know, Dark Seal has been kind of making its way into the meta, but in combination with the Corrupting Flask on Echo, and it's not something that you really see. So he's really looking to snowball this, perhaps, and we'll see if he's able to do it.
Yeah, you typically see the Corrupting Potion start, and then the Dark Seal second, which may be what Lorlo goes for here, but Phoenix, I don't think he's actually going to pick up a Corrupting Potion after this. I think that this is an item that he's going to try to get some stacks on. And it's not that disrespect item like the Magi's was before. It's actually a very efficient item, and you only have to use like 3 potions to actually get the same amount of HP out of it as you would a Doran's Ring.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously you do lose out on some mana regen and stuff, but you know, I wouldn't be surprised to see him pick up a Doran's Ring or two early as well, especially if he is going to be trying to really bully hard, because you know, picking up those early Dorans can be very big.
So playmakers for both mid laners coming out here as well as top. There's actually just a whole lot of damage coming in from both teams. Love seeing this coming out in the first game here. It means both teams want to show that aggro, and they're not just going to sit on their heels and wait for the action. Already setting up a little bit of a death brush. Immortals looks to get an advantage here with a little bit of a late invade.
Yeah, it's a late invade, but they do see them, so TL are going to be able to back off. They're going to be able to hide because now they know it is a lane swap from Immortals. And they actually spot Dardoch there for just a second.
And Matt is going to be pretty annoying. Ooh, nice binding. And the Wraith is actually going to reset there. So, you know, one thing I will say, though, I think Immortals is going to be pretty happy to have avoided the 2v2 because that's really TL's biggest strength. I think that, you know, Piglet and Matt are absolutely crushing bot lane. You know, their stats in the 2v2 matchups completely back that up.
Oh, they're the best.
They're absolutely the best. So this is definitely, I think, what Immortals was looking for, is to avoid that 2v2 lane. And having done so, they're going to be pretty happy.
Yeah, Janna, big bully lane alongside the Bard, so they even got a matchup that is very favorable for them.
It is a lane they can usually rely on. Piglet, one of the champions that, or one of the players rather, they'll put a champion on and try to focus that throughout a game. Not many AD carries left in the NALCS that a team will do that for. Here, swapped on both sides. The turrets are going to be going down as we get the keystones up. Should be quite an interesting game. Heal for Pobelter, Ignite for Phoenix, and getting close to that kill range.
And the more I look at this Azir, I'm thinking, because Pobelter, he's actually doing a pretty good job so far. He's getting bullied out, though, by LeBlanc. But Immortals had banned Azir in their last 5 games.
Right, you're saying.
So that usually signals that Pobelter is not as confident on it, or they don't want to play around it, or he doesn't have the counters prepared adequately.
Right.
So I want to see what ends up happening in this series because it's probably going to be banned on red side. They might have to drop the Nidalee ban, but right now I want to see how he actually performs on this champion.
Yeah, a lot of pressure is on him to do well on it. I mean, he's playing against the guy who's famous for this champion.
Yeah.
And, you know, he blind picked it into that. So Phoenix had the last pick and taking the Ignite, taking the LeBlanc. It's a champion where you kind of have to snowball because, you know, late game, Azir is a monster.
Oh, yeah.
And LeBlanc has to get something done early.
And we heard from Rainover, right? Dardoch loves this meta. It is the aggressive jungler meta. Take the Nidalee away, then say we can get that Azir away from Phoenix if we take it. We'll see if that backfires on him by blind picking it.
Yeah, and you were talking about Dardoch. He had a lot of respect for Rainover coming into the season.
Yeah.
But he said in multiple interviews now that he actually thinks Rainover's a little outdated with the tanks. He thinks that the carry jungle style is heavily favorable, and he thinks he has the edge in this matchup. And as a rookie, he used to respect him. And now he's back to calling him game over.
Difficult.
Yeah, well,
hey, you got to back it up though.
Yeah. We'll see if he can.
If Dardoch has been anything, he's been confident no matter what.
Before he even knew the matchup, he said the team is smashed, right? And during the interview back at the NALCS studio. So he definitely does get that confidence right out there for everyone to see.
Yep.
5 minutes in on this one, top lane being pushed in here by TL, and we see Echo, or rather Lorlo is going to join them.
Yeah, Lorlo also picked up the combination, Corrupting Potion into Dark Seal.
Yep.
And the Dark Seal is fantastic. Not everybody makes it over the wall. The Dark Seal combination here is fantastic because on Echo, especially Tank Echo, it's very hard to kill you, but this makes it even harder. His AP ratios were actually buffed up to compensate and try to get him away from the tank build back when he was Jungle Echo. And now he has, I believe, 130% AP ratio on his shield. So if you start getting that Dark Seal out of control, and you may even upgrade it to a Magi's if you're snowballing, you get like a 300 extra shield just from that one item.
Yeah, but, you know, one thing to say though, if you do go all in on that Magi's, even if you are snowballing, you get a lot of stacks. You lose 10 every time you die, so that can go away.
It's very hard to die as Tank Echo though. You got the ulti.
Yeah. But in the mid lane, Phoenix has picked up double Doran's Ring to follow up that Dark Seal. So definitely going to be looking to really get aggressive here on Pobelter. And Pobelter is going to just want to kind of play it safe, farm up. There's not really pressure on him to get anything done.
I mean, right now they're kind of just relaxed. A little R&R for the AD carries here on the calls. Switching sides, both lanes, turrets are now going down. So it's pretty much a gentleman's agreement here in the early start of the game. And I think there may just kind of be that scared feeling for both teams to break that momentum, right? Everything's even. Don't be the first one to break it unless it's a fight we know we can win. Because if you do fall behind right now, it's going to be very far in the early game.
Yeah, not too surprised to see Negatron picked up here by Pobelter. I think it's really smart against an AP assassin like LeBlanc. And he just wants to play it safe. He has enough mana regen with the double Dorans. Now you build into Abyssal, and you hope to deny the assassination attempts.
Yeah, and we're seeing 3 Dark Seals this game. Huni picked up one himself. Reign over Dardoch, though. I mean, he's got Rift Herald buff, too, so he's actually quite fast.
Woo. Chain off to the side there, Sun in Phoenix's eyes. What we just saw the first bit of actual jungler aggression. Dardoch and Reignover seeing each other really for the first time, but it's backed off. Immortals just going to stay topside here and keep pushing the lane.
Yeah, I'm actually a little surprised that Dardoch didn't fight that. First off, he had the back, and he had Longsword and Smite and Boots over Reignover, because Reignover hasn't backed yet. And then he also had the Rift Herald buff. Despite the Elise throwing everything on him, he seemed to be actually in an okay spot still.
So taking stock of things, 29-15 on Lorlos. Yeah, so Huni definitely up in that, 53-48. So Pobelter now with getting those Doran's rings, as you were mentioning, and the Negatron cloak, able to kind of just sit in front of Phoenix. Nice parallel convergence. This is definitely going to get messy for Immortals, but I don't think anybody should go down here.
Phoenix roamed first.
Oh, Huni, definitely a big mistake there. A very good eye, guys, and it looks like he will be first blood. Reignover's forced to leave in behind.
And that's huge. I mean, smart by Huni not to blow the flash after he did, you know, kind of whiff on that body slam, but he didn't actually see the minion behind him, and the minion does block the body slam. He got no distance, and he's just going to get chased down for an easy first blood. And, you know, you talked about that CS advantage for Huni. Look at it now. You know, Lorlo picks up the assist. He's tied on farm, and that's right back in the favor of TL, especially Dardoch. You know, talking about wanting to get aggressive, picking up first blood, big deal.
Yeah, and also the fact that Phoenix is roaming up here first, so even if Huni does get away, you have so much chase down potential. Dardoch already has boots, he already has the Rift Herald buff on him, and Huni gets stopped by that, but you can see how fast Dardoch is as on this Graves. Like, it would be almost impossible for Huni to get away. The fact that he was that far up in the first place without adequate ward coverage in the jungle, and also having Pobelter play to that side because he's pressured by Phoenix is a big mistake in and of itself.
I mean, it's a lot of disrespect, right? And also, you know, not moving at all when you hear the parallel conversions come down. They both got double stun. You know, had that fight started with a cocoon from Reignover or something, obviously that looks a lot different.
That's pretty interesting. Looking at Dardoch's Rift Herald, it made that minion bigger that we saw Huni actually body slam into. So it kind of just got right in his way. Interesting interaction there. So coming up on 9 minutes in here, Matt has been living in this side of the jungle, making sure he knows when everything's coming up, when everything's going down, and he's even got a little help from Dardoch this time. So it looks like they are absolutely trying to deny Reignover in this game.
Exactly, and what happened in the TSM versus Immortals set is Svenskeren kept going into the jungle as Graves against Reignover, and Dardoch's trying to do the same.
He may have overstayed his welcome, though.
Oh, Magical Journey. Oh, Lorlo going in. Piglet and Lorlo go in. Dardoch and Matt have committed to going out. They're forced to run back around. Lorlo very tanky in this one with the chrono break, but he cannot stay long enough. That's going to be Matt possibly.
Ultimate from Huni.
From Reignover, or Huni, yes, thank you. Reignover almost dies was what I wanted to say. And they get out alive on that one, only losing Adrian. What a fight, and Huni to come in at the last second.
That was a big overextension there from TL. I mean, yes, great. Dardoch wants to get in there. He wants to steal away the red buff. He has the advantage, but Piglet did not collapse. Wild Turtle did. And you'll see that Immortals just moves faster. And when Lorlo goes in here, you know, he doesn't have any damage that he's building, right? Dardoch is already out of there, and Lorlo's ulting back in. He's committing, and this was a big mistake. Matt tries to follow up and help him, and it's all going to go bad, especially really nice ultimate here from Huni.
Yeah, so what ended up happening on the top side of that fight is Phoenix is actually trying to roam to it. Huni's TP is between Phoenix and the fight, so Phoenix has to walk around, so he can't take that direct route in. So the call from TL was most likely Phoenix is on his way to blow these guys up, keep fighting, but the TP actually headed him off.
Great heal save from Turtle as well, making that one in favor of Immortals. And this is where they get an early lead here in the game. Up by 1,000 now. See how they stretch this one. Matt still trying to be a nuisance in this side of the jungle.
Didn't stun.
He's still in trouble, though.
Should be able to get this kill. You can see the old Sworn just on the other side.
Oh!
Turtle was going to let him die.
15 HP. He kind of calculated. He's like, you know what? You got to go back anyway. I'm not going to waste the time.
I've done the math. Oh, man. Huni just picked up a kill for himself, but gets that taken away. And that's an assist and a kill going over to Lorlo. Dardoch.
And Immortals, the team that had been winning lanes all season long, a lot of that was the pressure off of Rainover.
Right.
Now it's being controlled. Dardoch aggressive. Huni is already dead twice in this game, and Pobelter is being pressured in this lane. Phoenix has kill pressure right now.
Yeah, he did blow his Ignite on that last trade, though. And I mean, there's fights all across the map happening right now. You can tell these guys are amped up. They're trying to make it happen. You know, fights across all 3 lanes, and here comes the mate's call.
Oh, no!
Oh, what a binding! Matt is a god. That was awesome.
We talk about how Cosmic Binding cheats a little bit.
Maybe a lot of it.
That was well played.
Good damage from Phoenix onto Rainover. And speaking of him, once again, we've kind of been sticking on him. Why not a little more? Players would always talk about how he was the one who would actually just stop you from doing things in game because he was in game. But seeing these blast ones, we're seeing lanes do solo things as we are in this game. Lorlo going hard, other people going hard, because that fear isn't there anymore as much.
Exactly. It was a mental block. When I talked to a lot of players about Rainover, they said, he's Rainover, I can't do that to him. But now people are realizing what Svenskeren and Dardoch have been doing is going into the jungle, keep tabs on Rainover, and that makes the other lanes fall apart a little bit because they don't have that supportive jungler behind them.
Yeah, you know, Piglet also finishing up his Hurricane there, and I kind of like that because the team is so low on wave clear. I think it's just a nod to that. He's going to pick up some of the attack damage later, and I mean, if you do go Hurricane into the IE, you're obviously going to be a team fighting beast later on, but normally people do kind of pick up a BF or a pickaxe or some sort of AD before they build into this, but I just think that he's kind of maybe concerned about the siege potential of Immortals here. When you look at LeBlanc does not have safe wave clear, you know, Echo does not have that much wave clear.
Yeah, Graves and Echo are kind of
very
so mild wave clear, but this is going to give them much safer. But I also think this is interesting because Wild Turtle did not answer with the same item. He answered with the Blade of the Rune King because he's going to get poked out by Piglet, so he wants to be able to at least sustain up afterwards. And I actually think the Runance Hurricane build is kind of funny to me because this is the item that you always wanted to be good on Caitlyn, because you're like, I stand in a bush and attack twice, and I get headshot back immediately. And now it's the go-to item for this champion.
Good damage from Phoenix, trying to stave off whatever's about to happen in mid lane. You can see the team rotating in. Team Liquid knows Immortals wants this.
This is a siege, and this is why Piglet bought this item, you know, knowing that Immortals would want to group in siege, but he's going to be here late.
They're trying to clear the wave.
Dardoch's not going to be much. They don't even have the Tempered Fate yet for Matt, so they can't really choose to stop that from going down. They're going to let it happen anyways. Mid should be theirs if they're able to group and do the same here in just a little bit.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the power of Immortals comp. But when you have, you know, the Janna, the Azir, you have, you know, good frontline that can kind of fish for initiation with looking for cocoons, and you can also obviously look for initiations with Gragas. So they have a very good group and siege comp, and this is exactly what Immortals is going to want to do. They're going to continue to do this, out-rotate, group, get a turret, get out.
Exactly. You're talking about the wave clear from TL not being very good. A lot of that is in the relative power that Immortals have. Azir, amazing wave clear, and it's an incredibly safe distance too. He never has to put himself at risk to do that. And that's the problem here, is you have to find ways in onto this Azir, and Judge's cooldowns. Phoenix goes really low. That's rather risky. It's pretty ballsy to walk up there like that.
I think he was just trying to see if Pobelter would move a little bit too close and maybe try to get something done there. But Pobelter a little bit too smart for that, going to be playing it safe, and has completed up his Abyssal, so some good power on him already.
Huni's low on mana. This might be a kill.
Oh, nice step out of the parallel convergence. That actually may have saved his life, but Lorlo looks to go hard here. And without that stun connecting, he actually pulls off. Immortals is going to grab Dragon. And with a ward being placed forward by Adrian just a little bit ago, Turtle feels safe to go into the jungle. So first Dragon over to Immortals. They start to control the objectives in this game. Remember, Dardoch already got the Rift Herald, so it's kind of a back and forth at this point on the top and the bottom of the map. 15 minutes in, so definitely a bigger goal lead here for Immortals as they start to spread that. But Liquid continues to close it before Immortals is able to widen it once again.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see all the refillable potions being picked up by Immortals here. This is just getting more and more common. The item is super efficient, and when you do resell it, you're not really losing much gold at all. You're losing like a potion's worth of gold when you do sell it later on. So people are just deciding, hey, it's super useful to have potions. I don't want to invest a lot of gold and constantly be buying up the biscuits. So they pick up a refillable, they use it until they need the item slot, and then they just sell it.
I'm liking that more and more. It's been happening a lot.
I think it's very smart.
Yeah, I think it's incredibly smart. In jungle, like normally you get that item, and then the question is, do I get Hunter's Potion? Do I actually upgrade it? And now we're seeing them go into full combat stats immediately. And
okay.
Got
Flash.
Got the flash, yeah.
It's like Belter, easy save if he gets the Emperor's Divide out, so they don't decide to dive right in just yet.
Yeah, and Lorlo did blow his flash there as well, so a nice trade, you know, Rainover with quick reaction to get out of there, but you know, Lorlo doing pretty well for himself in the top lane, keeping it pretty close here with Huni, and Phoenix going in on Belter.
Ooh, Rainover shows up just in time. If he hadn't have shown up, it could have possibly been a follow-up kill there. But Belter had his summoners. And once again, TL, they are on top of their Rift Heralds. They value this buff a lot. And I think a lot of that is because it goes to Dardoch. And as a jungler, you're just like, yeah, I need this. And I bet you if TL had Kindred, they'd be doing Dragon with the Devourer a lot too.
Well, he's 2-1-0, and they're basically even on CS right now as he clears that camp. So we've definitely seen good play coming from both junglers this time. Rainover really on the snowball my lanes, the 0-0-3.
So waiting for the cull to actually cash over here from Piglet. And Wild Turtle is up 1,000 gold.
Flash forward from Phoenix, not able to get him though.
Right in the top as well. Quick draw over the wall. Huni uses that a little early. Could have let him come closer. Lorlo may go all the way this time. He saves himself. The burn's going to be there, but he gets the passive heal. Out of the ability to use Huni, keeping himself alive. And now Adrian and the team might be on the chase. It's a slow one, but it looks like with that Monsoon, they want to keep the connection. The Cosmic Bindings left and right from Matt.
Adrian just got absolutely deleted there. What a binding by Matt to turn that one around. It looked like Lorlo was completely gone once the tornado caught him, but Matt comes in nick of time, and Dardoch just wiped Adrian off the map.
Nick of time. It's been every time he needs to make a play with that Q. Whether it's his Janna or now his Bard, Matt's been ridiculous.
Yeah, Matt has been incredibly confident on these champions. The Bard, rightfully so. It's been kind of his one trick in solo queue. And Huni almost goes down, takes a drink there, makes sure that he doesn't. And you can see Matt's already heading up. Matt has been heading up this entire time. He's ready. They see Adrian over the ward, and he knows since the flash is down, no way to dodge this, and just throws it out there. And Dardoch actually soaks the cocoon for Lorlo. That he doesn't get hit by it. Really well played there. Bard, Matt, man, they're basically interchangeable at this point.
Ooh, Cocoon miss, quite a bit used here. Volatile Spider, a lot of long-range damage, but not enough CC to hold Lorlo down. Yeah, Matt's going to be going out of roam as well. He has not really been on their side of the map other than spawning. Every time he's up, he's across the river, and he's giving his team division.
Got to get those chimes.
Got to get those chimes, man. He's doing it well.
And TL's looking to get something done here in the mid lane, try to get some damage down on this turret. You can see Dardoch coming around from the side.
Tempered Fate.
Matt.
Looking to see how they're going to get out of this one. Adrian saves himself with a Storm Shield. Now they're on to Phoenix. He pulls back to the Mimic, and it looks like he could go down. There's no follow-up to come in yet. Turtle, Fate's call, but does Adrian go in? He's so low. He goes down instantly. How many are they going to trade, and was it worth? That's Huni that's going to fall now. Liquid starts to turn around, but Turtle says, I'm going to get a double. Looking for the triple and possibly a... A double coming in from Belter. Can he get three? Looking for the full house on Phoenix, but he's going to get away.
Skewered like a shish kebab there. Phoenix gets away, but Belter slides in and gets two with one Q. Woo. And now Immortals get the inside track on mid. They get to take down this turret. It's practically paper to this composition.
Yeah, Phoenix almost popped Rainover just there, right on the side, but what a crazy fight. And the confidence from Immortals, you know, Adrian going back and knowing he's giving up his life, but having confidence in his teammates to make it worth it.
See it again.
Yeah, Lorlo actually doesn't get to ultimate. He has ultimate up, but he doesn't get to use it in this fight. Adrian staying alive.
Yeah.
Matt goes off on the side. Phoenix, there's no ultimate here from Huni, so he can't actually just pop him off immediately. And then Turtle says, we're going in, Adrian, we're going to have to sacrifice you. Knocks into Dardoch, but he gets taken out. And then the follow-up there, Dardoch gets slaughtered. Lorlo's running around. He doesn't actually get to ultimate because he wasn't expecting that much damage in that small burst window there. And then everybody else just gets chased down, and boom!
Yeah, and really, a lot of that fight to me is just an overcommittal by Phoenix onto Adrian. It's like, yes, when he stayed in there, he actually lost about 80% of his HP to try to potentially take down the support from the other team. And at that point, the team fight was basically lost, but Rainover is in some trouble here, and so is Phoenix.
Turtle! Whoa!
Still slowed.
Turtle going hard. No, he
Oh.
knows Matt has to use that. The next Ren would have taken him down for at least another hit. Turtle is chasing, knowing he has the kill. Over the wall goes Huni, and there goes Phoenix.
Seems like TL is just a little bit desperate here. They're trying to make things happen just time after time after time, and Immortals has gotten a lead, and they are punishing them big time.
Yeah, and Immortals knew that play was 100% okay for them to do because Piglet was pushing top side. Piglet is doing what Piglet has done a whole bunch. He's been pushing side lanes. They give him so much farm. And right there, TL are trying to pick a fight because they think they have a numbers advantage. But Dardoch's on the top side, and you also have Piglet up there. So, trying to get the assassination. Matt is playing his darndest on this.
Those cues.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, it was well played by Matt, but Turtle had the confidence to go over because he knew Phoenix was chunked out. Matt was low as well. Huni's coming from behind to support him. Rainover is coming as well. His team has just been faster on the collapse every single time, and it's allowing him to play aggressive. And Turtle is 4-0-1 on the back of that.
And although we saw Immortals get 3-0'd by TSM, you have to remember, this is the 17-1 team from the regular season.
With some of the best stats along that split that we've seen.
They are aggressive. They like to fight. They get back into the game by trusting each other and having these types of skirmishes where they will sacrifice one person for 4.
And you've got to say, you know, looking at the score lines, Rainover has been everywhere this game. He's only missed out on a single kill. You know, and as far as carry junglers go, he's building damage.
Gonna be the flash out. Summoner's down for Phoenix as Immortals knows they start to press that lead. They know they have control right now.
And you also look at Immortals and who's died on this team? Well, the tank and the support. So that's expected. You look where the kills are. You have 4 onto the Callista and you have 2 onto the Azir. This is exactly where you want your gold on the Immortals side.
Here comes the ult from Matt.
All right, that's
Turtle's
a disengage.
Turtle needs that top mid and bottom lane member. No, he doesn't. He goes in by himself, knowing the cavalry is riding in right behind him. Now they're onto Lorlo. The chrono break is only to say, walk this way. The distraction splits Immortals, and it actually splits the power they have in this fight. They're going to pull back and now tempt Liquid with a Baron.
I mean, what are TL doing? Dardoch and Matt just went in on a solo mission by themselves. The rest of the team was nowhere to be found, and Immortals once again going to make them pay big, and this is a Callista ready to rend this Baron. We'll see if they can do anything.
I don't think they can. Adrian with the Monsoon to keep both Phoenix and Lorlo out of the pit. No chance of a steal.
Yeah, this is just super overambitious from TL. You can just, it's like you can smell the desperation on them. They're just trying to make play after play after play, and I don't think that they were this far behind. You know, look at Dardoch and Matt here. They're going to go in, but Lorlo is still quite a bit away. You have 2 members in the mid lane, and they're already fighting. All of Immortals is here. Once again, Immortals first to the fight. You see that the Hex Trigger's going to pop on Turtle, and he's never in danger. He's totally fine.
That split, though, looks so scary for an AD carry.
Yeah.
Well, the composition they have for him is the Gragas, the Azir, the Johnny. You're like, you need to hover him. But Turtle just outplayed that completely.
And it would have been scary if the rest of the team was there, but this was just a support and the Graves. And this is a 4-kill Callista who's going to out-duel the Graves, right? And, you know, Dardoch is trying to solo kill him, basically. The team was not there to follow up. They did not have the pieces in place to make that.
Exactly. And while Turtle already had 2-item spike here for Callista, he got to it very quickly with the Cull, and he's actually up multiple gold here. And look at this. They're going to try. TL's going to try what threw Immortals off in the last game.
Oh, he gets him on the outside of the minion. That's a Turtle down. They crack the trap shell. Can they get any more? Pobelter gets locked up as well. There's enough to drop him, but it's 2 for Matt. A double kill for the Bard.
And just like in the TSM series, you camp a bush, Immortals walk too far forward, and they get punished.
That was the first game that Immortals had against TSM. They were on 7,000 gold, the exact same bush, the exact same scenario. 2 carries get caught, and TSM was able to turn around off that. We can't be the only ones thinking about this. Immortals has got to be a little bit shaken by that.
Oh, that hurts still. That's a 5-kill shutdown and 2-kill going to the support.
Hopefully he does something good with all that cash money.
10 to 8, 25 minutes in. Things are getting real rowdy here as 2 members of Immortal are down, and Team Liquid's getting pushed back in the mid lane, it seems here. They're trying to fight Huni. They should be able to get him after this real long fight. And now Liquid turns around that fight in the mid lane. Piglet's trying to make it happen with Matt, and here comes Phoenix again once he gets a little bit of HP. This turret should be able to drop, but Immortals...
Oh, what a binding! Oh my god!
No, there's the repel. He's gonna go down, so will the turret. Does Immortals get there too slow? Turtle very low. But Liquid, they are forced to back. They can't see past that vision.
And that Baron power play turned around by TL. Immortals it looked so good for them, but now TL are back into this game, and they actually got it off of Immortals' tendency to push too far forward, to want to fight. And right there, Wild Turtle even tried to use heal to save Reignover, but it still looked like a situation where you wouldn't want to pull that move off.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, after Turtle and Pobelter got caught in the bot lane, Hooney's too far up. He gets caught. Then Reignover is trying to defend a turret that has about 1 hit of HP. He had no business being there. And Immortals looking a little bit out of sorts, and TL is right back in it.
And I'm looking at these Dark Seals now. Lorlo just sold his. Phoenix upgraded his to a Magi's.
There it is.
He has no stacks, by the way. He's got 0 stacks.
I don't know about that one.
It's not cost effective if you do that, just so everybody knows.
He's counting on the pentakill in the next fight. That's going to give him the stacks. That's going to make it worth.
You got to go big.
Yep, got to go big or go home. It's playoffs.
I mean, Immortals had a game rubber banded back on them at a 7K gold advantage. TL, they're praying for the same type of play here. They're going to go towards this dragon, 20 seconds on it. It would be their first, but Immortals, this is a turret-destroying team.
Yep.
You cannot leave this mid-turret open.
We'll see. They try not to make the same mistake again. That was a negative Baron for them. Not something we've seen really throughout the season coming in for Immortals, around 1,200. So they're thinking safer, power in numbers. Hooney has that teleport, so we can play kind of off the ball in that sense to see if we can bait Liquid into something they don't want. Hook, line, and sinker maybe right here. Pobelter over the wall to try and take 2 on. They stop Turtle. That may be the DPS they needed to shut down. Fate's call over the wall. That's going to be Liquid dropping to the ground as Immortals just pile on each other. Safety in numbers and also power. 13-11. They spread that gold lead to 4K.
Yeah. Huge fight from Immortals there. That's what they needed. They regroup. They stay together. This is what they've been doing right the whole game. You know, right up into that moment. They group. They get there first. They catch Piglet. They're able to chunk Piglet out of the fight. Hooney comes in from the backside and is able to eliminate him, and that was the fight right there.
Exactly. Hooney was way quicker on his TP than Lorlo was, and Lorlo's was in the river, so he had to walk all the way up and didn't even get a flank. He was just joining the fight, whereas Hooney's was a perfect angle, and that's going to be the inhibitor here for Immortals. 28 minutes in. It's back and forth series. You can see Piglet a little too far forward. He saw Reignover, and he just eats a cocoon to the face. The exhaust isn't going to do too much to Piglet, but then right there, Pobelter locked up, ultimate onto Wild Turtle, and Hooney's already here. Hooney's already thrown out all of his abilities, and then Lorlo shows up. It's a little bit too late there to try and actually get something out of this.
Yeah, when you get scattered. When you have a comp like Liquid, so much is riding on Piglet because he's their consistent DPS. You have an assassin in the mid lane. He's not going to be deleting these tanks. The only way you have to kill the front line is Piglet. He has to stay alive. He has to put out damage.
And once again, though, TL actually make it to the dragon first. Trap line is set up, so they have to walk all the way around instead of eating it. And that's going to be the first dragon there, but they still want to fight. Hooney on Piglet!
Oh, the flash body into Piglet. One more hit, he goes down. That's going to be the burn. Dardoch gets thrown back. Eyes are on Lorlo as Immortals tries to assess what their damage dealer is. And it looks like they're going to focus out of this fight, knowing they have the aggression. Mid lane is open, so they're going to start pushing the others.
Yeah, Immortals are trying to assess who the damage dealer is. Well, TL's like, well, Piglet's dead.
Yep.
Where our damage is gone. Phoenix, like you said, Azael, the assassin, he's not going to be doing that much damage to the squad, and you can see they have magic resistance on everybody. Yeah. All 4 members.
And Hooney, you know, we sees the opportunity, gets the flash body slam. He's able to all Piglet back into that. This is it. That's the end of the fight.
Oh,
you know,
man.
Without Piglet, there's nothing that they can do.
So Wild Turtle got Bard ultied as he was winding up his Callista attack, and it still flew, and it was a crit for 300. So right at the edge there. And Callista, you know, you can't really interrupt her auto attacks unless you go out of range. You can't stop that windup.
And I mean, at this point for TL, so much is kind of like, it becomes so difficult for Phoenix, right? Immortals is grouping, they're playing very, very safe, they're playing 5-man gaming. And Phoenix has got to zero someone out. He has to eliminate, you know, someone like Wild Turtle, but he has a Ma. How do you kill him? You know, he has to kill someone like Pobelter, but he has the Abyssal. They have Janna supporting them. You know, how do you kill these guys, and who do you target?
And this is exactly what happened when Immortals ended up playing Cloud9 during the regular season. It was that game that Sneaky pulled out Jhin, and Wild Turtle built this exact build on Callista, and he went double lifesteal. When you have double lifesteal Ma, LeBlanc does nothing to you. And you end up getting all of your HP back. If she even wants to kill you, you get more lifesteal. So it ends up being this build where, how do you deal with this Callista who is still doing the same amount of damage as she would be doing as a normal build Callista?
Yep, and I mean...
This is the normal build now, actually.
Yeah, and he almost has that Bloodthirster completed. You know, Piglet getting pretty strong himself, and so much is riding on his shoulders. He's a confident player. You know, he's a world champion. Definitely has the ability to carry these fights, but he's got to do it. He's going to have to be able to react and flash Huni's body slam. He's going to have to flash these ults. He has to stay safe, and he has to be the one to kill the front line. But this is the kind of guy who wants that pressure. You know, he wants all the resources funneled to him because he knows he can do it.
Oh, and the team has full confidence in him. They never hesitate to say, we're playing around Piglet. Piglet can carry us. They have full confidence in him. It's just like Matt went on an interview and said, I never think about how Dardoch is going to misplay and think in my mind, oh, if he doesn't hit this, then we lose. It's never even a thought for this man.
Immortals back to the Baron, though, and those spears are going to be stacking quick.
It's going to be very hard.
Oh, it didn't hit Baron.
At all possible.
It didn't hit
it just missed, and they were actually right on the outside. You could see that it did affect on that ward. I don't know if this is going to be good for TL. They need to get out. Very low mana on Piglet, so he doesn't have really any disengage for himself. Only auto attacks. That's going to be 2 down. Dardoch and Phoenix fall. Reignover's the only one now for Immortals as Huni picks up another kill. And there goes the DPS on the side of Liquid. Once again, it's Lorlo, the only one that can run away from the fight.
And just like that, Baron buff is up. They have a wave. This has got to be the game here for Immortals. They're looking to pick up game number 1 over TL in this best of 5.
Absolutely strong. Coming out of the pick and ban phase, the Italy ban, the Azir take, and then with that blind pick, they went through the rest of the composition and really protected Turtle. Played well all around the map. And coming into the 3rd place match, Immortals making a very good case for themselves to take that spot.
Yep, 17-1 in the regular season. You know, they got swept, but we were talking, how's their mental state? And it looks damn good. They were on point. You know, they had that one brief lapse after they got the Baron. A couple guys got caught, but they rotated faster every single time. They were always grouped. They're in the right place, taking objectives, playing to win conditions, and fantastic initiations from Huni. You know, he was always to the fight fast. He was finding Piglet in every fight. And this is a champion that really fit for Huni. Yes, it's a tank, but he was making plays. He was winning fights, and that's the Huni that we know and love.
So one of the things I was going to say is, guys, they did it. They changed. They went back.
Well, I wouldn't say they changed. They went back to things that are comfortable and still fit, but it's still definitely in that radar of what Huni is really good at.
Exactly. It's still a playmaker, and Huni...
Exactly.
It's something that you have to keep in your mind, because we did see Immortals get 3-0'd. You can't immediately go, oh, this team is not the team that was 17-1 in the regular split. They still have the teamwork and synergy. They still have the mechanics behind what they were doing before, so you know these TPs are going to come through very early. The communication is exactly the same. So when they start getting their draft in order and they draft something like this and they take their enemy off guard, then this is the type of result that you would expect with Immortals. The Azir coming out first pick is not something you would have expected, considering they had banned it in their last 5 games, showing that they did not want to pick this champion, even if it was blue side or red side. It did not matter. If you played Azir, they were going to ban it out versus you, and I think TL expected that.
And I mean, that goes to show they did not waste their time preparing. Immortals looked very ready. They had a game plan. I think that the Azir pick was fantastic. That's something that, you know, TL's going to have to adapt to, because TL had the counter pick, right? They were the ones who got to select what they want to play. This is a blind pick Azir. They have the LeBlanc. You know, where was the LeBlanc this game? Phoenix was able to get almost nothing done. And I mean, it's a lot of that is due to how well Immortals played and how well they grouped, but still, you know, we got to see more from Phoenix if he's going to be taking that counter pick.
Absolutely. Definitely. Maybe some different build paths as we go into the new games. Now, for more on that Immortals win, we are going to check in with Dash and the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Riv. Immortals going to be feeling good coming out with a win in the playoffs now, since they got 3-0'd by TSM. But I want to touch on a lot of what we hit on in the pregame, the meta, and how Immortals is dealing with that situation. So I'm coming to you, Freak. Walk me through Champion Select.
Yeah, so a lot of good adaptations here by Immortals. Some things didn't change. They still had to ban away Kindred. They even blue side banned Italy, which was more just a plan of getting the Azir first pick in. So, hey, here's an adaptation. They learned Azir. Here's an adaptation. They're willing to play tank lane, tank top laners. They're still not willing to put Kindred in there, but that's okay. They still found a workable composition, and, you know, seeing Kindred blue side ban is not exactly a problem.
Yeah, the thing is with that, you banned 2 of the top tier carry junglers, but Graves is still up. Dardoch very happy to play that Graves.
Yeah.
And I'm going to do something that's pretty rare here, but I actually like the draft of the losing team. I like the Team Liquid team comp that they were able to put together here. Because if you look at Immortals, Immortals have very, very heavy magic damage. And Wild Turtle is going to be the Kalista, the only attack damage real threat here, which actually takes a little bit of time to stack up. So the plan for Team Liquid is to have this LeBlanc be a huge threat on Turtle so that Turtle can't get in there and be the attack damage threat because LeBlanc has huge burst potential there. And so all the members you see Team Liquid, they build magic resist all game long. The early game, they stack on it heavily. But then there's this one play in the mid game where they go for this tower dive. LeBlanc gets chunked out. She's no longer there to keep Turtle away, and Turtle absolutely tears them apart. So I think it was more of an execution error here from Team Liquid. I actually liked what their team comp was and what their strategy was that they built for it in-game as well.
And we'll come back to that fight, and I'll let you walk us through it. But first, I want to come to Jap, because I want to talk about how this game developed through the early stages of the game. Immortals dodging the lanes, the 2v2.
Yeah.
We saw an early lane swap, but then we saw some pretty early jittery mistakes out of both teams, to be honest.
I agree with that. I mean, the synergy of Huni and Rainover taking over the early game is theoretically what got them mostly to 17-1, and it wasn't quite there. Lorlo and Dardoch were winning the early game, especially when Huni body slammed away when trying to escape a gank, but then the jitters continued when they fought in the side of the red buff, and all three Team Liquid rookies died in that jungle fight, and some poor decisions by Lorlo throughout. So I think this was a game for the teams to kind of get settled and also know that it's a new ball game with Huni willing to pick a tank.
Yeah, I really like that point because you could tell that they were a little bit uncomfortable on that duo. Rainover had not bought, and they shoved all the way to the tier 2 turret. And Dardoch, you could see, he was waiting in the brush, ready to take that 2 versus 2. Him and Lorlo are very confident. They play so much together.
Yeah.
And them getting the first blood was a big eye-opener.
A really huge deal. And the funny thing is, though, you still saw the skill mismatch happen. Like, even though this Echo gets first blood, gets to take 2 waves, gets to be, in full power, waiting for the Gragas to come back, Huni still goes up like 50 CS by the end of the whole thing. Like, the individual skill, you're still seeing it pay out even after getting ganked, even after getting messed with. Like, that's a really, really big deal.
Huni's flanks and late game Gragas ultimates were really clean.
I mean, they were huge.
He definitely stepped up. Now I want to return to that 19-minute replay that you were talking about, Kobe, the 4 for 2 in the mid lane, because up till this point, it looked like Team Liquid was kind of building their confidence. Even with a couple stumbles, these guys looked and were building like they were going to take over this game. This is where things turn. So as this pulls up on your screen, I'm going to have Kobe walk us through how these compositions affected this team fight.
So here it is. This is the big threat here is Phoenix goes in for the dive. He wants to pop Adrian so badly, but Adrian with a good ultimate, he's able to get out of the second half of that damage. Now with Phoenix getting chunked so low, they actually even get the heal summoner spell there from Piglet, and they have to fully run away. So now you see Wild Turtle right into the rest of the team, and everybody's built magic resist, so Turtle is ripping them to shreds, and the rest of Immortals can chase. After that, that was so much gold into Turtle's pocket that we also saw him later take the 1 versus 2. Pobelter also there with a very nice Shurima slide right up through the jungle to pick up the extra kills. So the backline carries that we talked about being such consistent damage dealers for Team Liquid, actually the backline from Immortals here was the backbone of the game.
I have to give a big call out for Wild Turtle, too, against the Bard specifically. For as great as Matt's Bard was that game, Turtle did a very good job of not getting stunned by the Bard Qs when it was going to be fatal. Like, he was very elusive on that Kalista.
And this is where, Freak, I want to talk about, or I want to approach the idea of being cautiously optimistic for Immortals here. Because they did show us some stuff. They did come away with the victory, but we saw a lot of the same mistakes that plagued them in Game 1 against TSM. We saw a Baron take into a split push into death across the map. I mean, like, what are you doing?
But they recovered this game, okay?
They did, but I want to get Freak. I want to get Freak
when you first see that, you're super worried. They're going to be, oh my God, they're going to fully tilt after
That's the thing. Right. It was the exact same game 1 as against TSM. 20-something minutes, they get a Baron after it, almost ace, this same brush, and then 3 more people die. Huni's alone on the top lane, gets killed, Rainover solo defends the mid lane outer turret. Like, these are all objectively mistakes that Immortals are making by just not realizing, guys, you're freaking behind. Like, most of why Immortals is good is they're all willing to go in and fight, but when half the team is actually dead, they're actually not able to.
Just back away.
Revive got removed from the game several years ago. This is no longer possible for you guys. Please. I know you don't want to adapt to patches very quickly, but it's been a couple years now. So I think those were some very major mistakes. But yes, they came back in. They were willing to jump into the team fights, and it was the 5-on-5 team fights themselves that got Immortals the victory.
Yeah, all said and done. A game not without mistakes, but an exciting one to say the least, and Immortals have taken a lead in this first place match. But stick around to see if Liquid can tie up the series in Game 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
being a little nervous is fine. It's going to make you play better. Focus on the game and let it flow, okay? Don't try to control your state too much. Like, feel the energy and make sure you're in control.
Lorlo, very tanky in this one with the chrono break, but he cannot stay long enough. That's going to be Matt possible.
Oh, ultimate from Hootie!
From Rainover.
Focus.
Looking for the triple and possibly a... Oh! It's a double coming in from Belter.
Close up. Nice. Zero after. Janna has no ult. No ult, Janna. We got him.
That's going to be 2 down. Dardoch and Phoenix fall. Rainover's the only one now for Immortals as Huni picks up another kill. It's Immortals making a very good case for themselves to take that spot.
Hey guys, Jat here with Teamfight Breakdown. In this series, I review one major teamfight that happened in the last week of pro play. Check out our latest episodes on YouTube and tweet #TFBD if you see a great teamfight you want us to break down. And this is where things get really crazy. Wild Turtle's Jhin would have killed Hauntzer's Maokai here with an auto attack, except at the perfect time, Hauntzer goes untargetable with Twisted Advance, dodging the attack.
Welcome back, everybody. In Game 1, Immortals came out strong, showing Liquid they have what it takes to recover from their loss against TSM and adjust their game plan. But let's talk about how they might adjust their game plan going into Game 2, seeing as how these teams swap sides. So again, pick ban is definitely something we're going to want to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, and I think it gets a little confusing here for Immortals because I'm with Kobe that I like Team Liquid's draft more than Immortals. Immortals used 2 bans on a jungler, still ended up in an unfavorable jungle matchup, and then also first picked a Azir away and kind of was forced to. But they won because Pobelter was so damn good at the Azir in that matchup. So they will, I think, again need to outplay, because as they swap to red side, I feel like a draft strategy like that becomes even more suboptimal.
Freak, it does give Pobelter the counter pick option, though.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting. Now, keep in mind, both these teams picked to be blue side when they were given the option to, so both these teams would rather first pick than get counter pick.
Okay.
It is worth pointing out, though, Pobelter did so well. All the stuff we saw on screen was Phoenix trying to bully him out, and we saw double Doran's ring start for the LeBlanc trying to bully, and Pobelter kept up in CS in a counter matchup in when he's supposed to get bullied in against an early game build. So I can't give him more than enough credit for this, because it's honestly odds stacked against him, and massive props to him for that performance.
Right, so he absolutely enabled the team there in their drafting.
Yeah.
Now let's look at players, though, on the flip side then. Kobe, talk to me about Team Liquid. Which are the players that are going to step up in order to help them come away with the victory?
Well, I mean, first of all, if we're giving out the gold stars and smiley face stickers, I think Matt on Team Liquid also deserves one, because his Bard play was so good for Team Liquid. But as far as players that need to step up, maybe it is a little bit of jitters from the rest of the rookies. Jat, you're talking about, playing in the LCS is one thing. This is a huge crowd here.
It's an order of magnitude differently. It's almost the same, I feel like, as the jump of playing at home to playing on the LCS stage. It's playing on an LCS stage to playing in a venue like this. And if you look at the Immortals team, even though this is their first split together, every single one of those players has played in a venue as big or bigger than this in the past. So they were more apt to adapt within the game after bad things had happened, because that is really hard with all the pressure that's on you in a game, in a venue like this.
All right, so then Freak, that means you turn to the one guy on Team Liquid who has played on the biggest stages out there, Piglet.
It's definitely Piglet. And honestly, when you put that comp together, he was supposed to be the hard carry. Hurricane, Caitlyn, get an Infinity Edge, you can practically 1v5 on Caitlyn when you're as good as Piglet is. That is an absolute possibility for him, and he didn't have that level of performance. That was not Piglet. That was, you're good at League of Legends, Piglet, but this guy could be one of the very best players in the world, period, and that wasn't the performance we got.
He got hit by a max range Cocoon when we had vision of the Elise.
Exactly.
I have not seen that happen to Piglet all year.
All right, so definite mistakes coming out of Team Liquid this time around, but they've had some time to regroup and prep for Game 2. The players are all set for that game, and as we head to the casters, let's hear Rainover's thoughts on facing Team Liquid.
I think in regular season, we kind of had really easy game against them. Both Team Liquid game was felt really easy for me, more than any other team. So I think if we just fix our problems right now, I think pretty sure we're gonna win.
All right then.
I love it.
All right.
Love it.
Definitely some fighting words. I mean, we hear some from Dardoch, but one of the easiest teams we faced? Okay.
It's the easiest team, bro.
So we'll see if what Rainover has to say actually comes out again in the second game, playing very strong and confident in the first one. Like the analyst desk was saying, there was a lot that was being pushed onto Immortals in the early game. We saw Pobelter getting hit. There was a bit of aggression from Dardoch. Matt was always in the jungle, but Immortals seemed to just surpass all of that aggression and come out with their own game still.
Yeah, I think that Immortals, they were able to actually throw them a little bit off guard when they actually first picked that Azir, and now we're in pick and ban. And look at that, already a change up here. The Azir banned by Immortals, they'll probably ban Azir, Italy, and then also Kindred, I would assume. But the Rek'Sai ban here against Rainover, he didn't pick it last game, so they're still respecting that. This leaves Ryze on the table, actually.
Yeah, I mean, Janna is going to be open here as well, unless Matt decides to take it away. That is another pick that is pretty highly contested, because Matt has actually done fantastically on Janna this season.
So right now, do you pick Echo? Do you pick Ryze? One of these you have to give Immortals.
I like Echo. I think that Echo is just something that it's the biggest playmaker that you can have in the top lane right now that fits the meta, and I just don't think that's something that you want in the hands of Huni. If you give him an advantageous matchup, Jat and Kobe and the guys on the desk were talking about how Huni fell behind early, but he still ended up 50 CS up. He was up 3 or 4 levels, right? He was very far ahead, and if you give him the advantageous matchup, I think it's pretty scary.
He gets Poppy! Huni gets to pick Poppy. I went through his solo queue and I was like, why is this guy not playing this champion? But here's the thing. It may not be him getting Poppy. They picked it in this order with Huni taking Poppy as his selection and Rainover taking Graves.
So
they have swapped it. This is a flex pick in the jungle. Rainover has played Poppy jungle before, but I do assume that it is Huni playing Poppy. I think that he will play it into this matchup. I think that he'll be able to actually bully And he's got such a high win rate on it in solo queue. I had no clue why he was playing it. But you know, once again, it could be the Graves. It could be them putting Huni back on this champion because Huni is so successful with DPS top laners.
Yeah.
He does like 200 more damage per minute than the next top laner, 150% of their damage.
I really don't see it though with just how good Poppy is in top lane right now. And I mean, Poppy jungle is not something that you really see very often at all anymore. And I think for a good reason. I just think that both the champions are more powerful in their respective roles with Poppy in top lane and Graves in the jungle. So definitely, you know, they don't need the Echo, obviously. You know, Huni's happy to play Gragas top lane. He's obviously happy to play Poppy top lane as well. So
yep,
we'll see.
Yeah, I want to see because Huni played the Gragas. It was a little bit different style where he's peeling, but he was actually engaging. So that's what I want to see here from Huni if he plays this Poppy. Is he going to be aggressive with his heroic charges? How is he going to be using the W?
Will the Vayne get locked in though? And I mean, we talked about, you know, the champions that can kind of do that 1v5 as far as builds.
Yeah.
Well, that is one with Vayne, but he is hovering off of it, so may just be getting the Ezreal.
Okay, okay. So I definitely see the Maokai here. It's the point and click. Even though Echo is up, it's something that TSM actually talked about. Hanser said we wanted the point and click route from Maokai. The CC was way more important to us. How else do you destroy a Kalista? Point and click on her, you get the CC down. Echo, a little bit easier to peel with the composition that Immortals had already anyway.
So this time around, she was on the other foot, and it's going to be Pobelter who actually has the counter pick here. And this is something that we have been seeing quite a bit. Cassiopeia as the counter to Ryze, and this is something that, you know, FLICKR played, and we've seen it in Korea. We've seen it quite a bit since that did first come out. It is definitely very, very strong, and it's looking like he's going to go with Exhaust as well, which I think is just going to make that even better.
I actually want to see if he swaps that over to Cleanse or something along those lines. But this means that because,
like you said, look at the top and jungle. They haven't swapped.
They might swap it. They might swap it 20 seconds. That's the thing. They go back and forth here. Immortals have actually been flexing things at 20 seconds. We saw it when they had the Lucian top to try and throw them off. But also in this mid lane, that means that Pobelter doesn't get to take TP against double TP from TL. They lost to double TP with a Ryze. We'll see what happens. And there goes the Poppy top for Huni.
Yeah, so as expected, Poppy going to be in that top lane, and Reignover will be on the Graves, and this is his chance to kind of, you know, put his money where his mouth is. You know, Dardoch is saying this guy can't play carry junglers, and Graves is a true carry jungler.
And that's the thing is, when I look at their solo queue, Huni plays tanks all the time. Reignover has a very low Kindred win rate, and his prevalence of how much he plays Graves is incredibly low. So I don't know if Huni is actually just playing the tank because Reignover, or playing the damage dealer because Reignover can't, but now Reignover is playing that Graves. I want to see what he does in the jungle. I want to see if he has the same type of impact, and if he invades on the Gragas.
They have great synergy jungle top. Maybe they could just talk and switch those strats. You guys have seen, or had a chance to see what the teams are going to put into action, and don't forget to update your predictions. Tweet at LOL Esports and hashtag IMT win or hashtag TL win to let us know your favorite, and keep updating those votes as we go. They do change throughout the games. We don't just take it and then it's up. It will change on that board. We are going to be getting into the second matchup. Immortals coming out very strong in game one. In this third place match, it is a best of 5. We're only getting into game 2, and Team Liquid still has a lot of room to work with here. We're getting onto the Rift. Much different compositions from both sides. Let's see how this plays out.
And Immortals are showing that they did not let this 1 week, even though there's even travel day in there, stop them from prepping, stop them from changing their strategy up, adapting a little bit to the meta, because the meta has heavily favored Team Liquid coming into this matchup. But Immortals are throwing a curveball here saying, you haven't seen us in 7 days. You don't know what we're capable of.
The mid lane matchup is going to be pretty interesting. It's two very heavily scaling champions, 2 tier champions, and TL is going to be kind of heavily weighed towards that late game, as they also have a a tier buying ADC, so they're going to need some time to scale up. They do have a pretty explosive early jungler, but it can be tough when we have a team like Immortals that likes to group, that likes to try to push those objectives and take advantage of those weaknesses in their builds.
We actually just saw this coming out of Fnatic versus H2K in Europe, and we saw that the Cassiopeia had trouble getting onto that Ryze sometimes. It was just an easy turn for him in the initiation to turn around for what Team Liquid could bring. It may be that aggression you're talking about that could hurt Immortals if they can't get in. Dardoch on the Gragas, going to hang out with Lorlo here as they started off, and a bit of a late invade by both sides.
Exactly, but this means that TL get to push Reignover and Huni off of those camps. Now they're going to try to be sneaky and get the Raptors here, but on the other side, TL have actually already picked up most of the Raptors, and the camp is gone already.
And it's a little loop-de-loop, wrap back around. Gonna be able to grab away the Raptors.
Forces the smite though. That's the thing. He forced a kind of inefficient smite there. And Dardoch already got level 2, so this clear just becomes even faster. So TL, they're well on their way to actually supporting Dardoch here.
Once again, though, TL won't be having that 2v2, and I think that they're going to be fine with that as far as this matchup goes. John Calista is something that's very strong, and you see the strong early trading there from Pobelter onto Phoenix. Yes, Cassiopeia is a hyperscaling late game champion, but if she can dump your mana pool into you after she hits a Q, the damage early can actually be insane.
And I do want to touch a little bit on Pobelter here, because Pobelter, out of all the members on Immortals before they came into playoffs, he was actually under a lot of criticism. I mean, you even look at the all North American team that people had selected. It was all of Immortals minus Pobelter, right? This guy has been considered the mid laner who's just kind of there.
Right. He brings he like a lot of utility, that Lulu, the Lux play,
but the
something
thing is,
that can offer something.
He's way more versatile than that.
Exactly.
Pobelter has so many different faces to him that he can put on, okay, I'm playing it like a support today. Here's my support hat. I can play a carry. I can scale up.
Yeah.
I can be aggressive, right? I think that Pobelter actually deserves a little bit more credit here, especially on this Immortals squad. I think he's fulfilling the role that he is given by his team.
And he's always one of the guys that can flex into a champion you haven't seen him play in a while. He has a Syndra coming in through the middle of the spring split on the back half. Other champions like that. And he's just
a Zed player as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's not that star, but you already have star carry power on this team.
Yeah.
And you don't want to overflow with that. You need some team players, and I think that's what Pobelter has been doing for the squad all season long. And he's showing that he can apply pressure when it's necessary, that he can have these counter picks. Because his champion pool, I remember like 8 games in of the season, we were saying, oh, he's played 8 different champions.
Right.
He's played so many different things. And the fact that they kept picking Lux over and over again was not because he didn't have a good champion pool. It's because they kept winning with it.
Yeah.
Right? Lux was good. They couldn't figure out what really countered it, like Talon or something like that. But look at this. Oh, missed Q.
Those are both
Rainover's here, though.
Both summoners from Matt. That should be the focus. He's an easy walk-in for the kill. Huni can turn around, help solidify this, but he almost gets one of his own on the TP over onto Phoenix if Dardoch didn't help.
On his first Graves game of the season, Rainover picks up first blood onto Matt, and he's there at the right time. And that's actually from the side of TL's jungle. So Rainover kind of comes out of the works, and they weren't expecting him from that angle.
There's good pressure. Very hard commitment from Matt, though. They thought they might have had it right off the bat. Phoenix could have exploded him, and they wasted so much.
Yeah, they missed Q.
That shows the confidence they're trying to work with here. They're going in on all the calls, and it may not even stop them from doing it on the next. Sometimes that's how you get right back in it.
I mean, it was a really nice sidestep to give credit to Pobelter.
Absolutely.
That did give him the extra time to have his team collapse there. And this has been what has been winning the game for Immortals, right? They're faster on the collapse. They're always there. Every time TL starts something, it's Immortals that reacts faster. It's Immortals that has extra man. And this is the mark of an excellent macro team. It's the team that is always in the right place at the right time.
So speaking of the macro game, Phoenix had to use his TP to get back to mid lane. TL, they have a TP advantage with Lorlo. Dardoch is already playing to this side. Immortals know what he wants to do, because if they place a ward down here, Lorlo will be there with a TP. He has the root. It'll be a 3-on-4, and they could win it. But we'll have to see how the execution is. Matt doesn't have summoner spells. It'll be really tricky.
And with that turret involved, you know, it's kind of an extra half player, an extra full player. So with the 3 players there under the turret, I don't think it's something that TL wants to risk, because if that goes bad at this stage in the game, like, oof.
And Graves is actually a very kind of different champion to have in the jungle. Him and Kindred both. You can kind of show up to a lane and just farm it with the AD carry, and it really stops all other attempts. It's just like if you show up on a lane and you push it down, you have 2 AD carries sieging a turret. You have so much damage being dealt to it, and the repercussions of doing that are pretty much 0.
Yeah, and I mean they're also 2 carry junglers, so you don't mind getting a lot of farm on them. It's actually fine for them to attack some of the lane and pick up some of that farm. So, yep.
Coming in at 6 minutes, 45 to 38 here in this mid lane. Pobelter's been able to keep Phoenix pushed up, even with the aggression he has found on Matt. A 5-4 here in the top lane as Huni finds a bit of an advantage, and also a push here from Turtle and Adrian. So they're going to be going hard on the top turret as a mid lane gets a little bit of luck. Dardoch, he goes back in as soon as Rainover reloads.
That timing he saw to keep himself alive. And now they're gonna try to take on Rainover. What a play. Do they also bite? Oh no, they give it back to Rainover.
Oh no, that was such a good play that went so wrong for TL. I mean, Phoenix flashed forward. Yeah, sure, he got the root, but he zoomed. And then Matt's trying to follow up on that. They died to the turret, and a crazy series of events. We'll have to see if we have the replay, but Pobelter had a beautiful ult, and I mean, Dardoch was able to just barely get in, help secure that kill and get out, and it would have been so good for TL if it did end there. But here you can see Phoenix going forward, and look at this ultimate from Pobelter when Dardoch goes back in for the re-engage. Perfectly.
Ooh. It didn't hit Phoenix, but it did hit Dardoch. He was predicting the body slam to come through, and that's 100% there. If he's actually body slamming, you know that he's going to be facing you. So, see there, Dardoch hits level 6 off of that creep, so he's ready to actually throw an ultimate out or get a flash here from Wild Turtle.
Flash.
Oh, nicely played by Dardoch. Knowing that Turtle was going to flash it, he actually doesn't use the ult. The animation from Gragas is enough to make Turtle flash because he knows if he waits, he's going to be too late. And if you get knocked in, that flash doesn't matter, you're dead. So really, really nice little subtle play there from Dardoch that will allow him to come back, possibly look for a return gank on a flashless AD carry.
That's crazy. They're so accelerated. Dardoch is 6. Yeah, Rainover is, but Piglet is 6. Wild Turtle's 4. The pressure that Team Liquid has right now.
Rainover over the wall, though, so Piglet being 6, I don't know how much it's going to matter here.
Yeah, they have pressure in levels, but if they aren't organized on the map, you lose it all. That's a kill going on to Matt, and now they have Piglet hanging out to dry. He flashes in to try and get the kill over on Huni, but the shield comes through.
Piglet flash shield for that. That is pretty surprising.
But what was Lorlo doing? Lorlo had TP that entire time, and he was top. Wild Turtle was top as well. Lorlo did not answer.
I think they just didn't think they could win the fight. I mean,
Lorlo's backing.
This is a Piglet, though, who just has tier. He has, he has his cull. He hasn't really bought any damage yet, so it's a full mana Pobelter. Rainover coming in. I think that they just make the call. This is a done fight. But with that call, Piglet really should not be blowing his flash and his heal. It was super, super close. He's just able to pick up the passive, which saved him. So I get that, but at the same time, when you do make that call, I think you kind of stick to it, because if Lorlo's not coming in, you should save the summoners for the next fight. This is going to be a loss either way.
Yeah, that seemed like a miscommunication there, because it took them a second to actually throw down a pink ward. I think they were saying, do you have a ward? Who has a ward to throw down? Then it's like, okay, well, I guess I throw down my pink ward in the middle of the lane, and then he didn't TP to it. He was already backing. And then they just got picked up from there because Matt was already chunked out. So
still, though, even with that, Piglet has a pretty huge advantage over Turtle. He's still up 15 CS. He was up a level, and I mean, it was really ugly before that, though. It was like 60 to 30 CS, and across the board, I mean, look at Lorlo in the top lane. He's doing great, farming it out against Huni. So, although Immortals does have the kills, as far as farm-wise, TL staying relevant.
Yeah, actually, I'm looking at Dardoch here, too. And Gragas, we don't normally see challenging smite from Gragas. We normally see the vision supportive type style with the tracker's knife. And this is just Dardoch. This is Dardoch, and I'm actually going to watch because I've seen him go distortion very early on both Lee Sin and Gragas. Pretty much as soon as he completes boots, it's this build right into distortion. So I'll be tracking that, and he usually gets it before 20-25 minutes in pretty much every single game.
And what can we focus as kind of his priority target if he's the first one in? Who is he smiting? Who is he trying to toe-to-toe?
Wild Turtle or Pobelter. I think Pobelter's the one that if you can get.
Yeah, I mean, Pobelter is kind of the juicy target because he has such low mobility. If you can actually get a guaranteed ult, knock him into the team, he's going to get deleted, especially early on before he has the robe, before he gets stacking HP and so on. Turtle's going to be a great target as well. I mean, if you can get a body slam flash, but Phoenix is in trouble.
Look how this was set up. Phoenix was already hogging the left side. Dardoch is going to be able to solidify a kill with turret damage. Almost gets himself two, but he was frozen in place before Pobelter went down.
Really nice job there by Dardoch, getting the return kill, able to react, not quite in time to keep Phoenix alive. And I mean, had Phoenix lived, that would have been huge for TL. But, as we were saying, if Dardoch can ult someone into Phoenix, all well carry in, you definitely can take him out.
If that barrel was just a little bit different, it would have been a double kill too. You see here, just immediately onto Phoenix, they have nothing left. Boom, Huni hits the wall. If it had actually been angled a little bit different, then it would have been Huni being picked up as well as Pobelter there. And little desperate there as well from Rainover. That Q, it's very hard to actually have somebody hit both charges of it if it isn't against a wall. So throwing out everything, basically saying, well, I'll at least try.
Yep, so We do have the Abyssal completed up here for Pobelter. Not going to elect to go for Aurora after all. And, you know, he does have that tier stacking quite nicely. He has, you know, another null Magic Mantle on top of that. So he's built very heavily once again to kind of survive laning phase. It's kind of similar to what he did on Azir. He has so much MR against Phoenix that even if Phoenix gets up on top of him, it's going to be very dangerous for him.
They know Pobelter doesn't have any summoner spells, and look at this, Lorlo comes in.
Vengeful Maelstrom right on before they go into the turret. He's going to have to fight this one out. You bring it to the Snake's Den, you got to fight for it. They get Pobelter to go down, and he's not having fun now. He is a focus, actually, this game. 2-3-2. Yeah. Everybody else hasn't even really been touched.
All his team's deaths, actually, but still. I mean, he's keeping up in farm, but he also has 2 kills and 2 assists. So, you know, he's scaling pretty well, even though he is getting picked on a fair bit. You know, it is kind of the easy target to pick on when you do have all this lockdown, all this initiation, and Cass is a low mobility champion. But picking up the Merc Treads, once again, it's really smart.
Okay, just as I start talking about Pobelter being a team player, it's a caster curse once again. But Immortals are going to have their eyes set on this dragon, picking up their first one of the game here, and the first one of the game for everybody.
Yep. Does that mean we have to talk about Phoenix to even things out now?
Yeah. Phoenix is actually just, I mean, he's always been the farming mid laner for this entire season. It's been the 4-man unit, but now that everything is actually centralized around Phoenix, Phoenix had the lowest kill participation on his team. He was one of the lowest kill participation mid laners in the entire league, especially pre-15 minutes. They did nothing with Phoenix during the regular season, and now they're playing through mid lane because they trust this matchup. They trust that, oh, he has so much gank assistance. Well, Cassiopeia versus Ryze was a matchup that, you know, Cassiopeia was always very favored in before.
Right.
So tilting that matchup and making sure that Phoenix has an okay time in it is a good game plan from TL.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that as far as Immortals go, though, you know, having the double exhaust, having, you know, a fair bit of CC and lockdown themselves for Ryze, who has to get up close and personal, even scaling into the late game, he's still a squishy champion. You get in there, he pops his ultimate, he gets exhausted. You have the knockups from Adrian, from Wild Turtle's ultimate. You have a stun from Cass. You have Huni can knock him up. There's a lot of disruption and a lot of damage that can be thrown on that Ryze. So once again, it's going to be tough for Phoenix, but he's having a much better game for himself. He has to have a bigger impact like this, and, you know, TL's keeping it close.
And here comes the TP. Double TP was a thing that they brought.
I was gonna say, I wonder when those TPs are gonna be put to use.
Oh,
here,
what an ultimate from Huni.
It's Immortals that triggers the TP use. Huni keeps them safe and sound, but they are gonna have to back up with a few of the resources. This means Liquid actually has a good push on the bot lane. That will call a TP in, or a back rather, from Huni. He's not going to TP over. They'll have enough time to save it with Wild Turtle.
They're getting cut off right now by Pobelter.
Here's
there's a TP. Oh, but they're going to turn onto Turtle. Turtle's too far up, and they're going to TP behind him.
It's 14 minutes, so no home guards off of these TPs. It's going to be a slow walk, and Turtle's way too far away from home for that.
How is TL going to get out of this, though? It's going to be awkward. Nice body stun.
Oh, Piglet. He could get out of this one. He actually puts himself on the top side of the fight. Now it's all faced into the lane. Dardoch goes down. Matt gets there just a second too late to the party. Piglet's trying to chase and help his team now. Phoenix starting to come around the corner, but is it too late? Lorlo fending off 4 members right now as Immortals look to chop down the tree. He's only going to do a little bit more. Maybe get Belter. But they are able to pick it up.
So huge for Immortals. A really nice turnaround from TL onto Turtle, which was great start to the fight, but they couldn't stay together, and Piglet's in trouble.
He's been in trouble this entire time. How did he get out? He went up the top of the fight, and then everybody just said, "Oh no, let's not follow him anymore." And then Huni was able to come back into that fight because he had ditched that target earlier.
I mean, you know, Pig was able to get out, but with him gone, his team didn't have the damage to continue in that fight, and it was a very kind of awkward scenario. You know, they collapsed onto Piglet, but it was still this little squad of 3 guys, and here comes that TP from Lorlo. Really nice ult from Dardoch. They're able to cleanly take out Turtle, but you can see there's some moment of hesitation. TL's like, what do we do? Where do we go? There's 4 members of Immortals collapsing, and look at Phoenix. He's still so far away. Matt is still so far away. And Piglet actually going over to the left, it split up the fight, and it zones him out. Had he stayed with his tank line, kited down, I think that would have been the correct choice. Because if they were running down to Matt, if Matt could have gotten involved, if Phoenix could have gotten involved, this is a fight that TL could have won.
Yeah. Also, if you went down, it's a 2-on-3. You force Rainover to come over the wall. You're away from, I believe, where the exhaust was.
Yeah.
So,
but they just. You know, it's a hard position to be in. They didn't know exactly where everyone was going to be coming from, and they had a short amount of time to react. And sometimes in those situations, you know, you just don't make the correct choice.
Immortals very fluid when they react as well. They've actually been in the lead most of the time, but when they are put in a situation to react, they usually make the right decision. They're teleporting back on the teleports just used from Liquid and able to come out strong. Immortals now pushing down on the mid lane, 8-4, looking at a 2,000 gold lead here, 17 minutes in.
And Immortals, despite not having the teleport advantage with the double TP, we see early distortion boots here from Huni. So he's looking to make plays. He hasn't even just completed a single item except for that. Everything is just components right now.
Trying to cast on Rainover, just losing vision.
Oh.
See where we go from here.
Is having a great game for himself. 4-0-3 on that carry Graves. Looking really strong so far. Once again involved in almost every single kill. He's been huge for his team. You know, Dardoch said, if Rainover isn't getting involved, if Rainover isn't getting his team ahead, they don't look good. But guess what? 2 games in a row, Rainover's coming up huge for Immortals.
Well, Rainover's fed right now. He's 4-0-3. He has the most kills on the team, and he actually has about 2,000 gold over his opponent. So he's actually kind of rolling in money right now in comparison to Dardoch.
Talked about that Graves. We always knew Rainover had kind of good knowledge of the game as a tank, but put him on a more aggressive champion, it seems like he can still run the show. 4-0-3 right now on that. Oh. It looks like Team Liquid's trying to make something happen here in the mid lane. Immortals, however, they have that cast. Makes it very hard to walk up to the turret because they can engage themselves. Immortals going very, very hard for a quick kill there, but they do not find it on Phoenix.
It's back and forth from these squads using summoner spells to try and engage, and then the counter engage comes out. Yep. It's just everybody's trying to at least get the hook so they can pull in the missing line.
Rainover gonna pick up another one, is unstoppable now with his 5th kill, and Immortals looking for more.
Was that just a lack of respect to that? I was looking down at the stats for a second. Rainover still putting pressure on. Not afraid to tank the turret, and they're just standing toe-to-toe without even a minion wave right now.
Yeah, I think Phoenix was just trying to clean up that camp. He wanted to get an extra jungle camp before he based, and he got caught out by Rainover. But TL, you know, on that initiation in mid lane, you know, looking very, very aggressive. Once that cast from Dardoch didn't actually knock Pobelter away from the turret, I think they should have just said, "Oh, that's it, back off." But once again, kind of like overstaying, really trying to make something happen. Yeah. They feel the pressure. You can tell they're really feeling like, we need to make something happen. We're losing. Let's do something. And when you do that and you try to push it too hard, a team like Immortals is going to react and they're going to punish.
Oh, backing in a bad spot. There was a ward in the Raptor pit, so Rainover knew where Phoenix was trying to back. Greedy back there.
Very unfortunate. So, 2-2-1 for that mid lane. Still keep it up in CS, as we said, so he can still be pretty big in that power area when they need him. That Maokai can still obviously be tanky regardless of how the lanes went, but right now, Immortals still in control. Momentum coming in from game 1 right through to game 2. And it does not look like they're going to be stopping, especially Rainover, especially Huni, getting even bigger on this Poppy.
Yeah, definitely.
It doesn't even have to be Wild Turtle this game, right? It's kind of switching up how that star power works from game to game.
Yeah, I mean, Wild Turtle, you know, he's done fine this game. He's farming up. You know, he is scaling. He's going to be useful in team fights. But like you said, there's not always the onus on a great team like this to carry. You don't have to be the one that does it every single game. This time it's Rainover. Last time, you know, it was Wild Turtle coming up big. And that's a great feeling, knowing that you have the confidence in your teammates. You can say, okay, I don't have to force anything. My teammates got this.
Good reassurance.
And TL are showing that right now because it's a 1-3-1 right now. So they're trusting that the TPs will be on point, that they can siege this mid lane and actually spread Immortals thin. See what happens here, because Immortals are actually answering 1-3-1 with having Wild Turtle up there. They still have the wave clearance. It's actually quite hard to get damage onto this turret with this Cassiopeia.
This is where he says, I wish I was Piglet. Or, I wish I was Caitlyn.
I hope he's not saying that.
I wish I were Piglet. I mean, Freak was talking about it on the desk. I mean, is he good at League of Legends Piglet, or is he world champion Piglet?
We'll see. We'll see if he's Piglet.
Pretty sure he is.
20 minutes on the clock. That means home guard starts. Teleport plays could be a little stronger now coming from the side of Team Liquid if they choose to do so, but we're still looking for this outer ring of turrets to get dropped. Glacial Fissure and True Shot Barrage cross over each other, and a very deleted Matt goes down. That's going to be Dardoch that follows. They thought they had the upper hand here, but are turned around and flipped upside down in their own head.
Piglet got it!
Piglet's going to go down the Howling Gale into one windy attack. It blows him right over, and that's going to be Lorlo getting himself out alive. Deja vu for him.
Matt is just going to hit the field goal ultimate right between two players. Gets instantly deleted. And then it was the Poppy E from Huni that actually was massive in that fight. He actually knocked Dardoch back out of his body slam, I believe, and got that stun. And that fight, once again, TL trying to pull the trigger, but Immortals is there faster. Immortals reacts better. Lorlo strolling into the fight, you know, hopelessly late.
To the wall.
And it was just already over.
That's the thing. There were no wards down for Lorlo to TP to. No wards in inventory except Phoenix's pink. You need to throw that down now and say TP to this. Lorlo is kind of walking his way here, and then, yeah, Dardoch gets knocked back. He did make contact with the body slam, but it's the interrupt afterwards that stops him from making the combination happen. And Lorlo walks up with ultimate already on because he knows he doesn't have time, and just trying to protect there. Saves a little bit there on Piglet so they can get the counter kill.
But at that point, it's like his team is already dead. The fight is already lost, and this is the team with the double TP. They're supposed to have the advantage. They're supposed to be the ones making these plays. Yeah. You know, Immortals has one TP. They're just always in the right place. They don't even need it. And TL has it, but both the TPs are off cooldown. They didn't use them.
Yeah, Turtle was also late to that fight, so you would have assumed that TL was going to be able to get everybody in the mosh pit much sooner. And if Lorlo had been there and able to lock somebody down, possibly Pobelter, possibly even Rainover, it would have been a much different fight. You can see Rainover 7-0-4.
Yeah.
This is a threat, a carry jungle that you did not expect from this player. And the performance that he's having right now is a little bit uncharacteristic of the Rainover that you know, because you usually talk about his macro game, but now MVP split is carrying.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about rookies, we talked about the nerves, especially on a big stage and a big venue like this, and Matt, you know, he's looking a little bit affected. He's having a bad game this game on the Braum. He's 0-5-1, and Huni gonna get jumped on here in the mid lane.
I also think Lorlo is having the same problem. His TPs have not been on point.
Yeah.
And another thing too, when you actually change to a different venue, more people, there's more noise when a fight is happening. It's a little bit harder to understand your teammates when everybody's just screaming stuff out, trying to be heard over the crowd.
Yep. You can feel the vibration of feet stomping and people cheering, the players say. It definitely puts a different emotion into these intense moments. Makes it that much harder.
Yep. You have to resist the tunnel vision too.
Absolutely.
Very difficult.
Yeah, this gold lead is getting pretty out of control at this point.
One of the biggest ones we've seen in this series.
And it shows no signs of stopping. I mean, and it's at this point, when you are playing a melee support like Braum, you have to somewhat get in there, but you're just paper. You're basically just a free kill anytime you do jump in. So anytime he does go for that sort of initiation, he just has to accept he's going to die. And it's a rough spot to be in because, you know, he has a little bit of HP from a crystalline bracer and his sightstone. That's it.
It's a 5-man siege in the bot lane.
There's one lowly ward. It's really far back behind Immortals, though. They're not going to be able to use it. And right now, that top lane kind of needs to be pushed out. So TL's just going to kind of play yo-yo here, push Immortals back, maybe push the pressure back for them.
I think that's even a blue ward, too, so you can't TP to
Oh, that's true. That's a good call. It is a different icon, so it's not even something they would be able to use for the play. A minute onto Dragons, vision being set up for that one. And Phoenix is going to set himself up with a blue buff and hopefully be a big source of damage for this next fight.
And this is kind of what TL could possibly hope for in the best case scenario after what happened in the previous fight. They got Baron, they got a couple turrets off of it, but 4,000 gold Baron power play. It's not like they ended the game off of it, but it is still a gigantic lead, 8,000 gold here. And you can see Piglet has the QSS now, and he's had these two items for a very long time.
Ooh,
ready
Death's Dance just finished up on Rainover as well.
Oh, as a jungle Graves, you go Death's Dance if you are very far ahead. A lot of times you'll see Sterix.
Like 7-0-4 ahead?
Yeah, kind of like that. You'll see the Sterix, you'll see the Maw come out, but if you buy Death's Dance, it means you are ready to close this game out. You're ready to actually crush.
We'll see if they can do it. It's 25 minutes in, really on par with how fast they were going last time. It was just, at this point, a few fights that got them to the inhibitor, and then really one after that that brought them to the Nexus. So Immortals is really keeping on pace with game number 1 here of the 3rd place match.
Yep. And Huni is up in the top lane. He's basing, getting ready to TP in case his team needs him because TL wants to make something happen. This is the 3rd dragon. They don't want to give it.
Oh, nice steal! Spiked out by Dardoch. He's waiting for that body slam to get back over the wall. Nice push out on Pobelter, but the team knows collectively.
Oh, they stopped him.
This is not a fight. Glacial Fisher over to. Oh! A
three-man ultimate, and they're going to start getting the cleanup. Piglet goes down. We just said it was one fight to take the inhibitor, then another one to follow up on the Nexus. Is it all patched up in one? Is this the kid in Caboodle for Immortals? On for Huni. He's in a 2v1. Steadfast presence is down, and there is going to be enough time for Rainover to come over. These guys are just holding hands, taking a nice walk on the beach, and they're ready to bring even more cavalry to the show. On to Matt, and it's going to keep going.
And after their performance in the semifinals, Immortals are silencing the haters. Huni on a tank performing immaculately, and Rainover with the cleanup, with the damage-dealing Graves in the jungle. Immortals look like they have adapted to this meta.
That is an understatement. Performing, I mean, that three-man ultimate flash into the.
I said immaculate.
That was just godlike. Huni is going off this game. Rainover is going off. This is the dynamic duo that everyone expected.
Going for broke, a nice push back. That was the Monsoon. Janna ultimate's out. This is going to be Huni giving himself up for the team, and Dardoch may not have the chase. The Baron's up in a minute and a half, so they can't even keep pressure to stop Immortals from backing now.
Yeah, good call there by Huni. Knows someone's going to die.
Right.
He's low HP. He's the tank. He can take the hit for the team. He doesn't have a lot of wave clear. Keeps the 4 members on his team alive. They know there's no neutral objectives up, so they just have to clear the turrets, and that's fine. They don't have to worry too much.
Dardoch, he does have body slam. He does have flash. He does have the cask.
I think Immortals could just give this. They don't need to contest that turret. They can honestly give the next turret as well. Just wait for Huni. There's no reason to risk it at this point. They're enough ahead that they don't need to. But here goes Dardoch.
Pole Belter.
Oh, they
want
want
an ultimate from Cass.
Pole Belter going in. It's going to happen. That's going to be Turtle on the outside. He rents out too. Turtle go for a triple. That's going to be the Quadra, and it's going to be Lorlo going down. Turtle comes up huge.
And Pole Belter, what an ultimate. He got the 4-man Cassiopeia ultimate. He says, I'm going to die, but I'm taking you with me. The Pole Belter just came up massive, and Wild Turtle makes him pay. That is going to be game number 2.
28 minutes, keeping it on pace. As I said before, they're right onto the Nexus turrets. 2 games in now, Immortals has not shown any stopping in their aggression from early sections of the game onto mid or even late. If we make it to the late game on this series, that's going to be the second Nexus turret going down. Matt doing his damnedest to be unbreakable for the team. The rest of Liquid spawns pouring out their last efforts in game number 2, and Immortals will take down Liquid to make it 2-0.
And Immortals are showing so many new things that they are performing incredibly well on. 2-1-10 for Huni, the incredible knockup with a Poppy ultimate, and 8-0-10 for the regular season MVP Rainover on Graves.
Yeah, how's that for a scoreline? 8-0-10, perfect KDA. He was involved in everything. He's always in the right place. He's always there at the right time, supporting his teammates, putting out the damage, immaculate positioning, great macro play, securing the objectives for his team. Really hard to fault Rainover for anything that game. And you can see this is the team that went 17-1 in the regular season. This is not the team that got blanked by TSM.
And Immortals are up 2-0, and this has to be bittersweet for them. They have to be focusing on this going, great, we adapted. We showed that we can play these things at an enormous level and that they're able to perform, but they have to be thinking, they went 17-1 in the regular split. They were capable of doing this all along, and they are probably beating themselves up a little.
Yeah.
Why aren't they in the finals? Why didn't they do this
2-0 on Sunday?
Why didn't they actually bring these picks out and have them ready at the right time?
It's something they can always dwell on, but right now it's going to have to be looking forward to this. They said they're obviously more than happy to continue to play for the 3rd place match, as anyone would be, having such a great season, still being able to get on that podium. But this is definitely a team we are going to see next year, again, fight for the top spot. There's no doubt about that. Their loss was an any given Sunday type of situation, and that could happen to anybody here again this weekend.
Yeah, and I mean, championship points are extremely important. It's all about Worlds. They have to look long-term. This is a team that had aspirations past, just doing well in the North American LCS. They want to go to Worlds. Huni has talked about he wants to be known as the best player in the world. That's something he said last year. He wants to be the best player in the world this year, and he's looking to prove that. He came up big for his team. We'll see if they can push towards that.
Amazing Poppy ultimate.
Yep.
All right, there's game 2 for Immortals, and now to break down that game, let's check in with Dash and our analysts.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. 2-0 start for Immortals, and this is a lot more reminiscent of the Immortals that we had come to know and love through the regular season. I mean, as Irene said, there might be a small element of why didn't we do this last week. Riv, though, correctly saying the focus has to be here and now. Yeah. But Jat, you know, for Immortals, talk to me about, you know, where the strengths of this team lie and how we're seeing them come to fruition now.
Yeah, I feel like their strengths right now are they're just playing the map so much better than Team Liquid. We see the scoreline on Reignover and Huni that is very impressive, but if we watch the actual like super close mechanics of Reignover on that Graves, he wasn't super polished. He was using his ultimate early a lot of times. He was flashing it in very aggressive places, thinking he'd burst him down and wasn't getting it. But they were so far ahead of the plays all these times, it didn't matter, and he could still crush the game.
Yeah, there was a really good example of what you're talking about, how Immortals, they used their teleport early to protect mid lane, but then they played defensively knowing they were down the teleport summoner spell. They sent they sent Reignover down to protect bottom because they knew there was a possibility of a dive from Team Liquid to get them back in the game, and they defended it perfectly.
Immortals on your screen now, grabbing a little sustenance moving into game 3. They're hoping to keep it a short series. Freak, thoughts on Immortals' performance so far?
Yeah, I think 2 MVPs here are Pobelter in the mid lane and Reignover in the jungle. We're back to MVP Reignover, where the entire reason people thought he was so good was that he was always where he needed to be. He understands coming into the game where the focus is, what's important about this game, what is Dardoch going to do, what is Liquid's motivation here? And it's like, guys, we have a no-cleanse Cassiopeia mid into Ryze. Ryze is a targeted route. Cassiopeia is a mid-range champion with no blinks. Summoner spells are down half the time, and he's setting up a tent there on Graves, making sure I am always there to counter-gank the Gragas, to deal with the Ryze when the gank comes in. And unsurprisingly, 8-0 and 10. And even though you were seeing this Cassiopeia scoreline be like 2-3-2 at some point, he's getting a lot of kills, turning kills around. And again, it's not getting 1 for 0, it's getting 1 for 1 because they know where the focus is.
Yeah, and we saw that evidenced in the very early first blood where Matt aggressively comes into the mid lane, not getting the kill, and Reignover's the first jungler to respond. And this is where I'm coming to you, Kobe. You had high praise for Matt in game 1. What about game 2?
Yeah, I don't know about the gold star here. It definitely depends on the champion, it looks like. Because he is a great bard, and we all know that. But the Braum, he didn't look very comfortable. They came out, it looked like it was very tightly wound. You guys were kind of talking about some of the newer players on this huge stage. Matt was trying to create plays very early on with the bard and burning both summoners, dashing forward in the mid lane there, giving up that first blood. There were a lot of unforced errors. I like the tennis term. You know, some people say tilting, choking, but unforced errors from Team Liquid in this game that gave the Immortals this early lead that Immortals are so used to having from the regular season that and once they had that early lead, Immortals executed very well. But Team Liquid definitely have a lot to clean up.
They do have a lot to clean up. I think it's decision-making around what Lorlo's doing because he's like not TPing into fights. There's when the caster called out. Matt drops a pink ward, and then no one TPs to it. It's like, either pick one. Either don't waste the 75 gold or don't go for it in the first place. Matt's mistakes were all mechanical. Every ult that he missed, if he hits it, that person dies. There's one where Caspia's roaming up from like the blue buff over towards mid lane, tags the corner, that guy's dead for a second long knockup. There's a fight in the Raptor pit where he field goals a Braum ulti, and they're like, yeah, let's just fight 4v5. Lilith have a TP in. What does battle in a Maokai will walk in? Unsurprisingly, they lose that fight. So it's like, you know, clean up the mechanics and actually figure out what you want to do with Lorlo. Is he fighting or not? Are you going to take a battle or not?
I think a lot of those decisions, though, do come down to the larger team shot calling.
Sure.
And we've heard in the past when Matt is on someone like Bard, or even when he's playing Alistar and has a huge initiation burden, his calls don't necessarily seem that clean. Dardoch's the aggressive one. Matt's the one who has, you know, he has the reason in the calls. And I think it's really important to get him back on a Janna or a range support where he doesn't have the high mechanical complexity of Bard, but he can be that voice of reason for the team. If they can get a Janna on here, I think that's one of their chances to get the macro decision-making back because he's proven he has good shot calling when he's on that champion. It's a bit of a mental jump, but it's shown in the past for Team Liquid.
All right, so comfortability in the shot calling for Liquid, maybe something that we're looking for. I mean, I think the second question then would be, and Freak, I'm coming to you on this, is the fact that Team Liquid seems to have hit a point in both these games where they become desperate. And both times it didn't necessarily, the gold lead didn't necessarily suggest that they needed to just yet. So then the question is a composition that allows them to be more aggressive early better suited for them in this series? Because as it stands right now, they play it very slow through the mid game, and then they get desperate.
It's interesting. I don't think I'd immediately jump to like play an early game comp. I think, as Jared was mentioning, there are comp things you can do, like pick a more comfortable low mechanic champion for Matt, so that he can focus more about looking at the map and not as his champion what he's doing. I think that actually is an impact here. But in terms of like trying to play an early game sort of set of champions, I don't think that'll work because Reynor will be in the right place.
Right.
Like Reynor will find a way to screw up whatever you're trying to do anyway. Unless you're against someone who's playing at complete peak efficiency like FNC was last weekend, I don't think you're gonna have that kind of situation happen. I'd actually rather see Liquid just play a full team fight team. Like, just get champions where, like, when you mash heads 5-on-5, you can just execute a team fight. Because that's where they're really losing, is they're just not team fighting properly. And if your comp is built around that, it's easier to get in the right place.
Absolutely. It is coming down to team fighting. And, you know, when we look at Immortals and the people who are stepping up and performing in those team fights, I mean, we already mentioned it slightly, but Pobelter, huge ultimate coming out of him. Wild Turtle coming up with the quadra kill in game 1, itemizing.
Always a quadra kill in the playoffs for Turtles.
It really is. It's never the Penta, but it's going to be the quadra.
I mean, Turtle keeps getting Kalista, and he's extremely comfortable on it. It's a really good champion that might be contested a little bit more since, you know, the duo of Huni as well as Reynor have shown, yes, we're going to venture into this meta territory here now, so it's going to be hard to focus them down in picks and bans.
Yeah, absolutely true. And what's funny about Kalista, actually, the 6.6 changes, they gave her about a 4% DPS increase in team fights if you're buyer support, and like a 10% DPS loss if you're not. So the actual playstyle of Kalista has now actually drastically sort of altered where you lose a lot of power not team fighting in post 6.6 Kalista, and Wild Turtle is. He's not running around split pushing all the time. He's not doing this sort of piglet things where he's like another side lane splitter. He's going for the 5-on-5s, and he's succeeding. She's actually better in that space now.
And you know Adrian will be right next to him.
Oh, of course.
Because he's playing
Shannon. He's playing Shannon sitting next to him.
Only a bit more time for both these teams to adjust going into game 3, but Immortals have taken a 2-game lead in this series. Stay tuned to see if they can earn themselves a 3rd place finish or if Liquid can save their series. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Reynor is so bad at dodging. His physical is bad. I mean, he died from Zyra passive. He goes back in as soon as Reynor reloads. Phoenix was already hugging the left side. Dardoch is going to be able to solidify a kill with turret damage. But he's 4 versus 4.
Yeah, Ryze is not here. Ryze is not here. Fight slowly, okay? I'm going to go for Janna's side, okay?
I'm knocked up. Ezreal. That's going to be Dardoch that follows. They thought they had the upper hand here, but are turned around.
Ah, shit. Okay. I got him. Go Nash. I think you guys need to do it.
That's going to be Turtle on the outside. He rents out too. Turtle going for a triple. That's going to be the quadra, and it's going to be Lorlo going down in game number 2. And Immortals will take down Liquid to make it 2-0.
This has got to be over. This has got to be over.
Welcome back to the NALCS Spring Finals third place match. After a controlled 2-game start against Liquid, Immortals are just 1 win away from a 3-game sweep. So this is where I turn to you, gentlemen. When it's do or die time for Team Liquid here, they want to push it to 5 games and get that reverse sweep. How do they do it? Freak, starting with you.
Guy I talked about after game 1, Piglet, I think needs to be World Championship Piglet. You have rookies who are honestly being a little bit shaky in their performances in some cases, and Piglet can turn it on. I know he can. I know he's good enough, but he's got to do better than 4, 8, and 8 in 2 games.
Yeah, I think this combo's off of team priority and champion select as well. Wild Turtles had Kalista. I want Piglet to have Kalista, and I want Matt to have Janna, and I want them to force standard lanes as much as possible. Swap back and forth, keep Piglet in a 2v2, and play around him.
I definitely agree with both of those, and I think that they really need to refocus after those 2 losses. A lot of the mistakes they made in that game 2 were mental mistakes early on that they can avoid, and they really need to give something stronger. Maybe they need to play around Piglet more. Maybe they need to get him a more aggressive champion. But the bottom lane there is probably what we're looking at, because that's been Team Liquid's biggest strength.
All right, returning to you real quick, Jet, just on your champion select point, given the fact that the teams are swapping back to their original sides from game 1, we did see Immortals, and they're probably going to be comfortable throwing out the same 3 bans, Kindred, Poppy, Nidalee, and first picking a 0 away. So you're saying be willing to jump at first rotation, secure a solid bottom lane for Matt and Piglet.
Absolutely. They had some pretty high value picks in the first game, but they lost that game. I think they can give whatever they want. Funnily enough, to Huni and Rainover, even as dangerous as that sounds, but if the picks and bans go the same way and Immortals first picks Azir, I want Kalista Janna right away.
All right, I like it. Well, let's see if Team Liquid thinks the same thing. It's time to send it over to the casters, but as we go, let's hear Dardok's thoughts on how he stacks up against Rainover.
I have to say he's the best jungler because, yeah, he's proved it. I haven't proved that I'm the best jungler yet, but I know that I am. But I have to prove it before I can really say it confidently. Whereas I can say that I'm a top 3 jungler confidently. I can say that I'm better than Rush. I'm better than Xmithy or anybody else. Like, I can say that I'm better than those people confidently, just based on results. But when I play against Rainover, generally I just faceplant. So I can't really say that I'm better than him confidently yet. If we win against IMT, you can best believe I'm going to be salt tweeting all over the place. Best jungler IMO.
Cleanest jungler, everything. After if they come back and sweep this one. Is that what he's trying to say?
I guess so, but Rainover had an incredible performance on that Graves last game, pulling out something new. 8-0 and 10, 18 KDA are perfect at that point.
So that's got to bury that thought even more for him to just be like, oh, I need to kind of work this out.
That's also got to put a little bit of a mental tax on him because, I mean, when you're up against somebody that you're like, okay, I know I'm better than them, and then they crush you, that puts you a little bit on tilt. That's where you start going like, oh man, this is frustrating. I know I'm better than this. I want to be able to get my edge over him. And in front of all of these people too, so considering that they're rookies.
We'll see how they shake things off coming in to picks and bans.
You gotta wonder how much of this is, he's such a confidence guy, right? But when you really that badly want to prove that you're better than someone, how much of that is actually weighing on your decision making? How much of that is affecting their mental state? You know, is he going in there saying, I have to make this outplay, I have to make this happen? Because a lot of what TL's mistakes have been are these like over aggression. You know, it's constant just trying to make something happen. When you see an opportunity, they go for it whether they should or not, and maybe that's playing into it.
Poppy's going to be banned out this time, coming from the side of Immortals. They know how much it can disrupt that fight, become such a powerhouse, and Azir being the final ban this time from Liquid. What do Immortals start with this time?
It was Rise.
The Echo's left open, but the Rise is there as well.
That was the ban from game 1 that TL subbed the Azir in for. The GP, though, is something that I think you could have left up. I think the GP right now may not be as potent, but that's the thing is TL, when I look at how much they've banned GP, they've banned it every game in this series, they banned it all 5 games against CLG, they banned it in every game against Energy, and they banned it throughout the regular split. That champion tilts Piglet with the global ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it really does have to do, I think, with this is a team that loves to have bot lane focus, right? They love to get Piglet ahead. They love to try to snowball that lane, and GP ulti is something that really helps to counteract that. And we heard them talking about the desk, get Piglet onto Callista, get Matt onto the Janna, take this away.
Absolutely.
Go to your 2v2 strength, but they haven't done it yet. Maybe they will this game.
They just need that protection for Piglet, and he'll be able to carry this game. We see the Urgot hover. Rango Knife Cat as well, but they're just showing that love, showing that old school EU love on the side of Reignover. Waiting for those picks from Immortals side, however, we did see those Urgots coming in recently. A little showing that love to the picks.
Yeah, I know. We're not going to see it here.
It's more the hover for haha. Here's the hover.
Yeah, but they did get their hands on Callista for Piglet in the bot lane on TL's side, and they took away the jungler that Reignover just crushed on. Now Dardoch is going to try to invade. Look at this, though. It's going to be the pick here, and Wild Turtle on Lucian. This was the question is, why aren't Immortals giving Lucian to Wild Turtle when they threw it up to Huni, and then he played Jhin every game that he could get his hands on it?
Would you flex, man? That's why.
But here's the thing, Lucian is, I guess, a flex for Immortals.
Oh, right.
Could still be Huni's.
And with this lane, with the Janna Lucian, it'll be interesting to see if Immortals has the confidence to go into that 2v2 themselves, just maybe say bring it on. We can match you guys.
Absolutely.
Turtle has actually been coming up a lot more than Piglet has this series. He's been out farming him a lot. He has been coming up huge in team fights, and he's been a big impactor. So we'll see if they can actually match up.
And it's always a little strange too, and I think Immortals know this, that there's a point in the game for Team Liquid based on how they play the macro game that Piglet is split pushing by himself. And both games they have punished that and gone over and said, all right, we're going to push here and we're actually going to get some kills. And with the Maokai picked up, I think they might actually go either Gragas or they might go Echo here, but it looks like it is going to be the Gragas top again for Huni.
Yeah, a couple quick locked-ins there for the Elise and the Gragas. And yeah, we saw Huni look great on Gragas in game number 1. Fantastic game. Also did come out from Reignover in game number 1. So definitely 2 champions that they had success on in the first time. And TL, is going to be gifted that counter pick once again. And Phoenix, with game 1, he was not able to get done what he needed to get done on LeBlanc.
Right.
And will he be able to come up big? Because this team needs to turn around. And he could be that spark coming from the mid lane with a counter pick. Maybe he could get a solo kill, get something going for his team. We'll see if he's going to be able to do it.
What can that be at this point?
You could pick Cassio into Rise again.
And it could be the Cassio Rise. But we will have to see. Is the Orianna going to be locked in without the Kindred really being in the game? Makes it a little bit easier for those ults to count. You get the Maokai in there, you kind of have a Bash Brothers composition and let Piglet carry from the outside. Still with options. 6 seconds left on the clock. Liquid looking at the Lissandra in the mid lane.
Yeah, and I mean, Lissandra is a fantastic pick, very strong. It's more of a, instead of kill your laner, it's more shove out your lane, then go kill someone else's lane.
Someone else.
And this is something that TL has been sticking with, the double TP. They've been playing it a lot, but we talked about it. They have not been utilizing it well, and it's something that we have to see them do. Once again, Pobelter is going to take the combat summoner, not the TP, and this needs to be something that TL exploits. It needs to be Phoenix rotating around, getting the TPs, 4-man bot, 5-man bot with double TP, these kind of things, and they need to get big advantages. I want to see Phoenix and Lorlo use their TPs to get Piglet ahead on Callista, and I want to see TL go into the 2v2. Play to your strengths, let the world champion do what he does.
Best way to do that is, like they said on the desk, find those matchups. Keep going back to the lane, make them run around the map, and cause them to follow you. It's going to be difficult, though. We're seeing kind of that lack of confidence for TL now with 2 games against them, and there is caution there to be had, but too much caution can lead to that loss.
Definitely.
It's going to be difficult. Keep updating those Twitter votes. Send your predictions, as always, for this series to @LOL Esports with the hashtag IMT win or the hashtag TL win. That's not changing. Maybe your vote is. Keep it coming here. A lot of the TL fans are going to need you coming into this Game 3. It is match point for that 3rd place for Immortals, and they are looking very strong with some average 30-minute maps coming in for the first 2 games of the series. Mandalay Bay lighting up here for game number 3. We're about to get onto the Rift. Liquid looking to keep their 3rd place hopes alive against Team Immortals.
And they have a great draft to do it, right? They have a powerful 2v2 lane. They have a mid laner and a top laner who can rotate, who can support their team. These are the kind of role players. They have Dardoch, an aggressive early jungler. They have all the pieces in place to succeed. Now, the early game is going to be very important. Can they find that 2v2?
The match game. Can they play match game? Where will it go? It's going to require a little bit of wardage, but it looks like the line of scrimmage here is actually going to be what both teams go for. So only a little bit of knowledge is going to be given over in the beginning. Looks like it actually may just file out into standard lanes, however.
Lots of spears.
Certain that dominance, you gotta let him know.
He's backing the bush though. They know he hasn't left the bush.
Yeah. Ooh.
They're going to get him with all that crowd control.
Oh, immediate rend too.
And Piglet still should have time to base. He's going to be fine. So.
Hit that fountain by 120, you're good to go.
Yeah, you have time to base and actually swap if you want to. You can go into either lane. You know that they didn't get lane swap wards on you, and you didn't actually get them on the other team either. So
yeah,
both teams are blind.
They are actually assuming that it is going to be that swap. You can see Piglet is heading up top, and Immortals did not actually make that swap. Wild Turtle never based. Adrian healed back up and headed bot lane. So TL, I have to think, is misreading this.
Yeah. Also, you can tell Matt walking straight through the jungle instead of actually trying to go into Immortals jungle, because this makes him late to Gromp, which makes it so that this is actually a very clean start here. And then Immortals actually get to harass TL, and Dardoch is going to have to smite this away. But look at that, there's both members there. They're trying to give Dardoch soul experience. Yep, that's why. Got level 2, immediate quick draw over the wall, got the exhaust out of Adrian. Normally you split experience on the Gromp when you double jungle, but giving it to the jungler, immediate level 2 there.
Lorlo's definitely going to have a tough time with that. Up and coming. They're going to go ahead and steal the smalls away from the blue.
Auto.
For the center.
Oh, he got it!
Wow.
That's a tilter.
He lives in the jungle. He always lives in his opponent's jungle, and he continues to do it here in this game. On that Bard, he has the chime speed, and he uses it to great advantage.
Oh, Adrian got it!
All right.
All right, getting it on the Bard is one thing with the chime in the queue.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
Okay.
That one's more on TL. You know, come on, guys. Dardoch, Lorlo.
Yeah, that
they can't give that up to a Janna.
Okay, I put that a little bit on Lorlo there.
Yeah.
Your job should be to zone out the person as the top lane.
So that means they're pushed off of ground for that, and then Lorlo loses that as well. Yeah. It's only getting harder.
Oh.
Pretty unlucky, Riv.
Yeah, man.
So 250 in here, Immortals. Able to get a little something for themselves, break that confidence maybe that TL could have in the beginning of the game of getting themselves in with Matt's pressure. But nobody's gone down just yet. We saw Rainover with a very, very high kill percent participation last game, and could see him doing that once again here on Elise. Taking Scuttle for bottom side control, and they should be able to take this turret down as well.
It'll be close. They're going to have to wait for the next wave, actually. So TL will be able to take the first turret and going to be able to bounce that nicely. So Lorlo is going to have that set up for himself.
I don't know if you bounce it, though. I think you push it. Oh, TP to the bot side so he can catch the wave? What is Lorlo doing? What is he doing?
That did not just happen.
What is he doing?
Howling Gale goes out. They're going to see Rainover coming in too. This is going to be 4 people getting on this. Rainover doesn't pick anything up, but Lorlo TPs to the bot lane in error.
And all last game, I was sitting there thinking, Lorlo looks like he has nerves. We've seen Matt adjust a little bit to the pressure. Dardoch has seemed to adjust to it as well in the LCS, but it always kind of looked like Lorlo had never really adjusted to even the 300-person stage in the LCS. And this just looks completely out of style. Like, that's not something you should ever even consider doing.
I mean, that was a tragedy, straight up. That was a massive misplay. Now you have a level 1 Maokai heading to the top lane, who just wasted his TP and gave first blood to the Lucian.
Yeah.
We talked about how you have to get the 2v2 advantage. You have to be able to push that as the advantage for TL. Well, guess what? You just gave their AD carry 400 gold.
And it could be even more to the mid lane. Pobelter was trying to draw him in. Dardoch had the same idea with the counter gank in mid here. You can see how hungry Team Liquid is to get something back off of that play. They try to go right for
Rainover looking for it.
Lorlo in the top. They take the little guy for another ride, and he's actually able to flash himself out of that one. Lorlo staying safe. The TP's down, though, so he is going to have a lot of trouble.
Oh, they're staying,
finding a way in.
And Rainover doesn't have flash. He's going to get caught.
A lot of resources to send up there just to help Lorlo. Hopefully they can come up with something here.
It's a red buff. He's going to have the slow here.
End of the line hits. The repel goes up, and that's going to be a finish kill. They're going to allow that to go to Lorlo. Actually, very smart play.
I actually think that
it could have gone to anybody with the Ignite.
Yeah, that's going to equalize it over, and now Lorlo's actually going to have a slight advantage. But I'm definitely a little bit happier that he got the level 3, because the turret dive at the top, they did that because he was still level 2. If he was level 3 and had Twisted Advance, it would have been very different. Now, he's a little bit safer. So, Piglet actually trying to sneak a camp, though.
Yeah, and Piglet's pretty far forward here. Pobelter's coming. There's the flash.
Oh, boy.
All right.
He gets out, though.
Wow.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing we didn't get a chance to talk about with that top lane fight, one of the things that I actually kind of ironically did push that NTL's advantage was Adrian stopped Phoenix's TP, right? Adrian actually used his flash there. He flashed forward and tornadoed the TP from Phoenix. So sounds like a great play, right? Yes. But the problem is Dardoch was coming in there, Matt was coming in there, and that TP getting canceled gave Huni and Rainover the confidence to stick around. It actually ended up kind of baiting them into staying around and dying.
The little things.
Yeah, make a big difference.
Actually seeing Dardoch go for the Merc Treads first, speaking of differences, usually he's the double longsword or the red smite early. It just looks like he's trying to have this mobility, and the Merc Treads make sure he's not getting hit by cocoons like Xmithy was, and making them last pretty much the entire duration and getting exploded. So Dardoch a little safer with that buy.
Good pick up against Rise as well. You know,
yeah.
He's a team with a lot of CC, so definitely something you want to be careful against, and he's going to take that into account.
So Lorlo roaming down from the top side. He's all farmed out and pushed. It's like it might just be kind of ward duty for him as he places one in the pixel brush. Having a bit of a hard game. The kill helps him get back in, as we were saying before. Well, and we're still seeing Phoenix actually be able to control Pobelter, which helps. Maybe Phoenix can get his teleport play in soon.
Yeah, that kill going over to Lorlo and the fact that they were able to orchestrate that on TL side kind of absolves him from what happened, right? It allows you to kind of get back off of tilt and say, okay, you know what? I didn't completely lose the game for my team. I didn't have people tilt. We were able to play it calm, and now we have to continue to play it calm because we're back at even.
There's a good and a bad in that, right? It happens so early in the game, oh no, but it happens so early in the game that it can be fixed right away.
Yes.
And they were actually able to come up with that fix
You can't beat yourself up, though.
No, you can't beat yourself up. They have to be ready. Smart play here by Liquid to back off, not really having too much vision in their jungle. They don't know what else is behind these members of Immortal, but not getting any pressure in the other lanes here as they use most of the resources top.
This is the part of the game where Piglet split pushes to get a CS advantage and experience advantage over Wild Turtle. And you notice that Piglet has hit 6 pretty much way ahead of Wild Turtle every game in this series because they do this with him. But the thing is, are they even going to get that turret on time? And it doesn't look like it's not even half HP yet.
And you can also see the other side of that is that Matt is then paired up with Lorlo. So Lorlo can fall behind an XP, and Matt does as well because Matt is roaming. So, you know, the XP isn't just coming out of thin air, right? It's a trade-off. They're saying that Piglet gets the extra resources, so Matt and Lorlo lose out a little bit on that. But they're saying that, you know, Piglet, he can carry through.
That is the plan. Finally on to Callista here as we make our way into game 3. See if he can put this one on his back. Still Phoenix in the mid lane can put out some pressure on this Lissandra up on CS, but hasn't made too much of a big play on it just yet. It's been a quiet mid lane, to say the least.
Well, I don't think it's going to be quiet for too much longer, mostly because Immortals took the top and bottom turret, and TL, they still have to get that bottom turret. They weren't able to actually answer it. So I assume that this is the part where Adrian starts playing around the mid lane, as well as Wild Turtle. Because Immortals, when they get those 2 outer turrets down, they don't sit on their hands. They start making more plays, especially if you didn't answer one of their turrets. Because now they know we have a gold advantage. It's about 1,000 worth of the turret. And now we get to push up. Now we get to at least place wards around this area. We get to take control of it. We get to take anything that's around here.
Phoenix does have his TP up now, and I really do feel like he has to look for something. You know, the more standard builds that you kind of see from Lissandra is going for CDR. You see people picking up early Lucidity boots. You see people picking up, you know, Morellonomicon or some sort of CDR so they can go for these roams, get the ultimates off non-stop, but he hasn't done that. He's building Warfare lane, and he's just been sitting in lane. You know, we need to see him move around and make something happen because as far as straight-up team fighting power, I think the Rise does eclipse the Lissandra. The Lissandra needs to get picks and snowball your team.
It's almost like he's set up to say, we will have a good reactive play to yours when we TP in on that fight, not when we initiate.
Yeah, and looking at what just happened across the map there, it's going to be Dragon going over to Immortals, but also Rainover and Adrian walked up to the blue buff, so Dardoch had to smite it away, so no blue for Phoenix, whereas Pobelter has his blue, and he's able to throw out spells and stack up that tier.
10 minutes in here. Looking at Just about 1.4K in the lead for Immortals. And Liquid finally getting control of a side of the map they may be able to use.
They're looking
Fate's
for it.
Call.
Oh,
Whoa! Long ride. Matt's going to try to come in as well. They'll just waltz on out of this one. Good flash, though, by Huni. Unfortunately, no Immortal members there to pick up on that kill for Lorlo. He's forced to flash out. And Liquid having good control over the jungle. Unfortunately, that one fizzles out for him, and they're not able to get any aggression out of it.
Yeah, Darnock is sitting on 1,300 gold right now, so Reignover definitely has the item advantage despite being down in CS. So you don't want to fight that. You don't want to be able to actually give Reignover the opportunity to get a combo on you.
And we did see Piglet try to make use of that Fate's Call, but not able to do too much. And Phoenix going to be chunked out here a bit by Melter.
Yeah. This is why you need Abyssal Scepter early.
Yeah. Fair.
It looked pretty painful. Melter still ready to go in for another one as well with this cleanse up. As you were saying, Zyrene, everybody kind of hovering around mid now to try and open up, crack the final door open, and have free reign right into the first part of Team Liquid's jungle.
Yeah.
A lot of resources here for Team Liquid as well, so it looks like this one will stand for now.
The experience can become a fairly big deal. You know, Lolo down a level here. Matt is just hitting 5 now. He was actually 4, where the solo laners were 8 on the other team. And you're so squishy at that point. If you actually do get caught by a Rise, you're going to die instantly. So something he has to be aware of as well. But obviously an incredible Bard player. And him hitting 6 is going to be pretty big for the team too, because that does open up so much more as far as opportunities for initiation, for disengage, for turret dives. You can disable the turrets as well. So there's so much you could do with that Bard. And getting 6, although you obviously do want to prioritize getting the XP on your carries, is pretty big on Bard still.
It's not just EXP advantages too, right? Like that really matters, the Bard ultimate. But I'm looking at this 2-on-2 lane, and Wild Turtle is already up 1,000 gold over Piglet. Despite Piglet being in a lane where he's getting fed all of the CS, well, Turtle's been able to equalize that, pass it, and he has that kill, as well as some of that turret gold from that top lane. So he's actually pretty far ahead of Piglet right now.
Yeah, and a lot of that is thanks to the first blood he picked up off of Lorlo, as well as that extra turret, you know, the local gold, pretty big there too. So Turtle definitely carving out an advantage for himself. You know, he's been going pretty big in these last 2 games, and he's looking to be in a pretty good spot to carry in this game as well.
This is where Immortals siege the mid turret. You try to get it now because you know you have the level 6 advantage on support. Lorlo TPing from the side.
Fate's Call in, out. That level 5 still for Matt as Immortals stands toe-to-toe with them in front of their turret. Lorlo looks like he wants to go in, but they have to realize here they're definitely down in levels. It's going to affect the abilities. And what can be used onto Phoenix right away? ACN uses all summoner spells to get himself into the fight. Huni and Wild Turtle are very low. It's going to be Lorlo trying to go deep into the fight. Nobody can really follow him. And a lot of summoners used by
Reignover
just to get into range.
He didn't want to do that.
He wanted to refund that ticket as soon as he got on the ride.
Reignover's going to gift one back, no big deal, but...
ouchies.
Lorlo was going deep there, and at the same time, Phoenix is actually flashing out of the fight.
Yep.
TL, though, they do kill the jungler. They're looking to push for mid.
Wild Turtle on the other side. Huni has TP. So Huni was backing. They're looking for possibly a TP play if TL had continued to stay pushed forward.
Rise ultimate.
That fight, though, very close, and actually it could have gone a lot better for TL had they been a bit more on the same page. And you can see here over on the side, Phoenix actually does get caught, and Phoenix is going to have to self-ult himself, which takes away a lot of the damage that he is going to be able to do. And at this point, Phoenix is like, I'm out of there, and Lorlo's going in. And look how low Huni and Wild Turtle both were there. Had Phoenix not flashed out, or had he taken his claw back in, I think he could have actually finished off both of them.
Right.
Yeah. And that would have been massive for the team, but Phoenix just did not have the confidence. He actually threw his claw back in. It hits them, but he doesn't take it back in for the free Q, and which would have been a double kill. So, you know, Phoenix, I think he's doing well for himself this game. He did pick up a kill, but I definitely think that was a little bit of a misplay there, and I think he could have got a couple more for his team, and perhaps that could have got them the turret too.
You also think if he had ultied Wild Turtle instead, would have been more damage on him, or it would have been about the same damage, and also it would have locked him up. Lorlo would have been able to get in range for the W, and then everybody would have been able to go on that, and you saw Phoenix flashed away after the ultimate anyway.
Yeah.
And when you ulti a damage dealer, well, you're taking less damage, so he wouldn't have died. But oh my god.
That's commitment.
That's called pulling the trigger.
Yeah, there used to be an AD carry there, but no longer.
He had flash too.
Wow.
Can't flash when you're W'd. And Brian is showing off that burst.
Piglet using the heal to get into that one. We may even see a quick silver sash coming out of him in this game. It's going to be a very dangerous way to fight if he does not have Matt's ultimate regularly. Lorlo goes in.
No,
he hit it on the turret. They might have wanted that damage. Rainover is low. Nice ultimate coming in for Phoenix, but he puts himself very dangerous here. The double kill could be worth, but there's enough DPS to drop this turret with the wave.
I think it's worth.
Yeah, and Matt was actually, I mean, it was a beautiful ultimate, but had he not hit the turret, they would have been so good.
Yeah.
I mean, he was able to isolate a couple members on the side, which allowed them to get that engage and pick up a couple kills. Still good trade for TL overall, but not if they lose this turret. Dardoch on the backside, though.
Dardoch gonna smoke screen, Pobelter out. Fate's call for Matt. Gonna look for the binding after. No, Matt holds back. He's actually staying.
Turtle's going for turret.
Piglet. And a great focus from Turtle on the right side, knowing he was out of danger. Takes the turret down. Immortals have been pecking at that mid turret for the last 5 minutes to finally get it to drop. See how they open up the map from here.
Yeah, Turtle 3-0 off of that, but here's the fight once again, and Matt looking for the ultimate, and had he not hit the turret, had he just got those 3 members, it would have been amazing because the turret would have been adding in that damage, but still, Lorlo goes in. Phoenix actually gets ulted into the team, but is able to get out some really good damage, picks up a double kill for himself, and it's here that Lorlo's too low to re-engage. They have Dardoch there. Piglet's back in base, so they couldn't really continue the fight. And Immortals had the presence of mind to stay around, pick up that turret, which makes it a good trade for them in the end.
TPE down for Phoenix, just used, coming out for Lorlo, so those are going to be kind of off and on, not being able to synergize for a little bit on those. 157 to 155 as mid lane stays very even in CS, but the kills are starting to push Phoenix ahead just a little bit. Lorlo, after a really rough early game, we saw him come out of it early, and he's been able to stay consistent as that Maokai. Hopefully he is what the team needs when they get
Oh, Turtle!
fights.
What?
Phoenix flexing his muscles there a little bit. 2 completed items, and Turtle has the audacity to walk up to the 3-in-1 mid laner who just finished his second item, and Phoenix says thank you.
And Turtle's sitting there going, he has the audacity to walk up to the 3-0 Lucian. My 3 kills versus your 3 kills.
We were just talking about Turtle before this game as well, kind of saying there's definitely been a change in that mentality from the reserve Turtle who would hide in his shell to this guy that comes out and tries to break open plays for himself. It can still get him in a little bit of danger. Adrian with a nice monsoon on this one, and it looks like with Piglet coming in, they got good damage here on the backside. The split puts Dardoch in a bad spot. The Fade's call, and it's on Rainover. The binding locks him up on the wall. Adrian doing what he can. One last storm shield. The rappel is up, and Adrian will completely fall. No, he stays alive. It's gonna be Phoenix going down. How is Immortals turning this? Turtle again in the front. The shell is even up.
What a cue!
Stop that time, and it doesn't look like it's going to be finished. Does Turtle take the journey? He does. The binding against the wall. What is he doing in the pit alone? Committing suicide on this one.
Dragon!
He goes down. Lorlo takes him out. And Turtle going way too hard.
He got interrupted by the Dragon knockup in his E.
Oh, it's not over just yet. Actually, the flash forced out there onto Matt, who got nervous seeing Huni body slam forward. Didn't know if he had his flash or his ult available, but what an insane fight. And it actually started off with the trick that CLG pulled to seal the deal on TL. TL actually did the double TP there. Came in with a bit of a surprise, but they were not able to finish people off.
I bet you that what ended up happening after that set is they practice how to have the top laner go first and then the mid laner immediately after. I bet you they tried that in scrims a bunch. And you can see here, Huni so low, almost gets burned down by the red smite. And then the follow-up here, Phoenix goes a little too far forward, gets exhausted. It would have killed Rainover outright. Maybe Huni in the back line as well. But right here, there's so many stacks in Pobelter, but Piglet, I don't know if he even has the mana to rend. His bar is so low right there.
Yeah.
Would have been a kill.
Immortals was so ridiculously low. Turtle with a bit of an overchase here into the pit.
He gets interrupted by the Dragon here. So unlucky.
Oh.
That was the Rainover. This is how you use magical. Oh, wait.
Oh,
Wait a minute. Oh.
Crazy game.
But That is confidence you are seeing. It literally just oozing out of these guys right now, and it's kind of kicking them in the butt a little.
Yeah, and we're actually seeing a different build here from Dardoch. We're seeing the Phantom Dancer second, which gives Graves so much attack speed, which makes it so his auto attack reload has actually a very nice fluidity to it. But look at this, Piglet caught by
Oh my God, rain over! Right over the shoulder of Team Liquid members onto Piglet. The next target is Matt. It's going to be more before Huni goes down. No, he falls quick.
They still have Dardoch.
They're onto Lorlo. Where is Phoenix? He's coming around the backside with a bunch of damage with Dardoch. Now it's a 2v2.
Oh.
They're standing tall. They're trying to finish off the kill. And it's going to be rain over once again with the sliver of health.
He's going to try to kill him.
Turtle gets fishing. Turtle gets the kill. What a fight from Immortals! Liquid gets aced.
These fights are ridiculously close, and IMT just keeps coming out on top by the smallest of margins. TL is just losing out fight after fight, but just barely.
And what a flash, so good. The knock-up there from Adrian, and then the walk to the side. Rainover recognized that millisecond of an opportunity to flash Cocoon, and he took it. Everybody jumps into this pit, though, and then the follow-up damage comes through. Phoenix gets to hit multiple people with Qs, and Dardoch gets to auto-attack across multiple members. But that Cocoon, once again, Rainover, back-to-back Cocoons coming up huge and almost taking out Rainover, and then Dardoch not able to follow or get that auto-attack off. And right here, if he had Q'd to the right side in that tri-brush, he would have been able to blow it up fast enough, but didn't predict it.
Yeah, if he hit the double Q, he actually might have gotten that kill.
I think so. I think it's a lot of damage.
Yep.
Dardoch. Saw that Maw coming in previously before, but he goes straight for the Phantom Dancer in this build. He's trying to be pretty aggro with it. And Liquid now kind of feeling a little bit of pressure. 3K down, 3.4 actually, as Immortals continue to tighten their hold on this game after opening up that mid turret. We saw the play top from Liquid, but it always seems like they have to push themselves a little too far to get that play.
I think in this game, though, game 3 where you're down 2-0, you have to push hard, dig deep, and you have to take those chances, and you have to hope that they come up big, because you want those 20 extra championship points. And TL, they want to make 3rd place for the 3rd time in a row.
Yeah.
I will say, TL is actually, I think this is their best game so far. Their fights that they've been picking, I think, are the correct fights. It's just tiny little outplays that Immortals are making, tiny little mistakes that TLs are making in these fights that are deciding them. They're all coming down to a couple HP here or there, and if TL just did something a little bit better, they would be the ones coming out on top in the fight.
And it's been incredibly unfortunate as well. The Callista now going over to Piglet for Team Liquid. He hasn't been able to get any kills this game, just due to the way the fights are going. 5 assists always feels much better as 5 kills when you're an AD carry, obviously.
Which is what Turtle has.
Yep. Well, Piglet's also now down 2.3 thousand gold. So the person that TL likes to play around, they like to play around that bot lane.
Yeah.
Wild Turtle has a gigantic edge on him right now. And there was actually a lot of debate during the regular season of who's better, Piglet or Wild Turtle. Piglet was doing a lot with very little, whereas everybody was saying Wild Turtle, he always has a disengaged support with Adrian. He gets to make these ballsy plays. His team backs him up all the time. But right now, we've seen them head-to-head for multiple games, and Wild Turtle just seems to always get the edge despite resources being funneled into Piglet. And a lot of that is they do play around Wild Turtle in these fights, especially with Huni playing a top lane tank now. So the question and debate will still continue after today.
Piglet just has not been able to turn it on so far. He has not been able to come up big in these fights, pick up the kills. In fact, I gotta say, he's been the one that the fights are starting because he's getting caught out, and it's been happening a lot. And it's not what you're used to seeing. You know, Jat talked about that max range Cocoon that he got hit by in Vision. This is something that Piglet would dodge 10 times out of 10, you'd expect. Yeah. You know, he's such a mechanically gifted player. He's so consistent, and he's been the one getting caught, and he's the one that his team is having to try to bail out, and that's not what you're used to seeing from TL. It's always Piglet that's safe. He's in the back. He's putting out the damage.
In most of the teams we think of, you could almost say that, yeah, that Elise wouldn't flash Cocoon, but it is Immortals.
TP.
They're
TP
going to do anything that they can. It's on to Turtle. This is a great chance for Team Liquid to bite back and get themselves in the game. Pole Belter's locked in. He's going to have a lot of crowd control right here, but flashes over the wall immediately before Lorlo can get there. The minion wave is following shortly behind. They should be able to open up the map a little bit.
It was actually a really good ultimate from Adrian. Just the knockback time on that delayed Lorlo's W allowed Rise to get that flash up. Had he got caught there, he might have gone down, but TL want to go for Baron anyway. They think this is their chance. They caught Turtle. We'll see if they can make it happen.
They haven't swept it. Phoenix goes in. Whoa!
Seemed like they're a little disjointed there. He can't clear as much ground as the Claw. They're on to Belter. Throws his shield down. Seraph's embraced as well. Rainover's in the middle of the fight right now with Huni getting attacked by Dardoch. He gets over the wall. Also a short flash there. Getting himself into a safe situation, but even safer.
They did
Gotta
nothing
make sure.
to Pobelter there, and Pobelter's still 100% okay, and they're
There's
looking
the
for more.
ultimate.
He can't get
throws
the
it
pin.
down. He's looking for a bit more power, and it's Piglet. Piglet goes down once again as the team not even leaves him out to dry, are moving just quicker.
I mean, TL did kind of just walk away, though. I was really surprised by that. I felt like they still could have just walked out as a team. But, you know, whether Piglet was late or his team was early, they needed to be together. And Tardock's going to get caught now as here comes Huni.
Oh, they're forced to fight in this as well. Since they stayed, Lorlo went right on to Huni. Dardoch could get out of this one. Phoenix to the other side, but they are just going in one after the other to help each other. But it's just causing more hurt.
And Pobelter has been massive in these fights. They keep trying to focus him down. That Rise is actually rather tanky, and he has cleanse, so he starts making that CC that you're trying to throw on him. Not even close to effective, and he'll get out much faster, be able to actually vamp back up. And that's going to be Baron for Immortals here in Game 3.
And here comes Huni. He's able to TP in, dodges out the Q, immediately zeroing out Matt there on the backside. And Phoenix trying to turn things around. Probably would have had the damage for Turtle, but Adrian says no, has the exhaust, has the shield to support his team. And just like that, a series of plays that started with Turtle getting taken out and Liquid going to Baron ends with Liquid getting wiped off the map. Immortals with Baron again, and Immortals looking poised to perhaps end this series.
The Nasher play was a little strange from TL. They tried to bait it, and you can see they have 4 blue trinkets. They don't have double sweeper here. They don't have the vision coverage to actually cover that area and make sure that it is something that is blind to Immortals so that they walk in. And then Phoenix went forward with his claw. There's a lot of decisions here from TL that are either not being followed up by their teammates, it's not being communicated properly, but whatever's happening, Immortals look way more crisp today, and they look like, even though they're playing new things, it's working out. This looks well practiced from IMT.
And the confidence is just continuing as they make pushes. They don't wait any moment, any second, millisecond to get an engage on if they see it. The entire team is on it and behind. Even if it's a bad call, they all go in on it and are coming out on top. Kind of hard not to, though, when you're 5K in the lead and now pushing the inhibitor turret once again on the base of Team Liquid 20 minutes into the game. Immortals looking very strong once again here in Game 3. Liquid looking to keep themselves alive, though. The pressure continues to build, and the Fate's Call, or rather Tempered Fate, goes out, and the Fate's Call comes back.
They got the Gragas Barrel, though, and that's a big part of the Immortals engage. They have to get a Cocoon onto Piglet, but that's how they were actually sectioning him off, and Pobelter with the point and click, so we'll have to see here.
Yeah, Immortals may want to just wait for mid lane to push up and rotate over there, but they're getting a lot of damage down on this turret. And Lorlo popping the ultimate. Looks like he may want to go in. Huni's really low too, though.
Yeah, turret's just gonna go down here.
Trying to do what they can. They understand they're a bit weaker in items and fight pressure here. Ultimates down for Huni at the moment, so they can't really disperse a huge fight. Gonna have to rely on Adrian for that, and he's also out of mana, but at just the right time, the team is gonna head out. They grab that bottom inhibitor and can really work the rest of the map now. Dragon's alive. They might just be back for it before they go for mid or top.
Yeah, this may go over to TL, but even if it does, I don't think Immortals really cares that much. You know, they'd like to pick up their 3rd dragon and deny TL their 1st, but they don't want to take a risky fight. They just pocketed a lot of gold. They're in the lead. They want to go back, heal up, buy, and get into position. And TL's going to give them the time to do it anyway.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to actually go towards that dragon. You can see Wild Turtle picking it up right now. So, 3rd dragon to Immortals, and honestly, the claws of being 4th place are slowly wrapping around Team Liquid right now, sinking in.
Very interesting the way it came in. Liquid was super strong, coming in very confident as well.
They seem mad.
And it could be a journey over the wall. Nobody really behind them, but Dardoch, and they kind of want to get out as fast as they went in here.
A lot of damage coming in. Immortals still want this fight right in front of the turret. They want Liquid to use all of their resources so they can get it and push on through the inhibitor. But will Liquid let it happen? Immortals is gonna make it happen. They're going for Piglet. Huni hits the barrel right past Liquid's members, and it takes down Piglet. That's 3 members down. Liquid is scattering to keep themselves alive, and Immortals are just going to walk up to the front door and ace Team Liquid.
And they have minions in the bot side here. This might be Immortals. They were first place in the regular season. They faltered in the semifinals, but they're gonna take down Team Liquid and claim 20 more championship points.
They're back, and they're back in a big way. It's gonna be a clean 3-0 for Immortals, coming together. Turtle coming up huge. The whole team looking godlike in this series. That's gonna be it. 3-0 for Immortals over Team Liquid.
A good game, well played across the board between these two teams, and I think at the end of that game, I was looking back to Champion Selects, and I was thinking, they've got Phoenix on things he hardly played this year. A Cass, a LeBlanc that we only saw in the semis versus CLG, and a Lissandra that was played twice. It definitely was a bit of a kink in the chain.
Yeah, I think that Team Liquid, you know, with these rookies coming this far, they definitely think that they have more potential for the next split. Once they synergize, they get a little bit more over those nerves that we were definitely seeing in this game, and the communication gets down pat. I want to talk about Immortals, though, because this is a team that was expected to get first place. And they were humiliated 3-0 by TSM, the 6th place seed.
And in that interview, they said, we didn't even expect that.
They did not expect that one bit. And they come in here today, they 3-0 Team Liquid. Very, very, very commanding performance from this squad. And this wasn't about getting 3rd place and those extra 20 championship points. This was about saying the criticism of, right, is that how an MVP plays in the semifinals? Is that how a coach drafts in the semifinals? They are silencing those haters, showing that Immortals have more aspects to them and more dimensions than what we had seen in the regular season. And if they're able to adapt like this and then get on top of recognizing when the meta shifts, this is a squad that coming into summer, they're practicing for Worlds.
Well, it is going to be those best of 3s, and Immortals now shows that can go into those series, show change, show strength, and even a week's time to be able to change that.
And I mean, Huni has completely silenced the critics. He looked extremely strong on the tanks. All 3 games, he looked great. And I gotta say, Wild Turtle coming up massive for the team throughout the series. He was just straight up playing better than Piglet. This is the guy who, you know, people are overlooking a little bit. They talk a lot more about Piglet. They talk a lot about Double Lift and stuff, but Wild Turtle, you know, he's not sitting in the back. He's getting in there for the team. He's picking up the kills. He plays it right to the very edge, and he's able to come up so big for the team.
Pole Belter as well. We see this guy be a huge boon of versatility for the team, bringing out the Azir after not really seeing it much, and then the Rise again. Just really able to play the matchups he was going against at a base level and then help the team out afterwards. Like you said, we weren't really seeing or have seen Pole Belter be a star player in the mid lane, right? He brings a lot to the table, but here he definitely started to define and show himself.
Yeah, and I mean, Phoenix was the guy who had the counter pick multiple games against Pole Belter. And Pole Belter is the one that's performing better in these games anyway. He's the one that's staying alive. He's the one that's, you know, building intelligently, team fighting intelligently. And I have to say that this really was truly a team win for Immortals.
Yeah, and I think Immortals, showing that it only took them a week to really get everything in order, kind of points to the 3-0 series against TSM, that was more of them being misled by their scrim results. I got to talk to their coach, and he's like, it really looks out of place if you didn't see what practice was like. If you saw what practice was like, they thought that Lucian top was good. They thought that Gangplank was good because they were probably crushing people with it, right? And with that many weeks of practice and you do that, then you come onto the stage and say, well, this is how we've been winning all along. And now they've adapted, and it was very quick to actually just turn it and say, oh yeah, we always had this. We just didn't think it was the best strategy at the time.
Practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect.
Practice makes habit.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And for the player perspective on that series, let's check in with Freak, who's got an interview ready with 2 of our winners.
Thank you very much, Riv. Yes, I am here with 2 of the victorious Immortals here. We've got Huni, we've got Wild Turtle. Huni, first things first, I have to ask you, coming to the 3rd place match, the 3-0 stomp, how did it feel kind of vindicating yourselves from the semifinal? How does it feel bouncing back from that?
Yeah, it was kind of sad, of course, for 3rd place. It was just I would say, first times for me because I was just winning when I was in EU. So it was kind of sad, but we still have to play for fans, and we have to win because we still have to prove we're not that weak. And then next season we're going to beat again every team. So we just prepare properly, and then that's why I think we won pretty easy.
So Huni talked about preparing properly. Wild Turtle, I want to ask you, what was that preparation like, bouncing back from that loss to TSM? What did it look like this week?
Well, the preparation was a really long and hard process. Like, we knew we were going to lose a lot of games at the start because we're playing tank top. Huni's only played like 3 tanks in his life, and he played like all 3 of them this game or something like that. And then, it was a really hard transition, but I'm glad we were able to show we were able to play the meta, I guess.
So Huni, I want to ask you about that then. What was the mindset from last week's champion select? Lucian, Top, Gangplank, Graves. Why were those the champions you played?
To be honest, I don't know. I was maybe kind of overconfident, and I didn't prepare enough myself. That's why I was kind of being behind meta. That's why we played kind of bad. And then for me, there was a lot of disadvantage. So yeah, it was. But personally, I think still damage top is better than tank champion.
You think there's things that are better than tanks? You just have to find them?
To be honest, I want to say it like this way, but actually tank is better this meta.
All right. Well, Wild Turtle, you got to show what a winning Lucian looks like, so congrats on that one. Talk to me about the matchup you were up against Matt and Piglet here, because Piglet's gotten so much praise. You've often been an overlooked AD carry. I know you've gotten some respect now. So tell me sort of your individual play throughout this series and how you felt it went.
I think me and Adrian played really well in this series because Huni's obviously playing a tank, and I can trust Huni to engage for me, and it's really good. I think in this meta it's more like just teamwork and just playing with your team really well, and I was able to show that I could play with my team really well this game.
You guys definitely played very well, so we're looking forward to seeing you guys play in June in the summer split. Your goals are still Worlds. How is it going to be the 18-0 this time around? Is that the summer split for Huni? How's summer split going to be for Immortals?
This time we lost actually semifinals. So from there we improved a lot, and then we're not going to be like cocky or something overconfident, and then we prefer enough ourselves. So summer split is going to be like we're going to be way better, way more improved, and so we're going to finish without lose.
You're going to finish without any losses, Huni. All right. Wild Turtle, then, one more question for you then. Tomorrow's matchup, TSM versus CLG, how do you feel it's going to go?
TSM versus CLG, I would give it TSM because they beat us, and I love TSM, so yeah.
All right, Wild Turtle, thank you very much, guys. Congratulations on the 3rd place victory. We'll see you in June in the summer split, where you're not going to lose any games, according to Huni. Thank you guys very much, and for now, we're going to throw it up to the analyst desk to break down that series.
Goodbye.
Thank you very much. Freak smiles for Huni and Wild Turtle as they walk away from the 3rd place match with the victory and the 3-0 sweep over Team Liquid. So, of course, that's going to feel good for them bouncing back from their loss against TSM. And I want to talk about how they got there, and I want to talk about what Freak was discussing with them was the adaptations that they had to make in just a week. I mean, Wild Turtle hitting on it there. Hey, it's nice to have a tank that can engage for me in frontline.
Hearing that is kind of mind-blowing. They're just like, oh, yeah, we decided to practice tank tops in a week, whipped them out against Liquid, and then 3-0.
Yeah.
Like, they were not perfect on tanks. Huni was not as good of a tank player as some of the other tank players top lane, but the team is good enough that when they were on that style, they could still do it better, which kind of makes you wonder what could have been if they were practicing that for a month.
And Huni also voicing, the sentiment that a lot of players have, it's much more fun to build full damage.
I still think a damage dealer can do it. I was like, yeah, Huni, tell him a damage dealer can do it.
And he's just kidding.
He just backed off.
I would love to see the meta develop it, or I would love to find someone poke a hole in it. I mean, there was the attempt to poke a hole in it, and we did see the Lucian have success up to a certain point in the game, and who knows, maybe he'll continue to look for those opportunities since they're going to have some time now leading into the summer split to mess around with different team comps and the styles that they want to play. But again, breaking down this series as a whole, Immortals, as you mentioned, John, I think that the biggest key here for Immortals was them getting back to the point or the place where we realized that as a team, these guys
just work together.
Yeah, and I really liked how Huni was okay with giving up the spotlight. This is a guy, he's had the spotlight for almost 2 years. Pretty much all of his League of Legends career. He's been this carry top laner, he smashes, he gets all the kills, but he's okay with playing the front line for Wild Turtle and for Pobelter. Both of those guys step up for Immortals, and their back line really does work.
That was the huge thing. Like, Pobelter probably felt very slighted in the awards voting. Everyone else on the team got first team for North America. And then it's just Jensen in the mid lane.
Right.
But Pobelter stepped up in a huge way. And that's what needs to happen if your top laner is not on a primary damage threat. It's your backline damage, which is going to be your mid laner and AD carry. And I thought Pobelter was exemplary in all 3 games.
And Turtle as well.
Yeah, accolades for Immortals, but I do want to touch on Team Liquid really quick as, again, you know, this was a young team. We've talked about the 3 rookies, and Jat, you mentioned the fact that this is the first instance in which these guys are playing in an arena this size in front of this many people. And for them, although they did get 3-0'd, this was a crucial part of their journey and their learning process to moving into the summer split and maybe making a run at Worlds.
I think it's growth opportunity is what they need to do, because there were so many unforced errors, right? The level 1 teleport by Lorlo in game 3 on a turret with 3 people, like, that is not a mechanical misplay. You're not just like, oh, wrong turret.
Yeah.
Like,
Game 3 was really funny because going into it, I was like, okay, what they need to do is reduce their unforced arrows, but what they did is allow Immortals to make more unforced arrows for themselves, creating these magical journeys, and then everyone can follow going into them. So it was just everybody kind of chaos there. In the,
game 3 definitely
Very
chaotic, but exciting nonetheless. Well, all in all, players on both sides stepped up in this 3rd place match, but only one can be named player of the series, and today it's Pobelter. So Jat, you'll be happy that he's getting a little bit of recognition here. Pobelter started the series off strong, bringing out an Azir pick in game 1. His rise was instrumental in terms of getting Immortals to that win tier today, and then of course the Cassiopeia. So 3 unique champions.
I think so much of this was his champion flexibility and also his ability to play well with that champion in game. The ban strategy for Immortals, banning basically 2 junglers every single game and being able to deny Team Liquid Azir and then force them to ban Azir when they were red side. It's so much value he provided just from picks and bans, not even talking about once he was in the game.
Right, too, the way that freed up Reignover, since we talked about the jungle meta and the fact that Reignover isn't quite comfortable playing the Kindred. We've seen him play Nidalee before, and he did jump onto the Graves today at least a bit, but still allowing him to play Elise, who most would say, well, she's not in the meta. You're going to play so many other champions before that.
I don't know.
But Pobelter frees that up because of, as you mentioned, Jat, what he does in Champion Select with those unique picks.
Say Elise is almost always good.
She's
always in there.
Ever the jungler, yes.
And maybe it's Dardok's kryptonite too. Smithy's Elise was crushing him around corners with those cocoons.
Well, hey, when you're flash cocooning Piglet in the same spot that he got cocooned in like 2 games prior to get a huge team fight win and kind of snowball the game off of that, then it works, right? That's at least played correctly. But Pobelter, unsung hero, well, no longer the unsung hero. He was the unsung hero, I guess, of the regular season.
I don't think he deserved first team mid laner, but this series, he was absolutely all that.
Alrighty, well, there you have it for the series. Now, earlier in the day, we asked you to send us your favorite game-changing moments from the 2016 LCS season. So let's check out some of your submission. First up, from 13OU31, who writes, the Wild Turtle 1v3 with Kalista, that was one of the better moments of the year. Here you go.
But rushes back, can't find the Q, but here comes Curtain Call. Pobelter has to block this, he's gonna get slowed. He finds Huni, and he gets the crit! Pobelter stopped blocking it, and he goes back in for Sneaky, but Russian balls, unstoppable, maybe even literally. As he keeps going in, Turtle, 1 versus 3! And he takes 3 of them down!
This game is delivering in every conceivable way. Turtle sticking around until the very end of the team fight and never backing down. Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, he did a 1v4 later in that game when he had Sterix Gate.
What is in common with all of these games where Turtle keeps taking on multiple enemies? He's on Kalista.
Yeah,
yes.
true.
Yeah, very proficient on that champion. Next up from Charlesard, who remembers Echo Fox versus Team Liquid, the last team fight at the Inhibitor where Big literally broke the sound barrier.
In the front, will it go on him? The flash combo comes in, and Dardok, he gets Froggen, and Froggen's gone. They catch back in. Nice!
Fucking nice. What's happening? Save the Lucian! Save the Lucian! Save the Lucian!
Get Alistair, get Alistair. Lucian's fine, Lucian's fine. Win. Alistair, get
Poppy. Oh, shit! Kill him!
Nice, run down mid.
The start is the best. What's happening?
What's happening? I know, it's memorable, but not optimal. Never do you want to say what's happening as loud as possible.
Especially as your shot caller, too. As one of the 2 dedicated shot callers on that team, you need that person to be like the voice of reason.
Or was it like this? It's more philosophical. What's happening? It doesn't matter what's happening. Protect the Lucian. Doesn't matter what the answer to that question is. Protect the Lucian.
There you have it. There you have it. All right, well, our last tweet comes from Doraga's cousin. I hope I got that right. Definitely Balls pulling back the second C9 game against TSM on Gangplank. Here you go.
The heel comes out, and now TSM looks like they have to turn around a bit. Hanser gets locked down and taken down. Doublelift trying to stand up front. His crits will change this fight. There's another hit from Balls. He comes up huge. The double kill for Sneaky. They could wipe out Team Solomon right here, and they have Baron to get in the base. You have to be kidding me. There in Doublelift, he's getting too close. As soon as FNC and Yellowstar went in, that was it. Cloud9 have held their breath 46 minutes, waiting for the right fights, waiting to scale, waiting for the right items, and they have found it now.
I mean, that was only one of many GP plays that we saw out of Balls, because there was the other fight near the Raptors that one time where he got a huge flash auto crit in order to save the game there.
He definitely hard carried that game. That was huge from Balls. And it really illustrates that point. There's so many small things for you to keep in mind in those late game team fights. If you miss one barrel and you forget to put one auto attack, it can change the entire game.
Yeah, GP, very fun champion to watch. Unfortunately, it was banned out all through the series today, so we didn't get to see Huni play it. But, ladies and gentlemen, with 3rd place in the books, we can officially distribute some of the remaining championship points. With their win today, Immortals earned themselves 3rd place in the spring split and 50 championship points to spend towards an invitation to the World Championships. That means Liquid earns 30 points, and previously eliminated teams Cloud9 and Energy Esports each earn 10. Now, the remaining points will be distributed tomorrow following the conclusion of the spring split championship finals. That matchup, of course, is another meeting of the biggest rivals in the NALCS, Counter Logic Gaming versus TSM. That showdown starts immediately following, tomorrow, immediately following EU's championship match between Origin and G2 Esports. The stream starts at 8 a.m. Pacific, so be sure to tune in because you won't want to miss it. Now let's focus in on that series tomorrow. I mean, we do have, of course, CLG TSM, so repeat of the summer finals. But initial thoughts, given what we've seen from these teams in the playoffs so far?
If you base it just off of the playoff results, TSM 3-0'd the team that just 3-0 Team Liquid, but I don't think it's that simple. I definitely feel like
it never is.
It's ridiculously hard to call. Like, we did a Death Timers on Pete with Irene where I argued for CLG, but one person has to argue for either side. Like, I still can't quite make up my mind about who I think is the edge.
I'm so excited because there are almost too many stories in this matchup. And not only is it a rematch of last year, but is the 2 oldest organizations. Plus, it is TSM who got Doublelift, one of the marquee player here for CLG, and now he's looking for redemption, playing against his old team. They're trying to justify, releasing him from the team. It's just so much goes into this next matchup.
Right, and then of course we have had all of our conversations around meta, and with CLG, there were similar concerns with Darshan, like the fact that they wanted to run 1-3-1 constantly with Darshan, but he seems to have jumped onto the tank train no problem. And of course, on the flip side, you have Hanser, who's been known to pick up pretty much anything you need him to pick up throughout the season.
Exactly. Hanser's been a jack of all trades in the top lane, but I also do feel like Darshan can play Echo, and I think he's a high enough mechanic player. He can easily jump on a Gragas. I don't want to see him on Maokai because he has a history of mediocre games in that regard, but that is, once again, just one matchup. Like, CLG has all the teamwork, and TSM has had the teamwork recently, but it's only been for a couple of weeks, and the question will be, can they sustain that as the stage grosses? And yeah, just in time. There are so many big storylines and even just big questions pick and ban and champion pool-wise here.
Yeah, I mean, we have time to continue to talk about these, so let's dive into a few of those matchups. I mean, specifically, let's go to that bot lane where you're going to have Doublelift up against Afromoose. So guys who won the title together just last split are now going to be facing off against each other this year. So something's got to give in that matchup.
Yeah, those guys were so good when they played together. They've also been extremely good playing apart from each other, right? Yellowstar in the bottom lane for TSM has had a really rocky beginning of the season, and just stepped up in playoffs. So it's going to be that same thing that you're talking about, continuing to look to see if they can continue that in the finals here. Meanwhile, on the other side, there's Stixxay with Afromoo now. Afromoo has been great. Stixxay is one of those rookies who's even talked about himself how he is nervous on these big stages still. And usually in scrims, he feels very confident in his laning phase, but it's been lackluster on the big stage.
Yeah, you talk about the double-lift Aphromoo lane that was the best 2v2, but they are still the best parts, even when they're separated on a team. So they almost cancel each other out if they actually end up in a 2v2. I'm very interested to see how that plays out because they will know each other's tendencies so well. And Stixxay and Yellowstar have felt very questionable in the lane phase at times.
Yeah, I think that you kind of run into a similar situation that we had today when you look at CLG's roster. You've got Huhi and Stixxay. They've played on a couple stages. This won't be their first one like some of the Liquid players today, but compare that to TSM on the other side. And again, you've got guys who've played on pretty much every stage out there when it comes to League of Legends. Yellowstar, although having a rocky season, probably isn't going to feel any jitters walking up onto that stage after having played in the semifinals at Worlds. So they've got that going for him.
Or the fact that this will be his 7th LCS final, the only player to play in all 7 finals. So like jitters shouldn't be a problem for him, but still getting his mechanics down in synergy with the rest of TSM's team has been what has been a struggle for him the entire split. And even though they were so far ahead in some of those Immortals games, there were moments where Yellowstar was way ahead of the rest of the team, and they were still a little bit slow to follow up. So they're going to have to make sure all those things are clean because CLG will be I think the best opponent they play at in the playoffs.
Yeah, it just reinforces that story where CLG, part of their decision in releasing Double Lift in the offseason was to focus so heavily on teamwork and synergy and, and communication, whereas TSM brought in a bunch of stray stars. Yes, they're stars, but from all different teams, and trying to put them together has taken time. Now we get to see those two clashing strategies meet up. And it's just added on to that they actually took one of the players from CLG.
We've talked about a few of the matchups. I want to hit on one more, and for me, what is going to be the most exciting matchup, the one I'm looking forward to the most, is going to be the jungle matchup, which I think maybe a lot of people might overlook, right? Yep. And when we talk about the top of the table, the top of the class for the jungle throughout the regular season, we were looking at Reignover and Dardoch, and then it was Xmithie and Rush, and then Svenskeren way down at the bottom during the regular season. Now through the playoffs, Xmithie stepping up, Svenskeren, huge for TSM, very much improved. So the way that these two guys match up going through the finals, I think is going to be pretty telling of how this best of 5 is going to turn out.
Yeah, Svenskeren was a monster. I mean, he won MVP for their semifinal series, shutting down Reignover. Nidalee has been red side banned by both of these teams in every game they played in the playoffs. So I think that will continue forward. I think Svenskeren has been amazing recently. He hasn't maintained that excellence so far. We'll see if he can do it against Xmithie. And Xmithie has actually been the most versatile jungle in all of NA because he's played actually every style of the split to a pretty high level.
Yeah, both of these guys are very willing to play the top tier of junglers right now. So it's going to come down to picks and bans.
All right, well, we've talked plenty, and that's going to give lots of things for you at home to ruminate over this evening. And then, of course, we'll have more to talk about tomorrow. Thank you for watching today, though. Now for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for the finals.
Into the third place match right now. It is Immortals versus Team Liquid here at Mandalay Bay in Las Vegas. And ladies and gentlemen, we are on the Rift. Lorlo very tanky in this one with the chrono break, but he cannot stay long enough. That's going to be Matt possible. From Reignover.
Focus.
Looking for the triple and possibly a double coming in from Belter. That's going to be 2 down. Dardoch and Phoenix fall. Reignover's the only one now for Immortals as Huni picks up another kill. Immortals making a very good case for themselves. Dardoch, he goes back in as soon as Reignover reloads. That's going to be Turtle on the outside. He rents out too. Turtle going for a triple. That's going to be the Quadra, and it's going to be Lorlo going down. Woo! And Immortals will take down Liquid to make it 2-0.
And you can see this is the team that went 17-1 in the regular season.
Huni and Wild Turtle are very low. It's going to be Lorlo trying to go deep into the fight. Nobody can really follow him. Does Turtle take the journey? He does. The binding against the wall. What is he doing in the pit alone? Suicide on this one. Dragon goes down. Immortals is gonna make it happen. They're going for Piglet. Huni hits the barrel right past Liquid's members, and it takes down Piglet.
Go bottom. Go bottom. We can finish. Nice. We got this.
It's going to be a clean 3-0 for Immortals coming together. Turtle coming up huge. 3-0 for Immortals over Team Liquid.